Chapter 461 Accident. This little thing gnawed a hole in the 10-centimeter thick battleship armor door in less than an hour. If you think with your toes, this little thing must be a good thing. Yang Bo deliberately made a noise when he ran, hearing the shrill voice of the people outside the door. Yang Bo knew that he must have made a lot of money this time. Then the door made a loud bang. But the door did not deform at all. Then the next second, the mechanical anti-locking device used by Yang Bo moved little by little. This idiot actually has mental power. And it seems that the mental power is not weak. Although Yang Bo was running in front, he was always paying attention to see what ability the other party used to open the door. When he saw his mechanical locking device moving out of thin air, he knew what was going on. There is also a battleship armored door between the second and third floors of Yang Bo's fortress, although it is not as thick as the one above. I don't believe you still have this kind of bug. Yang Bo closed the door with a click. This door actually weighs more than 10 tons. But it has an auxiliary hydraulic device. Just as Yang Bo closed the door, he heard the door on the third floor being kicked open. After the door on the third floor was kicked open, 3 people rushed in instantly. All 3 of them were wearing gray armor. And the leader slammed into the door of the battleship armor leading from the second floor to the third floor. Unfortunately, the door was locked at this time. And then the 3 of them took a breath of cold air, because the third floor was actually only half, and the other half was a terrace. Except for the design and manufacturing company, no one knew that Yang Bo's building also used battleship armor inside. That is to say, Yang Bo's house has battleship armor outside, a sandwich battleship armor in the middle, and another layer inside. The reason why Yang Bo built the villa so abnormally was because he had a bug. Yang Bo's resident status had a discount in construction. The 3 people looked at the walls of the room and were stunned, because apart from the simplest furniture in these rooms, you can see that the color of the wall is the color of the battleship armor. The reason why Yang Bo didn't decorate it was to decorate in any style that the other party liked in the future. However, the 3 people didn't react and found that there was movement in the place where they came. The 3 people hurried back, but it was too late. After Zhou Rui communicated with Yang Bo, she notified the fat boss, and then notified Zhang Boijin. After all, Zhou Rui was following Zhang Boijin now, so she had to report what she should report. After hearing Zhou Rui's plan, Master Zhang was also stunned. Can you play like this? You know, law enforcement power is an incredible thing. Of course, Master Zhang is eyeing the Volunteer Association. Once this association is established and has achieved certain results, it will certainly be established on other planets. You know, law enforcement power is a good thing, even if you can get a small amount of law enforcement power. Besides, Master Zhang thinks that Zhou Rui's actions will help improve the popularity of this planet. So Zhou Rui brought nearly 15 people this time, all of whom were wearing armor. More than 20 minutes ago, Zhou Rui led people to hide quietly in the distance. However, Zhou Rui and his people did not find the people who were making trouble on Yang Bo's terrace at the beginning, because these people had camouflage ability, and it was a stormy weather. It wasn't until someone made a sound that Zhou Rui realized that Yang Bo was not lying. Then Zhou Rui led 15 people to rush to Yang Bo's terrace. Not every superpower has the ability to fly, and has the gravity superpower like Yang Bo. And even if they have superpowers, these people will keep their power to prepare for the battle later. So all 15 people wore armor, and approached quickly with their own strength. When these 15 people came to the terrace of Yang Bo's villa, and looked at the thick battleship armored door, they all took a breath of cold air. This thing is 10 centimeters thick. This is really a doomsday fortress. But what made these people more alert was that there was a hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the door. The holes on the battleship armor were all reserved from beginning to end during casting. Do we want to go in? Someone saw the scene and asked quickly. Although everyone didn't know who lived here, they had agreed in advance what to do here. No. His house belongs to the highest level of Doomsday Fortress. At this time, the fat boss received Yang Bo's message and answered. Just after the fat boss finished answering, he saw 3 people in armor in the room. The 3 people in gray armor in the room just heard the noise outside and were dumbfounded when they came to the door. Outside the door, a group of people in armor can be seen. These people standing in the storm give people a very depressing feeling. We've been fooled. The first thought of the 3 people inside was that they had been fooled. Number 1. You take the lead. Number 2. Follow me. This incident is very strange. Our intelligence system has obviously been paralyzed. or the disintegration of our organization is related to internal personnel. The three people wearing gray armor look exactly the same. One of them said. Not many people know about the S-level mutant reptiles we brought this time. The other party was able to seize our S-level mutant reptiles so accurately. Obviously they were prepared. The man said again. No matter who escapes. Go back to the headquarters directly. Don't contact anyone. And don't trust anyone. This matter seems too strange to the leader among the three people. Yes. The other two just answered coldly with 2 words. The three people wearing gray armor. The armor on the three people instantly lit up. And a layer of energy protection barrier formed outside the armor of the three people. Be careful. At this time, the fat boss and others who were looking at the three people were a little dumbfounded. Everyone is a superpower. As long as you look at the performance of the other party's armor, you know that the other party is probably an A-level superpower. Because the thickness of the energy protection barrier released by the other person's armor can be used to judge the strength of the other party. In fact, the fat boss didn't need to remind them, as the people who followed were also shocked. The three people in gray armor inside took action instantly, while the people outside dispersed instantly. This made the three people inside confused again. Originally, the three people inside were going to sacrifice number 1 to cover the escape of the other 2. But they didn't expect that the other party would run away just after the three people rushed out. Run separately. As the commander among the three, he immediately gave the order. The commander had no choice, because the 2 people who came with him this time were the core members of the organization. They were strong and very obedient. If no order was given, then number 1 would not know what to do now. Whether to escape or chase others? The 3 rushed out of the door. And then the light of the armor on their bodies flashed around and disappeared directly in the storm. But at this moment, a bright red light appeared in the storm. It turned into a meteor and hit the man in gray armor behind the house. Missile. The fat boss was also shocked when he saw that this meteor directly blew up a man in gray armor and fell into the mountain behind Yang Bo's house. The fat boss saw that the light just now was the light released by the missile engine. At this time, everyone finally saw that a series of bright lights continued to attack the other 2 people. The tail of the light is red, which belongs to the missile, and several red lights can be seen chasing one of them. In the dark and cold storm, it turned into beautiful tracks, and then 3 red lights exploded at the same time, and the white light in the middle was extinguished. Yang Bo was still on the 2nd floor and saw this scene. The speed of this missile is too fast. It may have reached Mach 10, and this is still in the storm. The opponent is probably A-level, but it is nothing in front of this missile. Yang Bo knew that there were too many types of interstellar bombs, especially some high-frequency, high-radiation, and high-energy bombs, which were surprisingly powerful. For example, the antimatter bomb is thousands of times more powerful than the hydrogen bomb. There are also plasma bombs and electromagnetic bombs that are specifically used to deal with electronic systems. As for hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs, they are nothing compared to these. However, there was one last person who was chased by several missiles and disappeared in the storm. Yang Bo didn't feel scared when he saw the scene. If the other party dared to come again, he would just clean up. That guy will definitely come to find the treasure after losing it. I'll just wait for them to come. I hope there will be more people from the Ashes organization. Yang Bo knew that the worm in his hand must be a good thing, and the people who ran away from the Ashes organization would most likely come to find it. At this time, Yang Bo received a message from the fat boss. When Yang Bo saw the fat boss on the 3rd floor, there were only the fat boss and Zhou Rui at the scene. Yang Bo, are you okay? The 2 asked when they saw Yang Bo. I'm scared to death. Who are these people? Yang Bo, he asked with a lingering fear. I don't know. I don't know the identities of the 2 people who were hit just now, the fat boss said. Then what should we do next? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. The idea you gave Zhou Rui is very good. Next, we will stage a photo shoot and destroy some of the furniture in your room. Of course, we will change the walls so that others will not see what material your walls are made of. But the place where you live will be exposed. The escaped people from the Ashes organization may retaliate against you? The fat boss said while looking at Yang Bo worriedly. Yang Bo also hoped that the old guys in the Ashes organization would come to know that he also has a mecha now, although it is only a training mecha in the hangar next to him. But Yang Bo knew that with his training mecha and collision ability, even a small warship would not dare to collide with him. I'm not afraid. As long as I can help Sister Rui. I'll go to the company dormitory now, and leave this place to you. Yang Bo was not afraid of exposing the things in his basement. Because other people couldn't get in. So Yang Bo directly used his metal superpowers to seal all the doors to the basement. Yang Bo wanted to go to the company dormitory now. Actually to see if he could find the person who just ran away. Because Yang Bo just found that the bug in his hand had a locator. And Yang Bo also wanted to know how the other party avoided the planetary warning system, and came to his villa to cause trouble openly. Chapter 462 Greed. You can leave now. Zhou Rui nodded. Zhou Rui and the fat boss did not want Yang Bo to be exposed to the public, which would attract the attention of others. As for who these invaders are, and why they came to Yang Bo's villa, the fat boss and Zhou Rui also have guesses. But before the matter is confirmed, guesses can only be guesses. Then I will go to the company dormitory first. Yang Bo was very curious about the people who came. Because the person who could take out this mutant reptile did not know what position he held in the Ashes organization. Of course, this also indirectly proved that the Ashes organization, even if it seems to be wiped out now, is still a lean camel and a big horse. And there are still many good things. Yang Bo was eager for the other party to continue to trouble him. But he did not want to be exposed to the public. Okay. How did the other party make the battleship armor like this? The fat boss looked at the hole on the door leading to the terrace on the 3rd floor, and asked curiously. Yang Bo shook his head. I just heard a sound. But I didn't see clearly what it was. I didn't expect someone to be able to destroy the armored door of the battleship. The interstellar world is too big. There must be some people with rare abilities. John Lishan's incident proves that there is no absolutely safe place. The fat boss explained for Yang Bo. Yang Bo was thinking about how to explain this matter. But he didn't expect the fat boss to help him. And Yang Bo didn't expect that what he did last time could help him out. Then you should be careful. These people should be members of the Ashes organization. Last time, their organization was gathering information everywhere. And many people who returned from the Green Demon Star were implicated. Zhou Rui instructed Yang Bo again. Thank you. I didn't expect the other party to be so bold. Yang Bo said thank you. After my father makes your armor, you will have the power to protect yourself. Zhou Rui said again. When Yang Bo heard this, his eyes lit up and asked, how long will it take? At least 5 years. Zhou Rui's words made Yang Bo speechless. He had to wait for 5 years to get the armor. My father didn't make a standard armor for you. If it was the kind used in the army, it would take a short time. It was all made quickly with high-tech equipment and didn't have any special abilities. Zhou Rui explained to Yang Bo again. I think I can buy one for Yang Bo in the second-hand market first. The fat boss thought that if Yang Bo had a set of armor, he would be more powerful. It seems that I will park my mecha here in the house in the future. Yang Bo quickly found an excuse for himself. Your mecha can only run away. It has no combat power. But it's okay. The training mecha has strong resistance to attack. The fat boss looked down on the armor Yang Bo mentioned. It's better to have it than not to have it. Zhou Rui shook her head when she heard what the fat boss said. Then you guys set it up. I'll go first. Yang Bo didn't say much to the two of them, and was going to see where the person who ran away went. As for how the fat boss and Zhou Rui were going to set up the scene, Yang Bo didn't have to worry about it. As for whether this scene was legal or not, whether it was the first scene, it didn't matter, because Yang Bo had already seen the official cheating scene. Official cheating is the most deadly. So you think you are seeing the first scene, but it turns out that it is all carefully arranged by others. Yang Bo was still thinking about the person who ran away, wondering if he had any good stuff in his hand. So he took a flying car and left directly. He took a few sets of clothes, and then the house was handed over to Zhou Rui and the fat boss to decorate. As for the strange bug he got, Yang Bo had already thrown it into the space box. Yang Bo stole other people's things, as long as they were with positioning or other functions, and were thrown into the space box. No one could get the signal. Then he went to a place where the signal was shielded for processing, which can be said to be a big bug. After arriving at the dormitory, Yang Bo moved into his own room. The company has not been in business for a long time, because there are not many people in the company now. And the fat boss's confidants have all joined the 9th Fleet as soldiers. As for the rest, they are all local employees who are not trusted. However, the fat boss still pays these local employees because these local employees can reduce taxes. If he does not accept the task now, The fat boss does not know whether the thigh he will hold next can persist. If Master Zhang is driven away by others, then the fat boss can only come back and continue to struggle in the gray area. Of course, if Master Zhang holds on, the fat boss will be ready to reduce the gray business. Yang Bo put the things in his dormitory and then prepared to go to the underground laboratory. There is also an underground laboratory in the staff dormitory. There is an underground shelter under each building of the Alliance. This is the standard configuration of all buildings. Each shelter has enough materials, equipment, and systems for each building to survive for a certain period of time. The Alliance has developed to the point where it can produce anything with energy. That is to say, as long as people reach the shelter below, as long as they are not short of energy, they will not have to worry about food and drink. Because anything discharged from your body can be recycled through energy processing. Of course, if you think about it, you still feel a little disgusted. But when it really comes to that time, you have to. Yang Bo came to the laboratory below, found an empty laboratory, and then locked the door. He first used the sound wave detection ability to detect and confirm that there were no electronic or smart devices. Then Yang Bo took out the box containing the energy stone. The box containing the energy stone can also shield any energy fluctuations, not to mention the positioning signal. This is the first time Yang Bo has seen this insect in its entirety. It feels like a slug, which is what everyone calls a slug. But now the slug in Yang Bo's hand is all white, and it also has two tentacles similar to snails. But the mouth looks a little bigger. According to the energy density, it should be able to reach E level. Yang Bo found that there was energy light on the slug. Nature is so amazing. Such a low-level mutant reptile can actually ignore the battleship armor. It seems that it is a bit narrow-minded to simply use energy density to evaluate the ability of a species in the future. But this kind of thing should be an exception. Of course, it is not necessarily the case. After all, the mutant leeches I raise under the villa have a relatively low energy density, but they can easily penetrate the skin of the iron bull and suck blood. Yang Bo carefully looked around and found that there were very small teeth in the mouth of the slug. Yang Bo carefully observed and found that the teeth of the slug were very small, but the energy density on them was higher. That is to say, this little thing, all the energy in it must be used on its teeth to destroy the battleship armor. But how is this thing controlled? It looks stupid. And is there its feces in this box? Yang Bo found that there were things in the box of energy stones. Yang Bo carefully checked again and found that there was a sesame-sized tracker in the body of the slug. And this tracker was continuously releasing signals. Action! Yang Bo was going to use this reset positioning to attract the other party. Because Yang Bo still had to find someone to understand how to control this worm. But how to lure the other party out? I don't know if the bastard who ran away has reported the situation. Report it as soon as possible so that the Ashes organization will continue to send people, and send more good things. And their armor should be specially made. And it can actually avoid the planetary warning system. Yang Bo was itching in his heart. So he wanted to solve all the problems he thought of. Yang Bo came out of the laboratory. And of course, he put the worm in the box containing the energy stone. How can I lure the other party out without exposing my identity? Yang Bo returned to the dormitory. The box containing the energy stone can isolate all energy fluctuations. So Yang Bo is not afraid of being located. He thought of several ways in his mind, but none of them worked. First, Yang Bo thought of taking the worm out in the wild. But this is a bit unreasonable. After all, he is just a little trash in the eyes of the other party. The location of this little trash suddenly appeared in the wild, which would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But if the location is not taken out, the other party will also be suspicious. Yang Bo thought about it, and felt that this dormitory was the best place. Because his public information is that he is an employee of the Fat Boss's company. It is normal for him to come to the company dormitory to work when something happened at home. So Yang Bo simply opened the box containing the energy stone, and let the positioning device in the body of the insect inside send out a signal. If the signal sent by this positioning device is not carefully sensed, it cannot be sensed at all. In fact, there are many properties of energy waves. So far, there are still many energy fluctuations in the universe that humans cannot explain and detect. This insect doesn't seem to have other abilities? Yang Bo carefully observed the insect in the box. This thing seems to be the same as the slug on the earth. If Yang Bo hadn't seen how powerful this guy is, he would probably step on it when walking. Because there are too many of these things on the earth. And Yang Bo used to be in the south. The place where this thing appears is beyond your imagination. As for the battleship armor block that fell into the box with the insect, it had been taken out by Yang Bo a long time ago. Yang Bo picked up the coffee spoon on the table and put it in this box. Yang Bo was also skilled and brave enough to let the bug release the positioning signal freely in this dormitory. In a house 1.5 kilometers away from Yang Bo, a young man was chatting with someone in the game. This was the member of the Ash organization who had just escaped, using secret language to transmit information in the game. At this moment, the watch on the young man's wrist suddenly vibrated. The young man quickly took out a tablet, and a map was quickly displayed on the tablet. And then, there was a dot on it. This bastard is so greedy? After the young man saw the location on the map, he instantly figured out that the owner of the house did not give the mutant reptile to others. Chapter 463 Fishing for Big Fish. The young man originally thought that the mutant reptile would be handed over by the owner of the villa, mainly because the owner of the villa had a very clear resume. I didn't expect this coward to be so greedy. I thought the mutant reptile had been lost, but I didn't expect there was a chance to find it back. The young man looked at the mutant reptile's location and wondered in his heart, could it be a conspiracy? The young man felt that it might be a conspiracy, because this encounter made the young man feel very bad, mainly because too many things happened to the Ashes organization during this period of time, which made the young man so cautious. From Yang Bo's point of view, the Ashes organization only had these things that happened on March Star. But from the perspective of the Ashes organization, the entire galaxy is targeting it. What happened on March Star is nothing special compared to what happened on so many planets. The young man originally planned to run away immediately after reporting his work, but looking at the dot that kept flashing on the tablet, he couldn't help but want to take the mutant reptile back. You know, this kind of mutant reptile is a very rare existence, even in the entire galaxy. Let's go and have a look. The young man planned to observe first, and then choose the time to act, mainly because the young man was scared. After all, being chased by missiles is not a good thing. This is incredible. The energy waves released by the locator can actually penetrate the house. What kind of new equipment is this? Yang Bo looked at the slug in the box of energy stones, eating the coffee spoon he threw in it, and then carefully sensed the positioning device on the slug. Soon Yang Bo got it, and found that the energy waves released by this positioning device had strong penetrating power. The staff dormitory of the Fat Boss has undergone 2 repairs and has exceeded the standard level of the Alliance. The room can isolate energy waves and various radiations. In other words, the communication in the room is actually connected to the outside by lines. If there is no line connection, then the whole house cannot receive any signal. That's right. If I have such a little thing, I will definitely install the most advanced positioning facilities for it. Yang Bo then understood that this thing must be the most advanced locator at this stage. As one of the top intelligence organizations, the Ash organization must have related research institutions and countless wealth. Maybe there are countless space buildings or hidden bases in the vast starry sky, but no positioning facility is as good as mine. Yang Bo also has a positioning method, which is vision sharing. Thinking of his vision sharing, Yang Bo used this ability to see the only person with whom he shared his vision. It was the guy who escaped from the Military 3's laboratory. As for whether it was true, Yang Bo was not sure. This guy is actually making medicine? Yang Bo used his vision sharing ability to look at the other party, and found that he was preparing medicine. This made Yang Bo a little strange. Where is the other party? Last time he saw it, he was in the Federation. Yang Bo also found that the medicine he prepared seemed to be the gene evolution medicine. Vision sharing is equivalent to what the other party sees with their eyes. The other party did not look up and look around, so Yang Bo was not sure where this guy was. I wonder who this guy serves. If he is serving an illegal organization, that would be great. I don't know if he is the only one making the potion, or if there are many colleagues. If there are many colleagues who provide assistance to the illegal organization, then wouldn't I be able to improve my ability to make potions? However, Yang Bo's mind was not focused on what potion this guy made, but on other things of this guy. Yang Bo felt that he was a little obsessed, and he wanted to improve his skills when he saw anything. Then Yang Bo looked at the worm in the box again. This guy gnawed the metal for a while, and then stopped, crawling around in the box. Suddenly Yang Bo had another idea. Since it's not easy for me, I can let the other party steal this little thing first. Since the other party can use the locator, I can also use the vision sharing ability to locate it. Just now Yang Bo was still worried about how to catch this guy who escaped without alerting others. After all, how to control this worm is still a difficult problem. And Yang Bo doesn't want to be famous now. If he directly conflicts with the other party, it may produce some bad results. Yang Bo released the vision sharing skill to the worm in front of him. Oh my goodness! Yang Bo found that his vision had changed. That is to say, his skill had been released successfully. And Yang Bo found that the vision of this insect was very strange. As if it was black and white. Yang Bo cut off the vision sharing and the other side's addition. Because using two vision sharing abilities at the same time felt a bit schizophrenic. It was like looking at two computers with two eyes at the same time. And then playing two games at the same time. In addition, the vision of this insect was different from that of humans. It was black and white. If both were human vision colors, there wouldn't be such a strong sense of separation. How should I return this little thing to the other party next? Should I play the long game? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a good idea. That is, what kind of existence is this worm in the Ashes organization? Maybe we can find some of the layers of the organization through this worm? After all, no one would have thought that this worm is a locator. The traitor. The more Yang Bo thought about it, the more he felt that he could take a gamble on this matter. Of course, on the other hand, for Yang Bo, the ability of this worm is a bit useless. Yang Bo's own metal superpowers can easily do things that are easier to do than worms. So although this worm is very precious, it is not that important to Yang Bo. Take one step at a time. Yang Bo decided to go in this general direction, mainly to see the importance of this worm. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the other party can come early. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, looking at the slug in the box, thinking about what method he should use to return this thing to its original owner. As for whether there is any equipment that can detect that this worm has released the ability to share vision, Yang Bo is not sure about this. After all, the ability to share vision belongs to the soul level and is transmitted across space. Everything has risks, and the risks are proportional to the benefits. However, Yang Bo will not dwell on this question later, because no one can answer it. The worm in front of him has crawled out of the box and is slowly and firmly climbing up on the table. Is it possible to let this thing run by itself? Suddenly Yang Bo had a bold idea. This worm can completely return by itself. This is not a dead thing. Nor is it something that cannot move. It can be made to escape. Maybe I can see how to control this bug and steal the technology. Yang Bo watched the slug crawling bit by bit. Huh? Suddenly Yang Bo found that the locator in the slug's body actually moves slightly. The locator in the slug's body is not metal at all. Nor is it a material that Yang Bo recognizes. If this thing had not released energy fluctuations, Yang Bo would not have been able to find it at all. Don't forget that Yang Bo's current strength is not low. And he has many abilities. And he is most sensitive to energy fluctuations. Could it be that someone is controlling this thing? Yang Bo carefully observed that after the locator in the bug moved, the bug immediately turned. Yang Bo did not disturb the slug and just watched the slug fall from the table to the floor, and then crawled towards the window with a grunt. After crawling for half an hour, the slug reached the window. The staff dormitory had a floor-to-ceiling window with a battleship armor frame. The transparent part was not glass, but some kind of crystal with defense comparable to that of a battleship armor. The slug began to gnaw at the window frame. It looks like this bastard is controlling it nearby. Yang Bo had sensed that the slug had moved slightly from the internal locator many times. Now I need a proof of my absence. Otherwise, the guy hiding in the dark might be suspicious. Yang Bo tried the vision sharing ability of the bug and found that it was completely usable. So he had a new plan. Yang Bo closed the door, and then came to the underground garage. After getting on the flying car, he went directly to a nearby tea house. He asked for a private room and drank tea inside. Yang Bo did not want to see if there were any suspicious people around where he lived, because the bug was now a mobile camera. After the door of the private room was closed, Yang Bo used the vision sharing ability to watch the bug and dig his window. It took 40 minutes for the bug to dig a hole in the window frame. After the bug dug the hole, it came to the outside of the window. But there was a violent storm outside the window, and the next second the bug was washed to the ground by the rain. Yang Bo also experienced a high-altitude fall, and it was a black and white version. Then Yang Bo found that someone was holding the bug's body with a battle armor. And then the bug fell into a relatively small environment. Yang Bo saw that it was probably a ceramic object. Is this bug unable to do anything to ceramics? Yang Bo thought a little curiously when he saw this. It seems that my plan has been initially successful. Yang Bo was thinking happily about how many good things there were in the nest of the Ash organization, and how many technical talents there were. For example, pharmacists, forgers, etc. The Ash organization can become the largest organization in the dark world, and they must have hidden means. Today is a really good day. Yang Bo didn't expect that today's harvest would be so big. But I'm afraid that the nest of the Ash organization is a huge base. The illegal transactions made by the Ash organization must have many bases in the vast starry sea. These bases may have their own private armed forces. But no matter what kind of armed forces, it will not affect me much. While thinking about the problem, Yang Bo waited and saw who caught the mutant bug. Chapter 464 Ant. Yang Bo was drinking tea while waiting for things to change. And the worm was placed in a ceramic container, just outside the dormitory building where Yang Bo lived. A dark shadow took something from somewhere in the storm and placed it in a small ceramic container. And then the dark shadow disappeared in the storm. The dormitory building where Yang Bo lived was attacked twice in succession. So the government set up a lot of monitoring equipment nearby after communicating with Lu Jijia. But the monitoring equipment did not find the dark shadow at all. Of course, stormy weather has an impact on many monitoring equipment, because such storms are accompanied by thunder. And every lightning is accompanied by violent electromagnetic fluctuations. Yang Bo was also very curious about how the other party did it. But he was not in a hurry now. After waiting for half an hour, Yang Bo drank a cup of tea and ordered a glass of juice. And the shared vision finally changed. The shared vision was no longer ceramic, but a room with lights instead. Should it be in a hotel? Yang Bo could only see part of it, because Yang Bo's field of vision was the field of vision of the bug. The bug's field of vision itself was not far, and it was black and white, so the distance Yang Bo could see was also limited. I wonder if the slugs on Earth see things in this way. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then a young man appeared in Yang Bo's field of vision. This young man looked to be in his 30s, and was quite handsome. The young man was getting close to observe the bug carefully. And Yang Bo also took this opportunity to observe the young man carefully. In a hotel 1 kilometer away from Yang Bo, he looked at the bug in his hand, then carefully looked it up and down. Fortunately, this greedy guy didn't know that he could remotely control this mutant reptile. After carefully checking it, he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Leave here as soon as possible. This mission is weird. It seems that there is a problem with our senior management. I will report the situation here again. It's a pity that 2 good hands were lost this time. The young man muttered in his heart, while checking the spaceship that had recently left on his smartwatch, and then started to buy tickets. After the young man bought the ticket, he entered the game to report the situation to his superiors. Is this guy so lucky? Yang Bo saw the ticket that the young man bought to leave March Star through the shared vision of the bug. After a closer look, it was actually the same spaceship as the one he wanted to take a ride on. Didn't Yang Bo want to leave March Star to do some good things outside? He had already decided which spaceship to take. Unexpectedly, this young man was on the same flight as him. This guy is chatting in the game. Isn't he passing on information? Yang Bo saw the young man chatting in a game through the shared vision. Any normal person would not play games when encountering such a major event. The Ashes organization is indeed talented. And they actually thought of this way to pass information? This should be reporting the situation this time. Yang Bo had a guess. But he didn't remember these things. There are thousands of games in the Alliance, and it is difficult to know what game the other party is connecting in without an agreement. The young man who was reporting to his superiors in the game had no idea that the bug he had placed under his nose was like a mobile camera. The bug was looking around under the young man's nose. But the table was made of glass. So the bug did not eat the table. Found it. While the bug was looking around, Yang Bo saw the layout of the room clearly, and then quickly found the location of the hotel. Then I should go back now. Yang Bo had sufficient evidence of his absence, so he went back now. Yang Bo got up and left the tea house, and then took a flying car back to the dormitory. When will I go over and take a look? Forget it. I can monitor the other party at any time. Yang Bo calculated that there were still 5 days before boarding the spaceship, because March Star is located in a remote area. The spaceship flights open are not very frequent, and now it is a stormy weather. After Yang Bo returned to the dormitory, he looked at the hole left on the window, and found something to plug the hole. Yang Bo did not use the metal copying ability to restore the hole, because Yang Bo thought it might be useful in the future. Yang Bo was also bored in the dormitory. He couldn't do anything he wanted to do now. After all, he had to wait for the results from Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui. After waiting for more than an hour, Lu Jijia finally came back. Brother Jia, have you dealt with it? Yang Bo saw Lu Jijia coming back and spoke quickly. It's dealt with. And the other party's identity has been found out. The other party's identity is two major generals of the Yushao state of the Crimson Federation. But we guess they should be members of the Ashes organization. Lu Jijia nodded. Yushao state? Yang Bo was very curious about this name. Their state is controlled by an ancient martial arts sect. In fact, the major forces in the Interstellar era have a certain relationship with the sect. This has long been expected by us. But we did not expect that the Ashes organization would have a relationship with Yushao state. But this time we will not target Yushao state. We are just being realistic. Zhou Rui is lucky this time. Now our alliance and the Scarlet Federation are just unhappy. Lu Jijia said a lot in one breath. Yang Bo understood what he said. On the surface, these members of the Alliance Parliament are representatives of various major forces. But these major forces have many relationships with ancient martial arts sects. Come on. I'll treat you to tea and introduce two people to you. Lu Jijia said. I just went to the tea house to drink some tea. The main reason is that this dormitory feels cold and deserted. As if someone is about to sneak in at any time. Going to the tea house, where there are many people, feels safer. Yang Bo found an excuse for himself. It's okay. Another one must have escaped. This guy was chased by 7 or 8 missiles, but couldn't catch up. I'll introduce you to two beauties. One of them is my aunt I told you about before. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Lu Jijia cared about Yang Bo very much. Besides, Yang Bo didn't like socializing very much. There were no other women in his circle. As long as his aunt could integrate into Yang Bo's circle, he would look forward to the future development. My dear aunt? Yang Bo asked with a little curiosity. My grandfather's daughter was born to his 4th wife. My grandmother was my grandfather's 1st wife. Lu Jijia explained. Yang Bo understood and asked curiously, how did you trick the other party? How can I say tricked? I also need someone to take over many things here. I can't do things in the gray area when I become a member of parliament. I still have to keep my face. My aunt and I have a very good relationship. If she stays in the family, she can only be sacrificed. But I can let her choose freely here. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo didn't believe Lu Jijia's words. In fact, Yang Bo also knew why Lu Jijia's family had to do gray business all the time. Gray business is a highly profitable business. And there will never be a shortage of customers for this kind of business. As long as there are people in society. The powerful will always need people to do dirty work. And they also need people to come forward to deal with some inconvenient things. How can you make money by doing legitimate business than by doing gray business? When can I go back to the villa? Yang Bo was thinking that he still had to go around the stars in the 3rd month of the lunar year. And he would definitely go out only when he returned to the villa. 2 or 3 days. Lu Jijia said. Lu Jijia invited him to have tea. But he did not leave the staff dormitory. Instead, he asked Fish to go out and pick someone up. Yang Bo was also very curious about how beautiful the little aunt Lu Jijia mentioned was. And why there were 2 of them. Yang Bo sat in the tea room of Lu Jijia for more than half an hour before he saw 2 girls come in. Ajay. 2 girls came in. The girl in front was tall, wearing white sneakers, beige casual pants, and a blue and white striped shirt that looked very ordinary. She had long black hair, an oval face, and gradient sunglasses on her face. Aunt, this is my brother Yang Bo, also my partner. Lu Jijia stood up long ago and introduced the 2 parties. Yang Bo, this is my aunt Lu Jingxiang. Yang Bo almost laughed out loud when he heard the name. Because in his previous life, Yang Bo liked to watch a short video called Jingxiang. Hello, Ms. Jingxiang. Yang Bo did not laugh. Of course, but greeted politely. You don't need to shake hands when greeting in the alliance. Because everyone is a superpower, and is very wary of others. Yang Bo, nice to meet you. Lu Jingxiang took off her glasses and greeted Yang Bo. This is my aunt's best friend, Zhou Kersen. Sister Kersen. This is my good brother Yang Bo. Lu Jijia introduced another girl. But the name made Yang Bo feel a little confused. You call your aunt's best friend sister? Hello, Ms. Kersen. Hello, Yang Bo. Zhou Kersen was wearing pink leather shoes, blue tights, a beige t-shirt, black curly hair, and a face that looked a bit foxy. She was about 70% similar to a female star named Sister Bing Bing that Yang Bo saw on Earth. But she looked more foxy than Sister Bing Bing, and had a better figure than Auntie. Yang Bo couldn't figure out what the relationship between Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen was. It seems that the two of them don't have any other relationship. Right? And the two of them haven't changed. Yang Bo was thinking about all sorts of things. Lu Jijie could see that Yang Bo had no social experience at all. He didn't take the initiative to speak after sitting together for a few minutes. In fact, Yang Bo had no experience in communicating with girls in such a formal environment. If it were a different occasion, there would be endless things to talk about while getting started. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were also a little speechless. They also knew Lu Jijie's intention to ask them to come. But they didn't expect that the main person was just a taciturn person. Yang Bo, do you have any hobbies? Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes, holding a teacup in her hand, and asked with a pair of conical legs crossed. I don't have any hobbies in my daily life. I'm just good at cooking. Yang Bo couldn't remember what his hobbies were. After all, some hobbies can't be said. The other three didn't know what to say when they heard this answer. Because cooking is more professional. And what girl would like cooking? Then do you like brewing? I like brewing very much. Zhou Kersen asked again. I know how to brew. Yang Bo didn't like brewing very much, but he drank in his previous life. So he naturally knew the process of brewing. Really? When can we brew together, and see who has a higher technical level? Lu Jingxiang didn't expect Yang Bo to actually brew wine, which Lu Jijie had never said. The alliance doesn't like others to pry into each other's privacy. So when friends get together, they can't ask each other about personal situations, such as money and skills. Of course, brewing can only be said to be a hobby. The security here on March Star is too bad. We encountered trouble on the way, and Lu Jijie hired a spaceship to pick us up, Lu Jingxiang said. After Lu Jingxiang finished her story, Yang Bo realized that the spaceship he took last time was the spaceship that Lu Jijie used to pick up Lu Jingxiang. Chapter 465 Introduction. Lu Jijie had known about this for a long time. But he still explained, that's because our planet was not fully developed before, and anyone can enter and exit freely. So this situation will occur. This is inevitable before the development of other planets. I think there are also reasons from your official side. Your official side wants to increase the population. Zhou Kersen shook her head and said. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen and found that they were both his favorite types. Of course, Yang Bo liked them, but he didn't have any other ideas. Lu Jingxiang had long black hair, most of which fell down the back of the chair, looking very smooth, and her oval face looked particularly elegant. And Zhou Kersen had slightly curly hair, matched with Yang Bo's internet celebrity face when he traveled through time, and a very conspicuous figure. Although Zhou Kersen was wearing a loose t-shirt, the material of the t-shirt was drooping, so it was easy to see the other person's figure. Yang Bo just felt good about the two women, and didn't have any other ideas, because in the alliance, everything is possible. Besides, these two people may have some other relationship. Anyway, in the alliance, people's gender can be changed at will, and no one cares about who they like. Although there are people on Earth who can change their gender. For people like Yang Bo who often go to KTV, you can tell at a glance whether they have changed their gender. But the super technology of the alliance can make you unable to see it, because they start to change from the cells, not through external surgery. Moreover, Yang Bo was not very clear about the past of the two, and had no channels to obtain their identity information. Not to mention that Yang Bo now had two women, who were relatively well known. So our planet is now under strict control. Lu Jijie smiled slightly when he heard Zhou Kersen say this. It's not the mutants found on your planet. If it weren't for the mutants, I don't know how chaotic your planet would be. In a short period of time, there were 2 vicious cases on March Star, and the influence radiated the entire galaxy. I'm afraid other planets can't do this. Zhou Kersen also shook his head. 3. A bomb brother. A good brother. And a nuclear bomb explosion a while ago. Lu Jingxiang took a sip of water and looked at Yang Bo while talking. Lu Jingxiang knew what Lu Jijie meant, so she paid close attention to Yang Bo after entering the door. Yang Bo's appearance was only average, not very handsome, and his outfit was not in line with his own aesthetics. However, there are all kinds of outfits in the alliance, which is personal freedom. After sitting down, Yang Bo didn't say much. Lu Jingxiang probably knew Yang Bo's situation, and knew that Yang Bo used to be a resident. So he developed a homebody character. What made Lu Jingxiang curious was Lu Jijia. Why was he so enthusiastic to introduce Yang Bo to her? And Yang Bo also became Lu Jijia's partner. What did they do together? It's not easy for an employee to become a partner of the boss. Lu Jingxiang knew that her nephew was arrogant, and looked down on the so-called geniuses in the family. Lu Jingxiang was very curious about Yang Bo. What ability did this man have to trick his nephew to come all the way here? He even spent a lot of money to hire a private spaceship to pick him up. Lu Jijia couldn't say anything when he heard this, because this was already happening. Lu Jijia was very happy with Yang Bo's otaku personality, because as long as Yang Bo didn't go out to hang out, his aunt would have a lot of opportunities. Yang Bo, I saw your previous information. You like music. And your aunt also likes music. You should have a common topic. Lu Jijia took the initiative to match the two. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard the word music. His original owner didn't like music at all, but people who sing. And what good music could Yang Bo have in KTV in his previous life? Besides, who would have the heart to sing after entering KTV? That was in the past. In fact, I don't like music that much. I just like people who sing. Yang Bo had to tell the truth. Otherwise it would be embarrassing to ask him to sing later. Although Yang Bo's skills include music, the level is too low. Which female singer do you like? Lu Jingxiang asked curiously after hearing this. Li Idwa. Then Lu Jingxiang glanced at Zhou Kerson next to her. Yang Bo didn't understand what the two of them looked at each other. Uncomfortable? Awkward conversation? Lu Jijia also felt that the few of them seemed to have no common topics together. So he said, how about we go for a midnight snack? Forget it. I have to keep in shape. Lu Jingxiang said. I want to rest too. Yang Bo also spoke up after hearing this. Then take a rest. And you guys stay here. Lu Jijia felt that today's meeting was not ideal. People from two worlds just don't have common topics. And it's very awkward to sit together. Yang Bo returned to his room, muttering in his heart. After Yang Bo left, Lu Jingxiang returned to Lu Jijia. The person you introduced is a bit boring? And didn't I tell you? My brother used to be a resident. And you also know what kind of personality a resident has. He used to work when he was working in the company, and basically didn't go to other places to play after get off work. Lu Jijia said. What ability does this guy have that is worth you turning against the family to let me stay here? Lu Jingxiang asked curiously. He was a resident 2 years ago, but he is now a big landlord ranked in the top 50 of March Star. His private villa cost 200 million, and it is also a doomsday fortress. Lu Jijia couldn't say more, especially the ability that Yang Bo had, which must not be leaked. It's impossible. She looks ordinary. Lu Jingxiang was shocked when she heard this. In the past, the big landowners of March Star were worthless. They might have to pay taxes to the government every year and lose a lot of money. But now the land of March Star is valuable. As nerds, they don't care about how others look at them. Lu Jijia explained. How did they develop to this point in 2 years? Even if the land here was worthless before, it would probably cost tens of billions of credit points. Right? Lu Jingxiang was even more curious about how a resident could have so much wealth in 2 years. He is also on good terms with the fourth son of the Zhang family of Ping & Company. The fourth son of the Zhang family is now my backer. Lu Jijia said again. And the other party is younger than you. And you have to use your feminine charm to conquer this little man. You can spend whatever money he earns in the future. Lu Jijia said again. Direct line? Lu Jingxiang widened her eyes when she heard this. The collateral line is not worth my fawning. The fourth son of the Zhang family also gave my brother 3 mechas, with a market value of more than 200 million. Lu Jingxiang laughed when she heard Lu Jijia's words. I can see that you want to use me to win over Yang Bo. I am very curious. This Yang Bo looks ordinary. Why is he worthy of your attention? I am doing this for your own good. Could it be that Aunt wants to go back and marry an old man? And maybe this old man has some weird and bad hobbies. As a woman of the collateral line, there is a great possibility of accidents after getting married. Lu Jijia is eloquent. Lu Jingxiang certainly knew that daughters of collateral branches were commodities in the family. Some families even married off their daughters, and then died in an accident. Later, they would choose another daughter to marry the dead woman. I came here because I believe in you. But such a nerd is difficult to get along with. What is his superpower level? Lu Jingxiang nodded and asked. It's not very clear. It should be E-level. Lu Jijia didn't know how to answer this question. Because Yangbo can release lasers. This combat power system is difficult to evaluate. Anyway, Lu Jijia believed that he might not be able to withstand the attack of Yangbo's laser. In Lu Jijia's opinion, Yangbo is a pervert. According to statistics, light superpower accounts for 0.03% of superpowers. But having light superpowers does not mean that you can release lasers. Some people's light superpowers can only make certain parts of their bodies glow, which is of no practical use. As far as Lu Jijia knows, the number of superpowers who can release lasers in the entire galaxy can probably be counted on one hand. This is too perverted. It is equivalent to a human-shaped laser gun. If it grows further, it will become a human-shaped laser cannon. Don't know? Lu Jingxiang looked at her nephew with a smile. There are many things you can't know now. Anyway, I won't lie to you. But you have to be prepared. Aunt, Yangbo's physique may be a little strong. I'm afraid there will be other women in the future. And let me tell you this. Among all the people I know, Yangbo is the most likely to become an A-level superpower. Lu Jijia simply said more. Otherwise his aunt might not take the initiative. To be honest, Lu Jijia himself used the first time he saw Yangbo as an outsider to evaluate him. And he also felt that Yangbo was not very good. First of all, he looked ordinary in his dress and appearance, which could make 99% of girls have no idea about Yangbo. But Lu Jijia knew that Yangbo was a real talent. So talented that Lu Jijia felt inferior to him. How is it possible? Lu Jingxiang, who had always been calm, was also shocked when she heard this. Lu Jijia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let me tell you this. I feel a little inferior in front of him. Lu Jingxiang was shocked when she heard this. You know, although the fat man in front of her was nominally her nephew. In fact, the age difference between the two was not much. And it can be said that they grew up together. Lu Jingxiang knew exactly what kind of personality her nephew had. Several geniuses in the family were looked down upon by her nephew. She didn't expect him to feel inferior in front of an outsider. Of course, this was related to the kung fu that her nephew practiced. The kung fu that her nephew practiced was to live without death and move forward without hesitation. It was precisely because of this that her nephew was not welcomed in the family and ran away alone. Don't tell anyone about this. Anyway, you can spend some time together before you talk about it. I won't force you. To be honest, I think if you follow Yangbo, you should be marrying up to him. Lu Jijia said this sincerely because he knew Yangbo's background. Okay then. Lu Jingxiang's shock had not yet subsided. He could only agree to this. Lu Jijia looked at Lu Jingxiang's back and shook his head. That's all I can do. Lu Jijia sighed in his heart and sent a message to Yangbo again. Yangbo was just about to take a shower when he received Lu Jijia's message. After replying to Lu Jijia's message, Lu Jijia arrived in a few minutes. How do you feel about my aunt? Lu Jijia also handed a box of milk to Yangbo. Yangbo looked at Lu Jijia and was a little speechless. Do you really want me to be your uncle? Miss Shizuka is indeed beautiful. And she also meets my aesthetic standards. Yangbo said this truthfully. Just look at that pair of long legs. Thin and straight, showing an attractive curve when sitting on the stool. Plus black and straight hair. And an oval face. Then you two will get along for a while. If it's suitable, then we'll talk about it. If it's not suitable, forget it. Next, I plan to hand over the company to my aunt. She is my aunt, but we basically grew up together. She is only a few years older than me. She should be a D-class superpower now. According to my information, she has not awakened the relevant abilities. Next, I plan to let her test whether she can be a mecha master? Yangbo asked curiously after hearing this. Don't the disciples of your big family test their mecha master talent? Girls will belong to others sooner or later. There is no need to invest so much. Besides, we are a side branch. Married girls are mainly trained in temperament, appearance, etc., and art in the female social circle. After all, the current alliance society does not need girls to go out to be mecha masters. That is an insult to the major families. Lu Jijia answered. What does Zhou Kersen do? Yangbo asked curiously again. She ran away from marriage. My aunt is very smart. When I tricked her out, she knew I was tricking her. Because we made an agreement that whoever did well would help the other, and then leave the family. Lu Jijia shrugged and answered. When Yangbo heard this, He felt that the disciples educated by these families in the alliance were so strange. Young Master Zhang also wanted to leave the family. Lu Jijia also wanted to leave the family. And Zhou Rui had already left the family. This feeling made Yang Bo feel deeply disconnected. But he couldn't figure out why. Of course, Yang Bo didn't ask Lu Jijia if he was afraid of the family that ran away from the marriage. After all, Lu Jijia and young Master Zhang's group had already controlled the planet of March Star. Plus there was also Wang Muxue. Don't you also have a good impression of Zhou Kersen? Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo suspiciously. Do you have an idea, Brother Jia? Yang Bo asked back after hearing this. Don't be funny. If you get involved with Zhou Kersen, you will offend two families at once. One is Zhou Kersen's family, and the other is Zhou Kersen's future husband's family. Besides, they are not my type. I still like those with a fuller figure. Lu Jijia shook his head. Yang Bo understood that Lu Jijia had the kind of aesthetics that Westerners have. To put it bluntly, he looks at the shape of the buttocks. Chapter 466 Getting Along. Yang Bo doesn't really like those big butts, but feels a little uncomfortable. You haven't answered my question yet? Lu Jijia asked Yang Bo again after answering. Brother Jia, although they are my type, our personalities may not be suitable, and I don't feel that we have anything in common. Yang Bo answered after hearing this. Lu Jijia shook his head. For someone like you, you have no common topics with anyone. You need to be social. Go out for tea. Go fishing at sea. Or take a walk in the park. And then go to the bar to sing and enjoy life. You are already a rich man now. You own so much land. Although you can't reach the level of a super rich man, you are also a rich man. Even if your land is worth 5 billion credit points. If you live for 200 years, you will spend more than 60,000 credit points on average every day. There is also a project we cooperate on. When your talent grows to a certain point, the credit points will be like a number. If you want to know how to enjoy, you have to take out your wealth to enjoy, so that others can get wealth. The next step is to propose how much the rich must spend every year and strive for legislation. Yang Bo heard Lu Jijia's words and laughed. I don't have much money now. I'm afraid that the land you mentioned can't be converted into cash within the next 5 years. It's okay. Your compensation will arrive soon. Last time you encountered a nuclear bomb attack at Master Zhou's house. The Alliance will soon enter the compensation stage. You are a resident yourself, and the compensation you received is more than Zhou Rui and Master Zhou. In addition, your house was invaded by criminals this time, and the government did not do a good job of protecting citizens. So there will be a compensation. Lu Jijia immediately spoke up when he heard Yang Bo said he had no money. Let's try to get along in the future. If it doesn't work, don't blame me, Brother Jia. Yang Bo didn't want to tangle with Lu Jijia for too long, and he knew what Lu Jijia meant. So he answered directly, that's what I mean. But don't tell them your secrets. You must not tell anyone that you can make medicine. Lu Jijia nodded, and then gave 1,001 instructions. What medicine, Brother Jia? What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijia with a funny face and a shocked face. You should have a good rest. Let me tell you one more thing. My aunt has never had a boyfriend, Lu Jijia said with a grin. I don't have any thoughts on this. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard this. Girls in our big family don't have boyfriends before they get married. This is because every family must ensure bloodline. Of course, it's hard to say after marriage. It's the product of family exchange. In many cases, men and women just say that they want to continue the family bloodline. After the bloodline is established, most of them go their own way. Before this, if a girl lives an undisciplined life, then the other party will think that they look down on them. I tell you that I have no other meaning. It means that my aunt has never been in love. Of course, she may be affected by some social customs. I don't know what you think of it. Lu Jijia also laughed at the end. I know. Then you should have a good rest first. Lu Jijia also knew that Yang Bo had encountered an accident today, and he was probably a little frightened. Yang Bo watched Lu Jijia leave, closed the door, and prepared to take a bath and go to bed. Yang Bo used the shared vision to look at the bugs again, and found that the young man who stole the bugs was still chatting with people in the game. On the other side of the dormitory, Lu Jingxiang knocked on Zhou Kersen's door after Lu Jijia came out. Zhou Kersen opened the door and looked at Lu Jingxiang suspiciously. After all, they had just separated and were about to go to bed. So she asked, What are you doing? I just came back from Lu Jijia's place. What are you doing? Lu Jingxiang asked. Come in. Zhou Kersen put Lu Jingxiang into the house. I'm chatting with Idwa. According to her, people in our family already know that I came to March Star and sent people to catch me. Zhou Kersen spoke after closing the door. Come if you want. It's so far away. And Lu Jijia is a member of the parliament of this planet. Lu Jingxiang was not afraid when she heard this. Why did your nephew look for you? Zhou Kersen asked again. He just wanted me to spend some time with Yang Bo first. Lu Jingxiang didn't say all of what Lu Jijia said, because Lu Jingxiang herself felt incredible, and was not sure whether what Lu Jijia said was true. This Yang Bo looks so rustic. I bet the clothes and pants he wears are ordinary goods that are 7 or 8 years out of date. Only a pair of shoes is an ordinary brand. And his appearance is relatively low class. Zhou Kersen felt no interest at all when she thought of Yang Bo's clothes and appearance. I feel the same way. But Lu Jijia keeps trying to bring us together. So I'll just try to get along. Lu Jingxiang felt that Lu Jijia would not harm her. Since I'm here, what can I do? I might have to take root here in the future. If I'm caught by my family, I don't know what kind of punishment I'll receive. Zhou Kersen was a little worried when she talked about her family. I might never leave here in my life. If I go home, I might be under house arrest. My family has been trying to marry me off. Lu Jingxiang also smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yang Bo looks like an ordinary person. If you marry him, how will you face your family? Zhou Kersen thought more. Where is AI Duo? Lu Jingxiang didn't want to talk about these things, but she still had some expectations in her heart. If she was really with Yang Bo, and Yang Bo could really reach a level, maybe the family would be able to ease the situation. Of course, for any family, a simple A-level superpower person is not a threat, because every family has such a superpower person, unless they are some superpowers with special abilities. She is still in the lawsuit. The last Pato Star incident. The lawsuit may not be over for 2 or 3 years. You also know that celebrities, like them, are involved in endorsement brands. And there are other miscellaneous losses. Both parties will definitely have to fight several lawsuits for the amount of compensation. Zhou Kersen said. I'm afraid she will be married in 2 years. She will probably marry a good family. After all, she is so famous. And after she gets married, because she is a public figure, she will not suffer much grievance. People like us, even if we die in someone else's house, I'm afraid no one will pay attention. In fact, you should have studied acting. I was young and ignorant back then. If I had known, I would definitely become a star. The two began to chat. Besides, Yang Bo had a good sleep. And the first thing he did the next morning was to watch the news. Sure enough, the news report was reported. And the headline of the news report was very scary. 2 active officers of the Crimson Federation carried heavy equipment and attacked the villa of a wealthy man in the Alliance. Seeing this headline, what came to mind was 2 active officers, armed with heavy weapons, attacking the villa of a wealthy man in the Alliance. Then Yang Bo saw the photo, in which a big hole had been broken in the door on the 3rd floor. The photo was accompanied by text explaining that this was a new type of superpowered bomb. And it also showed the thickness of the door. Then the house was a mess of the explosion. And even the glass of Yang Bo's doomsday fortress was shattered into a spider web with holes on it. Then there was a text explanation that this was a 2nd-level doomsday fortress built by a wealthy man on the Alliance March Star at the cost of hundreds of millions of credit points. Yang Bo looked at his bare house. But the photos showed that it was filled with valuable furniture and luxury oil paintings. Fake. Yang Bo looked at the series of pictures and was not surprised at all. Then Yang Bo looked at the news again. And the comments below were all condemning the Crimson Federation. Because the news also released photos of the 2 officers, the armor they wore, and the scene when they were hit by missiles. These missiles all have cameras. And the video data of the cameras are all transmitted back to the fighter planes. The comment section even more carefully analyzed how much the rent loss was. It was not Zhou Rui's turn to appear at this time, because they had to wait for the wind to blow. The official has not yet made a formal conclusion. And Zhou Rui will be brought out when the conclusion is made. Is this guy locked up? Yang Bo used the shared vision to look at the bug again, and found that it was a ceramic wall. Yang Bo simply washed up first, and then prepared to go out for dinner. I hope my house can be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise I can't find an excuse to leave to do things. Yang Bo muttered to himself as he went out. Yang Bo just came to the elevator. And Lu Jingxiang also opened the door and came out. Morning. Lu Jingxiang also took the initiative to greet Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang didn't sleep well last night. Thinking about what Lu Jijia said. The main reason is that Lu Jingxiang knows Lu Jijia too well. A person who can be praised by Lu Jijia must have his advantages. And Lu Jingxiang also knows that Lu Jijia will definitely not lie to her in this regard. Morning. Yang Bo also replied a morning. And then entered the elevator. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingxiang also entered the elevator and took the initiative to ask, Yang Bo. The boss said that we should spend some time together first. What do you think? No problem. Yang Bo was alert to Lu Jingxiang. What was this woman going to do? But Lu Jingxiang was dressed very beautifully today. With white sandals, white stockings, a white short skirt for Qiqi, and a 3/4 sleeve t-shirt on her upper body, revealing her snow-white arms, slender neck, and long hair that reached her waist smoothly. What's delicious here? Can you introduce it? Lu Jingxiang also had a try-and-see attitude. There are a few better restaurants. But I don't go out to eat. I always come back to cook for myself. Yang Bo felt a little scalp numb when he saw Lu Jingxiang following him. Because Yang Bo didn't want to meet Xia and Annie. Although this possibility was very small. Yang Bo didn't dare to gamble. What are you doing? I placed an order online and asked Fish to pick it up. Yang Bo explained. Chapter 467 Compensation. Lu Jingxiang didn't know what to say when she heard this. She was so proactive. But Yang Bo didn't know to ask her out for dinner? Is it because he got rich too quickly and didn't know how to spend it? Lu Jingxiang thought silently in her heart. Because she knew that Yang Bo used to be a resident enjoying welfare. Thinking of this, Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo and asked, Will I have a chance to taste your cooking? Of course there is a chance. I will invite you to dinner after I am ready. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo knew how to cook in his previous life. But he didn't study the ingredients much in this life. And he had never seen the recipes of this world. But the recipes of this world are a bit like the Western recipes on Earth. Yang Bo is now more adept at cooking because his mental power can know the maturity of the ingredients. Because there are no very good kitchen utensils in the dormitory. I just bought some semi-finished products online and processed them simply. Yang Bo felt that his words were a bit unkind. So he explained again, I understand. How about adding a contact number? Lu Jingxiang was still very curious about Yang Bo. After all, he was so highly praised by Lu Jijia. Of course, Lu Jingxiang did want to try to get along with Yang Bo. Since she couldn't leave March Star in a short time anyway. Of course, Yang Bo exchanged contact information with Lu Jingxiang. At the moment of exchanging contact information, Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to control his watch, drove the flying car out, and placed an order online to buy things. So when Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang walked out of the elevator to the underground parking garage, Yang Bo's flying car had just left. Has your car not come back yet? Lu Jingxiang saw Yang Bo's flying car when she came yesterday. After all, there are not many flying cars in the underground parking garage of Lu Jijia's company dormitory. Yes. Then I'll go first. Bye. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jingxiang and got on a flying car. This was Lu Jijia's flying car. And he was relieved. To be honest, Yang Bo felt a little unreal. Because Lu Jingxiang's quality was too high. At least, he rarely saw such quality in his previous life. And Yang Bo couldn't just play with her. After all, she was Lu Jijia's aunt. Also, Lu Jijia seemed to have broken up with his family. His aunt coming here might also bring trouble to the family. What's more, Yang Bo didn't know whether Lu Jingxiang had a family to marry in their family. Otherwise he might offend two families. Moreover, Yang Bo thought that he and the other party were from two different classes. After all, the other party was from a big family and wore famous brands. He looked at himself and basically wore street stall goods. Only shoes were considered branded because he needed a pair of good shoes to run away. Although Yang Bo liked beauties like Lu Jingxiang, he didn't want to cause trouble. And there were too many beauties in the Interstellar era. Yang Bo waited for more than 10 minutes. And the car came back. He looked at the semi-finished products he bought. That is, pre-prepared dishes. It's too bad. Yang Bo returned to the dormitory and took out the semi-finished products. First, it was vegetables similar to salads. All kinds of miscellaneous vegetables were poured together. And then some sauce was poured. And then a can was opened. And that was it. After eating, Yang Bo had nothing to do for a while. and he couldn't go home for the time being. It was stormy outside again. So Yang Bo simply used the shared vision to watch the pharmacist who escaped from the three's laboratory making medicine. Although Yang Bo knew that it was useless to watch, he wanted to find out where the other party was, what force he served, and whether this force was involved in illegal things. When Yang Bo felt bored, the military's game department felt that the days were long. I won't talk about yesterday, but today Yang Bo didn't play the game when he was supposed to play. This made the people in the game department feel a little bad, because Yang Bo went offline last time and didn't go online for many days. Yang Bo can help people in the game department get promoted and make money, so he is valued by the game department. Yang Bo stayed in the dormitory all day and didn't go out. Lu Jijia was also busy with meetings because he had just been elected as a counselor, and there was another violent incident. As for Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, Yang Bo would not take the initiative to contact them. Lu Jijia not only had to attend meetings, but also some cocktail parties. To put it bluntly, cocktail parties are for these counselors to communicate with each other and reach a consensus on certain interests. So when Lu Jijia came back, it was already evening, and he had no chance to find Yang Bo for a midnight snack or something. The next morning, Yang Bo signed a compensation for the damages suffered from the last nuclear bomb attack, and compensated 150 million credit points. After all, the Interstellar Society had not suffered a nuclear bomb attack for hundreds of years. Of course, whether it was really a nuclear bomb attack was no longer important, because the official had already made a conclusion that the illegal personnel of the Crimson Federation used nuclear bombs to carry out terrorist attacks. On the third day, Yang Bo signed another document, which was that the March Star official would first pay for his damaged house and the facilities inside. After Yang Bo signed, the official repairs would be carried out immediately. On the fourth day, Yang Bo entered the laboratory under the dormitory and made a batch of medicine. During this period, Yang Bo met Lu Jijia, but neither Zhou Rui nor Wang Muxue saw him. Zhou Rui was busy with her election slogans and volunteer organizations. After all, if she wanted to fool others, she must be able to come up with something. As for Wang Muxue, she was training the personnel on the fleet, because the fleet had fewer personnel before. The new members now needed training and exercises. Great. On the fifth day, Yang Bo finally returned to his villa. The second and third floors of the villa were empty before, but now they are filled with all kinds of high-end furniture, various high-end artworks, and even luxury goods. These are nominally things destroyed by the Crimson Federation military personnel. The news report said that the rich people invaded by the Crimson Federation soldiers lost more than 500 million credit points. In other words, the decoration and various furnishings on the second and third floors of Yang Bo's house are really 500 million credit points. This is too much. Yang Bo opened the closet and thought it was empty, but it was filled with clothes for all occasions, and it seemed that they were all bought according to his body shape. There are casual wear, work wear, formal wear, jackets, overcoats, belts, shoes, etc. And the materials are also varied, and they are all high-end brands. If you don't spend 500 million like this, there are also bags and accessories for women in the other rooms. After all, we have to present the bill for your loss to the public, and it is the judicial department that has passed the emergency claim channel. Lu Jijia shrugged. Why didn't you go out with my aunt? Lu Jijia didn't have time the past 2 days. He wanted to get together with a few people, but he was too busy these days. I am learning pharmaceutical skills. Although I have good talent, I have to work hard. Yang Bo could only lie like this. Lu Jijia really fell for it. Nothing is easy. I have been attending cocktail parties in recent days. Every night until midnight. I have to be touched by those socialites at the cocktail parties. You are a member of parliament now. Isn't it time to enjoy yourself? Yang Bo heard this and smiled. I haven't gotten married yet. I will talk about it after I get married. I must not ruin my reputation before I get married. Are you satisfied with the maintenance and renovation of this room? Lu Jijia shook his head and took out a document and asked. I am very satisfied. Yang Bo was also a little speechless about what Lu Jijia said. Then sign it. You'd better not go out for a while. Now your doors have been changed to better quality composite energy metal. The documents Lu Jijia gave were the documents for compensation. After Yang Bo signed them, it meant that the compensation was completed and the acceptance was qualified. You must be busy recently. Right? Yang Bo didn't want Lu Jijia to disturb him, because he was about to leave. Parliamentary affairs, company affairs, and some blind bastards in the family are said to be coming to cause trouble. The last time the family came, they died, and they will send someone else to come. Lu Jijia nodded. There were too many things to do recently. Then I won't bother you. I'll take a closer look. I've been learning more about medicine at home recently, and strive to make higher quality energy potions as soon as possible. Yang Bo also wanted to go to Annie and Xia tonight, because he would leave in stealth on a spaceship tomorrow night to do something. The guy who escaped has not been found yet. You must be careful. Please contact me as soon as possible if there is anything. Lu Jijia instructed again. Yang Bo nodded. And then Lu Jijia left. Yang Bo carefully checked the 2 rooms, and did not find any eavesdropping equipment. As for the decorations in the house, Yang Bo did not care. Instead, he came to the basement, and observed the progress of his several experiments, and found that there was no big problem. Then he went out in stealth, and came to the small villa in the city. Dear, why don't we immigrate? Yang Bo's appearance made Annie very happy. She hugged Yang Bo and kissed him hard. And then said, Why? It may be a war. Both states of the Crimson Federation have launched terrorist attacks on our planet. Annie didn't know where she heard it. And she actually said this. Don't be afraid. There are actually hidden stories behind these 2 incidents. Yang Bo felt that he had gone too far in these 2 incidents. What if he scared away all the people on the planet? He still had so much land waiting for someone to take over. What's the hidden story? The nuclear bomb attack was a personal grudge between them that lasted for decades, involving 2 families. As for the recent invasion of the rich, it was also a personal grudge. Yang Bo could only roughly explain to Annie. And the properties we invested in, as well as the land I invested in, have not yet reached the best time to cash out. After hearing what Yang Bo said, Annie asked with some concern, So, will there be another attack? I can't guarantee that. In fact, other planets are similar. Otherwise, they would not open mechas to the public. It's just that many things on other planets have not been reported. Yang Bo didn't know what to say, because it was foreseeable that many things would happen, because there were too many things involved in March Star. Not to mention other things. The grudges between young Master Zhang and his family might cause major conflicts. We have established a volunteer association on our planet. It is said that the rich people on our planet were invaded this time, and it was discovered by the staff of this volunteer association. I want to join this association. It is said that they have helped to sign some auxiliary agreements. Annie's next words were unexpected by Yang Bo. Chapter 468. Whose fault is it? Yang Bo didn't know what to say now. If he was to talk about a trick, this was his idea. Yang Bo knew that the matter between Annie and Xia would definitely be known by others. If he denied Annie's idea now, how would Annie look at him if she knew about it in the future? Your current task is not to join these associations, but to work hard to make yourself stronger. Every month I will lead you to do tasks, and then brush the bonus. Buy what you should buy, and spend the money you should spend. Yang Bo could only say this to Annie from the side. Sometimes I feel that my life is a bit boring now. When I didn't have money before, I didn't feel so bored at home. On the contrary, now that I have money and ability, I don't seem to live a happy life. Annie nodded when she heard this, but said a little unhappy. You are just lazy. Yang Bo said unhappily when he heard this. You have done everything. Shouldn't I be lazy? Let's go upstairs and move around. Yang Bo smiled. Yang Bo spent a happy night in Annie and Xia's villa. After a good activity, he successfully dispelled the idea of the 2 people to join the volunteer. It seems that this volunteer association is successful. Yang Bo didn't have time to see how Zhou Rui operated. Yang Bo came out of Xia and Annie's house, and returned to his other villa in the city. At this time, the storm had passed, and the invisible Yang Bo saw the most flying machines. These intelligent machines were cleaning the entire city. Yang Bo found a place in the mountain and took out Mr. Jiu's communicator. He saw some messages from young Master Zhang, and then went back to the villa in stealth. The garbage around the villa has basically been cleaned up, because Yang Bo has activated automatic payment. That is to say, after every storm, Yang Bo no longer needs to confirm the bill. Anyway, Yang Bo can't complete such a large private land by himself, and Yang Bo doesn't have the relevant equipment. Then Yang Bo sent a message to the fat boss and Zhou Rui, saying that he was studying medicine recently, and if there was anything, please leave a message for him. Then Yongbo put the control device designed last time in the internet room. And then put the communicator under the control device. Then Yongbo went to the basement. Checked all the test products. And then emptied the space box. There are 3 tasks this time. The first is to get back the energy metal that belongs to you. The second is to deal with the people from the Zhang family. The third is to see the owner of the insect. The invisible Yongbo successfully arrived at the airport. And then took the airspace transport plane to the passenger and cargo spacecraft in space. Found it. Yongbo saw the owner of the bug. The young man had red hair, earrings on his ears, nose studs on his nose, and was wearing leather jackets, leather pants, and leather boots like motorcycle clothes. He gave people a very cool feeling. Of course, that was what the people on this planet thought. But Yongbo felt that this guy was not a good person at first glance. 9 days. Yongbo felt a little annoyed, because it would take another 9 days to reach the destination. Young Master Zhang paid extra money to deal with the people from their family outside the March Star region. So Yongbo had to start at the first airport hub outside the Star region. It will take about a month to complete this mission. 18 days to go back and forth. And we have to wait a few days in between. The reason for waiting a few days in between is that there is a time gap between the 2 tasks. There is no way to do anything. Yongbo, who was invisible, could not go to the cargo hold, because he was not sure what goods were in the cargo hold, and where they were unloaded. A passenger and cargo ship is like a container ship on Earth. Every port has cargo to load and unload. So if you are not careful, you will be easily locked in the cargo hold farthest from unloading. There are still many people who left March Star. There have been a series of vicious incidents on March Star recently. So some people with less courage have immigrated. This girl is good. But I don't know if she used genetic drugs. This man's dress is too weird. Yongbo did not eat or drink on the spaceship to maintain his invisible state. And fortunately Yongbo himself had plenty of energy. The spaceship set sail soon. On the 7th day, the spaceship made a space jump. Because the status of March Star has been improved. The speed of the spaceship has also increased. It used to take 9 days to reach the space jump point. But now it only takes 7 days. Because the speed of the spacecraft depends on the cargo and passenger traffic on the route. March Star was not well known before, and was still an undeveloped planet. So the spacecraft was operated in the most economical way. At this time, Yongbo found a place to show his body. When the spacecraft jumped in space, Yongbo found that his space box space and mecha space were instantly merged together. Too amazing? The space mecha and space box that Yongbo used before seemed to be 2 independent spaces. Because at that time, Yongbo could only feel the existence of the space mecha and the space box. As for what the mecha and the box looked like, Yongbo could not perceive it at all. Now Yongbo vaguely felt that the space box and the space mecha were floating in a dark space. Just like a bubble in a glass. Could it be that quantitative change caused qualitative change? When the spaceship space jump ended, Yongbo became invisible again. But now there is no place to test what happened. So Yongbo did not think too much. Because in this world, the research involving space is done by the top researchers. And Yongbo knows that he is a rookie, and does not dwell on the reasons for these things. Just like Yongbo played games very well on the computer in his previous life. But you asked Yongbo to talk about the principle of this computer, the structure inside the chip, and then the underlying logic of the system, and the specific structure of the circuit board. Yongbo did not know it all. Anyway, the computer was good to use. And he did not dwell on why it was so easy to use. This bastard has been in the cabin all day. Is he scared? Yongbo originally thought that the owner of the bug would relax his vigilance on the spacecraft. After all, he had left March Star. Who knew that the bastard would come out for a stroll every day? The first time Yongbo went into his cabin with this guy, he didn't come out until the next day. Once again, I visited this airport. There is no planet where people can live here. It is just a transit hub on a transportation line. It is a bit like a service area on a highway, because it is the intersection of several routes. A hub for the distribution of people and goods. This kind of airport has its own defense system and army. Yongbo successfully followed the people getting off the spaceship to the airport invisibly. Finally, I can have a good meal. Yongbo found a bathroom as soon as he got off the airport, and then showed up. Yongbo is now wearing a gray sweater, a hat on his head, and a pair of sunglasses that can cover most of his face. The sweater looks a bit loose, and he is wearing a pair of ordinary sneakers. Then Yang Bo came to the restaurant. Regardless of whether it was pre-prepared or not, he ordered a full table and started eating. Tomorrow is when those people from the Zhang family will come. Yang Bo looked at his watch. The watch on his hand is the watch that he used to contact young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang did not send any new information, which means that everything is normal. To be honest, this pre-prepared dish tastes pretty good. Yang Bo ate this plate of pre-prepared food, which is a kind of meat. There are many kinds of meat in the interstellar space. The most expensive is the kind of meat raised on the ranch, and the cheapest is the meat cultivated by technology. As long as there is energy, any meat can be cultivated, and the cultivated meat can be whatever you want, such as marbled beef, and any quality you want. You can have as much intermuscular fat as you want. And of course, you can cultivate beef that tastes like chicken. You can also eat fish that tastes like beef. Just embed the gene and cultivate it. Huh? Yang Bo was eating a kind of mushroom, which was canned mushrooms, which were heated and poured into a plate for you, and suddenly saw a person who looked familiar. Where have I seen this person before? This person was eating not far from Yang Bo, and he was also eating pre-prepared dishes. But it gave Yang Bo a sense of disharmony. Shouldn't it be? Yang Bo lowered his head while eating, thinking carefully about where he had seen this bastard. I remember now. No wonder I felt familiar with him. These are the bastards of Red Earl. No wonder I felt that his movements when eating pre-prepared food were a bit awkward. As if he shouldn't come to this kind of restaurant. He should go to that kind of high-end restaurant. Yang Bo finally remembered. Could it be that Red Earl is going to cause trouble here? Didn't I do a lot of harm to Red Earl? In the end, I killed more than half of their senior executives in the underground high-speed network. Yang Bo muttered to himself. This is the advantage of wearing sunglasses. Your eyes can observe the people around you casually, and the people around you won't notice. This is what Yang Bo learned from movies on Earth. In the past, Yang Bo saw those agents like to wear sunglasses, thinking that they were pretending to be pants. But it turned out to be convenient for agents to observe the situation. After all, without sunglasses, their eyes will roll around and look around, and they will definitely be noticed. Another one? Yang Bo observed carefully and found a person sitting in the corner of the restaurant. This person was holding a book and reading. There were many tourists coming and going here. It was normal for someone to sit down and read a book. But this person gave people the feeling that he should be reading in a library, not in such a casual occasion. Did the Zhang family arrive today? Yang Bo sat in a position where he could easily see the entire restaurant and the restaurant entrance. He saw that there were 17 or 18 people at the restaurant entrance at once, giving people the feeling that it was a tour group. But there were real acquaintances among them. 5 of them were in the message sent by young Master Zhang. Do you want to let Red Earl take the blame? Anyway, Red Earl is already as black as it can be, but I'm afraid that young Master Zhang will misunderstand that I have a relationship with Red Earl's people. Yang Bo felt a little unsure about what to do, mainly wanting to get things done. Chapter 469, Anger. Let Master Zhang see who is the real person who came from the Zhang family this time. But what if you can't take pictures? I seem to have the ability to draw? Forget it. Leave the problem to Master Zhang. Yang Bo used the communicator to send a message to Master Zhang openly. It was midnight on March Star. After Yang Bo sent the message, the butler Niu Bo quickly knocked on Master Zhang's door. Master, Mr. Jiu found traces of our family members at the transportation hub. The identity information of several people sent last time has been confirmed. The other party disguised as a tour group. After being invited in by Master Zhang, Niu Bo quickly reported. These bastards. Master Zhang was also very angry when he heard this. Obviously, the person who gave him the information was either unreliable or had other tendencies. The other party has 18 people. But Mr. Jiu is not sure who the main person is now. Niu Bo continued. Ask him if he can take a photo? Master Zhang heard that there were 18 people and snorted coldly. No. It's in public. Niu Bo shook his head and said. Then what do you say? Should we send him the information of our family members? Young Master Zhang frowned slightly and asked. Isn't it a bit risky to do this? Niu Bo hesitated and asked. Niu Bo, do you think the family is willing to let me manage March Star? Why are they coming here in secret? If they want me to manage this planet, they won't come here in secret. And these are only the 18 people in the open. Who knows if there will be other people from the family? The family has contacts with many illegal organizations. Do you think if the family can't do anything to me, will they turn to illegal organizations? 2 mutant creatures have been discovered on this planet, and the future development prospects are not small. What is the probability that the family is willing to hand over this planet to me? Young Master Zhang calmly asked Niu Bo a series of questions. After hearing these words, Niu Bo took a deep breath. Young Master, I just know that there are about 300 direct descendants of the Zhang family, and there is only one March star. There are some things that Niu Bo can't say in person, because Niu Bo is not a member of the Zhang family. As a subordinate, Niu Bo can't answer for the young master. Otherwise he will have a thorn in his heart when he regrets it in the future. Some people say it's impossible. Everyone will get old. When you are old, don't you regret what you did when you were young? Looking back at that time, maybe the things that seemed fatal at the time are not so important. Besides, there is only one Zhang family after all. Then give all the information of our family members to Mr. Jiu, especially the more than 200 people in our direct lineage. At this time, Niu Bo received another message, widened his eyes, and then quickly reported, Mr. Jiu sent a message that the Red Earl's people are in contact with the people from the family. Bastards. These bastards. They really want to find an illegal organization to cause an accident and send me away. As long as I die, this planet still belongs to the Zhang family. Now those people in the parliament don't mind changing someone from the Zhang family to be the master. Young Master Zhang was just thinking that he might be eliminated by the family by accident, because young Master Zhang knew that March Star was originally developed by the Zhang family, and many people on this planet have a deep relationship with the Zhang family. As long as the Zhang family promises not to affect the interests of these people, then the people on this planet will raise their hands and welcome the new master to manage this planet. I wonder if Mr. Jiu's news is false. Niu Bo kindly reminded. It shouldn't be. This matter will not do him any good, because he originally came to deal with people from our family. Young Master Zhang did not doubt Mr. Jiu at all, because Mr. Jiu's strength was too strong. Others didn't know, but young Master Zhang knew that the so-called Bomb Brother and Good Brother were all Mr. Jiu's team. Then, Niu Bo asked what to do next. Don't care about the people of the Red Earl for now. Do as I say. I want to see who in the family is colluding with my third uncle to target me. When Mr. Jiu robs my third uncle's spaceship that smuggles energy metals, I will go to my third uncle to report the good news as soon as possible. I want to see with my own eyes how sad and painful this old guy who calculated me is. Then my third uncle will be hunted down by the shipper. Young Master Zhang laughed. Yang Bo was having a meal in the airport hub, drinking a drink. To outsiders, Yang Bo seemed to be chatting with someone, and put the cup on the table, drinking the drink with a straw while chatting, thinking he was chatting with his beloved. Yang Bo received the information of their family's direct line members sent by Master Zhang. There are more than 260 people. This generation is considered the eldest son of the eldest house. So what about the next generation? Yang Bo was very curious, muttering to himself while looking at it. As for the people coming from the Zhang family, they have nothing to do with the Red Earl. It's just that Yang Bo wants to let the Red Earl take the blame for the Zhang family. That's why he lied to Master Zhang. It seems that these guys use camouflage potions. Yang Bo compared them, and found that there were no people in the information sent by Master Zhang. And then Yang Bo came to his senses. Then Yang Bo checked the flight to March Star, and found that it would take 29 hours. Do these guys want to stay? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then Yang Bo carefully observed these 18 people. And soon Yang Bo found that 2 of them were not right. The camouflage ability is still useful. Yang Bo took a closer look and found 2 middle-aged people. Or to be more precise, 2 middle-aged handsome men. This is very normal in the interstellar society. No one with superpowers knows how old the other person is. The physical appearance and body shape of the 2 can be disguised, but the movement habits cannot be disguised. These 2 middle-aged handsome men who look like ordinary people, the tiny movements when eating, formed a very small difference with the other 16 people around them. At this time, the Red Earl, who was reading, closed the book and walked out of the restaurant. Yang Bo saw that the other 18 people could not leave for a while, so he packed up and followed. The Red Earl walked into a supermarket. Yang Bo also took a drink cup and followed him while drinking the drink through a straw. And Yang Bo's movements were larger and his steps were faster. Soon Yang Bo approached the target. Yang Bo's dynamic vision can see the movement trajectory of everyone in the supermarket and make predictions. Just when Yang Bo was about to make contact with the other party deviated slightly in the direction in front of Yang Bo. It turned out that the target person was coming towards a smart shopping cart. Are you blind? The other party collided with Yang Bo directly, and the cup in Yang Bo's hand fell to the ground. It can be simply understood that the guy holding the book in the Red Earl changed lanes, and collided with Yang Bo, who was driving normally. Then Yang Bo drove normally, and cursed at the guy who changed lanes. I'm sorry. The people of the Red Earl are good at this. They look polite on the surface. After Yang Bo finished cursing, the other party turned his head with a smile, and bowed slightly to apologize. Walk with your eyes open. You are such a big man. Yang Bo lowered his head, and picked up the drink cup that fell on the ground, saying badly, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I will compensate you with a drink. The member of the Red Earl, holding the book, said sincerely, Get out. I'm the one who owes you a drink. Yang Bo left after saying this. Originally, Yang Bo planned to obtain biological samples from this guy, and then use his identity to deal with the Zhang family. But then he thought that the Red Earl's people should not be so easy to deal with. So Yang Bo had to use this method to irritate the other party. Yang Bo certainly knew what kind of personality the Red Earl had. Yang Bo felt that the other party's heart must be like a volcano right now. Brother, don't run away. Yang Bo hoped that the other party would find a chance to deal with him. Yang Bo bought some snacks, and then went to a place outside to sit down and eat snacks while waiting for a spaceship. Yang Bo did not pay special attention to the Red Earl's people. Could the Red Earl's kind of people stand such anger? Yang Bo was concerned about the Zhang family. After finishing their meal, the 18 people of the Zhang family walked towards a high-end hotel in the distance. This kind of aviation hub has many supporting facilities, including many chain high-end hotels, bars, and other places. Yang Bo got up and went to the bathroom next to him, then left the bathroom invisibly, and followed the Zhang family to the hotel urgently. After entering the hotel, he found that the 18 people of the Zhang family were entering the elevator. Yang Bo did not enter the elevator, but took the stairs next to him, and hurried up to the second floor. He did not hear any movement at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, and then hurried up to the third floor. He did not hear any movement on the third floor. Finally, he heard movement at the 10th floor, and found that all 18 people got off the elevator on the 10th floor. Although Yang Bo could not exert his superpowers and invisibility, his physical strength and agility would not be reduced. These guys are very smart. 18 people were divided into 18 rooms. Among them, Yang Bo suspected that the two disguised people lived in 2 rooms diagonally opposite each other, and the others around them were scattered around the 2 rooms. Then Yang Bo hurried downstairs and hurried back to the bathroom. However, in a store not far from the bathroom, I saw a member of the Red Earl holding a book. This guy must be very angry. The calmer he looks now, the more he is about to explode inside. Yang Bo came out of the bathroom and pretended not to see the Red Earl member in the store. Then Yang Bo felt a little annoyed. He definitely couldn't stay in a hotel because the hotel needed his identity information. Where should I find a place for the Red Earl to do it? Let's go to the bar. Yang Bo prepared to go to the bar because there was no need for identity information. Familiar taste? After Yang Bo entered the bar, he found that this place gave him a very familiar feeling. In his previous life, he was muddle-headed and came to places like KTV to relax when he had some money. Chapter 470 Action. The staff of the bar had seen all kinds of people, but the one who entered the bar wearing sunglasses must be a bit suspicious. So they hurriedly asked carefully, Welcome. What can I do for you? Find a seat and give me a glass of the most expensive juice. Yang Bo answered. The staff could hardly believe their ears when they heard this. But the bar was a service industry after all. So they nodded quickly, Okay. Sir, there is no minimum consumption for the booze, but there is a minimum consumption for the private rooms. Find a booth. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo didn't like drinking much in this life. Maybe he drank too much in his previous life. The staff quickly led Yang Bo to a booth, and 2 women were performing hard on the stage in the bar. This made Yang Bo feel like he was back on Earth. It seems that there are such places in all civilizations at all times. In ancient times, there were brothels. On Earth, there were not only KTVs, but also various wild circuses. However, wild circuses are just for viewing, and never go into tents, because most of them are biochemical maternal bodies. Sir, here it is. This is the bill of consumption in our bar. The bar still uses physical bills, because in places like bars, smart devices are generally blocked. Strictly speaking, bars are private places, And no one who comes here wants to be photographed and posted online. So there are shielding devices here. And if guests want to use smart devices, they can only have simple call capabilities. That is to say, all guests' watches and the like must go through the communication system in the bar to communicate with the outside world. This is mainly for the privacy of customers. In fact, most high-end places have such settings. Yang Bo directly ordered 2 of the most expensive juices. A glass of juice was sold for 3,500 credit points. But Yang Bo also understood it. After all, everything here has to be transported by spacecraft. Of course, there are many kinds of juices. Some are freshly squeezed, some are blended, and some are bottled. Of course, it is impossible to sell cheap goods in the bar. Freshly squeezed fruits are more expensive. Yang Bo saw from the corner of his eye that the guy Red Earl followed him to another booth. The young man with a book in his hand looked at Yang Bo in the distance. He was calm on the surface, but his heart was about to be swallowed by a volcano. Yang Bo's rudeness made the young man feel extremely angry. Because in the education that the young man received, facing such rude and unreasonable people, he must be taught enough lessons. I will use the sword in my hand to clean up the sins of this world. My sword is sweeping away the filth of the world. The young man held the book tightly in one hand and prayed in his heart. The young man saw the guy sitting across from him with his legs crossed and a glass of juice in one hand, which was totally unpresentable. What annoyed the young man the most was that he had apologized just now. But the other party was still targeting him unreasonably. After he apologized, the other party should respond to him instead of using rude words to hurt others. No one came to the bar to drink juice. But a grown man wearing sunglasses sat on the booth and ordered 2 glasses of juice. Why does this look weird? Juice is usually ordered by women. A grown man actually drinks this. Some guys who are a little drunk almost came up and pointed at Yang Bo and scolded him. Fortunately, the Alliance advocates freedom. Hee. Yang Bo could feel the angry eyes of the drunkards around him. But he still grinned. Because everyone in the Alliance has absolute freedom. Cool. Yang Bo felt that he was unaccustomed to others and felt very comfortable. In fact, Yang Bo did this because he didn't want to provoke others. After all, there were professional bartenders in the bar, just hoping that the guests would order more wine. Of course, there are some special services in these bars. But the special services are not in the bar. But 2 people talk privately. Even if the Alliance police found out later, the bar itself has no problem. After drinking a glass of juice, Yang Bo felt that the juice was okay. So he prepared to pick up the second glass. Sir, can I have a drink? A tall woman walked up to Yang Bo and pointed at the juice on the table. Sure. Yang Bo nodded. Then waved to the waiter in the distance and pointed at the juice on the table. The waiter nodded immediately, and then asked someone to bring a glass of juice. Sir, your hobby is very unique. Right? The tall woman sat down on the booth and said, I am allergic to alcohol, but I like certain things in the bar. Yang Bo turned his face with sunglasses to the woman while speaking. This woman was dressed like a professional wine hostess in the bar, and her super short shorts were just a little more than swimming trunks. The upper body is a tight t-shirt, revealing a thin waist, and the short hair and face look very delicate. However, Yang Bo just took a look, because he was not sure whether this woman was a woman. Sir, you are very humorous. The woman took the juice sent by Yang Bo, raised the cup, and clinked glasses with Yang Bo. Yang Bo also took it up and raised it, and then drank it himself. Unexpectedly, the other party drank it all in one gulp and put the empty cup on the table. 10 cups. Yang Bo just raised his hand and shouted. And he regretted it a little. He was used to it in KTV in his previous life. However, Yang Bo's action made the young man of the Red Earl in the distance even more angry. The woman who accompanied the wine did not expect Yang Bo to ask for 10 cups at a time. And to be honest, drinking juice is much easier than drinking alcohol. Other women who accompanied the wine also came over when they saw this scene. After all, it is more comfortable to drink juice for work. In less than half an hour, 3 or 4 women in Yang Bo's booth played small games with Yang Bo. Almost done. Yang Bo had actually been observing the young man from the Red Earl. That guy didn't drink alcohol, but water. And he drank the highest grade purified water, which was not cheaper than juice. At first, that guy would take 2 or 3 minutes to drink a glass of water. But now, he put a glass of water on the table and drank it in one gulp. And he looked at himself more often. Fill the table for me. Yang Bo knew it was time. So he asked the waiter to fill his table with juice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The 3 or 4 women who accompanied him with the drink shouted coquettishly. You know, there is a commission for drinking these things. How much is a glass? This scene made the others angry, regardless of whether they were men or women. Most of them still cared about these things when they came to the bar. The waiter was so happy that his mouth was full of smiles. You guys drink. I'm going to the bathroom first. After Yang Bo paid the money, he greeted and went to the bathroom. Sir, come back early. Sir, do you want me to help? The women who accompanied him with drinks also joked with laughter. Yang Bo entered the bathroom. Each bathroom here is independent, and there is no distinction between men and women. Of course, there are also open and semi-open ones, because the toilets in the Alliance used to be divided into men and women or neither men nor women. But after several protests, the Alliance has hundreds of genders, and these people also advocate freedom to go to the bathroom. In the past, the Alliance was a separate position in a toilet, but some people protested that there was freedom to go to the toilet. So there was an open position here. Then someone protested that we want a semi-open one. And you don't set up a semi-open one, which is discrimination against us. So you can see a lot of weird things in the toilets in public places. Of course, Yang Bo suspected that these guys had a fetish of exposure. But fortunately, the people who came to the bar were actually quite normal, because there were many types of bars. Yang Bo had just pushed open the door of a restroom and walked in when a figure came in immediately. The Red Earl youth was already like an angry volcano. When he saw Yang Bo go to the restroom, he followed him and rushed in immediately when Yang Bo entered a separate cubicle. But the next second, the young man felt a hand grabbing his neck. And then he felt a stinging pain and his eyes went dark. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the young man, who was stunned by his powerful electric current. The young man just opened his eyes wide, obviously not believing that he would be caught by someone. Yang Bo took a hair from the young man, used his camouflage ability to become a young man, then took off the young man's watch, put on the young man's clothes, and put his own outfit in the bathroom. It should be about right. Yang Bo felt that his electric current had stunned this guy, which should be enough for him to do his business and come back. Yang Bo left the bathroom and closed the bathroom door, but put a do not disturb sign. I'll be back soon. Please save the seat for me. After Yang Bo disguised himself as the Red Earl and walked out of the bathroom, he called a waiter to pay his bill, and then gave a tip and said, Okay, sir. The waiter nodded after seeing Yang Bo pay the bill. Everyone's smartwatch reads the user's biological gene sample, of course, combined with voice prints and iris heartbeats, etc. However, Yang Bo's disguise was not a problem at all, because Yang Bo disguised himself as the original appearance of the Red Earl. Hee. Yang Bo smiled, and then walked towards the hotel in the distance. It only took 1 minute to get a room on the 10th floor of the hotel. It took only 5 minutes for Yang Bo to get to the room on the 10th floor. The rooms in these high-end hotels have strong sound insulation and shielding capabilities. The next step is for the Red Earl members to carry out terrorist attacks. Yang Bo took out several electromagnetic bombs from the space box. Of course, before that, he checked the safety of the hotel room and the door of the hotel. Otherwise it would be a joke if the door next door could not be opened. Yang Bo took off his coat to cover the electromagnetic bombs in his hand, and then came to the outside of the room where Yang Bo suspected that the 2 Zhang family members were disguised. Collision! Yang Bo's whole body slammed into a door. This door was directly knocked out by a huge force, and the whole door smashed directly into the room. And at this time a shrill alarm sounded in the hotel. The door of the next room burst open, and a man in armor just appeared, and saw an electromagnetic bomb falling from the air to the ground. Electromagnetic bomb. The man in armor screamed. Chapter 471 Accident. Although the bodyguard next door wearing armor is also an A-level evolver, when he saw the bomb falling to the ground, he jumped back to the room like a grasshopper and closed the door. The people in other rooms just opened the door and heard the warning, and slammed the door. For a while, the whole floor was filled with the sound of doors slamming. Yang Bo had already rushed into the room. There were actually 2 people in the room, but Yang Bo did not look at the middle-aged man who came in. Instead, a person Yang Bo was very familiar with appeared, because this person was the one in the message sent by young Master Zhang. I will use the sword in my hand to wipe out the sins of this world. Judgment. Yang Bo shouted in a mysterious way. One of the two people in the room had a flash of light on his body. Crack the sky. Yang Bo's eyes shrank when he saw this. And the crack hidden in his chest was also ready to move. At this moment, the electromagnetic bomb outside the door exploded. Yang Bo could feel that there seemed to be electric sparks exploding between every pore of his body. Yang Bo himself had electrical superpowers. So he had a protective effect against the electromagnetic impact of the electromagnetic bomb. Instead, he could absorb the energy of the electromagnetic bomb and recharge himself. This was the strong electromagnetic impact caused by the electromagnetic bomb. The man who released the sky split screamed, and the shining light of the sky split instantly went out, falling 2 meters in front of Yang Bo. Yang Bo was also relieved. If it didn't work, he would have to use his sky split to defend himself. The entire sky split was only about 10 centimeters long, and was kicked away by Yang Bo when it fell. This air splitting instantly penetrated the target person 10 meters away. Fighter Pilot Plus 16. This room is a luxurious suite, which is very spacious. Of course, there is not much distance for fighting. The target person did not expect to be attacked in such a place, so he was not prepared at all. It was just the bodyguard next door, who was always on guard in armor. The strong electromagnetic bomb explosion triggered the alarm system of the entire airport, and the entire airport sounded a shrill alarm. Various unmanned robots began to move out. It took Yang Bo only 1 second from knocking on the door to entering the door, and then to the other party releasing the air splitting. The electromagnetic bomb exploded, causing the guy who released the air splitting to be mentally shocked and curled up on the ground in pain. Yang Bo kicked the air splitting away with 1 foot, causing a hole in the target person's forehead. But the back of the head was all splashed out. The flying blood and brain matter sprayed a layer of gorgeous and disgusting colors on the wall behind. Of course, Yang Bo did not see the scene, but only heard the sound of something on the back of the target person's head spraying on the wall from the sound wave detection. Because Yang Bo had already crashed into the room of another target person diagonally opposite. At the moment of rushing out of the first room, Yang Bo threw 2 electromagnetic bombs to both sides. Even the dead soldiers raised by the Zhang family were powerless in the face of this situation. Because if they rushed out to face the electromagnetic bomb now, they would lose their combat effectiveness and might cause permanent damage to their bodies. With a loud bang, Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded after rushing into the door, because the whole room was bursting red. Mecha Driving Plus 32. Combat Plus 16. 2 pieces of information popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Ugh! Yang Bo understood immediately that it must be the bodyguards and the target person in this room who were blocking behind the door. Obviously, these 2 people did not know the auxiliary effects of their collision. So under their full-strength collision, the 2 people and their armor exploded instantly. This door is not soundproof. Yang Bo knew why this happened. Because his sound wave detection could not detect whether there was anyone behind the door. Because the door of this hotel was soundproof too well. It seems that Master Zhang's information is not complete. In the information of his direct lineage, these 2 people were only D-level. But they were unexpectedly B-level now. And everyone in the Zhang family has ancient martial arts. But I have never brushed this skill. Is it because I am incompatible with ancient martial arts? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. At this time, the electromagnetic bombs thrown at both ends of the corridor exploded instantly. The alarm system in the airport detected a huge electromagnetic shock and issued the highest alert. Holiness, loyalty, courage, you dirty capitalists. You must wash with blood. Yang Bo shouted loudly, making sure that someone heard what he shouted, and then threw the last 2 electromagnetic bombs to both sides of the passage. Then he threw the book in his hand on the spot. And at this time the last electromagnetic bomb also exploded. The first batch of drones dispatched from the airport happened to encounter electromagnetic shock, and the whole thing exploded instantly. The police drones are not very good in electromagnetic protection. The main reason is that this corridor has formed a more intensive attack of electromagnetic shock. At this time, Yang Bo had already become invisible. As for the clothes on his body, Yang Bo directly set a fire, and also set the target person's room on fire. Because of the electromagnetic shock, the fire extinguishing system in the room failed. When Yang Bo came to the stairwell, he found that the residents upstairs were running downstairs. So the police robot could not come up at all. Only 1 police drone was on guard at the staircase. Yang Bo saw that many people ran out almost naked, including many beauties. Of course, they only looked at their figures, because these beauties covered their faces and looked at the road through the gaps of their hands. Men didn't care. Yang Bo came to the bar invisibly. The bar was now in a mess. But the broadcast suggested that everyone stay in the safe area. Most of the people in the bar were half sober. And they were cursing. Where is the safe area? At this time, there was no one in the bathroom. Yang Bo, wearing armor, suddenly revealed his body and opened the door of the bathroom. The style of the armor was made into clothes by Yang Bo in advance using metal superpowers. What should we do with this guy? Yang Bo thought about it and stuffed the man from the restroom. Red Earl. Into the space box. Now this man is not dead yet. And it is unknown whether there will be any problems in the space box in the future. Theoretically, there is air in the space box. Yang Bo changed into his own clothes again and came to the outside of the bar. No one paid attention to Yang Bo because everyone was near the door of the bar. Yang Bo took a glass of juice from the table of his booth. The scene just now was really disgusting. Everyone stay calm. Our military will definitely ensure everyone's safety. Yang Bo came to the door of the bar and found that there were already 2 unmanned military mechas and several military drones at the door of the bar. Someone was speaking from one of the drones. Damn you pigs. I'm a member of parliament. The social security of the alliance is getting worse and worse. You idiots in the military. Tell me where the safe area is? You sons of bitches. Don't even think about getting a penny from the parliament next year. Yang Bo heard several people cursing. And after listening carefully, he found that they were actually government officials, including a member of parliament. Gentlemen, please keep quiet. According to our latest news, the person who launched the terrorist attack is the Red Earl terrorist organization. The person in the drone said loudly again. And as soon as this sentence came out, the people in the bar took a step back. Then everyone looked around vigilantly, fearing that there were people from the Red Earl hiding in the crowd. After the last incident on Pato Star, everyone is now very worried, fearing that this airport hub will be controlled by the Red Earl's people. The alarms were constantly sounding throughout the airport, and everyone was asked to stay where they were and try not to move. At the same time, all the spacecraft around the airport temporarily left the airport. For a while, the entire airport was in chaos. Yang Bo followed the crowd to watch the excitement, and then followed the crowd to sit down in the bar. About 10 minutes later, the police led the team to the bar and took away all the people who the Red Earl youth had contacted. Moreover, even though such a big thing happened, no one came to check the identity information, and the police only took away the waiter who the Red Earl youth had contacted. Yang Bo looked at the congressman in the distance and knew why no police came to check his identity information. Moreover, the alliance would not check his identity information normally, because it would be a scandal if they did. For example, after checking, it would be that a certain congressman watched a striptease in a certain bar. Believe it or not, other associations or groups will come out to protest that this congressman is discriminatory. Some groups will protest that this congressman does not watch male performances, but only female performances, which is discrimination against men. Of course, some women's groups will also protest discrimination, watching female pornographic performances, which is discrimination against women. Therefore, the privacy of public figures and government figures is kept confidential. The garrison at the airport was shocked by the sudden terrorist attack. After the biological sample information of the dead people was found out, the commander of the garrison wanted to die. The dead were 2 direct members of the Zhang family, the major shareholder of Ping and Technology Company. This damn powerful person. Your family struggle has to implicate me. The commander of the airport looked at the series of evidence in front of him, indicating that the attack was a terrorist attack by the Red Earl members. But the commander did not believe it at all and cursed in his heart. This is called free conviction, because 2 mutant creatures were recently discovered on March Star, causing the planet's valuation to rise 100-fold. Zhang Letian just had an accident, although there is evidence that it was a revenge by Golden Shield Technology Company. Many people know where Zhang Letian's destination is and what he is going to do. And this time, 2 direct descendants of your Zhang family are going to March Star in disguise. What is their purpose? Although the evidence did not directly point to a certain person in both cases, the commander is sure that this is an internal fight in the Zhang family. Report? The commander felt that he could not handle such a big thing, so he hurried to report it. At this time, someone on the internet had already reported it. After all, Yang Bo's scream startled many people living on the same floor. Yang Bo in the bar also saw the news. And of course other people in the bar also paid attention to the news. However, except for some people whispering in the whole bar, no one dared to comment on the Red Earl's actions, because the people around were not sure whether there were still Red Earl people hiding in the crowd. Boom! But at this moment, a huge explosion scared everyone. Please be quiet. The military has just killed a member of the Red Earl. Please stay where you are. At this time, the radio issued a warning. Chapter 472 Zhang Boizhen's Concerns. Yang Bo was also stunned after hearing the report on the radio. These people from the Red Earl are so brave. These guys gave me a nervous feeling when I first met them. But I didn't expect them to expose themselves now. What are these guys thinking? Yang Bo knew what was happening outside the airport now. It was all blocked. There were not only police robots and police mechas, but also military robots, military mechas, and various drones. In this situation, let alone 1 or 2 members of the Red Earl, even if there were hundreds or thousands of them, they would be beaten into slag by these various technological weapons. Boom! Just when Yang Bo was a little stunned, another huge roar sounded, and it was obvious that someone was blown up. Superpowers have energy in their bodies. Once a superpower is using superpowers and is hit by lasers or other energy weapons, it will cause an energy reaction and then explode. Yang Bo didn't realize it just now, but now he knew it when he heard this sound. Sitting in the bar waiting for others, he was also a little scared by the 2 noises. At this time, Yang Bo found all kinds of news about the airport on the internet. There was a video of a Red Earl member sitting in a restaurant with a group of people, but suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Holy, loyal, brave, you!" While shouting, the Red Earl member attacked the innocent people around him crazily. Fortunately, he was hit by a laser before he finished shouting, and then the whole person burst into flames. The innocent people around were not hurt by the Red Earl's people, but were hurt by the explosion. Yang Bo was a little surprised, because didn't he shout this slogan? Is this the code for the Red Earl members to act? A bold idea came to Yang Bo's mind. Warning! Warning! Everyone keep a certain safe distance. Warning! Red Earl terrorists are lurking in the crowd. Please stay away from strangers. At this time, the radio in the airport sounded. Then the people around Yang Bo made way, because Yang Bo's dress was a bit strange. Of course, those other people who didn't know each other also kept their distance from each other, and some even stuck to the corner of the bar. Then the explosions were heard again in the airport. Several military drones and police drones flew into the bar and began to be on alert. And then 2 military drones came. These guys won't be so unlucky? What are these guys from the Red Earl going to do somewhere else? Yang Bo couldn't figure out why this happened. There are more videos online, some of which are of the same Red Earl member from different angles, and more of them are of different Red Earl members. In half an hour, 12 Red Earl members were found online, shouting slogans and attacking innocent people around them. However, most of these were in public places where cameras can be taken, and places like bars cannot be filmed. Then, without any surprise, all of these Red Earl members were blown up by lasers or even other energy weapons. The airport was attacked by the Red Earl. This matter has been spread wildly within the Alliance and has spread to other countries. Faced with a sudden situation, the Alliance reacted quickly and activated the emergency plan. However, the airport has been blocked now, and all emergency plans are made by the official. Fortunately, the airport has complete facilities, and the injured citizens have been sent to the hospital. However, Zhang Boizhen on March Star was a little bit unbelievable. 2 direct descendants of the Zhang family did die in this attack. But it was not Mr. Jiu who did it, but the terrorist attack of the Red Earl. Zhang Boizhen has seen the scene after the terrorist attack. The 2 people who came this time are Zhang Boizhen's uncle and a cousin. Zhang Boizhen's uncle can still barely recognize his original appearance. But as for the cousin, he can no longer be recognized, because according to the official results, the whole person was directly blown to pieces in the room. Then, there are 14 people in the Zhang family, and now one of these 14 people is actually a member of the Red Earl. Now all the people of the Zhang family, the largest shareholder of Ping and Technology Company, have been restricted from traveling and are awaiting investigation. Although the Red Earl member in the Zhang family team is not a direct descendant of the Zhang family, nor is he surnamed Zhang, he can only be considered a member of the Zhang family's core circle. But this also makes the Alliance's top leaders a little unbelievable. Happiness came a little suddenly. Zhang Boizhen didn't expect that his family would have a relationship with a terrorist organization like the Red Earl. But what made Zhang Buizhen's back a little cold was what kind of connection did this Mr. Jiu have with the Red Earl organization? What's going on? Zhang Buizhen looked at Niu Bo and asked. Mr. Jiu replied that he hadn't had time to do anything. And then the incident happened. Niu Bo didn't know whether to believe this answer. What do you think of this answer? Did the other party lie? Zhang Xiao also heard this answer and asked. It's hard to say. But I personally think that although the Red Earl is a terrorist organization, it is not so aimless and without a plan. Niu Bo didn't know how to describe what happened at the airport hub. In Niu Bo's opinion, the people of the Red Earl still have some brains. And they would never launch a suicidal attack in an absolutely disadvantageous situation like this. To put it bluntly, it's not a suicidal attack at all, but a suicidal jump. Because these people often jump out while shouting inexplicable slogans. And they are blown up by lasers or energy weapons before they finish shouting the slogans. It gives people the feeling that they are pure idiots. But the Red Earl organization has been able to grow to this point without being wiped out by the Alliance. So it is impossible that they are all idiots. So most people are confused in this situation now. And they don't know what happened at all. You mean Mr. Jiu still played a role in this? Zhang Xiao also immediately understood what the housekeeper meant. That should be the case. What's more terrifying is that I think Mr. Jiu must have mastered some information inside the Red Earl, which made the crazy people like the Red Earl come out to attack even in the current situation. Niu Bo nodded and answered. Zhang Buizhen nodded. In fact, I don't think it's so strange. A team like Mr. Jiu can accomplish those great things in the past. I'm afraid they are the kings of darkness. In our opinion, the Red Earl and his people are more mysterious. But in Mr. Jiu's opinion, there may not be any secrets. However, this time our Zhang family does not have the energy to deal with me for a while, leaving us enough time. However, when the family reacts, they will definitely not give up. After all, the value of March Star is getting higher and higher now. Zhang Buizhen breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young Master is also lucky to meet these kings in the dark. But young Master, do you think some things in the past are incredible? But now I think about it, I am afraid that some people in the past accepted the help of Mr. Jiu and his people. Niu Bo said again. I used to be very puzzled. Some family struggles that seemed to be weaker could have some accidents one after another, allowing the weaker party to win in the end. Now it seems that the so-called accidents are just artificial. What I am more worried about now is that Mr. Jiu and his people just want to get some information. They won't try to control me. Right? Zhang Buizhen asked a little worriedly. This possibility is not impossible. After all, these people in the dark act in a secretive way. Niu Bo was also a little worried. So what should we do? Zhang Buizhen was also a bit troubled when he heard this. Young Master, why don't you wait and see, and then pull your own team together? I think you need to contact the commander of the 9th Fleet first. Although it is a taboo for the military to contact government departments in the Alliance, our situation on March Star is special. Niu Bo made his own suggestions. Chapter 473 Strange. In fact, the 9th Fleet is in a more difficult situation than us. If the young master fails, the worst that can happen is that he will become a rich and idle person in the future. Of course, the premise is that the young master's deeds will not be leaked. If the 9th Fleet fails, then their fate will be miserable. The military's placement of the 9th Fleet on March Star is itself an open conspiracy. The star field under the jurisdiction of the 9th Fleet is not capable of supporting such a large fleet. The military wants to watch the 9th Fleet collapse from the inside. Niu Bo said. Zhang Buizhen nodded slightly when he heard this. Other fleets have at least 3 administrative stars and countless mineral stars. Otherwise, they can't support a fleet at all. Even if our March Star develops, it can't support a fleet. So I think the failure of the 9th Fleet is inevitable. Which is also the reason why I have never been too close to the 9th Fleet. No matter how powerful the 9th Fleet is now, the fleet has so many equipment and personnel expenses, and the fleet is still recruiting people frantically, which will further accelerate the intensification of conflicts within the fleet. The military will definitely not recognize these newly recruited people in the fleet, so there will be no relevant funding. And the military will definitely be very strict in the use of funds, and no one in the government is willing to get close to the military. After all, the contradiction between the military and the government is natural. Niu Bo, your suggestion is only one aspect. Although our current contact with the 9th Fleet can temporarily stabilize the current situation of March Star, but the collapse of the 9th Fleet is inevitable. Once the 9th Fleet collapses, We will not only be a thorn in the eyes of the military, but also a traitor in the eyes of the government and the parliament. Although cooperation now is helpful to both of us. But when facing a goal that is bound to fail, there is no need to contact it, let alone take risks. Under the current system of the alliance, it is a taboo for both sides for the government and the military to get too close. After hearing Jean Boision's explanation, Nyobo had no way to refute it, because what he said was very correct. The alliance implements the separation of powers. Anyone in the government who gets too close to the military will be excluded, suppressed, and liquidated by the government. Because in history, there have been people in the government who got too close to the military and then seized the power of the government. And the military does not allow anyone in their ranks to get too close to the government, because the military relies on government funding. And whoever gets too close to the government will be the only one in power. Young master sees farther than I do. Nyobo bowed slightly and said, Nyobo's suggestion is actually not bad. After all, this planet is still under the jurisdiction of the alliance. If the internal struggle of our Zhang family involves the taboo of the government, those people in the government will unite to liquidate our Zhang family. Now it's mainly Mr. Zhuo's side. I'm not sure if they have more ambitions. Zhang Boision was a little worried. Master, I actually have a more sinister way. If Mr. Zhuo and his men really have some conspiracy, then we might as well provide them with a more valuable target. Nyobo came up with an idea when he heard this. What do you mean? Zhang Boision's eyes lit up when he heard this. We will eventually break away from Mr. Zhuo. People like Mr. Zhuo, who are in the dark, are not suitable for us to have long-term contact with them. As long as the young master can control March Star, we can take the initiative to provide them with more valuable targets, so that we can retreat unscathed. Mr. Zhuo must be involved in a lot of things. Some major events in history may have something to do with them. There are actually no secrets in this world. It's just that the time has not come yet. Although the politicians of the alliance have also done a lot of illegal things in private, they should be much worse than Mr. Zhuo. So the young master should take the initiative to withdraw in the future. Nyobo continued. Then we will help them find more valuable targets first. There are many powerful families in the alliance. I think many people need friends like Mr. Zhuo. Zhang Boision nodded. In the airport of the aviation hub, Yang Bo was watching the news on his smartwatch. The alliance issued the latest report on the terrorist attack at the airport hub. There are actually 18 people? There is a person in the Zhang family's team. The destination of these people is actually March Star? What are these guys going to do? Are they going to assassinate Wang Wuxue? In the official report, the terrorist attack at the airport hub involved a total of 18 members of the Red Earl. And the identities of these 18 people were members of the first group of the Judgment Knights in the Red Earl. The Knights of Judgment is a terrorist organization under the Red Earl. Its main mission is revenge. Anyone who targets the Red Earl will be judged by the Knights of Judgment. However, the outside world is not very clear about the changes in the characters within this terrorist organization. No one knows how many people there are in this Knights of Judgment. The Red Earl has 3 major knight groups. The Knights of Judgment is one of them. The other is the Knights of Judgment. And the last one is the Holy Knights. Moreover, it was reported in the news that the proportion of A-level members of the Red Earl's knight group this time was only 5%. That is, there was only 1 A-level member in this attack, and the rest were all B-level members. This also indirectly shows that the Red Earl terrorist organization itself is losing talent. It seems that I was pretending to shout the slogan, which should be the code word of the Red Earl organization's action. Yang Bo did not doubt the Red Earl's people at all. As long as they heard the code word of action, they would act no matter what the circumstances were. Because the people of this terrorist organization obey orders very much. They have lost the basic judgment of right and wrong. That's why they jumped out and launched the attack under the surveillance of police drones and various mechas. 3 unlucky guys died. I killed these 3 unlucky guys. However, only 3 people died in this terrorist attack, and the rest were just injured. In terms of casualties, it is not very outrageous, but the impact is very bad. Especially at the airport where Yang Bo is now. Everyone is in danger. Everyone was resettled on the spot. And Yang Bo was placed in a private room in the bar. It must be said that the private room in the bar is very high-end, with a large sofa inside. And there are also various facilities such as toilets. Of course, the protection of this private room is also relatively good. The purpose of the airport doing this is to separate everyone. But even so, there are still people arguing with the police and airport security management personnel. Most people are still afraid that there are members of the Red Earl terrorist organization around them who follow the arrangement. I want to stay in the hotel. Not in this damn private room. And you delayed my trip. Do you know who I am? I have a very important meeting to attend. Yang Bo did not lock the door, leaving a gap to listen to the movement outside. Because Yang Bo was not sure whether the military would check the identity information. Because the ID information of the person Yang Bo pretended to be did not exist at all. The airport is an independent entity, and there are no natives on it. In theory, everyone here has identity information, because they all came down from other spaceships. Only Yang Bo came to the airport in stealth. In theory, it should be impossible to check identity information on a large scale. But Yang Bo did not dare to gamble. After all, it involves the Red Earl's terrorist attack. If the Judicial Department and the Supreme Court sign an order, the garrison troops of the airport can check everyone's identity information. Now announce an important news. According to the order signed by the Union Ministry of Justice and Chief Justice Moody of the Supreme Court, Airport 0364 will check the identity information of everyone. Just when Yang Bo was worried, the broadcast in the airport sounded. Yang Bo was a little speechless. If it was a simple, accidental incident, it would not cause such a big reaction from the official. But it involved the Red Earl. So the Alliance did not dare to be careless. However, Yang Bo had a response planned long ago. After hearing the news, he locked the door of the private room. Then Yang Bo came to the ventilation vent. Although the security of this private room is very high, don't forget that this is the airport. To be precise, the entire bar is actually like an independent spaceship cabin. And these private rooms are cabins in the cabin. There are many systems, one of which is the ventilation system. There is also a broadcasting system, which is standard in the airport. Even the bathroom has a broadcasting system. But the broadcasting system does not have other functions, but is just a simple broadcasting function. The vents in the private room are not very large. And there are some detectors inside the vents. These detectors have many functions. Yang Bo originally had no tools to dismantle the vents. But Yang Bo has the ability to manipulate metal. Moreover, mental power can discover the internal structure of the vent. Yang Bo used his metal manipulation ability to dismantle the vent. The vent was not very large, but Yang Bo enlarged it. As for the detector inside the vent, it was placed aside intact by Yang Bo. The main ventilation duct was still very large, but there were also detectors inside the main duct, as well as various other facilities, such as fences and air supply equipment. Maintenance passage. Yang Bo finally found the maintenance passage. There were not only ventilation ducts in the maintenance passage, but also various other facilities, such as various lines, energy supply, etc. The ventilation duct was divided into two ducts. The air supply system and the exhaust system, which belonged to the survival system of the airport. Of course, there were also various detectors in the maintenance passage, mainly used to detect whether there would be any problems in the maintenance passage. After all, the airport was floating in space. Any equipment in space could be hit by some unknown objects in the interstellar, and most of these detectors were for the safety of the airport. After arriving at the maintenance passage, Yang Bo became invisible. The reason why Yang Bo did not become invisible in the private room was to avoid exposing his ability. After all, when the room was assigned, there was someone inside. But now there is no one inside. Don't underestimate anyone. Not to mention that the Alliance is such a large country, and there are so many organizations. If it is like the situation above, it is very likely that people will speculate that you have the ability to be invisible. This looks similar to the structure inside a warship. Yang Bo looked at the various signs and designs in the maintenance channel, and felt very familiar. Now we have to wait for several days for the spaceship smuggling energy metal to arrive. What should I do next? Yang Bo felt that it was too difficult to do some tasks in the interstellar space, mainly because it was too time-consuming. WOC. Just after Yang Bo walked for a while, he was stunned by the situation in front of him. Yang Bo looked at the signs around him with uncertainty. This should be a maintenance center, but there are actually quite a few people living here now. The maintenance center is generally a maintenance node. There should be various intelligent robots stored here. In the event of any accidents, the intelligent robots will repair the relevant equipment. This maintenance node is a space with a diameter of about 30 meters and a height of about 20 meters. The originally neatly planned space now looks like a slum built by private construction. The place originally used to park intelligent robots has become a room. The most important thing is that Yang Bo also saw a lot of green plants planted. There are also many green plants in the airport, but most of them are ornamental plants. And now these green plants are used for eating at a glance. What's going on? Yang Bo looked back at the maintenance passage he had walked through. Everything was normal. But when he looked back at the maintenance center, this huge contrast made Yang Bo feel a little bit unbelievable. Who are these people? Yang Bo approached stealthily, ready to see who they were. The entire maintenance node was full of various lights. And it was obvious that these lights were built illegally. There must be a master here. Yang Bo looked carefully at the direction of the lines of these lights, and found that in the original maintenance node, various detectors were actually placed separately, which means that these detectors did not play a role in detection. After all, something as highly intelligent as an airport relies entirely on various detectors to obtain various data. And Yang Bo does not believe that there are no drones or other inspections in the maintenance channel inside the airport. It is indeed a planted crop. And there are fruits. This fruit looks like it has been planted for hundreds of years. Yang Bo observed very carefully. Is this a machine for culturing meat? Yang Bo saw another device for culturing meat, which means that as long as there is energy, this machine can be used to cultivate various types of meat. No children. Yang Bo estimated the people he saw. There were about 20 people, men and women, but no children. Yang Bo had a lot of questions in his mind. What exactly is this place? Why do these people live here? Doesn't the airport management agency know? Red Earl and these damn bastards. They actually attacked the airport? Yang Bo found that there were 7 or 8 men sitting under a rack made of green vines. These people were black in skin color. And one of them spoke up. What should we do if the airport is destroyed? I am worried that the Alliance will take this opportunity to drive us out of the airport. It should be impossible. We have occupied the maintenance center. Unless the Alliance is willing to scrap the entire airport. Yang Bo felt a little incredible when he heard this. From the current situation, the Alliance actually knew that these people existed and allowed them to live here? Chapter 474 Accident. And judging from the tone, these people are still forcibly occupying the maintenance center? Yang Bo became more curious after hearing the tone of these people. The Alliance has people of all skin colors. White, yellow, brown, black, and skin discrimination issues are also very common in the Alliance. However, the skin problem in the Alliance is not as intense as that in Western countries in Yang Bo's previous life. There are people of all skin colors in every class. But as for the detailed proportion of skin colors in each class, this data is not available. Because once this data is released, it will cause huge conflicts and impacts. In fact, the Alliance also intends to downplay these data, and will not release them at all. Red Earl and his people are destined to be eliminated by history. They just want to restore the nobility, and the special rights of some privileged classes. We should sanction Red Earl's people in the future. It's not up to us to decide. But the bastards on the committee. I think the bastards on the committee must have received benefits from the Alliance. Otherwise we haven't taken any action in these years. These people sitting under the vines, drinking tea and chatting. If you don't know them, you would think they are on the planet. It has to be said that the environment in this maintenance center is still very good. After all, there is also a survival system inside. And the air humidity and temperature inside are very suitable for human survival. It's just that the illegal construction in front of him is a bit annoying. Yang Bo is still a little confused now. Because the tone of these people sounds not only a little bit of a feud with the Alliance, but also a committee. I don't understand. Yang Bo found that he could not understand this so-called high-tech civilized society more and more. When he lived in welfare housing before, Yang Bo felt that he was a little crazy because of the control of the intelligence system. But if he lived in that environment since childhood, he would not have any other ideas. Later, he learned that the so-called residents were just a class created by the Alliance. And it was artificial. Yang Bo had no good impression of this Alliance. When the Pato incident happened, those guys in the military actually wanted to let the Pato incident continue for a while to brush the credit. And Yang Bo was even more disappointed with the entire Alliance. So until now, Yang Bo basically does his own thing. What about the laws of the Alliance? Bullshit. It's just a means for the powerful to imprison others. Of course, if the 3 countries are compared, the Alliance is better. Yang Bo did not stop, but continued to walk down along an open maintenance channel. After walking a distance, Yang Bo found that this maintenance center had also been modified, and there were people living in it. But these people all have white skin. Is it possible that there are people living in each maintenance center? Yang Bo seemed to understand. Yang Bo didn't know how many maintenance centers there were in this airport. So he left this place which was similar to the previous one. But the people inside had changed. He came to the next maintenance center, which was similar to the previous one. People living here were all yellow-skinned. And people similar to the previous maintenance center could be seen. It had been more than an hour since Yang Bo left the bar room. Outside the bar room, police drones and military drones were guarding outside the room. A policeman in armor came to the private room and knocked hard on the door, and shouted to the inside through the radio, "Listen, people inside, please open the door of the private room immediately. We will verify the identity information of everyone according to the order of the highest judge of the Alliance. This is also a routine method of the Alliance's judicial department. Generally, drones or intelligent systems are used for judgment. If there is a problem, other departments will be upgraded to make judgments. If real people come in armor, it means that the matter is very serious. Because most of the alliances at this stage use intelligent processing systems, there are still relatively few real people." After the policeman in armor shouted, there was no movement. The door of the private room was still locked. "Listen, people inside. I am Huang Bo, a senior police officer of the Airport Central Security Team. Police number 03425127. Now I warn you for the first time. After 3 warnings, we will break in." The police had no other choice but to follow the process. If they did not follow the process, they would likely face sky-high claims and even be thrown into prison. After the policeman shouted 3 times in a row, he retreated far away. There were also bar staff and bosses in the distance. A walking robot specially used for breaking doors came to the door of the private room. This robot looked like a walking door frame, and it was tightly attached to the door of the private room. Then the walking door frame and the robot lit up with rays of light. A big hole was cut in the door of the private room, and the police drone flew over instantly. But the next second, the police drone issued a shrill alarm, Level 2 emergency. The police officer outside was also stunned when he heard this, and hurried in, and saw the damaged ventilation duct. Police officer 03425127. Please confirm whether it is a Level 2 emergency. The control center immediately asked. Police officer 03425127 reports, confirming a Level 2 emergency. The police officer, who rushed and quickly answered. At this time, the police drone that had just entered had flown into the damaged ventilation duct. At one time, 7 or 8 police drones came to support from the surrounding area, and flew into the ventilation duct. The people at the airport control center saw the picture sent back by the drone, and knew that things were not good, because the ventilation duct was damaged like this. But the center did not receive any data. The middle part of the ventilation duct was also dismantled, and it was obvious that people had already reached the maintenance channel. The maintenance channel has the energy communication survival system of the entire airport, and all systems are integrated in this channel. And this matter cannot be broadcasted, because once it is broadcasted, it may cause greater riots. Of course, the video of Yang Bo coming in has been filmed. It took the control center less than 30 seconds to find that there was no video data of Yang Bo coming in. It seemed that this person appeared out of thin air, but no one cared much. After all, there were many people coming and going in the airport, and this person might have used camouflage drugs or other means to come in. As the manager of the airport, of course, he knew that the airport had many loopholes. Not only are there special passages for big people, but there are also some hidden passages for supplies. All drones and drone armors received Yang Bo's video data, and then launched a full-scale search. Oh my god! Yang Bo came to another maintenance center, and finally understood what happened here. Because this is a larger maintenance center. It is about 300 meters in diameter, and 50 meters high. And there are more places to store supplies. However, the boundary here is now clearly divided into 2 from the middle. And then a large metal fence stands in the middle. There are also signs on the metal fence. And there are neon-like words on these signs. Communist Committee. Everything in the Alliance belongs to all citizens of the Alliance. The airport belongs to all citizens of the Alliance. So as citizens of the Alliance, we have the right to use and reside in the airport, without the taxation of the citizens of the Alliance. There will be no airport. The airport belongs to all citizens. Oppose the Alliance Parliament to control the taxes paid by all citizens. The airport is a public asset, and we have the right to live and use it. The airport is not any consortium. Nor is it the private property of anyone. Protest the alliance selling the airport to a private consortium. Yang Bo now understands that the scene he saw was actually like this. In other words, this group of the Communist Committee occupied the maintenance center in the airport to prevent the airport from being sold to a private consortium. Moreover, Yang Bo also saw a lot of intelligent monitoring equipment. And both sides were monitoring each other, probably afraid that others would come to touch porcelain. TSK. Yang Bo was also sighing in his heart. Actually, there is such a thing happening here. The alliance will definitely not dare to report these things. But this committee is very much to my taste. Yang Bo felt that these slogans were true. Once a public resource like the airport is monopolized by a private consortium, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, at this time, many people wearing armor came from the opposite side, as well as police drones, unmanned mechas, and manned mechas. The other side, where many plants were planted, saw people coming from a distance, and they also shouted one after another. And soon dozens of people gathered. What do you bastards want to do? If you dare to cross this line, we will immediately destroy everything we can. If you force your move, we will immediately cut off the energy pipeline, let the entire airport go out of control, and will not let the airport fall into the hands of the private consortium. Yang Bo originally thought that the other side had so many drones and mechas, and these people who were fighting against them would definitely not have much good way. But he did not expect that the people who were fighting against them would be very arrogant and accuse them. And the fully armed people shouted. Yang Bo understood instantly that this was equivalent to saying that these protesters had grasped the weakness of the entire airport. For a large airport like this, if it gets out of control, the consequences will be too serious. It will not only affect the operation of the entire route hub, but also cause such a huge loss. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. An unknown person has invaded the airport maintenance channel through the ventilation duct. It's this person. We suspect that the other party is a terrorist member of the Red Earl. We need to check and sort out the entire maintenance channel. A man wearing a colonel-ranked armor quickly stood up and waved his hand. A virtual projection appeared in front of everyone. You dogs of the Chable. Get out of here in 1 minute. Otherwise we will immediately destroy the energy pipelines, communication pipelines, and control systems. You slaves of the Chable. Get out. You bastards raised by dogs. Get out. Although we don't have weapons, we control more than 30 maintenance centers in the entire airport. It turns out that the terrorist organization's attack on the airport is a conspiracy of your Chable. Yang Bo didn't expect that the people on the committee were so tough. Chapter 475 Things. Tradition. Yang Bo was watching the excitement nearby, and these two words popped up in his mind involuntarily. The fastest way to become famous in the alliance is to go against the authorities. As long as some groups can find more critical reasons, these teams will immediately become the hot teams of the entire alliance. In fact, the political ecology of the entire alliance is opposition. The entire alliance is full of opposition. The central idea of the vote of the alliance parliament is opposition. The opposition party will oppose any proposal of the ruling party. Oppose for the sake of opposition. So the entire alliance, no matter which team or organization, has only two words of opposition as the central idea. Even the game between Chables is a game of opposition and support. Citizens of the alliance have the freedom to oppose the government, which is stipulated in the first article of the alliance constitution. However, Yang Bo just watched the excitement, because Yang Bo felt that these teams in the alliance had lost the role they were supposed to play, and they were just opposing for the sake of opposition. Of course, Yang Bo also admitted that these teams also have their reasons for existence. Some people in them are for their own beliefs, but more are speculators. The head of the airport garrison was scolded by the committee members, but he could not take any action, because this committee has lived in this airport for decades, and the airport has to provide these people with a minimum living security, so that these people live comfortably here. Yang Bo watched the colonel of the airport leave with his men, because the people of this group threatened to immediately move all the systems of the entire airport, notify all departments in the committee to check if there are any strangers coming in. If any Red Earl terrorists are found, kill them directly. However, after the colonel at the airport left, the head of the committee directly issued an order. The airport maintenance center is our territory, and no one else is allowed to enter. You can't make excuses for the officials to let everyone remain restrained. We just don't want the airport to be acquired by the Chable. This is the property of all our citizens. Public property cannot be destroyed unless it is absolutely necessary. The person in charge is a middle-aged man who gave orders to others. It has been notified. All maintenance centers have been checked. We have also checked the data of the maintenance channel and found no strangers intruding. I suspect this is a trick directed and performed by the officials, just to take back the control of the airport. Yang Bo then realized that the people occupying this place are full of talents. Someone directly invaded the data system of the airport and read all kinds of data in the entire maintenance channel. But then he thought about it, and Yang Bo was relieved. These people must have some ability to live here. Otherwise, there must be various intelligent robots and some defensive measures in these maintenance channels. I also watched the news. The Red Earl's attack was a bit strange. But we must abide by the regulations of our committee. Unless we encounter danger again, we can destroy the various systems of the airport. The head of the committee said this openly under the surveillance. We have occupied the 9 most important airport hubs in the Alliance. We must not let the airport hubs become a tool for the Chable to make money. So we must maintain the purity of the team. And any non-committee members must be found. The person in charge spoke again. Another bald young man nodded immediately. Yes. I will immediately modify the program to control the patrol drones in the maintenance channel to patrol around the clock. And I hacked into the airport's command system and did not find any information about the suspect entering the port. At this time, the person in charge sneered. It must have come in from a special channel. And it is called a VIP channel. Isn't the VIP channel a privilege for these privileged classes? Their VIP channel and VIP channel do not have any monitoring equipment at all. So it is reasonable that no information can be found. The bald young man nodded. Any system requires sensors to transmit data. And these shameless guys don't even install sensors. At this time, Yang Bo found that some closed metal cabins in the entire maintenance channel were opened. And drones began to fly out of these metal cabins. And then began to patrol the entire maintenance channel. Balls also appeared on the walls of the maintenance channel. Yang Bo recognized that this was a detection device. These guys have already controlled the system to this extent. No wonder the first wave of people left. Yang Bo was more curious about the glasses worn by the bald young man who invaded the system. If there are people with special performance in the Alliance, it is best to stay away from them, such as bald people and those wearing glasses. Also, everyone should be vigilant and be on guard against these dogs and slaves breaking into the maintenance channel under the pretext of breaking into the maintenance channel. The person in charge arranged for other people to keep an eye on it. Seeing that he had nothing else to gain here, Yang Bo decided to find a place to hide first. So Yang Bo left the maintenance center. The maintenance passages were well connected, and Yang Bo could see the signs on the maintenance passages clearly. Drones flew back and forth in the maintenance passages, but nothing was found. Inside the airport's command center, everyone looked relaxed. The incident in the bar should be related to the committee. Maybe they brought some high-tech things to the people inside. This is not the first time. It seems that we still have to continue the blockade. They only provide them with the most basic living security. These bastards don't do anything to destroy the airport. Once they do something to destroy the airport, we can send out drones and mechas to force them away. These guys reacted so violently. They must have received some supplies. Inside the control center, the colonel of the garrison, the senior superintendent of law and order, and the commander in charge of airport management stood together, read the previous and next information, and then sat together to discuss. The airport hub is one of the most important interstellar transportation hubs. So there are not only military garrisons, but also police officers to maintain public order, and even government managers. In other words, the actual internal power of a small airport is also composed of several parts. For the second level emergency, should we just write the reason of the committee? Just write it like this. Anyway, this second level emergency did not cause any losses. On the contrary, the Red Earl's terrorist attack has too much influence on our airport, and I am afraid that the income will be reduced for a long time. This matter should not be our airport's responsibility. Isn't the destination of these people from the Red Earl March Star? Let's say that these members of the Red Earl organization are going for revenge to the commander of the 9th Fleet, and it has nothing to do with our airport. Yes, just announce it like this, so that the public will think it is an isolated incident. Although the garrison, police, and management scores in this airport are managed by 3 departments, everyone's income and position are closely related to the airport. So in the face of this crisis, the 3 people reached a consensus. When Yang Bo went around the maintenance channel and came out of the maintenance channel, The first broadcast he heard. The following is the latest investigation results on this terrorist attack. According to the investigation of the itinerary direction of the Red Earl members who participated in the terrorist attack, it is determined that the destination of the Red Earl terrorist organization members is March Star, and their ultimate goal is the commander of the Ninth Fleet. In addition, after 3 hours of investigation, we have found out the identity information of everyone in the airport, and now announce that the airport has lifted the alert. It's like farting. If Yang Bo hadn't seen so many people in the maintenance channel of the airport, he would have thought that what was said in the broadcast was true. Then the airport announced that due to the terrorist attack, the flight schedules of various spacecrafts were adjusted. The spacecraft that had left the airport at the beginning also slowly docked. And then the frightened people swarmed to leave the airport again. Yang Bo found a public toilet and disguised himself as Mr. Jiu, but changed his clothes and hairstyle, and strolled around the airport openly. We have to wait for another 7 days. Yang Bo felt a little annoyed, because there were still 7 days before the smuggling ship arrived at the port. In just a short while, people in the airport began to flow, and restaurants, bars, entertainment venues and hotels were all open. However, most people seemed a little anxious. After all, there were limited seats on the flight, and it was impossible for everyone to buy a flight to leave immediately. Yang Bo found a place to rest, then took out the virtual glasses and started watching the news. Young Master Zhang is relieved now. The first thing Yang Bo saw was that the Zhang family of Ping and Technology Company was investigated by the Alliance Justice Department, and a ban was issued, prohibiting all members of the Zhang family from leaving the current planet. Then the official report on this terrorist attack was similar to what was said in the broadcast. The Third Fleet is so shameless, because the place where the airport is located is under the jurisdiction of the Third Fleet. The Third Fleet requested more funding to ensure the safety of the airport. As for the Ninth Fleet, no one cared at all. Instead, March Star rushed into the hot news again and was rated as the most dangerous planet in the Alliance. No one else. It seems that Master Zhang is facing a lot of danger. Yang Bo found that the Alliance had sent a special investigation team to March Star for investigation. But our opportunity to make money is here again. Yang Bo felt that Master Zhang was a bit troublesome, and it would be better if he could make more money. Master Zhang was so angry that his face turned green on March Star. The Alliance announced the special investigation team, which must be aimed at March Star, which means that someone in the Alliance must also want to replace the Zhang family. Uncle Nyo, have you found out who it is? Master Zhang really wants to know who wants to attack March Star. No. My network of connections is probably also within the Zhang family. Now the rest of the Zhang family is under residential surveillance. Nyo Bo shook his head, then asked Mr. Jiu. Young Master Zhang thought of someone. Yang Bo looked at the information and was a little speechless. How do I know which family is going to attack March Star? But young Master Zhang said that the price is up to you. Do you want me to make one up? At this moment, Yang Bo felt that his space mecha seemed to have an energy covering the space mecha, and was going to take the space mecha away from the current space. WOC. Yang Bo felt something was wrong, and regardless of the message sent by young Master Zhang, he hurried to the public restroom, and after becoming invisible, he ran towards the special area of the airport. Because of the food, there was no detector there, and the shielding ability was stronger. Yang Bo was now thinking about finding a VIP venue quickly. Chapter 476 Teleport. Yang Bo also knew that there were VIP channels, and the like in public places such as airports. But he did not know that there were few or even no detectors in such channels. This was Yang Bo's biggest gain from coming here. If he had not heard the committee say this in the maintenance channel, Yang Bo would not have known that there were not only VIP channels in this airport, but also VIP-only living areas. Because these VIPs attach great importance to privacy, there are no detectors, monitors, etc. in the VIP living areas. Of course, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the VIP area. Not only are there special staff to block them, but there are also various defensive measures. Yang Bo's invisibility certainly does not exist in this situation. The words VIP channel look ordinary, and the channel to enter is just 2 staff standing here to check everyone's identity. At this time, there were people constantly entering and leaving the VIP channel. Obviously, the Red Earl's attack had a great impact on the people in the VIP channel. There are also VIP exclusive areas in large passenger and cargo spaceships. When Yang Bo immigrated, Pirates broke into those VIP exclusive spaces on the passenger and cargo spaceship. The space was so beautiful that those who didn't know would think they were on a planet. However, no matter how powerful these VIPs are, they can't leave until the spaceship leaves the port. Moreover, the number of VIP rooms on each spaceship is limited. After all, not every time there are VIPs living there. After entering the entrance of the VIP channel, Yang Bo felt that the space mecha in his space seemed to be pulled out by a powerful force. When Yang Bo passed through the entrance, his eyes were bright. There was a lake, grassland, streams, trees, mountains in the distance, icebergs, and a sun in the sky. In this endless space, there were several castle-like buildings. The lake was real. Part of the grassland was real. Part of the stream was real. And part of the trees were real. In short, Yang Bo could easily distinguish between virtual and real here. What a TM enjoyment! Yang Bo muttered, and rushed to the nearest villa. The height of this castle is at least 50 meters. And the color of the stone of the entire castle is a bit deep, giving people a feeling of great heritage. The gate of the castle was open, and there was a four-wheeled ancient carriage at the door. And the horses pulling the carriage were real animals. And the people in the house were carrying luggage to the carriage. Yang Bo directly squeezed into the castle invisibly. Hurry up. The spaceship will leave in half an hour. Don't dawdle. This damn terrorist organization has disrupted our schedule. A tall woman in the room shouted loudly. Yang Bo went in, and found that it was like those castles in Europe, with a spiral staircase winding upwards. Yang Bo did not choose to go up, but chose to go directly to the basement, because Yang Bo heard some movement above. The door of the basement was also half closed. After Yang Bo came in, he found that it was empty inside. Obviously, this was just a temporary resting place. If it is a real castle, there may be all kinds of good things from the owner. However, the basement is still built in the style of the castle, and you can even see pieces of stone. The basement of the castle is 15 meters high and looks a bit dark. There is a little light, but not much. Yang Bo looked at the door carefully and found that the door was actually disguised as a battleship armor door. At a glance, others thought it was just a simple wooden door. Yang Bo searched the entire basement at the fastest speed and found that the basement was more than 100 meters long and more than 80 meters wide. Yang Bo showed his body and knocked gently on the wall of the basement. It was found that the wall was made of real stone, but there was thick battleship armor behind the stone. As for what was behind the battleship armor, Yang Bo didn't know. Yang Bo quietly came to the door, listening to the sound of high heels in the hall outside gradually fading away. Yang Bo slowly closed the door of the basement and locked it from the inside. What should I do now? Yang Bo could feel that the mecha in the mecha space was receiving a strong traction. It seemed that he was going to take his mecha out of the mecha space at any time. Take a gamble. Yang Bo simply took a gamble and released the space mecha directly. After the space mecha was released, the entire surface of the mecha was covered with a layer of faint energy. As for where this layer of energy came from, Yang Bo was not sure. Yang Bo felt that the space seemed to be slowly changing, and the entire mecha seemed to be sinking into it. For the first time, I really felt the existence of the space barrier. Yang Bo did not expect that he would actually sense the existence of space for the first time under such circumstances. In other words, now this mecha is like being supported by the space barrier, and this space barrier is softening, and the mecha is about to sink into it. Could it be that the Dimension Company is playing tricks? Do you want to take a gamble? Will the Dimension Company destroy this mecha first? Will the Dimension Company modify the mecha after it gets it? If it continues to optimize and modify, I can ignore it. But if the Dimension Company wants to dismantle this mecha, I will be in trouble. At this moment, Yang Bo felt that the entire airport seemed to be sucked by a huge force and loomed. Then the next second, the mecha was out of its previous state. Yang Bo summoned the mecha and jumped directly into the cockpit of the mecha. Take a gamble. Yang Bo did not think that he was in any danger in this space mecha, because this mecha could be placed in a wonderful alien space, and its own ability to resist attacks and energy was very strong. The only thing to pay attention to is that once the people of the Dimension Company take the mecha over, how can I get back? Now Yang Bo is more worried about this. Yang Bo found that the energy consumption of the mecha suddenly increased, and the image outside blurred instantly. Here it comes! The next second Yang Bo felt a majestic space force directly pressing on his body. This power seemed to appear directly from the void, not from outside or inside the mecha. as if it appeared from the space where Yang Bo existed. This power was not the first time Yang Bo had experienced it, and he had felt it several times during the space jumps. Yang Bo found that his armor was repeatedly tempered by this energy. In a trance, Yang Bo seemed to hear a human voice. Then Yang Bo found that the images displayed by the mecha were normal. Didn't you find that your mecha was standing in a strange space? This space seemed to be a sphere. The walls of this space were all a silver-white material, which looked a bit familiar. A voice was ringing in this space. Number 001? The diameter of the spherical space was about 150 meters. But there were strange energy transmitters on the spherical walls. It must be broken. It must be fine. But the data of this mecha seems to be different from our original data? The energy metal covering on the surface of the mecha seems to be better? Do you think this mecha will be used by others? How is it possible? What should we do next? Should we report to the company? Those capitalists are not the previous bosses. How can we report without any data? First, send the mecha out and read its optical computer data. Chapter 477 Compensation. However, our way of retrieving it seems to be a bit against the law. After all, we have received insurance compensation for this mecha. It is precisely because we have received insurance compensation that we want to retrieve it. This is the power of technology. Those financial companies and insurance companies will never understand how small they are in front of technology. Everyone, stop talking. Be careful not to let it slip when you go out. We have the largest energy laboratory here. Each laboratory has an independent system that no energy can penetrate. I wonder if the owner of mecha number 001 will find the mecha. If he can't summon, will he go crazy? What do you mean by the master of the mecha? He is just a thief. I am curious about who stole this mecha back then. I think this is a conspiracy. Everyone come and take a look at the mecha. The current data seems to be a little wrong. It should be that when we resonate the energy frequency for the second time, the energy is leaking out. Yang Bo heard the voices of 3 people talking in the mecha. At the same time, there were constant sounds in the circular space. And then a mechanical arm emerged from the wall of the circular space. And then the mechanical arm grabbed the mecha and moved outside. What should I do now? Should I be invisible and listen to what good things are here first? I don't know where this place is now, and how to get back to March Star. But I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain if I'm invisible now. These guys should be researchers from the Dimension Company. Yang Bo originally planned to be invisible and watch the excitement from the side. But when he heard that this was an energy laboratory, he gave up the idea, because invisibility is likely to be discovered by others. After all, invisibility is also a kind of energy application. More importantly, Yang Bo felt that if he was invisible, he might be guessed that he would be invisible if he wanted to do something again. After all, there was no one in this laboratory just now. But a person suddenly appeared after a while. Then these smart people would definitely think of how he got in. It would be better to confront these guys head-on from the beginning. Yang Bo took a deep breath and watched the entire mecha being moved out of the strange circular space by the mechanical arm. I didn't expect the circular space to be so thick. It may be a space energy laboratory. Yang Bo found that the thickness of the entire circular space was about 10 meters. He had some guesses in his mind, but he was not sure. After the mecha was moved out by the mechanical arm, it was placed on a platform. And then the platform slowly rose again. Then Yang Bo found that his mecha was in a separate room again. He could see beams of light scanning his mecha. Yang Bo guessed that these should be scanning the outside of the mecha to prevent excessive radiation. The beams of light scanned for about half a minute, and the mecha was lifted up again. And then Yang Bo saw a very bright laboratory again. This laboratory looked a bit messy, because there were a lot of equipment, various mechanical arms, and there were 3 people in the distance. These 3 people were wearing silver protective suits, and all 3 of them wore one-eye glasses. Yang Bo knew that this was a kind of virtual glasses, which means that one eye can see the real situation, and the other eye can see some data or other things. I didn't expect that the energy content of the cover on the surface of this mecha has increased by 405%. The 3 people wearing silver protective suits stood on a flying vehicle similar to a scooter. The 3 people flew around the mecha, observed it and spoke. This is a very interesting phenomenon, but I don't know how it was formed. Let's read the data from the optical computer of this mecha and see if anyone has used this mecha in the past period of time. This original model of mecha is actually stronger than the surface impact resistance and energy defense capabilities of our latest researched mecha. It's all those damn capitalists who want to make a lot of useless settings on the mecha. These useless settings will increase energy consumption. And the entire mecha itself has energy metal to form an energy field. And they want to equip the mecha with more weapons, such as laser cannons. These weapon accessories will not only increase the control system of the mecha itself, but also increase the weight of the energy system, greatly increasing the burden on the energy engine. There is no way. The dignitaries of the Alliance are now less and less knowledgeable and cultural. They will think that space mechas equipped with laser cannons are stronger than space mechas without laser cannons. Yang Bo saw a mechanical arm next to him coming to dismantle the parts of his mecha head, apparently to read the data of the entire mecha. Just as the mechanical arm approached the head of the mecha, Yang Bo swung the cold weapon in the mecha's hand suddenly. The mechanical arm, which looked very sophisticated, was chopped off by the cold weapon. The three people in protective suits were a little dumbfounded. And then, they saw the huge cold weapon in the mecha's hand slapping over. That's right. This mecha directly slapped over with the plane of the mecha weapon. However, the skateboards under the feet of the three people seemed to have strong abilities, and they moved instantly to avoid the close-range attack of the mecha weapon. Yang Bo did not expect that the three opponents could avoid the attack of the mecha in an instant, and at the same time control the energy weapons in the mecha's hands to chop at other equipment on both sides. But the next second, the flying backpack behind Yang Bo's mecha started up. Yang Bo was in the space under his villa, controlling the mecha to run back and forth in it at high speed. And now this laboratory is much larger than the space of Yang Bo's underground villa. The three researchers were carried by the skateboard robot and retreated to the outside of the laboratory. But the next second, Yang Bo's mecha, with the help of the rocket backpack, was faster than the three people. When Yang Bo came to the exit of the laboratory, the skateboard anti-gravity robot carrying the three people had not yet arrived here. Yang Bo's mecha waved the huge energy weapon in his hand and slashed fiercely on an instrument next to the door, which was obviously the device that controlled the entry and exit of this door. Damn it. Something happened. The three researchers were driven wildly by the skateboard robot. The three did not expect the mecha to move. After all, how the mecha appeared was clear to everyone. Ah! There was a scream that resounded throughout the laboratory. The flying skateboards under the feet of the three researchers were frantically dodging in the entire laboratory. The three researchers could only hold the handles of the flying skateboards tightly. Yang Bo controlled the mecha, wielding the mecha weapon to destroy the equipment for entering and leaving the door. And then the rocket backpack of the entire mecha was quickly turned on again. And the entire mecha wielded the huge mecha weapon to chase and kill the three people. In fact, Yang Bo could have used the mecha weapon in his hand to knock the three researchers to the ground directly. However, Yang Bo felt that the result would be that the three researchers would be beaten into a pulp. There were still many equipment in the laboratory, and Yang Bo did not dare to damage these equipment too much. Otherwise, how could he return to March Star? So Yang Bo's mecha directly chased the skateboard robot of the three researchers. The three researchers were already scared silly. In such a small space, this mecha could actually chase the skateboard robot at such a high speed. The brains of the three researchers were no longer enough, because they had no idea what was going on. They just knew that there was a mecha behind them wielding a huge mecha weapon to kill them. The reason why Yang Bo did not stop now was to chase the three people and make them terrified, to make them realize what kind of existence he was, so that he could subdue these three people. Yang Bo was going to chase for 10 minutes. But after less than 6 minutes, the skateboard robot under the feet of the three researchers went on strike. However, the skateboard robot landed safely on the ground before it went on strike. The three researchers felt dizzy even after landing on the ground. Because Yang Bo controlled the mecha, the speed in this laboratory has exceeded Mach 2. The flying skateboards on which the three researchers stood were also flying at this speed. Although the three researchers were top researchers and superpowers, they flew for a full 6 minutes at a speed of more than Mach 2 in this small space. That is to say, the speed is 680 meters per second. And the entire diameter of this laboratory is only about 1 kilometer. And the various equipment in this laboratory further squeezes the space of this laboratory. That is to say, in these 6 minutes, at least hundreds of high-speed turns must be made in this space. After the three researchers landed, they felt dizzy and fell to the ground all of a sudden. Ugh! Ugh! After the three researchers fell to the ground, the face masks of the protective suits opened. And then the three began to vomit. Yang Bo sat in the mecha and smiled at the scene in front of him. All three of them were men. and they all looked like middle-aged and elderly people. The three researchers vomited for 5 minutes. And in front of them was the mecha weapon. The huge mecha weapon was less than 1 meter away from the three researchers. The three people felt the threat of death. Tell me. You stole my mecha. How should you compensate? At this time, a voice came from the mecha. This scared the three researchers again. You must know that this time the mecha directly used the space energy frequency to directly suck the mecha in. Are you a human? Three researchers. One of them is bald. One has silver hair. And the other is black hair. The bald man is a middle-aged man with yellow skin. The silver hair is a white man. And the black hair is also a white man. The one asking the question is the bald man. That's right. Yang Bo did not leave the mecha. And nodded in agreement. This is impossible. No one can. The three researchers immediately denied it when they heard it. Because there has been no successful experiment so far. That a person sitting in a space mecha can be sent into the mecha space and summoned out. However, one of the three knew he was wrong halfway through his speech. Because the scene just now was not something that ordinary people could do. Maybe it was the legendary genetic evolver who surpassed the A level. And you said that I wanted to sell the mecha that your company sold to customers. And then secretly stole it back. Will the shareholders and capitalists of the company kill you to silence you? Yang Bo's voice was very cold. This is obviously our company's mecha. The silver-haired man said. Then, you are suspected of insurance fraud. I believe your company will definitely send you to jail for destroying the company's reputation. And the bosses of those insurance companies will also let you enjoy your time in jail. Yang Bo's tone was very flat. Chapter 478, Nonsense. But this mecha doesn't belong to you either. Hearing this, the bald man spoke. Hearing this, Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. The mecha doesn't belong to me. Why is it in my hands? When Yang Bo said this, he controlled the mecha to move the huge mecha weapon in his hand, and instantly placed it in front of the bald yellow-skinned man. Although the bald yellow-skinned man was wearing a constant temperature protective suit, he still broke out in a cold sweat. Once he was hit by a mecha weapon several meters long. There was absolutely no chance of survival for the whole person. Speak, if you have the guts. Say another word. See if this mecha weapon of mine can make you soberly aware of the current situation? Yang Bo chuckled with a slightly sarcastic tone. The three researchers heard the sarcasm in Yang Bo's tone. But they didn't dare to talk back at all. The situation was stronger than the person. And the three researchers were still buzzing in their heads. Like a ball of paste. The space mecha was originally tested with many creatures. The mecha was put into the space. And then taken out. But without exception, all the creatures died. The researchers tried to use various instruments to find out the cause of the death of the creatures. But unfortunately they were unsuccessful. Because there will be huge energy interference when the mecha is put into the space and taken out of the space. The detection instruments and recording instruments have different recording results each time. However, the researchers also came to a conclusion that this kind of mecha is not suitable for people to be in when it is put into the space and taken out of the space. Researchers have also experimented with clones. And even with some criminals, who are still strong. But why can this person inside come to the place where he is studying with the mecha? And the mecha control level shown by this person just now let the three people know that the person in front of them must be a strong person. In fact, in the eyes of these top researchers, the so-called law is the rules made by the strong. Now it is meaningless to argue about the ownership of this mecha. Because someone else is sitting in the cockpit of the mecha. Since you are the owner of the mecha, this matter is meaningless. So do you want to compensate me next? I was controlling my mecha and fighting with others. But I didn't expect to come here the next second. You moved my mecha to this place without my consent. Tell me how to compensate me. Yang Bo has not figured out how to deal with the three people yet. And how to make the three people listen to him or reach cooperation. So Yang Bo now feels a bit unreasonable to the three people. Sir, if you want compensation, you can only go outside to connect to the internet. How much do you want? The three researchers didn't know how Yang Bo appeared here. And they didn't know who he was. They didn't know whether it was a person, an intelligent system, other robots, or bionic people. But this did not prevent the three researchers from going out to contact the outside world. Are you insulting me? Yang Bo said, while controlling the huge weapon in the mecha's hand. The three researchers felt a gust of wind. And then the other two researchers with hair saw the hair falling to the ground and hurriedly touched their heads. Sir, what compensation do you want? The bald man looked at the other two people's hairless heads and was shocked to see the white scalp, and said quickly. The other two people were already scared, because the mecha weapon was so big. If it was slightly offset, the heads of the two people would be cut open in an instant. Do you think someone like me would be short of money? What do you think of my talent show just now? Do you two want to shave your heads? My skills are still okay. Yang Bo was still making trouble because he hadn't found a way in. No. Thank you, sir. The silver-haired and black-haired researchers quickly refused when they heard this. What level do you think my mecha operation level has reached? Yang Bo asked again with a chuckle. At least a mecha master. Or even a grand master. The black-haired researcher answered. Congratulations on your answer. Then who do you think took my mecha? Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Yang Bo began to bluff. How could the three researchers know who took the mecha away? The three of them were just researchers in the laboratory, and they had no idea about many core issues in the company's management. Of course, smart people are good at association. The three researchers had discussed this matter privately before. That is, the mecha might have been taken away by the company to defraud insurance, because the company was facing problems with its capital chain and market recognition at the time. At that time, the space mecha was indeed developed. But who should bear the huge R&D costs? In addition, the first space mecha still had many imperfections, and there was no money for research. And the space mecha caused a huge sensation after it was lost. The reputation was immediately opened. Although it was a bit bad reputation, it also successfully attracted investment from large technology companies such as Ping and Technology Company, and also received huge insurance compensation. The three researchers' minds were full of conspiracies and other things. They even thought about whether some people in the company asked them to study the project of retrieving the space mecha, which would involve workplace struggles. After all, the level of three researchers can be said to be the top of a certain category. Sir, we are doing everything according to the company's orders. We don't want to know who you are, or who took the mecha away. We can pretend that nothing happened. The bald researcher immediately answered Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo laughed when he heard this person's answer. It seems that there is a hidden secret in your answer. I also feel like someone wants my life. Tell me who asked you to study this project. Is it my old acquaintance? Yang Bo's words were ambiguous, mainly to mislead the three people, because Yang Bo knew that his performance in controlling the mecha just now had been recognized by the three people. There must be more than one strong person like him. Sir, there are some things we can't say. It involves the company, the bald man said quickly, but he didn't dare to say it halfway, because the mecha weapon was placed next to his face, and he could clearly feel the mecha weapon touching his skin. You are afraid that the company will cause trouble for you. But aren't you afraid that my hands will shake? Yang Bo's tone was very calm. We can provide complete evidence to you. Sir, this matter has nothing to do with the three of us. We are just simple researchers, and do not involve the authority of the company's management. The silver-haired bald man quickly explained. Since you are a researcher, I want to see your recent research results. I heard that you have launched a new space mecha equipped with a lot of new equipment. Yang Bo has heard that the space mecha has launched a new model, but he doesn't know what equipment it is. Sir, the new generation of space mechas are divided into many models, and there are many new equipment. We can explain it to you. And we also have new equipment in our laboratory. And we can also modify your mecha. The black-haired researcher seemed to have found a ray of hope and said quickly. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long wanted to modify the space mecha, but this thing involves too many things. Your answer makes me very satisfied. You don't want to touch me when I modify the mecha, do you? Yang Bo said with a chuckle. No. No. The three researchers each had their own ideas in their minds. Some people were thinking of dealing with Yang Bo in this way. After all, the Mecha Grandmaster is nothing without the mecha. It seems that you say one thing, but you have another in your heart. Now I'm going to play a game. This game will eliminate one or two people, or even all three of you. Yang Bo finally thought of some ways to check and balance the three people. Now take off your protective clothing and the smart devices on your body. If I find out that any of you have hidden smart devices, I will use my mecha weapons to directly cut the place where you hide the smart devices. Yang Bo gave the order. After hearing this, the three people quickly took off their protective suits, and then took off all the smart devices on their bodies and threw them aside. Very good. Now the three of you are 1 meter apart from each other. I will take the three of you into my mecha cockpit one by one, and the one who comes in must tell me the true identity and address of the other two people. and even family members. If there are contradictions between the three of you, then I don't mind letting you taste the methods of A-level superpowers. And I can tell you that I like to do things that are not so in line with legal regulations. Of course, I also have contacts in your company. Otherwise this mecha would not have come into my hands. Yang Bo said this deliberately to scare the three people. In Yang Bo's view, these three people are all useful to him. And he will rely on these three people to upgrade the space mecha in the future. When the three researchers heard this, they cursed Yang Bo in their hearts. But now the three of them had no possibility of collusion. So they watched the silver hair in the middle being grabbed by the mecha. And then the door of the cockpit opened. The three people saw the man in the cockpit wearing a set of silver armor. And they cursed in their hearts. This bastard actually wore armor to control the mecha. You tell me. I will record it with the intelligence system and compare it with what the other two said. Yang Bo was not afraid of the silver-haired researcher in front of him. He looked at the other party, who was only 10 centimeters away from him, and said lightly. Chapter 479. The painting style has changed. The silver-haired researcher was speechless when he saw the man in armor in front of him. If the mecha master in front of him was not wearing armor, he could still give it a try. 1 minute later, the silver-haired researcher jumped out of the cockpit of the mecha. The bald yellow-skinned man was grabbed into the cockpit by the mecha's hand again. Another minute passed, and the bald yellow-skinned man also jumped out of the cockpit. The three researchers entered the cockpit, and the three looked at each other with a bad look. It's nice to meet the three gentlemen. The information the three gentlemen said to each other has been verified by me, and there is no problem at all. After releasing the last researcher, Yang Bo wore armor and jumped off the mecha boldly. I am very glad that you didn't do anything out of line just now. Although I have killed many people in my life, I have a bottom line as a person. As long as they are not extremely evil, I never take the initiative to attack them. The second is that they don't take the initiative to offend me. Yang Bo was wearing armor, and only then did he take a closer look at the huge laboratory. This huge laboratory looks full of science fiction, with a diameter of about 1,000 meters and a height of about 50 meters. However, it is foreseeable that there must be more than one floor. Seeing Yang Bo jump out in armor, the three researchers looked at each other secretly. While talking, Yang Bo was thinking about what kind of superpower he should show to completely suppress these three people. Yang Bo was also weighing what kind of superpower to release in his mind, so as to scare the other party without attracting too much attention from others. The first thing to be ruled out is the light superpower. Yang Bo will not show this superpower because it is the ability of his true identity. As for the gravity superpower, Yang Bo does not intend to show it either, because this ability is too important and more abnormal. With the gravity superpower, one can fly freely between stars, because the entire space is actually full of various gravitational forces at any time and anywhere. Gravity is simply gravity, but the distance between the planets is too far, so our perception is minimal. Yang Bo does not intend to use the remaining sound wave superpower either, because it is not easy to show intuitively. As for invisibility and giantization, Yang Bo does not intend to use them either. These two are also trump cards. As for the electric superpower, Yang Bo does not intend to use it either, because Yang Bo wants to show it to scare the three people. If he discharges electricity at will in this place, who knows what accidents will happen? Then the only thing left is the fire superpower. So Yang Bo stretched out a hand while talking, causing the three researchers to stare wide-eyed. And an unbelievable scene appeared. As soon as Yang Bo stretched out his hand, the armor on his hand disappeared automatically. The three researchers' minds were in chaos again. This was another thing that overturned scientific common sense and the cognition of the three people. So where did the armor on Yang Bo's hand go? Even if it is the most advanced liquid metal in interstellar research, the so-called liquid metal only means that it moves and deforms, not disappears. What made the three people's eyes shrink even more was that a fireball appeared out of thin air in Yang Bo's hand. This fireball was red at first, then orange, and finally turned into a dazzling white. What made the three people even more unbelievable was that the three people could not feel the slightest temperature of this white fireball. It was like a cold light lamp or something like that. The next second, the three of them opened their mouths wide because the guy in the armor waved his hand in the distance. About 50 meters away, there was a silver white metal cup on a test bench. This is a test tool. This silver white metal cup flew up out of thin air and landed in the hands of the man in the armor. A+ level. The three researchers felt their heads buzzing when they saw the scene. That is to say, This person's mental power can control any situation within a radius of 50 meters. Of course, this is still the strength shown by the other party. As for how wide the other party's specific mental power can control, the three of them don't know. Now they feel a little trembling in their legs. Fortunately, they didn't act impulsively just now. Then, they saw this silver-white cup floating on the white fireball in the other hand of the man in the armor. This silver-white metal cup is an alloy with strong energy shielding ability. It is also a super high temperature metal because scientists believe that temperature is actually a kind of energy. This metal can shield energy and can withstand high temperatures. The silver-white cup that was suspended for less than 10 seconds actually kept dripping like a melted candle. But the dripping silver-white metal did not fall to the ground at all, but was suspended in the air as a ball. If any of you wanted to do it just now, then your result would be a little bit of carbon residue now. Yang Bo looked at the expressions of the three people and was quite satisfied. Sir, just say whatever you want. The three people now had no desire to resist, because the three people knew that the guards of this laboratory were definitely not enough for the man in front of them to kill. As for the various high-tech defense methods of this laboratory, the three of them were unsure, because they knew that if any accident occurred, they would be the first to die. Even if the high-tech defense measures of the laboratory could eventually solve the problem of the man in front of them, the three of them would be dead. I want to know if my mecha can be equipped with a space quantum communication system. Not to access public communication, but point to point. Yang Bo asked a question first. Sir, theoretically, the space quantum communication system can be installed on the mecha. According to some information we have received, some mecha companies have installed the space quantum communication system on their new generation of mechas, and are constantly testing and optimizing. The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at Yang Bo with a different look. But he was not afraid, but excited. This man's words reminded Yang Bo of the mecha game. The scene of the mecha game was the Green Demon Star. The communication on the surface of the planet was okay, but because of the energy interference under the ground of the planet, the general communication could not be used. However, he could play the game very well every time, and it was obvious that he had just used the space quantum communication system. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by this middle-aged man. Sir, if we cooperate with you, you can completely upgrade your space mecha to more than one level. The silver-haired middle-aged man said with shining eyes. First of all, your mental control is the best I have ever seen, and in the manufacture and assembly of the mecha, because various tools are needed, sufficient space must be reserved, and the temperature of your fire energy superpower has reached a super high temperature. We can only use various high-tech means to obtain this temperature now. Its volume will not be small, and there are various restrictions on the parts it processes. Your mental power plus your control of this fire energy superpower can completely compress the internal space of the mecha by 20%. The silver-haired middle-aged man said with shining eyes. This 20% can increase the energy system, increase defense, and even add some plug-in parts. And your superpower combined with mental power can also make the plug-in parts more powerful under the same volume. The silver-haired middle-aged man became more and more excited as he thought about it. The black-haired researcher said, not only that, I don't know if the temperature of your fire energy can be increased. In our material research, it takes many years of research to increase the temperature by 1 degree. And your temperature is used to study new materials. I believe there will be a breakthrough soon. This super high temperature is used to study high temperature resistant materials. The successful development of these materials can greatly enhance the explosive power of mechas and other energy systems. The bald researcher also said with shining eyes. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Yang Bo felt like something was wrong. Shouldn't he have threatened the other three to cooperate with him? Why is it that now it seems like the other party wants to cooperate with him? It's very simple. Sir, as a mecha master, you must know that mechas have a full power operating time. If the new high-temperature resistant material can be successfully researched, the full power operating time of the mecha can be greatly increased. If the temperature of the high-temperature resistant material is 1 degree higher, the full power operating time of the mecha can be doubled. Of course, you can also choose to increase the power of the mecha. The bald researcher spoke again. Yang Bo understood. That is to say, as long as this material is researched inside his mecha, it will be more powerful than the current combat power. This reminded Yang Bo that he still had a training mecha. Now Yang Bo would definitely not want to practice with his own space mecha. But the training mecha would not be a problem. However, The style of the painting changed a little quickly, making Yang Bo a little uncomfortable for a while. You mean I will be your coolie? Yang Bo really couldn't think that these three people would have such an idea. At the same time, he was a little suspicious in his heart. Would these three people be acting with him? Sir, in our scientific research community. In fact, it is the same as you. In our professional field, there are many people studying the same topic. But only the first one to study can gain fame and fortune, can get applause, can get honor. And there are many other researchers of the same type behind, who have to choose a new research major. The black-haired researcher tried to explain to Yang Bo. I know a little about this. But how can I cooperate with you? I am a leader, a him. I cooperate with you for this matter. This is what Yang Bo said deliberately. Although Yang Bo thinks that it is a bit strange that he, an 8+ superpower person, can say something wrong. But the other party does not believe it. And it can also interfere with the other party's thinking. Besides, you are now affiliated with the Dimension Company. What's the point of my cooperation with you? As for the current shareholders of your company, I can crush them to death with just a stretch of my hand. As for things like credit points, they are of no use to me at all. Also, I am willing to study with you. But any topic studied by the company's laboratory cannot escape the company. Although Yang Bo is willing to cooperate with the other party, he also has a series of problems. So he simply raised them. Chapter 480 Mutual Calculation. Sir, we are only cooperating with you to do the most basic material research. And this laboratory is under the charge of the three of us. Sir, you probably know that there are many dangers in the laboratory. Especially the space energy experiment we are doing. Even we have to wear protective clothing to conduct experiments. And the company's senior executives will not come here at all. Sir, I am afraid you don't know that there have been many disasters in space laboratories in history. Once a catastrophic result occurs in each laboratory, no one can escape the laboratory. Besides, the company's senior executives only care about the research progress, not the specific research. The three researchers are extremely jealous of Yang Bo's superpowers. Any material cannot be separated from temperature. And it is very difficult to obtain new materials in today's world. Although the world can now artificially reach a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. This high temperature requires a series of complex procedures to obtain. And the related machines are also very large. And such a high temperature machine cannot process many materials casually like a general heat processing machine. Such a high temperature exists for a relatively short time. And it is extremely difficult to control such a high temperature as desired. Not to mention using such high temperatures to make experimental materials, which need to be tested repeatedly at different temperatures, which is obviously not something that a small laboratory can achieve. Moreover, the basic materials business is a project with the highest investment and the lowest return. So only some super large companies will engage in such projects. Why did the three researchers target Yang Bo? It was because of the scene Yang Bo showed just now, that the alloy cup melted in a very short time. The three researchers are all scientific workers, and they can judge the melting temperature of the cup by time. Yang Bo's superpower of temperature control can be displayed at will, and he can also control the temperature at will. That is to say, an experiment that may be completed in a day in a high-temperature material laboratory may not take a minute in Yang Bo's laboratory. If there is another temperature range change, the impact on the material may take several years in other laboratories. After all, there must be many peers waiting for experiments in such a super high-temperature laboratory. It is impossible to say that there is only one team of researchers in such a super high-temperature laboratory. It is impossible for capitalists to invest so much. What about the research results? Yang Bo asked tentatively, because Yang Bo was not sure whether the cooperation mentioned by the three people was sincere. We can divide the research results according to international practice. And once there is progress, the three of us can resign and set up a separate research institute. I believe that with your ability, we should be able to keep our research results. The three people said so again. Yang Bo was a little speechless. What ability did he have? He was very capable of fighting alone. But if he really wanted to set up a research institute, facing the various means of competition from other large companies, Yang Bo felt that he might be powerless. After all, the competition methods of large companies could not be as direct as his own, and they would use other more covert means. Then I only have one question now. You brought me here from other places. Is there any way to return me and this mecha to the original place? Yang Bo must not talk nonsense with these three people first. Because if he can't go back, he will face more dangers. The security system of this laboratory must be very powerful. It should be possible to return. I just used energy resonance to suck the mecha over. The space channel for the mecha has not been stabilized again. It is easy to return. The black-haired researcher said. Then how long will it take for this space channel to stabilize again? If I can use this space channel, I can often go back and forth between this laboratory and the place where I came from. And we can reach cooperation. After hearing this, although Yang Bo didn't believe it in his heart, he still had to promise the three people. And what Yang Bo said was true. There are 3 free cows and horses to upgrade the mecha for himself. What else can he not be happy about? As for academic achievements, Yang Bo doesn't care. Besides, there is no sign of it now. If it is really that easy to produce academic results, he may not need his help. This is theoretically feasible. But in this way, the energy consumption of our space laboratory is a bit high. We need to produce some research results. Otherwise the company will not give so much research funds. The silver-haired researcher said. Yang Bo thought about it carefully. This was true. But he felt something was wrong. Then Yang Bo was worried that when he sent the mecha back with himself, these 3 guys would do something wrong. Can the laboratory be connected to the outside network? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a way. Of course. But we can't go out for the time being. The bald researcher shrugged and said. Yang Bo looked back at the equipment at the exit that he had destroyed. How long will it take to repair? About 5 hours. There is an automatic repair robot here. Yang Bo heard this and said. Do you want to test the temperature of my superpower first? The 3 researchers nodded quickly. Like chickens pecking at rice. The reason why Yang Bo was willing to let the 3 guys test the temperature of his superpower first was to provide a double insurance. The 3 people also wanted to achieve something in the academic world. So they had to rely on their superpower temperature to achieve their own research. The reason why it was called a double insurance was that Yang Bo also thought of a way, which was to test his superpower temperature first. And then after connecting to the internet, he would say that he would send the information of the 3 people to his subordinates. Once he did not go back for a long time. His subordinates would go to kill the 3 people and their families. Where is the test? This way. Sir. The 3 researchers did not dare to wear protective clothing, and trotted in front to lead the way. We will give you a list later. The list contains various accessories for space mechas, including auxiliary accessories and weapon accessories. We have finished products here, which can be installed on your mecha when the time comes. If your superpower temperature can meet the requirements, we will design and manufacture the latest generation of space mechas as soon as possible. It is expected that the combat effectiveness will be 5 to 10 times higher than your existing space mechas, and it can carry more external equipment. The 3 researchers said to Yang Bo while walking in front. Yang Bo did not answer, but sneered in his heart. These 3 guys actually painted cakes for me. Obviously, these 3 guys think they like mechas very much. So I kept the topic on mecha. Yang Bo knew it clearly. Your words don't count. What counts is what you do. I've seen many big talkers in my life. Yang Bo didn't intend to respond. But he thought that since the other party thought he valued mecha very much, he would disguise this as his weakness. Sir, you are joking. The external parts of the first generation of space mechas are already very mature. And it is said that 10 units have been sold. And there are more than 100 units on order. In fact, the reason why we have so many orders for space mechas is that the Alliance has not been very peaceful during this period. The more orders we get, the more beneficial it is for our research. Because we have enough funds. In fact, the 3 of us are also reserved in research. Because for these large companies, they will continue to squeeze your value. And once your value is squeezed out, they will kick you out. Yang Bo sneered when he heard this. Kick you out. So that you can take high compensation and high pension? I heard that some people resigned today and had an accident tomorrow. Yang Bo said again. The 3 researchers' heartbeats accelerated a few times when they heard this. Obviously, what Yang Bo said was a bit too scary. Sir, this is the high-temperature laboratory. After passing through the large laboratory just now, they came to a small laboratory. Of course, it is small in comparison. But Yang Bo thinks it is at least 200 meters in diameter and 50 meters in height. And there is a huge machine standing there. This is a high-temperature energy converter. It can be turned on for 16 minutes at a time at a temperature of 6,000 degrees. It is also the most advanced model in the Alliance so far. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be shaped. And the temperature control is very troublesome. The energy consumption is very high. The cost of turning it on once is more than 1.8 million credit points. Chapter 481 Test. This is a relatively common converter. The highest temperature that can reach tens of thousands of degrees in the Alliance now. But the use of such equipment is at least 5 or 6 million credits. And it only lasts for a short 10 seconds. There is no material that can withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. It can only be protected by energy. But energy protection has a significant impact on material research itself. Temperature is essentially a kind of energy. If energy protection is used again, it may cause energy interference. Equipment with a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees only exists during experiments. And its application range is very narrow. Yang Bo heard this and asked, "What do I need to do?" It's very simple. There is a device for measuring temperature here. Sir, you just need to stretch out your hand. And then release the fire attribute superpower at this position. Just like you melted the alloy cup just now. The bald researcher pointed to a position. The three researchers were very excited. Because when Yang Bo released the fire attribute superpower just now, no one felt the temperature. Which means that Yang Bo's control over the fire attribute superpower has reached a very high level. Being able to concentrate all the energy in one's hands is not something that ordinary people can do. Yang Bo was actually a little skeptical, fearing that these three guys would plot against him. Because Yang Bo knew that no matter what laboratory there was, there were very dangerous equipment. Not to mention the chemical laboratory. As for other electrical laboratories, and even energy laboratories, some experimental equipment could kill you instantly, or put you into other complicated states. Fortunately, Yang Bo was wearing armor. Even so, Yang Bo also released a layer of light energy shield between the armor and the skin to wrap his body to prevent being calculated by others. No matter where you are, you must be more careful when you go out, especially in unfamiliar places and unfamiliar environments. When we say start, you can start. Sir, we will first measure the temperature of your superpowers, and then we will further discuss cooperation. The bald head has a higher voice among the three researchers. Of course, Yang Bo's voice also changed. Because now in the intelligent era, you can easily find a person by voice. The black-haired researcher began to operate next to him. Because there is no smart device. It is all manual input. The black-haired researcher's name is Wilson. The silver-haired one is Davis. And the bald one is White. Wilson is 125 years old this year. But he looks like he is 50 years old on Earth. Davis is 115 years old this year. And he looks about 50 years old on Earth. White is 132 years old this year and looks younger than the other two. Perhaps because of his strong strength. Yang Bo had already mastered the identities of the three people. The three were top researchers at Dimension Company and mainly provided optimization services for space mechas, involving space energy, optical brain systems, and space mecha hardware. Dimension Company has more than 600 researchers. But for some reason these three people were assigned the task of retrieving the number 001 test mecha. The number 001 test mecha is the space mecha in Yang Bo's hand. This can be said to be the prototype of the space mecha. And all the subsequent upgrades and optimizations of the space mecha are carried out on this basis. Yang Bo suspected that the company's top management wanted to embarrass these three guys. Because if they voluntarily resigned from the company would not need any compensation. But if they were fired by the company, then the company would be in big trouble. The unions in this world are very powerful. Because the unions have a large number of votes, and the representatives of the unions will be inclined to the workers without any bottom line for votes. Although the alliance is controlled by big capitalists. In the current situation of the alliance, the big capitalists can no longer squeeze much profit from the middle and lower classes of society. So these big capitalists can only look at their own kind. Every election and every major proposal of the alliance will point to certain families behind it. In other words, in the fish pond of the alliance, there are only big sharks and many plankton. Sharks can no longer satisfy themselves by eating plankton. So they can only kill other of their kind. However, according to Yang Bo's guess, if the league continues to play like this, it will eventually collapse one day. When the people are fooled by politicians, the politicians will despair and find out how terrible their teammates are. Sir, we can start now, Wilson said. The hair on this guy's head has grown full. And Davis's hair is almost full. Yang Bo was also very curious about how high the temperature of his fire attribute superpower is. Yang Bo has never had a clear understanding of his combat power, because there is no relevant equipment to detect the level of his superpower. Similarly, the fireball in Yang Bo's hand was red at first, then turned orange, then white, and then turned into a dazzling white. The three researchers looked at the data on the instrument nervously. 3,000, 3,500, 4,800, 5,600, 6,200. Seeing the number 6,200, the three widened their eyes, because this data is slightly higher than the surface temperature of a star. Before this, if someone said that someone's superpower could reach this temperature, the three would never believe it. But now the facts are in front of them. In addition, Yang Bo just burned the alloy cup with his bare hands, and the three of them knew the material of the alloy cup clearly. What surprised the three was that the temperature was still rising, and the three saw that the fireball in Yang Bo's hand was a little transparent. 7,100. The temperature data jumped too fast, and the three people couldn't help but jump, because the temperature of the fireball in Yang Bo's hand jumped too fast. From 3,000 degrees at the beginning to 7,100 degrees now, in less than 10 seconds. The three of them were all top scientists, so they naturally knew how much energy was needed to reach a temperature of 7,100 degrees. 7,250, 7,450, 7,750, 8,050. When the temperature data successfully broke through to 8,000 degrees after another 10 seconds, the three of them almost jumped up in excitement, because it is very difficult to study materials at 8,000 degrees, especially in the temperature range of 8,000 degrees. Sometimes a temperature of 0.01 degrees can change the properties of the material, not to mention the duration of the temperature. At the same temperature, sometimes the properties of the material will change fundamentally after more than 5 seconds. It can only be done this way. Yang Bo couldn't see the data clearly, and felt that he had done his best. So he spoke. 8,450. The three people looked at the dazzling data and felt happy and fainted. At the same time, they were a little jealous. They didn't expect that humans could reach the current temperature with superpowers. 8,450 degrees. And we didn't feel any heat. Through the irradiation of the instrument, it was found that the range of energy radiation was very small, which was incredible. The three people looked at the test data and said excitedly. When Yang Bo came over, the three opened their mouths even wider. And White stuttered, "How did you do it?" Maybe because he was too excited, or maybe because of something else. White actually forgot to use the honorific. Just release the superpower yourself. Yang Bo came over and looked at the data on the instrument and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a high temperature. It seems that his power and fire energy should be very strong. Sir, what I mean is, how did you take back the fireball just now? White shook his head quickly. That was a fireball with a temperature of more than 8,000 degrees. He said he would take it back. It's very simple. This fireball is also my energy. Is there anything wrong with me taking it back? Yang Bo's question made the three researchers a little confused. The superpowers released by superpowers can cause harm to themselves, because this is not a game. The superpowers released by superpowers can not only cause serious harm to themselves, but even kill themselves, not to mention teammates. The same superpowers have the same effect on teammates and enemies. That was an energy fireball with a temperature of 8,450 degrees. How could it be recovered just like that? The three researchers suspected that the energy science they had learned was wrong. There is indeed a major in energy recovery, but there are limitations. If there is really no limit to energy recovery, then during the war, the lasers released by the warships can be recovered by people? How is this possible? If it is a small amount of energy, there is no problem for superpowers to recover it. But this is an energy fireball of more than 8,000 degrees. The three felt that what they had learned before was wrong and began to doubt themselves. They doubted whether the science of the entire alliance was on the wrong path. Can we talk about cooperation next? Yang Bo looked at other data again, and found that he had made great progress in energy control. That is, the energy radiation range of the energy fireball is very small. The energy radiation of the energy fireball, in layman's terms, is that the temperature is like a roasting fire. It has a heat radiation range. Although the energy fireball in Yang Bo's hand has reached a high temperature of 8,450 degrees, it does not radiate heat. Of course. Sir, you can go with us to see the various mecha pendants. Davis really wanted to ask Yongbo how he did it. But superpowers have secrets from each other, so he couldn't ask. In addition, Davis was not sure that Yongbo would answer if he asked him. After all, Yongbo was too perverted. This kind of super pervert had a very strange personality. Because he had lived for many years, he didn't care about anything. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would really kill him. Yongbo was also very excited when he heard this. What kind of mecha pendant could make his space mecha's combat power soar? Of course, Yongbo also knew that Davis was just making up a story. But Yongbo decided to eat it. Yongbo followed the three people to another laboratory, where he saw many mecha pendants. Flying wings. Under standard gravity, the rated power can allow the mecha to reach a flight speed of Mach 3. The only disadvantage is that when the flying wings are used at full power, the other energy supply of the mecha itself will be reduced. The first thing Yongbo saw was a mecha flying pendant. Full power operation can reach a speed of Mach 5, but the operating time cannot exceed 15 minutes. White introduced again. This is a new type of radar with stronger anti-interference ability, longer detection distance, and stronger analytical and computing capabilities. Yongbo saw another straw hat-shaped plug-in equipment, which turned out to be a new type of radar. However, Yongbo felt that this thing was a bit useless. After all, such obvious equipment would definitely be knocked down in the first place. These things don't seem to be of much use. You just develop these broken things? Yongbo said this half-truthfully. In fact, Yongbo thinks these plug-in parts are useful, but not as much as he imagined. The reason for belittling these plug-in equipment is mainly to pave the way for future cooperation. It is definitely not possible to say that the opponent's products are good or great. There are always problems to find. Not to mention that these things are dispensable to Yongbo. Sir, you also know that many rich people are actually uneducated, and these plug-in equipment are all customized by them at an extra high price. White explained helplessly. Chapter 482 Smoothness. Yongbo finally understood why the pendants of these space mechas seemed so flashy and impractical. Yongbo found that he had been thinking in a misunderstanding at the beginning. This kind of space mecha is prepared for rich people. How can ordinary people afford to buy such things? Doesn't this mean that I can pretend to be other rich people and do bad things in the future? As long as I know what other rich people's space mechas look like, I can transform my space into the same one? Yongbo felt a little speechless when he thought of this. When did his mind always like to think about illegal things? You have sold so many mechas. Do you know who bought the mechas and what style they are? Although Yongbo was a little ashamed of himself for thinking in a lower way, he couldn't control his mouth and asked, "We don't know about this, but it's not a big deal for us to know." White was also a little puzzled when he heard such a question. Did this guy in front of him want to target others? White was very sharp and seized the opportunity to bargain with Yongbo. Yongbo certainly knew what the bald man was thinking. If he wanted to know the news, he couldn't kill him. This would only give him more weight. Bald men are not good people. Looking at White's bald head, Yongbo thought of his fat boss, who usually talked well, but ran faster than a rabbit when something happened. If you don't like these external equipment, then after we research new materials, we can replace better external equipment for you. Mr. has better external equipment, and he has a higher chance of winning against others. Silver-haired Davis also spoke. The three researchers all regarded Yongbo as a mecha enthusiast. The three were more curious about who Yongbo was, and how he got the space mecha. The three were more inclined to believe that Yongbo had connections with the company's top management. Maybe he was the guy who joined the company to defraud insurance. The three did not care about this matter at all, for fear that they knew too much and had an accident. You said that my ability can optimize the space mecha. How long will it take to come up with a specific plan? Yongbo thought about it and asked. It will be available in a month. Bald White said. My mecha was forcibly brought here by you. Is there no way to refuse? Yongbo asked again. In fact, it is very simple. We absorb Mr. S space mecha through energy resonance. Mr. just needs to destroy the energy field of the space mecha. How to do it? Just open the mecha cockpit, and the energy field will naturally fail. White's answer made Yongbo confused. He didn't expect it to be so simple. When the energy resonates, the mecha also resonates, forming an energy field. To put it bluntly, when we force the mecha over, it is actually the transfer of energy. White talked a lot, but Yongbo didn't understand a word. Then we have a happy cooperation. Let's agree on a time. I will come over and participate in your experiment. I believe you also need to prepare for the material experiment. Yang Bo happily reached a cooperation. Sir, we have several ideas on hand now, black-haired Wilson said quickly. How long will it take? What if my opponent runs away after I go back? Yang Bo lied again. 2 hours, Wilson said quickly. Well, can I take the laser cannon pendant with me? Yang Bo felt that it was acceptable to hear 2 hours. But he felt that he was a bit at a disadvantage. So he asked. In fact, although Yang Bo said he disliked it, he still wanted it in his heart. It's better to have it than not. In addition, you helped me get the list of rich people who bought space mechas, and the detailed configuration of their space mechas. If I meet them one day, I will be prepared. I am willing to spend a day to cooperate with you to do material experiments. Yang Bo found an excuse to get these materials. However, White and the other two secretly looked at each other. The three people obviously misunderstood Yang Bo, and thought that Yang Bo would rob these rich people in the future. However, White and the other three were researchers. They didn't have any good feelings for those rich people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said that the rich people were uneducated just now. Of course, White and the others agreed. Then Yang Bo and the other three went to another laboratory. Only then did they know that the space laboratory was in space. Dimension Company did not seem to want to continue research and development, because the research progress on space was too slow. As a company, profit is always the first priority. The current space mecha has been accepted by the market. So the company does not want to invest too much money in research and development. This is also the reason why there are only 3 people in such a large laboratory. If the 3 people do not make corresponding achievements, then the company will have an excuse to reduce their treatment. Yang Bo is already used to this kind of thing. Why were some company veterans kicked out of the company in his previous life? It was because the company had already stood up and did not need these veterans. These veterans would not only affect the unity of the company, but also affect the right of the top leader to speak. In addition, these veterans get a lot of money and high salaries. Yang Bo looked at these devices, and 3 people were discussing in a whisper. He felt that if other researchers heard these words, they would probably be ecstatic. But he could not understand them at all. What interval? What structure? What form? And energy? Under the command of the 3 people, Yang Bo kept controlling the temperature of his fire energy. The more the 3 researchers studied, the more uncertain they became, because Yang Bo released the fire energy for too long. Moreover, Yang Bo's control of fire energy has reached a very precise level, which can reach 0.1 degrees. Because Yang Bo's control of the temperature of fire energy is very precise. The whole experiment lasted for 3 hours. And dozens of finished products and a lot of data were obtained. Sir, theory allows us to place you and the mecha at the original spatial coordinates through the traces of energy disturbance in the space channel. But we can't guarantee that there will be no accidents. Yang Bo was about to return. And Bald White decided to make things clear. Has anyone done this kind of experiment? Yang Bo was a little worried. But it was not a good idea here. Yang Bo was not sure whether he could leave this laboratory with the mecha, because this kind of laboratory might be supervised by the military fleet. There have been experiments, but the result for any living creature is death. When White said this, he was still very curious about Yang Bo, wondering why Yang Bo could be moved inside the space mecha. Let's give it a try. Yang Bo made up his mind. There were 2 square boxes on the legs of Yang Bo's space mecha. These 2 square boxes assembled together were a laser cannon. The power of this laser cannon was enough, but the energy storage time was relatively long. But it's better to have it than not. Yang Bo sat in the mecha and let the mechanical arm put his mecha in the spherical space that was transmitted. The feeling of riding a spaceship for space jump came again. At this time, the energy supply inside the mecha seemed a little unstable, and it was impossible to see what was outside. It was only a slight trance that Yang Bo found that the mecha could see the situation outside. Yang Bo found that the quality of the mecha seemed to have improved a little. When Yang Bo jumped out of the mecha, he felt something was wrong, because he heard a very subtle clicking sound in his ears. Yang Bo listened carefully and was startled. He quickly put away the mecha and ran away. It turned out that it was the entire basement. I don't know why the basement was caused. The metal inside the battleship armor was fissioning. Even after Yang Bo became invisible, he was very fast. At this time, there was no one in the castle. When Yang Bo ran more than 100 meters out of the castle behind him collapsed. This seemingly beautiful space also changed. The virtual scene disappeared directly, and turned into a cabin similar to a spaceship. The original location of the castle was already a big hole. Through the big hole, Yongbo found that there was actually a big shopping mall below. This scene shocked everyone. But the rescue robots were not controlled by people. The rescue robots that came with the airport were carrying various ruins to rescue the people below. These robots were very fast and carried various tools. The robots could accurately locate the location of the buried people. The robots were extremely powerful. The robots easily picked up the building debris and stones one by one, and then threw them into the flying car that was specially used to transport garbage next to them. Then the police and the army in the airport came and blocked the scene. It seems that the energy was leaked when my mecha came back. Yongbo just had this guess. Otherwise, how could it collapse for no reason? I don't know if the three white guys will have any research results. But who should I introduce these three guys to at that time? Or bring these three guys to the Water Blue Empire? After all, I am also a noble. Yongbo didn't think there was anything wrong with inheriting the noble title of the pirate leader. It will take several days for the smuggling spaceship to arrive. But after the smuggling spaceship arrives, I will get the energy metal and give it to White and the other two to make parts for my mecha. The more wealthy people buy space mechas, the easier it will be for me to do things in the future. Even if I am exposed, I can disguise myself as someone else. Yongbo was very happy that he didn't have to work by himself. He found a restroom in a bar and showed up. It's just that these few days have been too hard to endure. Yongbo came out of the restroom of the bar, and the bar returned to normal, as if the previous terrorist attack didn't exist. And in order to attract customers, the bar also gave away free drinks. In fact, most people in the airport couldn't leave even if they wanted to, because passenger and cargo spaceships needed to book tickets in advance. Let's find a place to play games. Yongbo prepared to enjoy a few days. Chapter 483 Different. While Yongbo was waiting for the smuggling spacecraft in the airport, White and the other two were looking at the results of the transmission in the Space Energy Laboratory and jumped up excitedly. Have we pioneered the first human space delivery experiment? Wilson jumped up excitedly when he saw the results of the experiment. Davis nodded, yes. We completed the first living space delivery experiment. What level of strength do you think the gentleman just now reached? He was able to stay alive in the intense space transmission? White thought more. White, whether we should announce this matter or not has great academic significance. With this experiment, we can be in the academic world. Davis asked with his eyes shining when he heard this. Davis, there is an important requirement for publishing results in the academic world. That is, being able to repeat the experiment and achieve the experimental results. Do you think anyone will complete the experiment? White asked very calmly. Wilson nodded. This experiment cannot be repeated. The gentleman who just left is probably close to the legendary S level. In fact, at the beginning, I thought there was a robot or intelligent system inside the mecha. Even if that gentleman jumped out wearing a battle armor, I thought it was a bionic man or some other intelligent robot. But when I saw him release the fire attribute superpower with his hands, I knew that this person was not an ordinary person. White said a lot. Wilson also said in amazement, Gentlemen, do you know that when I saw the fire energy released by this gentleman with a temperature of more than 8,000 degrees, my brain froze. This is not a power that humans can possess. Davis also danced with his hands exaggeratedly and said, That's true. When we continued the experiment for more than 2 hours, this gentleman was still able to provide abundant fire energy. I knew it was not simple. White looked at the two people, shook his head and said, You didn't think about the most important point of our matter at all? White, isn't it because this gentleman can bring us more academic achievements? The material samples in front of us can be said to be unique in the entire league. When we complete the inspection of these materials, this is unprecedented data. Other people who study materials will go crazy about these data. Davis shrugged and said to White bluntly. White laughed and looked at Wilson. You think so too? Of course. If this gentleman cooperates with us, our academic achievements will surely shine in the Alliance, and perhaps in the entire Interstellar. In addition, if this gentleman's space mecha is delivered repeatedly, we will get more data. Imagine, once we can deliver living bodies in space. This will change history. In the future, we can deliver enough troops to any place, which can greatly reduce the military expenditure of our alliance. Wilson nodded. The so-called space delivery is to use the space channel to deliver the people or materials that need to be delivered to the designated space coordinate point. The spacecraft makes a space jump because there is a space channel itself. And space delivery is to actively open a space channel in space. That is to say, the space jump of the spacecraft is a wormhole that already exists. And the space projection is in normal space. White shook his head. I really doubt how you two have achieved what you have today. What level do you think the strength of the gentleman we met today has reached? At least A+ level. I guess it is infinitely close to S level. Davis and Wilson said. Don't you understand yet? Since this gentleman can reach this level, as long as we perform well in the future, will he hope that we will be stronger and live longer? White shook his head and continued to prompt. Wilson and Davis immediately responded, White, you mean that we can become A+ level or higher level strongmen in the future, and then live a few hundred more years? Do you think this is possible? When I saw the armor on that gentleman disappear out of thin air and reveal his hands, I thought of this. There are many mysteries about this gentleman. First of all, the living body can resist the erosion of the energy field during space transmission, which means that his own energy is enough to resist this erosion. Second, have you seen the armor on this gentleman? Such magical energy metal is more magical than the most advanced liquid metal in the Alliance now. Third, how strong is the opponent's combat power? Our flying skateboard can't escape the opponent's most rudimentary space mecha. Mecha number 001 only has the most basic capabilities, does not have the ability to fly, and has no flight system. After all, it was just prepared for display at the time. This is the lowest configuration in the mecha, and it can actually consume the energy of our special flying skateboard. You should know that the flying skateboard is a professional aircraft. This gentleman used a non-professional flying mecha to consume the energy of the professional aircraft. Fourth, the opponent's energy output. I believe you have all seen that in the more than 2 hours of experiments, there was a total of more than 70 minutes of energy output, an average of 7,000 degrees. And in 70 minutes of energy output, you can calculate how much energy is needed. After listening to this set of analysis, Wilson and Davis realized why White was worthy of being the leader of this group, which was completely different from the two of them. How much energy is needed to maintain a temperature of 7,000 degrees for 70 minutes? Wilson and Davis can find out from the data that Yang-Bo's own energy may be comparable to a small energy engine, and the temperature of the energy engine cannot reach 7,000 degrees. White is still thoughtful. We are just thinking about academic matters. If this gentleman has a good relationship with us in the future. Wilson nodded. White shook his head. No. Since this gentleman likes mechas, we must come up with a mecha design that will impress this gentleman within a month. We must make ourselves more valuable and make this gentleman feel that we can create more value for him, so that he will take the initiative to help us increase the lifespan. So we have to take action. And this matter must be kept confidential. I suspect that this gentleman may have contacted our company's senior management. And you don't want to lose the opportunity to increase your lifespan. Right? Once others know about it, more people will compete with us. White shook his head. Okay. Davis and Wilson nodded when they heard this. Of course, Yang-Bo didn't know that the strength he showed made the White Mountain people think this way. Yang-Bo's thoughts were not fully brought into this world. In this world, although the combat effectiveness of super gene evolvers is always inferior to that of technological products, why is the status of super gene evolver still so high? Everyone is also going forward to become a super gene evolver. The final answer is 2 words. Lifespan. The higher the level of super gene evolvers, the longer their lifespan. The richer and more powerful people are, the more they value their lifespan. On the contrary, people living at the bottom of the society don't care about their lives. In the social system, the things pursued by the upper class will become the trend. Yang-Bo's thoughts are still on Earth. In fact, the rich on Earth can do anything to find something. It's just that Yang-Bo has not yet come into contact with this class. So he doesn't care about lifespan. He lives as long as he wants. And he won't lose anything if he dies. But the lifespan of this world can be increased, which is completely different. Yang-Bo was playing games in the game hall while paying attention to the Ashes member who ran away with the mutant bugs. This guy actually stayed in the airport, which made Yang-Bo very curious about where he was going. Yang-Bo was still waiting for this guy to return to the headquarters of the Ashes or some large bases. Maybe he could come to make some money in the future. This crappy game is nothing to play. After playing a game, Yang-Bo found that with his current reaction speed, playing these games is like playing games on Earth. That is to say, the reaction speed designed by the game itself is very different from Yang-Bo's own reaction speed. For a moment, Yang Bo didn't know what to do. In my previous life, I wished I had this opportunity to eat, drink and have fun. But why don't I like eating, drinking and having fun after rebirth? Yang Bo wondered why there was such a big difference between the two lives. In my previous life, I had some money to eat, drink and have fun. And this life is richer than the previous life. It's still the atmosphere of the alliance that makes me dare not eat, drink and have fun casually. After thinking carefully, Yang Bo found that the reason why he didn't care about those beauties on this planet was mainly because the technology in this world was too powerful. You thought it was a woman, but it was actually a man. Huh? There are still people from the Red Earl here? Yang Bo had just come out of the game hall and sat on a chair in the public area outside, as if he was taking a break. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with black hair and sunglasses passed by Yang Bo. Although this guy walked a little lazily, Yang Bo found out from some details that this guy might be a member of the Red Earl. Could it be that these people really want to assassinate Wang Muxue, and those who died before were just low-level members? Yang Bo was a little suspicious. Although he was not sure, Yang Bo would definitely not allow anyone to target Wang Muxue at this stage. These two guys actually got together. Yang Bo followed this guy from a distance. After more than 20 minutes, this guy entered a tea house and entered a private room. And then the guy from the Ashes organization actually entered the private room from behind. That's right. The Ashes organization itself is the largest intelligence organization. Chapter 484 Say Sorry. Yang Bo didn't know whether his guess was right or not. But Wang Muxue and he were in a cooperative relationship now. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo had invested so much and produced so many high-quality medicines. How could he allow anyone to hurt Wang Muxue? If Wang Muxue got into trouble at this time, wouldn't his investment be wasted? And the Ninth Fleet was a fleet after all, although it was not as good as other fleets in the alliance. However, Yang Bo thought it was also good. After all, those who could follow Muxue were basically diehards. There might be many half-hearted people in it, and even other people sent by the military or the government. But that was a minority after all. And how to say it? Everyone's loyalty actually has a price. Especially in a free country like the Alliance. We must find a way to figure out what's going on. No matter whether the lazy middle-aged man just now was a Red Earl's man or not. Yang Bo had to find a way to find out his identity. And the bastard Ash organization didn't go back to his nest as soon as possible and just hung around here. Yang Bo decided to kill two birds with one stone. Yang Bo was in the hall of the tea house, not paying attention to the box where the two people were. Because as long as the two people came out, Yang Bo could tell who they were by the sound of their walking. In fact, there was such a scientific method on Earth. By analyzing the sound of each person walking, you can know who they are. Each person's weight, walking frequency, and foot placement will form a special sound characteristic. After waiting for about half an hour, Yang Bo heard the sound of the lazy middle-aged man coming out. As for the member of the Ashes organization, he was still in the private room. Yang Bo waited until the lazy middle-aged man walked away before he stood up and left, wandering around like someone was there. Yang Bo could judge the direction and position of the other party based on the sound of his footsteps. Of course, this middle-aged man couldn't do some actions to hide his voice in public. The lazy middle-aged man came to a public seat, then took out the communicator and fiddled with the virtual glasses. Is this guy communicating with his superiors? Yang Bo originally thought that this guy was going to a more hidden place, but he sat down on a public seat unexpectedly. Yang Bo had no better way to deal with this, so he just waited here. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the lazy middle-aged man stood up and walked towards the public toilet in the distance. Yang Bo saw that this opportunity had come, and there was no monitoring equipment in the public toilet, because Yang Bo said last time that there were hidden and semi-hidden positions in the toilet. If anyone dares to install any smart devices in this kind of toilet, they will definitely be sued to bankruptcy. So when you enter the toilet and see a woman relieving herself in a place without any hiding place, you'd better pretend that you didn't see it. Otherwise you will be sued if you stare at her for a second longer. The others are separate cubicles for both men and women. Yang Bo was originally far away from the middle-aged man, but the distance between the two and the toilet was about the same. So they basically entered the toilet one after the other. However, after entering the bathroom, Yang Bo found a man on an open squatting toilet. The lazy middle-aged man had just opened the toilet cubicle, and the next second a big hand unexpectedly grabbed the middle-aged man's buttocks. The man squatting on the open squatting toilet stared at the dirty scene in front of him with wide eyes. It was a lazy middle-aged man in front who opened the toilet cubicle. And then a man behind him slapped the middle-aged man in front of him on the buttocks. And then pushed the middle-aged man into the toilet cubicle and closed the door. The man on the squatting toilet was already thinking about all kinds of dirty things in his mind. But he didn't dare to make a sound at all. Because if he made any sound, he might become a defendant and have to pay a large sum of money. Yang Bo really had no choice. So he used electric current when he slapped the middle-aged man. In fact, when Yang Bo pushed the middle-aged man was paralyzed and unable to move. As for entering the toilet cubicle, Yang Bo directly increased the current and electrocuted the middle-aged man in front of him to death. Then he took off the smart device of the middle-aged man in front of him, used the other party's biological sample to disguise himself as the other party, and turned on the smart device to check. Smart devices can only judge whether the owner is the original owner through biological characteristics, mainly through various characteristics. Comprehensive judgment, for example, heartbeat, voice, iris, and even skin texture. Yang Bo himself used disguise methods to disguise himself as someone else, so he easily obtained the permission of the smart device. It turns out that he is not a member of the Red Earl, but a member of some sect. Yang Bo found that this guy's contact person had notes such as senior brother, second senior brother, and uncle. What kind of sect is this? It's actually in contact with the Ashes organization? Yang Bo was very curious. Then Yang Bo continued to look in the smart device. And then he found out that this guy had been in a game for a long time. After opening the game, he opened the chat history. This guy is definitely from the Red Earl. Yang Bo found out from the chat history that this guy sent a message to a certain game player asking for a certain number of game coins. This number is exactly the number of Red Earl members who died in the terrorist attack at the airport. Anyway, the conversation between the two parties was like a conversation between ordinary game players. But it involved revenge, and something about having mastered the whereabouts of the target. And Yang Bo also found that this guy had booked a ticket to March Star the day after tomorrow. And he also found an email in this guy's mailbox, which turned out to be an invitation letter from the Ninth Fleet. Could it be Wang Mushua's people? Yang Bo was a little nervous. Isn't he a multifaceted spy? Yang Bo felt a little confused, not sure if this person was one of his own. Ignore him. Yang Bo decided to ignore this guy for the time being, took out the space box, and took out the confinement collar from it, and arrested this guy first. Of course, the middle-aged man's clothes and various things were all changed. Yang Bo walked out of the bathroom door and found that the wretched man on the open squat was still there. So he smiled evilly at the man and left. However, Yang Bo cursed this dead pervert in his heart. If this was not a public place, this guy would have been beaten by him a few times. Yang Bo used his vision sharing ability to find that the guy from the Ashes organization was still drinking tea. Hee hee. Yang Bo laughed and decided to use his current identity to beat up the guy from the Ashes organization, who asked him to sneak into his villa and cause damage. When Yang Bo disguised himself as a lazy middle-aged man and came to the private room of the tea house. How is it? What did your superiors say? The information we gave is very accurate. Yang Bo just sat down when the man from the Ashes organization spoke. If the intelligence of your organization is accurate, it would not be like this now. How can we be sure whether the intelligence you gave is accurate? Yang Bo heard this guy say this, and decided to find out the news first. It's only our superficial strength and peripheral intelligence organizations that have been destroyed. Our backbone is still there. I believe you have a common enemy with us now, the guy from the Ashes organization said in a light tone. You are not worthy. We can take revenge ourselves. They will definitely bear our anger, and we will definitely purify them and their souls. Yang Bo began to be a little bit weird. The Ashes organization members on the other side curled their lips when they heard this. But facing these neurotic guys, the Ashes organization members said, in fact, those simple-minded guys in the military really did something wrong this time. They helped the Ninth Fleet to clean up the team. Fortunately, members of our organization have successfully infiltrated the Ninth Fleet, but they are still in closed training, so we don't have much information. We are not sure whether the information given by your Ashes organization is true. Otherwise, your organization should first provide enough things to us as a deposit, because if your information is wrong, then our losses will be too great. Yang Bo started to make a fuss. The man from the Ashes organization couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. Deposit? You mean you want to buy our information? But we have to provide you with a deposit? The man from the Ashes organization almost laughed out of anger and asked in a sarcastic tone. Then what if the intelligence is wrong? We not only pay the price, but also the lives of our members. What do you say? Your organization has become like this. Who dares to believe the accuracy of your organization's intelligence? Yang Bo said when he heard this. You can choose not to buy it. You took the initiative to ask us to buy it. The people of the Ashes organization were speechless about this kind of crazy remarks. But they couldn't refute it because the organization itself had suffered huge losses during this period, and its credibility dropped sharply. If you don't buy it, you still have to pay a deposit. Yang Bo didn't care at all, and put himself into the crazy personality of the Red Earl. Are you sure you are not dreaming? The members of the Ashes organization asked in disbelief. We buy information from you. And you can guess what actions we are going to take based on the type of information we buy. If you don't pay the deposit, then we can't guarantee that your Ashes organization will sell the information about our actions to others. Yang Bo's explanation is very reasonable. Anyway, as long as you think it is reasonable, it's fine. This is the first time I've met people like you. The person on the other side was so angry that he swore. Be civilized, be moral, and say sorry. Yang Bo looked at the person on the other side with a bit of neurosis and said seriously, you psychopaths deserve to be killed. Finally, I know why your Red Earl organization is getting more and more useless. The person on the other side was so angry that his muscles twisted with laughter. Apologize. Say sorry. Yang Bo stared at the other side and said seriously. Chapter 485 Comfort. You are a psychopath. The guy from the Ashes organization said with gritted teeth because of Yang Bo's neurosis. And then stood up and was about to leave. Yang Bo immediately stood up, blocked the door of the private room, and then said seriously, apologize. Say sorry. If you don't say sorry, what can you do to me? Don't forget that you are a member of a terrorist organization. The guy from the Ashes organization saw Yang Bo blocking the door of the private room, and pointed at Yang Bo arrogantly and shouted, you insulted our organization. You blasphemed our spirit. Apologize. Say sorry. Yang Bo looked at the other person's appearance, and his heart was full of joy. He didn't expect that being a neurotic guy would be so fun. Get out of the way. Or don't blame me for being rude. The guy from the Ashes organization felt a little guilty because of Yang Bo's attitude. After all, the Red Earl's people are notoriously psychopathic. If this guy really wants to entangle with him on this matter, it might cause a big trouble. Not long ago, the Red Earl's men were still attacking the airport. Apologize. Say sorry. Otherwise you can't walk out of this door. Yang Bo wanted to play a trick on this guy and make him collapse. Don't blame me for being rude. The man from the Ashes organization had a faint fluorescent light on his hand. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. And he thought to himself, this guy is actually a superpower. But I don't know what his attributes are. I don't know what skills I can get randomly after killing him. However, Yang Bo wanted to play a long game. So he continued to look at the other party and said, apologize. Say sorry. Okay. I apologize. I'm sorry. Can I go now? The guy from the Ashes took a deep breath and said, you said sorry? Do you admit that you insulted our organization? Yang Bo said again, don't go too far. The Alliance doesn't have the death penalty. But people from terrorist organizations like you will definitely be sentenced to death if they are caught. The guy from the Ashes was about to collapse when he heard this. We are for our beliefs. You guys with dirty souls can't reach our level at all. If you don't compensate and pay the deposit today, don't even think about walking out of this door. When Yang Bo said this, he showed a weird smile. The guy from the Ashes took a deep breath. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, let's go ahead and see if these drones and mechas at the airport will directly blow up the heads of you guys like the Red Earl. You ignorant pariahs. You should become the nutrition of the earth. Every breath you take is the biggest pollution to this world. Yang Bo said another neurotic sentence. The other party couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed to the door. Then the next second Yang Bo stretched out his hand to stop him. And the guy from the Ashes organization saw Yang Bo blocking him. And he also raised his hand to block Yang Bo. Then the next second, the two of them connected their hands. And the member of the Ashes organization just felt a huge force. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Yang Bo had fighting skills, plus Yang Bo's abnormal strength. So the member of the Ashes organization was grabbed by one hand by Yang Bo as soon as he came into contact, and was swung to the ground fiercely. Pa! Yang Bo slapped the man hard in the face again before the man on the ground could react. This slap made the man dizzy. The members of the Ashes were indeed very powerful. But compared to Yang Bo, they were just like children and adults. Yang Bo's slap carried at least tens of tons of force. If it was an ordinary person, his head would have been blown off long ago. But the members of the Ashes did not suffer any major external injuries. Compensation? You must compensate for your insult to us? Yang Bo said, and then slapped him again. Yang Bo used his mental power to sense the power of the slap just now, and what kind of damage it caused to the other party. So the second time was much lighter. The member of the Ashes tried to resist, but was a little confused by Yang Bo's two slaps, and felt a little confused. Compensation? Yang Bo didn't wait for the other party to react, and slapped him hard again. Still not compensating? Yang Bo slapped him again. The member of the Ashes was hit so hard that he saw stars and waved his hands wildly, trying to stop Yang Bo from hitting him. But the next second, Yang Bo punched the Ashes member in the head again. The Ashes member was knocked unconscious. There was no sound outside during the intense action in the private room. This is the advantage of the tea house private room. The Ashes member felt something was wrong. Why did his face hurt? Then the Ashes member jumped up all of a sudden, and his body was immediately covered with a layer of blue energy light. And the whole person jumped up all of a sudden. You, the lowly people, will never reach our level. First of all, you must compensate for the insult to our organization. And the other is the deposit. If my plan fails this time, the deposit will not be returned to you. Yang Bo's voice came. Disgusting. The members of the Ashes organization felt disgusted when they heard Yang Bo's voice. There are such people in this world. However, the members of the Ashes organization dare not say anything now, because they are now naked, with only a pair of underwear left. The members of the Ashes organization felt relieved when they felt that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. But this was also very humiliating. But the opponent's strength was too abnormal. The other things were all placed on the table where the teacups were placed, and they were placed well. The clothes and pants were neatly folded, and other miscellaneous things were placed on the table, which were also placed very neatly. It looked a bit out of place. After all, who would take off other people's clothes and pants for no reason and then put them neatly? I will pay. The members of the Ashes organization looked at a ceramic pendant on the table, which contained the most important things. How much do you think it will cost to wash off your insult to us? Yang Bo asked a little neurotically. The members of the Ashes organization heard Yang Bo say this, and they cursed in their hearts. These bastards are obviously robbing, and they are talking so openly. 10 million? The member of the Ashes asked tentatively. Are you sure 10 million can wash away your sins? Yang Bo's voice was very dissatisfied. 20 million. The members of the Ashes could only continue to raise the price. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise I'll destroy all your beloved things. Yang Bo was referring to the various bits and pieces on the table. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that the bug he used to share vision was also in a pendant on the table. I only have 42 million credit points, which is all my wealth. The member of the Ashes said with gritted teeth. What about the deposit? Without the deposit, I seriously doubt that you will sell this information to others. Yang Bo said again. Our Ashes is most concerned about credibility. It is impossible for us to sell the customers information. The members of the Ashes felt like they were going to collapse. Your organization is the only one that still has credibility? You buy low and sell high, and you eat up from the east and the west. You used to be the only one in the world, but now everyone wants you all to die. You are the people in your organization, and you dare to say that our organization is not developing well. Yang Bo said with a sneer. I really have no money. If you don't believe me, I will open my account to show you. The members of the Ashes felt like they were going to collapse. Open your account. If I find out you lied, I won't just beat you up next time. We are not so ruthless to our enemies. We should give them a chance to correct themselves. This is the belief of our knights, and the demeanor of our gentlemen. Yang Bo said in a mysterious way again. Okay. I confess. I still have more than 56 million credit points. The referee of the Ashes organization quickly answered when he heard Yang Bo's mysterious words. Because Yang Bo wanted to transfer the money in person, so he must know how much money he had. Then the guy from the Ashes organization took back his smartwatch and transferred the money to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was not afraid to collect money using this person's identity. Anyway, he planned to donate all of it later. And then he would lend money to the disguised person, borrow all the money he could, and then donate it. Very good. The existence of our nights is to make some people believe that what we do is very right. And only we can make the world brighter. After receiving the transfer, Yang Bo was in a particularly good mood and said something mysterious. The guy from the Ashes organization was a little speechless. If he couldn't beat you, this bastard, how miserable it would be. Where's the deposit? Yang Bo asked about the deposit again. I need to go through the process for this. You know, I'm just the specific person in charge. The member of the Ashes organization found an excuse. How long will it take? Yang Bo nodded and asked. The member of the Ashes organization thought that the other party would not agree to his lame excuse. But he didn't expect the other party to agree. For a moment, he almost didn't know how to answer. 2 hours. You also know that our communication needs to be confidential now. I need to go to the entertainment area and report to my superiors in the game. The member of the Ashes organization was ecstatic. And then said, I want to follow you. Of course, no problem. The member of the Ashes organization quickly agreed to this after hearing this. As long as they can get out. They will run first when the time comes. I'll wait for you outside. Yang Bo himself felt that he was the psychopath who played the Red Earl. And any reaction he made was correct. A few minutes after Yang Bo walked out of the private room, the members of the Ashes organization put on their clothes and took other things with them. Then the two walked towards the entertainment area. But just as they passed the VIP channel, the member of the Ashes organization, the Stormer, entered the VIP channel directly. Yang Bo seemed to have just reacted, chased for a few steps, and then gave up, watching the Ashes organization guy who entered the VIP channel from a distance. The guy from the Ashes organization even gave Yang Bo 2 middle fingers at the entrance of the VIP channel. This guy had just opened the VIP channel service when he was getting dressed in the private room. Yang Bo gave the other party a weird smile and replied, then turned around and left. This bastard should go back to his nest first. This time, I have alienated the relationship between the Red Earl organization and the Ashes organization. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. It's not to mention that it feels quite comfortable to play the role of an unreasonable guy today. I wonder if this guy will sell the information about the Red Earl's actions in March Star. If it were me, the other party was beaten for no reason, and then stripped of clothes and pants to humiliate, and blackmailed for tens of millions of credit points. I would definitely retaliate against the other party. Hee hee. The disguise skill is useful. Yang Bo was happy in his heart and prepared to sit and watch the show. Chapter 486 Accident. Yang Bo came to the public restroom again. The guy who was squatting in the open toilet just now disappeared. And then Yang Bo changed his appearance again. Yang Bo was looking forward to the next reaction of the Ashes organization. It would be best if the Ashes organization and the Red Earl's people fought each other. How can I live like this? Although there were many people eating, drinking and having fun in the airport, Yang Bo was not interested. He strolled around the airport to see if there was anything interesting. While Yang Bo was strolling here, the guy who was slapped by Yang Bo was gritting his teeth in the VIP room. The person who was slapped by Yang Bo was a middle-level senior member of the Ashes organization. This person was already frustrated in March Star, but he received the organization's task in the middle to meet with the Red Earl's people at this airport to buy and sell information. But he didn't expect to be blackmailed by the Red Earl's people. And he was beaten up and stripped of his clothes and pants. What a shame! What a shame! The guy who was slapped by Yang Bo had a calm face, but he felt like he was going to explode. It was mainly because he was too frustrated. He had suffered a huge blow on March Star. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been blown up by missiles. That was the military and officials of the Alliance. This person had no way to get back at them. There is actually a level for people in the dark world. Madmen like the Red Earl are the most despised and the least technical. The Ash organization can become the #1 in the intelligence community, and the king who monopolizes the news of the dark world. It must be unique in management and technology. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain so much hidden information. Nor would it be possible to build such a hidden trading platform. So the man from the Ashes organization became more and more angry as he thought about it. He was slapped hard by someone who was not as good as him. And the key point was that his money was basically robbed. To be honest, what do people who do illegal business do for? It's not for money. No one would do illegal business for dreams or beliefs. Right? The man who was slapped was a middle and high-level member of the Ashes organization. It can be said that his status within the organization is already very high. At least, he has not suffered such a big blow for many years. This time, not only was he beaten, but he was also robbed. Who wouldn't be angry? Red Earl of CNMB. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This was tens of millions of credit points, which he had accumulated for most of his life. He worked hard for the organization and took risks to do this and that. But he didn't expect that the Red Earl's people would rob him of everything. The man looked at the high-end tea in front of him and didn't want to drink it. He was thinking about how to retaliate against the Red Earl's people. As a senior member of the Ashes organization, he would not rashly use his identity to report the Red Earl. The Ashes organization itself said that it was a neutral intelligence organization and would not favor anyone, even if it retaliated against someone. It was done very covertly. Red Earl, you will cry someday. This person was thinking about how to retaliate against the Red Earl. And soon he had a plan. Yang Bo bought delicious food and drinks as he walked, and then wandered around. As for the grudge between the Ashes organization and the Red Earl, Yang Bo could not control it, and it was impossible for him to know. How about going to a movie? Yang Bo thought about going to a movie. It's very simple to watch a movie here. Just wear virtual glasses in the entertainment city. You can even rent a virtual glasses or a virtual helmet and watch movies anywhere. Of course, you could also go to the private room dedicated to watching movies, which is completely virtual imaging. That is, without virtual glasses or virtual helmets. The entire large space is a virtual imaging presented by a movie. Yang Bo does what he wants to do. Anyway, he has nothing to do now. However, when Yang Bo came to the place where he watched the movie, he felt a little bad when looking at the virtual projection of the movie poster. A fat woman weighing at least 250 to 60 kilograms is holding two long swords and fighting with a robot. And this fat woman is yellow-skinned. Isn't it a black elf? Yang Bo thought of the characters that appeared in some Western movies on Earth. Half an hour later, Yang Bo hurried out of the movie private room. If anyone saw a fat woman weighing hundreds of kilograms as the protagonist, the flesh on her cheeks would shake when she talked and walked. And no one would be able to raise any thoughts of liking her. The film industry of this alliance is ruined. Yang Bo only dared to mutter in his heart and didn't dare to speak out. Otherwise, he would be labeled as discriminated. What's going on? Yang Bo found that the police drones and police bionic people in the airport were increasing patrols. At this time, the broadcast in the airport sounded again. Dear passengers, please pay attention. Dear passengers, please pay attention. We have received a report that there are still members of the Red Earl terrorist organization in the airport. We will conduct another identity investigation of the entire airport. Please cooperate. I was reported by someone. Yang Bo felt annoyed. Although his current identity was not a disguised Red Earl member, he did not have any entry information. Yang Bo hurried back to the entertainment city, and then found a bathroom and turned invisible. Did this bastard really report me? Yang Bo was in a bad mood. So he went straight to the VIP channel after turning invisible. Police drones, military drones, and various mechas were checking people in various places one by one, scanning everyone's identity information. Some people ran away and were directly knocked out by fist-sized drones. These drones are basically disposable aircraft, which directly use high-speed collision to knock people out. Then, they were immediately thrown to the ground by the bionic man. Should we tell these people that the person who reported him is a member of the Ashes organization? Forget it. After this guy returns to his lair, I will go to dig out the Ashes organization's lair later. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that the Ashes organization must have more than one base. But there must be good things in the base. After all, when he was on the Green Demon Star, he got a lot of good things in the Ashes organization's base. Coming to the VIP channel again, Yang Bo carefully looked at the VIP channel and tried to find out where the guy who reported him was. Because now, he couldn't find him through the shared vision even if he was invisible. After the VIP channel, there were luxurious private rooms. Outside a private room, Yang Bo looked at two bodyguards. These two bodyguards gave people a feeling that they were not easy to mess with. Do they look like people from the Alliance? They look a bit like people from the Empire? Yang Bo could tell which country they were from by the way they stood. Because the Alliance values freedom. Even when soldiers stand in line, they give people a casual and loose feeling. As for the Federation, it's not to mention that they belong to warlords. If there is a better posture of soldiers, it's the Shuilan Empire. Isn't Yangbo also a noble? He knew the general physical structure of the Shuinan Empire, as well as the soldiers and people in the country. All people in the Shuilan Empire are loyal to the royal family, so the people there will follow the orders of their superiors without any compromise. What are the people from the Shuilan Empire doing here? Yangbo had a bad feeling. Why do I say that? Because the way these two people stand is not afraid of people discovering their identities. Suddenly Yangbo thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. He had disguised himself as someone who had something to do with the Shuilan Empire. Chapter 487 Fongilio. Yangbo's memory is still good now. When he saw the guys who looked like soldiers from the Blue Water Empire, he thought of himself disguising himself as a pharmacist to deceive Anthony, the pharmacist of Wang Mushua's fleet. The reason why this pharmacist who was disguised as a pharmacist at the Blue Water Empire hooked up with the Queen of the Blue Water Empire was mainly because this pharmacist at the master level did not have a noble status. So he was identified by the Noble Council as polluting the noble bloodline, and then was wanted and disappeared. At that time, it was really difficult to find a suitable master candidate to deceive Anthony, because Wang Mushua could not find a pharmacist out of thin air and then take out high-quality medicine. So Yangbo used a disguised medicine to disguise himself as the master and showed Anthony the perfect light of medicine making. Yangbo still remembered Anthony's suspicion when he saw him, and then the admiration in his eyes after seeing the perfect light. Logically speaking, the fleet shouldn't leak secrets, right? Could it be that someone else from the Empire is inside? Yangbo looked at the two people standing outside the private room. They didn't look like ordinary masters, because the way they stood and the way they didn't care about the people around them gave people a fearless feeling. They should be masters, Yangbo muttered to himself. So Yangbo hid beside and waited for the door of the private room to open to see who was inside. After waiting for almost an hour, Yangbo saw the door open from the inside, and then a person walked out with a smile. Is it this bastard? Yangbo looked at the guy who came out and saw that he was the guy who was slapped by him. Sir, please go slowly. A tall and well-looking woman bowed and made a gesture of invitation, saying, Thank you. The guy from the Ashes organization also quickly returned the greeting and left. Yangbo took this opportunity to sneak into the room. When he came into the room, Yangbo found that the room was actually quite simple. Apart from the most basic furniture, there seemed to be no excessive decorations, and the walls were also made of battleship armor. The area of the entire room was about 300 square meters, with various furniture made of pure wood. There were about 10 people in the room, but only 2 were sitting, and the rest were all standing quietly on the side. There were 4 men and 4 women standing, and they were all dressed professionally. They should be bodyguards and servants. It seems that I didn't do something that was exposed, Yangbo muttered in his heart, because Yangbo felt that if his thing was known to others, the Blue Water Empire would not send people to kill the person he disguised himself as. The people of the Ashes organization are just like that. There are 2 people sitting on the large sofa, and one of them is an old man with white hair, white skin and blue eyes. We still haven't figured out how the Ashes organization was destroyed. It seems that what we want to find out may be difficult. The other person is a handsome young man with white skin and golden hair. He looks to be about 28 or 29 years old. We are unfamiliar with this place now, and it is better to have news about them than not. It is probably not just us who are keeping an eye on the news of the Life Energy Stone. There should be many other people. There has been no news about the Life Energy for a long time. I didn't expect to have news in this remote place this time. Yangbo, who was hiding in the dark, understood what was going on when he heard this. Zhou Rui's father, Zhou Sin, used the Life Energy Stone to prolong his life. When he went out to find an old friend, the old friend found that Zhou Rui's father was much younger. So he was betrayed by his old friend. And obviously more people knew the news. It looks like they are sending food to the door again. I wonder who these people are. Yangbo pondered in his heart. We must not disappoint His Highness's expectations this time. If it really doesn't work, we will capture the guy surnamed Zhou and extract the energy of the Life Energy Stone in his flesh and blood. He should not have completely integrated the energy of the Life Energy Stone yet. The white-haired old man spoke again. I'm afraid things are not so easy to deal with. The guy surnamed Zhou has a relationship with the Bounty Hunter Union and the Wang family of the Alliance. In addition, his daughter has become a member of the March Star Parliament. The handsome man shook his head. We are just the first group. If we can't get the life energy stone through normal channels, His Highness will send someone to assist us. The most important thing for us now is to get enough information about the other party. The white-haired old man spoke again. Yang Bo looked at the white-haired old man, who looked kind, and actually said such words. Who is His Highness? It seems that there are not many people who can be called His Highness in the Blue Water Empire? Logically speaking, the His Highness they call him should not be very old. Why does he need the life energy stone? Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Although Yang Bo has the ability to be invisible, he is still in a more hidden place in the room. Because Yang Bo knows that there may be superpowers that can break the invisibility. So it is better to be careful. There is no absolutely invincible power in this world. It just means that there is no way to restrain it. As for why these two people are talking about these things blatantly in front of so many people, Yang Bo is not surprised. After all, in the Shuilan Empire, such slaves generally have slave chips. And in the Shuilan Empire, any testimony and evidence of any slaves and slaves betraying their masters is illegal. And any slaves and slaves who betray their masters will be subject to extremely cruel criminal laws. So these servants present, even if they tell this matter, it will not have any impact. Because the laws of the empire will not agree with what they say at all, but will think that they betray their masters. It is for this reason that there are very few slaves in the Shuilan Empire who betray their masters. If I go to the Shuilan Empire in the future, can I buy some slaves? Yang Bo secretly admired the several maids standing, while muttering in his heart, if this was in the KTV in his previous life, it would definitely be the top card. It seems that there are some nobles in the Blue Water Empire who are not good people, and even commit heinous crimes. When will I go there to brush up some skills? I just don't know if the Alliance report is accurate. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are very arrogant, and do not hide anything at all. Yang Bo thought to himself again. Because in the Blue Water Empire, people do not treat slaves as people, but just as commodities, just like pets or livestock on Earth. Although the Blue Water Empire is a slave system, there are also free people. Free people still enjoy the laws of the empire, but they do not have the privileges of the nobles. But this remote planet we are going to this time has recently had a series of vicious cases. I hope these guys won't come to provoke us. The white-haired old man spoke again. After he finished speaking, the white-haired old man stretched out his hand, and a maid kneeling next to him quickly took the teacup from the table and bent over to put it in the white-haired old man's hand. The white-haired old man took the teacup with both hands and took a sip, then put it back in the maid's hand. Yang Bo now understood. He was curious just now. The sofa where the two people sat was too big for the tea table in the middle. If they wanted to drink tea, they had to stand up to take the teacup. Unexpectedly, the servants delivered it to them. I've read the Alliance's report, and I think they're exaggerating. Their report is a bit far-fetched. No one can cut the wall of the safe cabin with energy weapons. I personally consulted the dean of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, and he said there's no such possibility. I guess the Alliance's bureaucrats are incompetent, so they made these excuses. These Alliance bureaucrats will only oppose each other and deceive the people of their country. They won't do anything else, the handsome young man said, with a bit of disdain in his tone. The Royal Martial Arts Academy is where the royal family of the Blue Water Empire trains the royal guards. There is also the Royal Military Academy on the Empire side, which specializes in training military commanders for the Empire. The legendary dean of the Royal Martial Arts Academy is an A+ level strongman. This is also what Yang Bo learned on the internet before. As the leader of the younger generation of our empire, you have the highest martial arts skills. If you practice with these extreme criminals, it should be helpful for your martial arts. The white-bearded old man nodded. When Yang Bo heard this, he suddenly remembered that when he was reading the news about the empire, he mentioned a nickname of a person. Could this be the famous Feng Yilio in the Shuilan Empire? Yang Bo muttered to himself when he heard this. Feng Yilio is actually a nickname. It is said that he is a strong man of the younger generation of the Shuilan Empire. It is said that among people of the same age, anyone who faces him will be defeated in one wave. If it is really that guy, I am afraid I will let him get his wish. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. This Feng Yilio has a bad reputation. Of course, if the other party has a good reputation, I am afraid that the Alliance will not report it at all. After all, the relationship between the two sides can be said to be very tense. How can it be possible to report the good deeds of the opponent? This Feng Yilio has the title of Viscount, and his father is the general of the empire and a marquis. It is said that this Feng Liu likes to bully men and women the most. As long as he likes a woman, he will try his best to get her, including the daughters of some small nobles, and some daughters of some commoners. Anyway, the Alliance described Feng Liu as a sex maniac. But Yang Bo didn't believe it. Because in the system of the Blue Water Empire, no matter whether it was a small noble or a commoner, they would like their daughters to have a relationship with the son of the Marquis. Not to mention that Feng Liu was the best of the younger generation. Of course, it is not ruled out that Feng Liu has some fetishes, and he likes to reject those who come to him if he doesn't like them. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Alliance spread rumors about others. When you come to the Alliance, you have to be careful about your words and deeds. The relationship between our empire and the Alliance has been getting worse and worse in recent years. If their politicians catch hold of it, it may cause a huge incident. The old man with white beard spoke again. Master General Manager, don't worry. I promise not to do anything out of line this time. If I delay His Highness's work, I can't afford it. The handsome young man nodded and replied. His Highness the Crown Prince has been dismissed, and the position of the Crown Prince has been vacant. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking. The old man with white beard said again. I suspect that dismissing His Highness the Crown Prince is a trick. His Highness the Crown Prince is unlucky this time. He was implicated in the incident of the Pharmacist Union, and even his biggest helper, the Grand Master of Pharmacy, died suddenly. Your Majesty should be reluctant to give up His Highness the Crown Prince. But this incident has indeed affected His Highness the Crown Prince's reputation. He is not worthy of being the successor of the Empire. If he is not dismissed, the noble parliament may publicly impeach him. The handsome young man shook his head and replied. Yang Bo was a little puzzled when he heard this in the dark. He didn't expect that the Imperial Noble Council had such great power. As for the fact that His Royal Highness was implicated by his own troubles, it was not surprising at all. After all, he had heard about it a long time ago. It turns out that these guys are looking for the life energy stone to help the prince they are talking about. After all, it is said that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is already very old. Yang Bo now knows the purpose of the two. But what your Majesty didn't expect was that many people came forward to expose His Royal Highness's crimes just after His Royal Highness was dismissed. Now it is impossible for His Royal Highness to come back. The Noble Council will definitely not allow His Royal Highness to come back. But it's good. This also gives us a chance. The white-bearded old man laughed. Otherwise, our prince has no chance to show himself. The handsome young man also nodded. If your prince can become the prince, we will also be the pillars of the country in the future. When the white-bearded old man said this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. And he was obviously very happy. I'm afraid that it's not just us who come here. Several of your prince's competitors should also send people here. The handsome young man said again. It would be better if they came. It's just right to deal with these people in the Alliance. The white-bearded old man laughed. It will take a few days for our spaceship to arrive. This March star is too remote. The spaceship has so few flights. The handsome young man shook his head and said, You can walk around in the airport and see more of the Alliance. If our prince becomes the prince in the future, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for us to come to the Alliance again. And it seems that there are all kinds of services in the bar here. You can spend money to experience the characteristics of the Alliance. The white-bearded old man laughed again. Master General Manager, I'm afraid you want to enjoy the special features? The handsome young man said with a meaningful tone. I really like their role-playing. Unlike ours. The white-bearded old man laughed. Then I'd like to experience it. The handsome young man said. Yang Bo's heart moved when he heard this. I'll contact Master Zhang later to see if there is any information about Feng Liu. If this young man is really Feng Liu, then I will let him experience the special features of the Alliance. Yang Bo knows the services of the Alliance. When you think she is a woman, maybe he will suddenly turn into an oversized macho man. And the offense and defense will switch instantly. The two chatted about some food, drink and entertainment in the Empire. Yang Bo found that special services are legal in the Empire. And the two men also discussed which noble lady has the most lovers. The life of the nobles is really decadent. Yang Bo heard the two guys talking about a masquerade. The participants of the ball were all nobles and noble ladies in the same circle. Anyway, after putting on makeup, you can recognize the upper body, but not the lower body. These nobles who eat and wait for death can only find excitement in this way. Yang Bo could probably guess why the private lives of the nobles in the Blue Water Empire were so decadent. After waiting for a while, Yang Bo slipped out while the staff outside delivered things. The identity information outside had been checked. Yang Bo lifted the invisibility in a bathroom and took out the communicator to send a message to Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang was very happy on March Star. 2 bastards in his family died, and other people in the family also received a restraining order from the Union Justice Department, because a member of the Red Earl was found in the Zhang family's team and must be investigated. Before the matter is investigated, no one in the Zhang family is allowed to leave the current residence. Young Master Zhang now has plenty of time to continue to develop his power on March Star. Facing the message sent by Yang Bo, young Master Zhang was also very surprised. Uncle Nyo, why does Mr. Jiu want the list of imperial people? Uncle Nyo also frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Do you want to ask? Let's forget it. In case you ask something you shouldn't know. Young Master Zhang was also very curious. But he still shook his head. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's stabilize the situation on March Star first. Nyo Bo asked again, should we send him the relevant information? Send it. Young Master Zhang nodded. Yang Bo looked at the information sent by young Master Zhang in the airport, and couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a big family. And you know so much information. Yang Bo looked at the information sent by young Master Zhang, and it turned out that Feng Yilio liked virgin girls. And it was said that it was because of a special ancient martial arts. Feng Yilio has a good reputation in the empire, because this guy has a father who is a marquis. So anything can be settled. And in the eyes of the imperial nobles, it is the honor of the common people to be enjoyed by the nobles. So this matter was only reported in the alliance, and not many people in the empire knew it. Yang Bo saw the photo, and knew that the handsome young man just now was Feng Yilio. As for the identity of the white-bearded old man, Yang Bo also knew that he was a steward of the 11th prince of the Shuilan Empire. The emperor of the Shuilan Empire had many women, but only the son of the queen had the right of inheritance. The sons of other women could only be princes, and the crown prince had to choose the one with the best reputation and the strongest ability in the direct line to be the crown prince. Not that the eldest son could be the crown prince. The young man actually wanted to come to our alliance bar to experience the characteristics. Yang Bo felt that people like Feng Yilu should enjoy the characteristics. Of course, to be enjoyed. Chapter 488 Fun. In the bars of the alliance, there are not only men and women walking in the gray area. There is also a kind of robot service. That is, the service of bionic people. Of course, some high-end bars do not have it. But there is a special service place in the airport. There are many bionic people of the same star. And you can set your favorite type, duration, or length, thickness. Guarantee that customers are very satisfied. Of course, this kind of robot service key parts will be replaced with a new one after serving one person. And there will be no problem. So Yang Bo prepared to give Feng Yilio some special services. Yang Bo waited outside the VIP channel intersection. After about an hour, 2 people came out. The 2 people walked out and talked and laughed together. It was the white-bearded old man and Feng Yilio. The 2 seemed to have a close relationship, but they maintained enough boundaries. The white-bearded old man walked a little ahead, and Feng Yilio walked behind. And most of the time, when the white-bearded old man spoke, Feng Yilio kept silent. This proves that the white-bearded old man has a higher status than Feng Yilio. In fact, it is the case in the empire. Although Feng Yilu's father is a marquis, Feng Yilu is not the only son of the marquis. Although the white-bearded old man is just a butler, his master is a prince and has the right of inheritance. The prince is completely different. Even if this prince does not inherit the throne of the emperor in the end, he is still a prince. The status of a prince is the highest among the nobles. Of course, there is also a duke, who is a duke with substantial and large territories. The prince's territory is usually small, and the emperor is also afraid that the prince's territory will be too large, and he will split from him. The 2 walked into the most upscale bar in the airport. The staff at the door of the bar knew that the 2 came from the VIP area and welcomed them in warmly. Yang Bo had already found a bathroom to hide when the 2 came out of the VIP passage. Really, Yang Bo had no way to hide in the bathroom, because most other places in the airport have surveillance and smart devices. To be honest, Yang Bo still felt a little bad about the bathroom. So he put aside his displeasure and prepared to let Feng Yilio experience it twice. The upscale bar is completely different. After entering, it seems like you are on the top of a mountain, surrounded by endless mountains. It is quite a sense of overlooking the mountains. Of course, Most of the surroundings are virtual images. The lobby of the bar seems to be on the top of a mountain. And there are several stone paths leading to the back of the mountain. Yongbo just followed Feng Yilu and the other two and hurried in, and saw them walking towards a stone path. The stone path went along the cliff behind the mountain. In fact, this is the passage of a room. But the surroundings are all virtual images. The road on the cliff is very narrow and paved with stone slabs. On one side is a cliff, and you can also see the clouds and mist in the valley. Looking down, you can also see various plants growing on the cliff. After bypassing the cliff, there is an ancient house, which is actually a private room. After entering the private room, there are normal sofas and tables, but they have a bit of ancient charm, as if they were made of solid wood, and the floor is also like that of stone slabs. Dear guests, you can choose any service. The staff introduced the services in the bar in detail. This room can be transformed into any scenery. It can be a beach with blue sky and clear water, or a luxurious yacht, or even a tall building. I'll open a private room alone. Feng Yilio felt a little uncomfortable with this butler, so he spoke up. Okay then. The butler also felt something was wrong. After all, the two were acquaintances, and they couldn't let go when they played later. Besides, his status was higher than Feng Yilio. The staff took Feng Yilio away again, and Yongbo followed this guy, because he didn't have more information about the butler. He was not sure whether the butler was worth doing it himself. After going out, the outside was still the same. Just follow the stone path, and then turn a corner to another room. In fact, the road under your feet is a straight passage. But the surrounding scenery is changing, as if you have turned a ridge again. This time, you enter a cave on the cliff, which is actually a private room. TSK. If this set were brought to Earth, the business would be so hot. Yongbo could imagine that the people playing in the private room turned the surroundings into the blue sea, as if his private room was on a yacht, or simply on the mountain, and then men and women had fun in it. This scene must be exciting. It's worthy of being a high-end bar. These equipment are not cheap. Yongbo also entered the private room and found that the private room was more than 100 square meters. The staff handed Feng Yilu a pair of glasses, which were virtual glasses, used to choose people to accompany him for drinking. There are all kinds of detailed information inside. Yongbo has not experienced this before and wants to experience it. Of course, the private rooms of this kind of high-end bar pay great attention to privacy. And this kind of glasses are also a simple terminal device and are not connected to the internet. Give me set 6 first, and I'll take a look at the others. Feng Yilio ordered a drink set first. Okay, sir. I'll arrange it right away. The staff nodded immediately, because the bar pays great attention to privacy. Smart devices are rarely used. There are no robots at all. Even passing messages requires real people. Seeing the opportunity coming, Yongbo followed the staff out, and then hurried to the bathroom in the bar. After revealing his body, he changed the style of the armor into the clothing style of the waiter here, and the whole person's face shape also changed. Yongbo can disguise himself without using biological samples. Yongbo quickly walked out of the bathroom and came to Feng Yilio's private room. Feng Yilio saw that the staff who came in did not bring the drinks and beverages he needed, and thought that they were here to listen to what he wanted. So he said, Number 3, Number 12, Number 19 want a full set of services. Yongbo had already detected it with the sound of his footsteps when he came in. This private room did not have any smart devices, and the virtual projections around were all a separate terminal device in the entire private room. The walls of the entire private room were integrated, except for ventilation and energy pipelines. Sir. Yongbo pretended to get close to Feng Yilio to listen. Feng Yilio looked at Yongbo's action and nodded slightly. When the big shots of the Empire spoke, the little guys had to listen attentively. But the next second Feng Yilio saw the staff's hand flying over. Feng Yilio moved quickly and blocked it with one hand instantly. But Feng Yilio felt as if he had encountered a fighter plane. And then, he was slapped hard on the head. The whole person was a little dizzy from this force. And then he saw the staff's other hand hitting him again. But he had no way to resist. Then he fainted. Yongbo directly summoned an empty space box, took out the confinement collar from it, and put it on Feng Yilio. And then put Feng Yilio into the space box, and put the space box away. Of course, collecting some biological samples and smartwatches from Feng Yilio. So when the staff brought the set meal, they saw that the previous guest was still wearing virtual glasses. Check out. Yang Bo disguised as Feng Yiliu and said, "Dear guest, is there anything that we don't provide good service?" The staff was a little surprised. "I came here with the guest next to me. How much did the guest spend?" Yang Bo asked lightly. "The guest next door has not yet finished spending. And I am not responsible for the specific amount of spending." The staff member is a tall woman, wearing a professional suit, with a pair of tight long legs and a perfect figure. "Is 1 million enough?" Yang Bo said directly after hearing this. "Sir? 3 million. The extra is considered as your tip. Let's go!" Yang Bo took off his glasses, then opened his smartwatch and saw that there were more than 9 million credit points in it. Yang Bo remembered that the Empire did not use credit points, and it was probably the cost of this trip here. "Sir, please follow me." The staff's voices softened when they heard the VIP's words. If it were on Earth, Yang Bo would have slapped some of these jobs. But now is not the time to play. Serve that customer much better. Count it as your tip. Yang Bo came outside to pay the bill, directly transferred 5 million to the bar, and walked away with a cool wave of his hand. "You are worthy of being a VIP. You are too generous. Haven't the VIP's drinks been consumed yet? Take it back and drink it yourself. But it's worth hundreds of thousands of drinks. Why do I feel that the VIP's clothes seem to be a little different?" Another staff member said. Yang Bo didn't have time to take off Feng Yiliu's clothes, and directly used the style of armor camouflage, which of course was not as smooth as his real clothes. "Don't talk nonsense. Some of these VIP's clothes are of the semi-armor type, which can block energy attacks," another knowledgeable staff member said immediately. Then Yang Bo deliberately walked around the surveillance area in the airport, and then went straight to the place where he rented robots. This place looks like a hotel, but the difference is that it is full of robots. No real people. Although Yang Bo has heard of this kind of place, he is still a little curious when he comes in for the first time. "Sir, please look at the big screen. The green ones represent empty rooms. There are 4 types of rooms, ABCD. As soon as he walked into the hall, a voice sounded. Yang Bo saw that there were dozens of rooms on the big screen, and half of them were red, which meant that there were people. As for the types of rooms, the main difference is the scenes. There are now 4 types, including swimming pool scenes, prison cell scenes, bus scenes, and normal hotel scenes." Yang Bo put on virtual glasses according to the prompts to choose the type of robot. The robots are divided into many models, including skin color, hair, appearance, body shape, gender, and various celebrity models. And there are specific time requirements, etc. Yang Bo helped Feng Yiliu choose 4 male sports star robots, and then all the others chose the longest time, the largest size, and the tendency to be abused. The reason for choosing outside is that the room is absolutely private. After Yang Bo made his choice, he paid. Of course, he also paid with Feng Yiliu's watch. Then Yang Bo stood on the flying skateboard, and the flying skateboard took Yang Bo to the room. Yang Bo came to the room, which was a normal hotel scene. He coughed and confirmed that there was no monitoring equipment here. Then Yang Bo took Feng Yiliu out of the space box and threw him on the big bed. As for the confinement collar, it was not untied at all. Anyway, that thing was not Yang Bo's own. Yang Bo was very considerate. He threw Feng Yiliu directly on the bed, and then returned the watch and other things to Feng Yiliu considerately. Then Yang Bo waited for about 10 minutes. The door opened, and several bionic people of the same style as sports stars came in. These people were wearing clothes for sports activities and looked like real people. Yang Bo took this opportunity to leave. Feng Yiliu, wearing a confinement collar, would definitely enjoy the characteristics of the alliance. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to stroll around the place with surveillance just now was that he thought Feng Yiliu would definitely cause trouble later. I wonder if this guy will like this feeling later. Just like the guy from the Empire last time, who liked this feeling. Yang Bo felt sick when he thought of the eye-catching scene between the guy from the Empire last time and his 2 male servants. Yang Bo left the place where the robot was rented and found a bathroom to restore it to its original state. Then Yang Bo found someone who saw the exit of the robot rental and started drinking tea. Hee. Yang Bo was very happy. To be honest, Yang Bo also knew that he had a little hatred for the privileged class. This may be the negative emotions brought by the previous life. So after knowing what Feng Yiliu did, he must let him taste the characteristics of our alliance. Yang Bo gave Feng Yiliu an 8-hour service time, just to see if he was served for 8 hours. Unexpectedly, This sitting was really 8 hours. After 8 hours, the police appeared at the door of the robot rental. And then the rescue robot came. And there was something like a rescue medical cabin. This scene attracted many passers-by to watch the excitement. However, Yang Bo did not go up to watch the excitement, because his current identity information was fake, and there was no record of entering the port. Soon the ambulance robot left with the rescue capsule. Too cool. It is said that he is from the Empire. People from the Empire actually want to experience the special services of our alliance? That guy even yelled that he would sue us. He chose the service himself. And he has the nerve to sue us? It seems that in the Empire, it is illegal for men to have sex with men. That's because the Empire wants to increase the birth rate and have more slaves. So they say this is illegal. Their nobles still have sex with men. Nobles have privileges. So of course they can do whatever they want. Just fine everyone. This guy actually ordered 4 male sports stars of the same model. How do you know? I saw the police sealing up the 4 sports star robots. And they will use them as evidence later. He actually called an ambulance robot. He must have suffered a lot of damage. Yang Bo heard a few people who had just come in to drink tea whispering. Although the voices of the few people were very low, Yang Bo's sound wave detection was not vegetarian. In the Interstellar era, he actually called an ambulance robot, which showed how serious the injury was. Of course, it would not be fatal. After all, service robots still have certain safety settings. Haha. Yang Bo was secretly happy and drank the tea in one breath. Chapter 489 Misunderstanding. Just as the white-bearded butler came out of the bar, he saw the police waiting for him outside the bar, and frowned slightly. The police generally don't come in to disturb people in such high-end bars. In the Alliance, there is no way to disturb others without solid evidence that they have violated the law. This gentleman? Excuse me. Do you know this gentleman? The 2 real police officers came to handle the case, because Feng Liu's registered information showed that he lived in the VIP area. This is my companion. What happened? The white-bearded butler looked at the virtual image taken out by the 2 policemen. And it was Feng Liu. Sir, can we find a place to talk? The 2 policemen also felt that this matter was not suitable to be said in public. So they spoke. Let's go to where we live to talk. The white-bearded butler was also nervous. After all, the purpose of this visit was not simple. It seemed that Feng Liu might have had an accident. Yang Bo was hiding nearby. It had been 2 hours since Feng Liu was taken away by the rescue robot, which meant that the white-bearded butler had been playing in the bar for more than 11 hours. It was obvious that the old man was having a good time. He just came out with a rosy face. And the staff inside were also extremely respectful. When they arrived at the white-bearded butler's residence, there was a special reception room. Could you 2 policemen tell me what happened? The white-bearded butler was not surprised by praise or criticism. He asked the servants to serve tea to the 2 policemen before he spoke. This is what happened. Something happened to Mr. Feng. As the 2 policemen spoke, they used virtual images to show the white-bearded butler Feng Liu strolling in the public surveillance and entering the robot hotel by himself. Yang Bo was listening to 2 policemen saying that Feng Liu was served by 4 robots in turn. Feng Liu woke up not long after being served. But because Feng Liu ordered a torture meal, the 4 robots continued to serve Feng Liu according to the meal customized by Feng Liu, while his vital signs were stable. These 4 bionic robots have their own vital signs monitoring system, so they completed the service without Feng Liu's life being in danger. Feng Liu wanted to run halfway, but because he was wearing a fastening collar and had no superpowers, he was no match for the 4 robots simply by relying on strength. When the white-bearded butler heard the 2 policemen talking about the process, his eyelids also jumped, especially when the police showed the surveillance of Feng Liu ordering and paying for the meal, which was the surveillance in the lobby of the robot service hotel. Although the white-bearded butler was calm on the surface, he cursed in his heart. The white-bearded butler knew that the nobles just liked to play these exciting things, but he didn't expect that this time he played a little too much. The 2 policemen also admired the white-bearded butler's attitude of not being surprised by praise or criticism. Mr. Feng is insisting that someone framed him. We showed him complete evidence, but he refused to admit it. The 2 policemen were speechless. It's obvious that you went too far, but now you turn around and deny it. Are you talking about the collar on his neck? The white-bearded butler didn't care about Feng Liu. As long as he wasn't dead, it didn't matter to him. Even if he was dead, he was just the son of a marquis. Besides, he had evidence of his absence. And it was Fongulu who did it himself. Butler Whitebeard also knew that it was difficult to die in the Alliance. Next, we will talk about this confinement collar. According to our analysis of this collar, it should be produced by the Water Blue Empire. There is no such type of collar in our judicial system. So this confinement collar has not been untied yet. The two policemen nodded. Take me to see it. Whitebeard Butler had said so much before. But he didn't say he would go to see it. Now that the collar was produced by the Water Blue Empire, Butler Whitebeard felt a little anxious and wanted to see it. Yang Bo didn't know where this confinement collar came from, because he had too many in his hands. He got some during the pirate attack, and then got another part when he went out to the mineral planet for adventure. Unexpectedly, this collar was actually produced by the Water Blue Empire. In fact, Yang Bo was a little worried that he would be exposed. But after hearing this news, he felt that Butler Whitebeard should focus on their country. Yang Bo followed the three people to the rescue center at the airport. We gave Mr. Fong some mild sleeping pills. He may have suffered too much psychological damage. We recommend that he receive psychological treatment for half a year, the attending doctor said. In fact, it was the first time for the attending doctor to see someone who rented a robot to serve him in the hospital, and a rescue medical cabin was used. The Whitebeard Butler didn't care about these things at all. As for seeing a psychologist, it was completely unnecessary. After all, this kid chose the service himself. It's just that the service standards on the Alliance side are different. The Whitebeard Butler personally looked at the collar on Fongilio's neck, and his heart skipped a beat. Can I take him away? I promise he won't bother you again. The white-bearded butler asked the police after reading it. Of course. You two are foreign citizens. As long as you don't do anything illegal in our country, and there are no victims in this incident, we suggest that Mr. Fong can choose other packages after he wakes up. The two policemen nodded and said at the same time. Yang Bo almost laughed while listening to the two policemen's weird suggestions. Fongilio was sleeping like this, and was taken away by the white-bearded butler. Yang Bo hurriedly followed behind to watch the fun. After all, he was free now. Fongilio was taken away by a servant of the white-bearded butler. Back to the VIP area. The white-bearded butler asked the servant to throw Fongilio directly on the sofa. Hey Jian, can you see if this collar can be untied? The white-bearded butler looked at Fongilio, who was still sleeping, and asked. Yang Bo looked at a servant and bowed and replied, Master Steward, I will check it immediately. Then the servant carefully looked at the collar from left to right, and then took out a smart scanner from his pocket, which was like a mini flashlight. Master Steward, this confinement collar is produced by the Royal Weapons Institute. It is the most powerful one. The production date should be 5 years ago. After the servant carefully scanned it, he stood up and bowed to answer. Royal Weapons Institute? The white-bearded steward looked a little unhappy when he heard this. The Royal Weapons Institute specializes in producing various weapons and equipment for the royal family, which means that some of the things used by the royal family are specially customized. Yes, I don't have the authority to unlock this confinement collar. If I try to unlock it privately, it may lead to an irreversible situation. The servant nodded in response. The white-bearded butler asked again, Who can I ask to unlock this collar? Your Excellency can apply to the Royal Weapons Research Institute to unlock the collar remotely. The servant answered concisely. The white-bearded butler directly picked up the cup in his hand and splashed water at Fongilio. Fongilio was imprisoned because of his superpowers. So after being used with a sleeping potion, he could not wake up quickly by himself. Butler. Fongilio woke up immediately after being splashed with water, and then jumped up instantly, and saw the unhappy white-bearded butler. Tell me, what happened to you? The white-bearded butler asked curiously. Butler, after I left your private room, I came to the private room next door, and I was attacked by a bar staff. When I woke up, I was already in the robot service hotel. Fongilio thought of that terrible time. For 8 hours. For robots. Fongilio struggled and resisted, but it was useless. After 8 hours of service, Fongilio still felt dazed, as if he was held there by 3 robots, and then served desperately by 1 robot. It seems that our whereabouts have been exposed. The white-bearded butler. I don't know how much of Fongilio's words are true. After all, what Fongilio said is a bit unbelievable, and it is completely different from the surveillance he saw. Of course, the white-bearded butler thought that Fongilio was playing too much, but he also thought that it might be faked by the Alliance police. But the white-bearded steward doesn't care how Fongilio is being served. What the Whitebeard steward is more concerned about is what the collar on Feng Liu's neck represents. Is it a warning from other princes? Master Steward? Feng Liu asked, suppressing his discomfort when he heard this. The confinement collar on your neck is produced by the Royal Weapons Institute. I suspect that other princes have already set their sights on us. The Whitebeard steward couldn't figure out many things, but the only thing he knew was that this collar was not available to ordinary people. Ah! Feng Liu touched the collar on his neck and was a little surprised. Feng Liu's mind was also in a mess. This time, Feng Liu and his other brothers each surrendered to a prince. No matter which prince became the emperor in the future, his family would not have any problems. But the Royal Weapons Institute was a department that the emperor personally managed. Is His Majesty warning us? Feng Liu thought of a team that served His Majesty specifically. And only this team could make him like this without anyone noticing. It shouldn't be. His Majesty has always been happy to see the competition between the princes. The steward was also in a dilemma, because no one could say for sure about this matter. After all, His Majesty was old. Besides, everyone had a preference. Maybe His Majesty favored someone. The Emperor of the Empire had absolute power. Although there was a noble parliament to check and balance, it was still easy for the Emperor of the Empire to kill someone. Master Steward, please help me find someone to untie the collar. Feng Liu didn't care about recalling the 8 hours of unbearable and humiliation. He bowed deeply to the white-bearded steward and said, I will contact the Royal Weapons Institute remotely immediately. The white-bearded steward nodded. When Yang Bo heard this, he was ready to sneak away, because he used a little trick to untie the collar. If it was untied according to the original procedure, the collar would explode. Chapter 490 Outrageous. When the Whitebeard butler contacted the Royal Weapons Institute, all the other servants went out, and Yang Bo took this opportunity to follow these servants out. If these servants hadn't known that they were living people, they would have thought they were robots. Yang Bo came here for the second time, and he didn't see them say anything else. They stood there motionless, and there was no other sound except the sound of breathing, as if they didn't exist. This time, the Whitebeard butler contacted an acquaintance of the Royal Weapons Institute privately. The Whitebeard butler contacted an acquaintance of the Royal Weapons Institute, and the acquaintance of the Royal Weapons Institute saw the confinement collar on Feng Liu's neck through the video. Yes, this model of confinement collar is indeed produced by our Weapons Institute. But this model is not used in our country. It is mainly supplied to some covert organizations abroad. The acquaintance of the Royal Weapons Institute introduced it. The Whitebeard butler was relieved when he heard this, for he was afraid that this confinement collar had something to do with His Majesty. Then can we remove this confinement collar? The white-bearded steward was relieved. As long as it had nothing to do with His Majesty. That was all. I'll establish a remote connection. And then you can see that there is a button behind the golden hoop collar. Yes, that's it. The white-bearded steward asked Feng Liu to get close to him, and the people from the Royal Weapons Institute began to instruct him. 376-5832. According to this frequency, press this button to turn on the wireless connection switch. Remember not to make a mistake. The people from the Royal Weapons Institute spoke again. This password is scrolled in real time and is calculated based on interstellar time. If you don't know the password and press it randomly, it will have no effect. If you press it frequently, the neck collar will punish the user. The people from the Royal Weapons Institute spoke again, without the Whitebeard chief steward doing anything. Feng Liu started pressing the buttons. The first 3 was pressed 3 times in a row and then stopped for 1 second. And the second 7 was pressed 7 times in a row and then stopped again. Wireless signal detected. After Feng Liu finished processing according to the real-time dynamic password, the Whitebeard chief steward looked at his smartwatch and said, Okay, I'll establish a remote connection. If you agree, I'll unlock it remotely from here. The people from the Royal Weapons Institute sent a link to the Whitebeard chief steward. The White Tiger chief steward agreed to the other party's remote connection in his smartwatch. In just 3 seconds, the collar on Feng Liu's neck unlocked with a click. Damn it! Feng Liu cursed. Zizizizi. However, with these 3 words, the whole collar released a dazzling energy light in the next second. The Whitebeard chief steward was so scared that he flew back with a blue energy light all over his body. Strength extraction plus 16. Yang Bo, who was strolling outside, had such information in his mind. Yang Bo blinked in disbelief. What kind of superpower is this? It can actually extract other people's strength. Is it a permanent extraction or a temporary extraction? Such a perverted combat skill? Is it related to the ancient martial arts practiced by Feng Yilio? Feng Yilio's father is a general. Could it be related to the ancient martial arts practiced? Or to this ability? No wonder this guy is called the leader of the younger generation in the Empire. With this perverted superpower, he can do anything. When fighting, he will first extract the strength of others. This seems to be a bit similar to energy absorption. But this power should not belong to the category of energy. Right? Good people are rewarded. I didn't expect that I could get such an ability just to eliminate harm for the people. I don't know if Feng Yilio's brothers and sisters have this ability. It seems that I must go to the Blue Water Empire if I have a chance. Go back and check how many people are in Feng Yilio's family. Is his ability a superpower, or an additional ability, after practicing ancient martial arts? When Yang Bo was thinking about it outside, the white-bearded steward looked a little strange. In the last second, he was the leader of the young generation of the Empire, and was hailed as the first master of the young generation. Now his whole head has become charcoal. He can't die anymore. In the Interstellar Society, as long as the cell activity in the brain has not completely disappeared, it can be restored by various means. As for other parts of the body, they can all be recultivated. But this brain being burned by energy has no meaning. And the white-bearded steward was also relieved. Because although he was the only one at the scene, he was on video throughout the whole process. Old White, hurry up and find a way to send back the fragments of the imprisonment collar. Someone actually cracked our imprisonment collar. The furious voice of a familiar person from the royal weaponry came from the smart watch of the White-beard chief steward. It was Feng Yilio who died. The White-beard chief steward said in a light tone. In this technological society, ancient martial arts are useless. And Feng Data has more than one son. You know that the imprisonment collar is a combination of the core technology of our water blue empire, the dynamic password algorithm inside, and related manufacturing, involving many things. The acquaintance of the royal weapons almost roared. And you should get back here as soon as possible. I will report this to His Majesty immediately. Remember, if you can bring back the remains of the imprisonment collar, it will be a great achievement. Our Majesty has nothing. So why would he ask you to go to other countries to get other things? Also, think carefully. After you get there, who will know your true identity? Although we are not afraid of Feng Datu, we have to give him an explanation after all. The acquaintance of the royal weapons closed the communication after saying these two sentences, and obviously went to report to His Majesty. Hearing this, the Whitebeard chief muttered to himself, just an explanation? That's right. The Ashes organization is just right. Anyway, there are many people who are taking advantage of the situation now. Of course, the Whitebeard chief mistress heard it clearly. The last sentence the acquaintance said was just to give an explanation. As for the truth, it doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone has to save face. Then the next second, the Whitebeard chief mistress contacted the person in charge of the VIP area of the airport. The head of the VIP area was also eyelid twitching when he saw the situation in front of him. Those who can come to the VIP area are either rich or noble. And now this situation has occurred. If it is spread out, it will definitely be bad for his reputation. The Whitebeard butler just made a simple request that the head of the VIP area provide surveillance of the entrance to the VIP channel, mainly to find out the video data of the person in the Ashes organization. This is the explanation to Feng Datu. Then the Whitebeard butler waved his hand and directly hired a private spaceship, and hurriedly returned to the country with Feng Yilio's body. As for why the Whitebeard butler wanted to find the head of the VIP area, it was because the head of the VIP area did not want this matter to be made public. So he had to open up his relationship and let the private spaceship return to the Blue Water Empire without any hindrance. The VIP area was like nothing had happened. There was no surveillance inside anyway. The Whitebeard butler and his party left through the VIP channel, and there was no information about entering or leaving the airport. Why did he leave? The best of your young generation in the Empire. Just die. I was counting on more people from your side to come to March Star. Yang Bo was very confused about the departure of the Whitebeard butler. Yang Bo ignored the fact that technology is the primary productive force in this interstellar society. Although Yang Bo only changed the inside of the imprisonment collar, it made the Royal Weaponry Institute feel like they were facing a great enemy. These imprisonment collars are produced by each country with its own core technology, and they must not be cracked by outsiders. Otherwise, this kind of collar would lose any meaning. And this time it was not only changed by someone, but the people in the Weaponry Institute did not even notice it. In other words, This kind of collar made with many high-tech products has lost any meaning. The various manufacturing, production control, and other processes and algorithms involved in it have no effect. What Yang Bo didn't know was that because the Shuilan Empire was a slave society, the amount of imprisonment collars was very large. Once someone used the decryption algorithm of the imprisonment collars in the empire, many people in the empire might rebel. As for the death of a person, no one cared about it now. Not to mention that Feng Yilu, who died, was a guy without power or position. Even the death of the emperor's son was not as important as the core technology. Now the Shuilan Empire was on high alert. And the emperor of the Shuilan Empire was also eyelid twitching. Because the emperor of the Shuilan Empire also imprisoned a lot of people. After all, in the struggle for power, there are always losers. But somehow the news leaked out. So someone in the dark world offered a sky-high bounty for the solution to crack the Blue Empire's imprisonment collar. Unfortunately, Yang Bo does not have enough channels to obtain some information from the dark world in a timely manner. On the 5th day after the incident, Zhang Buizhen's eyelids twitched when he saw the information brought by Niu Bo. Feng Dada's son died? Why did Zhang Buizhen's eyelids twitch when he saw the information? Others did not know how this guy died. But Zhang Buizhen knew that someone had obtained the other party's information from him. And according to the current information, Feng Dada's son died not long after he transmitted the information to Mr. Jiu. Well, Feng Dada's son is a genius. But I personally think Feng Dada should not care. Nyobo said. Feng Dada used his son to exchange for the fact that the imprisonment collar was cracked. And the emperor will definitely reward him. Zhang Buizhen certainly knew what this meant and nodded. As a member of a large family, Zhang Buizhen certainly knew that nothing was important in the face of absolute interests. Mr. Jiu actually cracked the Blue Water Empire's confinement collar. Zhang Buizhen was more interested in Mr. Jiu. I'm not sure. According to the information we received, it should be a member of the Ashes organization. But this matter reveals something strange. According to the information within our alliance, the origin of this confinement collar is a secret. And at the same time, the series of behaviors of this Feng Dada's son are a bit weird. Nyobo said. Zhang Buizhen laughed. You don't need to look to know that it is the work of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. I'm afraid Nyobo has forgotten that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has a mysterious power. This is not the first time that such a strange thing has happened in the Blue Water Empire. Just look at the death of the Royal Medicine Grand Master of their country last year. Isn't this weird? Master, are you talking about shadows? Nyobo asked. Who else is there besides this organization? Besides, the Blue Water Empire is still researching souls and neural networks. Maybe Feng Dada's son has long been controlled remotely. And many people have a bold guess that the Blue Water Empire's biochips may have other control capabilities. Feng Dada's son should be coming for us. But I don't know what they are specifically here for. Should I ask Mr. Jiu? Zhang Buizhen asked after he finished speaking. Niu Bo agreed with Zhang Buizhen's words. But asked again, what about the confinement collar? It's probably a power struggle within them. I personally guess that Feng Yilio was thrown into the hotel that rented robots because their emperor wanted to punish Feng Yilio or warn the people with Feng Yilio. But the person who executed it may have other ideas. Niu Bo, you also know that even the most loyal organizations are made up of people. And the Shadow Organization has existed for so many years. And it may have been infiltrated by major domestic forces. As for how Feng Yilio died, this is still a bit strange. I think it seems to be more like covering up something. After all, Feng Yilio's head has been burned. And it may be difficult to obtain the secret of his control. And it's on the territory of our alliance. Do you think that if the intelligence department of the alliance takes action earlier, can they obtain the secret of Feng Yilio's weird behavior? Zhang Buizhen thought more. It's possible. Niu Bo is also a smart man, and of course knows that if someone finds out, that he can remotely control the secret of others. How big an incident will this cause? Then send a message to Mr. Jiu, and try to ask if he has anything to do with it. Zhang Buizhen said. Mr. Jiu, I'm afraid you're busy now. The ship smuggling energy metals has arrived. Yang Bo was bored in the airport for several days, and finally waited for the ship smuggling energy metals to arrive. That's all? Yang Bo sneaked into the ship smuggling energy metals. The 3 space boxes were emptied, but only 2 were full. Yang Bo put another member of the Red Earl in the box storing energy metals on the ship. This guy was trapped in a small space box, and was on the verge of death. If he was treated now, it would be easy to save him. The main reason was that the oxygen in the space box was consumed. He relied on his own energy to maintain the minimum vital signs. However, Yang Bo did not give this guy a chance and threw him directly into the box of energy metals on the ship. Forging plus 32. When Yang Bo closed the box, a message appeared in his mind. Because this box is filled with a liquid that isolates energy radiation, which means that the members of the Red Earl were directly sealed by this liquid and died. Spaceship smuggling is almost the same as ship smuggling on Earth. They both create some space in a hidden place on the spaceship and hide some things. Of course, this smuggling is actually closely related to the port. As long as you have a good relationship with the port, you can do it at will. And energy metal smuggling is generally done by the official in private. Because energy metal is a material controlled by every country. Just like gold on Earth. On Earth, if anyone secretly smuggles hundreds of tons of gold to a country, the country will never punish this person. Energy metal is absolutely hard currency in the interstellar space. It will take several days. The reason why Yang Bo was able to find the place where the energy metal was stored so smoothly was because of the information provided by Jean Boisson. Otherwise, how big is the internal space of this spaceship with a length of more than 1,000 meters, a length of more than 200 meters, a height of more than 300 meters, and a width? It would take a long time for one person to complete the search. Now the smuggling spaceship is still docked at the airport. Because of the terrorist attack, many passengers changed their itineraries, which resulted in very few spaceships going to March Star. So the smuggling spaceship had to carry more passengers and goods. So the docking time will be longer. Then Yang Bo returned to the airport and found that Jean Boisson had sent him a message. How should I answer Jean Boisson? Yang Bo didn't know how to answer Jean Boisson's words. Finally, Yang Bo replied, "As long as we are willing, there is nothing we can't do." Jean Boisson saw Yang Bo's reply and sent another message. "Sir, did you get what you wanted?" "I got it. And there is a gift inside. I think Mr. Jean Letian should deal with it personally." The gift Yang Bo mentioned is the body of the Red Earl member. Jean Boisson saw this message and sent another message. "What surprise! Something that will make Mr. Jean Letian go to jail. But I suggest that Jean Boisson deal with the things you need to deal with first. And don't involve yourself." Yang Bo couldn't send the 3 words Red Earl because he might be noticed. On Earth, Yang Bo knew that if there were sensitive words in the communication content, it would be captured by the background. In the face of terrorist attacks, the Judicial Department of the Alliance has the absolute right to do so. "Thank you, sir." Jean Boisson knew that the matter must be serious when he saw the information. Then he quickly asked Neo Bo to deal with the matter. But the smuggling matter itself was led by Jean Letian. Because Jean Letian did not believe that Jean Boisson would be so kind to help him make a fortune. When Yang Bo was invisible and took the smuggling spaceship back to March Star, Feng Lio's matter was still exposed by the news department of the Alliance. In the Alliance, as long as the information entered the government department, there was no confidentiality. So when Yang Bo returned to March Star after a few days, he was shocked when he saw the news report. Because this has nothing to do with the facts. The news report said that the most bizarre department of the Blue Water Empire, Shadow, planned this matter. And it also pointed out that there have been hundreds of such weird things in the Blue Water Empire. And the most recent one was the death of the Grand Master of the Royal Imperial Pharmacy. They also pointed out that the Blue Water Empire could control people's souls and remotely control people to perform a series of strange behaviors. As for Feng Lio's case, the media also said that the Blue Water Empire wanted to destroy the evidence. Otherwise the Alliance could know the truth of the matter through Feng Lio's body. Outrageous. Yang Bo had only 2 words to describe the news. Chapter 491 Return. Yang Bo read the news carefully again and found many things he had never known. Such as there is an organization called Shadow around the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire. This Shadow is very mysterious and has a very strange style of behavior. In addition, many people in the history of the Water Blue Empire died strangely. But the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire knows it in his heart. Of course, Yang Bo was not careless. But it may not be easy for the Water Blue Empire to find out the truth. After all, it happened in the Alliance. I wonder how Jean Letian is now. While Yang Bo was thinking about Jean Letian was caught by the law enforcement officers sent by the Alliance Parliament and the Ministry of Justice. The last time March Star was attacked by a nuclear bomb, the Alliance Parliament and the Ministry of Justice urgently dispatched a special team of capable personnel to investigate the matter. This incident is a provocation to the Alliance. Although the official March Star has already obtained the results of the investigation, it still needs to be further investigated by the Parliament and the Ministry of Justice. As for the smuggling, why the Alliance Parliament and the special team of the Ministry of Justice knew about it is hard to say. Anyway, when Jean Letienne received the 2 boxes on the ground, he was blocked in the airport by the Union Council and the special team of the Judicial Department. The airport here refers to the place where the transport spacecraft takes off and lands on the ground of March Star. When the box was opened, a body appeared inside. The special team of the Union Council and the Judicial Department were also shocked. They thought it was other smuggled goods or high-value items, but they didn't expect it to be a body inside. Jean Letienne was also a little confused. Didn't he spend a lot of money to smuggle energy metals? How did it become a corpse? Jean Letienne was going to make a comeback by smuggling energy metals. But now the energy metals are gone. The billions of credit points raised were wasted again. Someone framed me. Who is framing me? Come out! Come out! Jean Letienne screamed frantically after seeing the scene. Jean Letienne owed a lot of money outside, and he was counting on smuggling a few more times to make a comeback. Now the last straw is gone. If he could borrow billions of credit points before, it would not be a problem. The special team of the Union Parliament and the judiciary originally thought it was a murder case. But after more than 10 seconds, the special team members widened their eyes. This person was the guy who participated in the terrorist attack in the airport hub and was a member of the Red Earl organization. There were terrorists among the Zhang family in the airport terrorist attack. The body of this person appeared here, and Jean Letienne sneaked in again. Was he trying to deal with the body? Then Jean Letienne was arrested on the spot. Jean Letienne had not realized that the body was not simple, and was still shouting, "I am from the Zhang family. UF** King, stop. Warning you for the first time. You are already suspected of serious crimes. The special team has reported the relevant information to the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice is making a ruling. IF** King killed someone. So what? I have a deposit. Not to mention that you opened the box, and I don't know what's inside." Jean Letienne was still loudly arguing and resisting at the same time. Second warning. We are only responsible for arresting, and conviction is the judge's business. The special team continued to warn. Little bastard. You wait for me. I'm coming out. I must make you look good. My lawyer will sue you to bankruptcy. Jean Letienne shouted arrogantly. If Jean Letienne had this ability in the past, there would be lawyers in the Alliance willing to help the rich to fight lawsuits. Third warning. The special team continued to follow the process. Seeing that Jean Letienne was still resisting, the police robot directly clamped Jean Letienne's limbs with its mechanical arms, and then put the confinement collar on Jean Letienne's neck. Jean Letienne was clamped by the police arrest robot with his limbs and neck, and he couldn't speak at all. Although Jean Letienne was also a super gene evolver, in terms of strength, he was not as good as the robot's mechanical strength. Jean Letienne. I announce the judge's order number 725 signed by the Supreme Court. You are suspected of participating in terrorist attacks and are under arrest immediately. The special team received the judge's order signed by the Supreme Court of the Ministry of Justice at this time. Slander. You bastards slander me. You bastards. You slander me because I have no money. The Supreme Court is just a dog of us rich people. When I held a cocktail party, these dogs licked their faces and wanted to attend my cocktail party. You are suspected of attacking the judge. The special team warned loudly. Fuck you, judge. Before Jean Letienne finished cursing, the robot behind him put a helmet-like thing on his head and locked it, so he couldn't open his mouth and couldn't curse. Woohoo! The special team members took a closer look and found that it was the judge of the Supreme Court who directly issued the order remotely, and then the robot executed it. Jean Boygen was also sweating after receiving the news, and he was even more impressed with Mr. Gio's ability. Mr. Gio did a good job with this move. Not only did he use the Red Earl's people to get rid of the guy from the family, but he also used this guy's body to deal with Jean Letienne. Jean Boygen sighed. Nyobo nodded, as expected of the ace-free mercenary. This calculation is simply unparalleled. Jean Letienne, this scoundrel, has a great influence on us on March Star. Now there are no people from the Zhang family on the entire planet. Jean Boygen laughed. People in the family. If they want to come to me again, I'm afraid they will have to wait for a long time. The last ban has not been lifted, and this thing happened again this time. Even Mr. Gio. We have to be careful. Otherwise we will introduce some valuable targets to Mr. Gio first. Nyobo said with some concern. Just do as you say. Zhang Buizhen certainly knew what the housekeeper was talking about, which was to introduce more valuable targets to Mr. Jiu, so that Mr. Jiu would not have any ideas about him. But wait for the time being. In case Mr. Jiu has a more valuable target, the cooperation with us may slow down. Nyobo continued. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that Zhang Buizhen was going to introduce more valuable customers to him. If he knew, he would definitely send Zhang Buizhen some banners or something. Yang Bo first took good care of the various small animals in his villa, especially the 2 mutant animals endowed with energy. The energy of these 2 mutant animals has slightly decreased, which makes Yang Bo feel a little bad. But the decrease is not much for the time being. Then Yang Bo went to Annie's place happily. This trip took almost a month. As for the ability of power absorption, Yang Bo has not found a suitable experimental subject yet. The reason why he dared not use Annie and Xia for experiments was mainly because he was afraid that this kind of power absorption would be permanent. If power absorption could permanently reduce the other party's power, it would not be suitable to use the person closest to him for experiments. I forgot to use the guy from the Red Earl for the experiment. Yang Bo realized it only now. He was a little too excited when he was grabbing the energy metal. When Annie saw Yang Bo coming, she threw herself into Yang Bo's arms. And then the two went upstairs directly, calling Xi up on the way. It took half a day for the 3 people to come down from upstairs in a decent manner. And the 3 of them were all rosy-cheeked. How is the experiment going? Yang Bo told the 2 that he was doing a potion experiment. And the 3 ordered takeout to eat. Annie asked while eating. It's okay. It didn't reach the predetermined goal. This is how pharmaceutical manufacturing works. There are too many things involved. And it's impossible to make much progress in a short time. Yang Bo lied. I've also seen pharmaceuticals. But I didn't expect there are so many details, including energy properties, material age, and material grade. Xia nodded. How is your mecha training going? Yang Bo didn't talk much about the important things, but asked the 2 of them this question. Some progress, but not much. Are we not talented enough? When it comes to mecha training, the 2 of them are a little discouraged. It's already very good. Yang Bo doesn't know how others are progressing in mecha training. But it doesn't stop Yang Bo from saying this, which gives them confidence. Recently, our superpowers seem to have slowed down. There is a stable period. The body is like a container. The stronger the body is, the more energy it can store. Yang Bo spoke again. Are you going to do experiments recently? Annie asked after taking a bite of fruit. Let's take a rest for half a month. Yang Bo calculated that there was still about half a month before the time agreed with Wilson and the others. Then you can stay with us for a few more days. Of course. Yang Bo smiled. After finishing his meal, Yang Bo had time to pick up his watch and reply to the messages from the fat boss, Zhou Rui, and Lu Jingxiang. The fat boss and Zhou Rui knew that Yang Bo was going to study pharmaceuticals behind closed doors, so they didn't bother him too much. As for Lu Jingxiang, the fat boss was also covering for her. Maybe Lu Jingxiang was really bored on March Star. Yang Bo found that this woman had sent him more than a dozen messages. There was no content for the departure. And if you say there was no content, she sent more than a dozen messages. Yang Bo didn't know how to reply for a while. As for the fat boss and Zhou Rui, they also replied after Yang Bo replied. Now that they are both counselors, they have a lot of things to do. It's good to know that Yang Bo is fine. Yang Bo made an appointment with the 2 to meet to deal with the matter of the last disguised master identity. The last disguised master had an affair with the queen of the Shuilan Empire. Once the current emperor of the Shuilan Empire knows about it, he will probably send that shadow to deal with it. Yang Bo wants to remind the 2. Yang Bo is not afraid that this shadow will cause trouble for him. He reminded the 2 to pay attention. If there is a stranger, notify him, and he will deal with it secretly at that time. Yang Bo is looking forward to the special abilities of this shadow person. After all, there are such widespread rumors. There should be something good. That is, Yang Bo wants to get relevant information from the 2 people. After all, the 2 have many spies on March Star. I didn't make any money from the game last month. Annie came with fruit and said, I'll go online in a few days. Yang Bo had no choice, mainly because the mission took too long. But Yang Bo also looked down on the money in the game. But that was legitimate income. Moreover, Annie and Xia valued this income very much. After all, they didn't have any legitimate income now. and they felt a little embarrassed to spend Yang Bo's money in vain. Then Annie sat on Yang Bo's lap and fed him fruit, while Yang Bo was enjoying the gentleness of the beauty. The Colonel, the head of the Doomsday Dungeon game department, was very angry recently, because the guy that everyone was most optimistic about in the game hadn't been online for nearly a month, and he didn't get the game rewards last month. If this guy goes online again, he must be taken down, and his true identity must be known. This was not only required by the Colonel, but also by the entire game department. Chapter 492 Communication. It is no wonder that the Colonel of the game department is so angry, because in this month, the game department has been under pressure from certain departments of the military. The military has conducted 2 more experiments on the exploration of the dead volcano island, and both have failed. And the so-called elite players in the game were also allowed to explore, but they all failed without exception. Now some departments of the military are counting on the game department to solve this problem. However, the military has no way to obtain the detailed information of the game players, nor can it apply to the government department to obtain the information of this player. If it applies, the bastards of the government department will take action first. Besides, the Colonel, the head of the game department, will not allow other departments to obtain the identity information of this player. If the military obtains the identity information of this player, the Colonel is not sure that this player will still bring him good luck and continue to promote himself and make money. At that time, there may be more people watching. Although the Colonel's father is a big military leader, the big military leader has more than one son. Moreover, a big military leader cannot compete with the other 6 military leaders. The 7 fleets of the Alliance are 7 big military leaders. People like this player can help others get promoted as soon as possible. Which big military leader in the army does not have sons and daughters? Although the Alliance now has 9 fleets, it is a pity that one is stationed on the Green Demon Star, where the government has greater authority. As for the half-disabled fleet on the March Star, it is not taken seriously by the 7 veteran fleets. Yang Bo is not in the mood to think so much now. After all, there are 2 beauties together every day. People live in the world to enjoy. Yang Bo figured it out in his previous life. Of course, Yang Bo enjoyed a low level in his previous life. Yang Bo spent 5 days with Annie and Xia, and the growth rate of their superpowers seemed to be okay in Yang Bo's opinion. After all, they were ordinary people, and could not be compared with himself. The 2 were comforted by Yang Bo, and they also thought that they were growing very fast, and they began to continue training their superpowers with full confidence. After a month's business trip, Yang Bo enjoyed a few days of chillness, and was about to start working again. Yang Bo first made an appointment with the fat boss and Zhou Rui. Yang Bo, what's the matter with the meeting? Yang Bo came to the fat boss's company, and when he came to the fat boss's office, he saw Zhou Rui and the fat boss were there. Zhou Rui asked with concern, "Brother Jia, Sister Rui, didn't you watch the news?" Yang Bo sat down and asked with a slightly anxious tone. "News? Don't worry. There seems to be no news recently. Is it related to us?" Zhou Rui hurriedly comforted Yang Bo. "Why not? Take a look at this news." Yang Bo took out the news about Feng Yilu and showed it to the 2. Zhou Rui and the fat boss looked at each other's news. Of course, they had seen it. "You forgot that you asked me to pretend to be a master of medicine to deceive the pharmacists of Wang Mushua's fleet. At that time, I remember you said that this medicine was related to the queen of the Shuilan Empire. The place where the son of the general of the Shuilan Empire got into trouble is not far from us. Who else was with him? Could it be that they came here for this matter? Otherwise, it is impossible for the son of a general to run here for no reason." Yang Bo saw that the 2 had not reacted yet, and hurried to explain. "Ah!" Zhou Rui and the fat boss looked at each other in surprise when they heard Yang Bo say this. "It shouldn't be leaked, right?" The fat boss said this in a tone that he himself had no confidence. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo with admiration from the bottom of her heart. "Yang Bo, you are vigilant enough. We didn't think of this when we saw the news. I've been unlucky recently, so I have to think more when I encounter things." Yang Bo found an excuse for himself. Of course, he couldn't say that the general's son came for your father. "Zhou Rui, Yang Bo really hopes that the shadow organization of the Blue Water Empire can come to March Star to see. These guys can be so mysterious, and they must have many rare abilities. But this is also normal. After all, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has great power, and can basically concentrate most of the top talents in the entire empire. What should we do now? Once the news is leaked, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire will definitely not give up. Should I get a fake identity to attract attention in other places? The fat boss also felt a little tricky when he heard this. Zhou Rui shook her head and replied, "Our biggest power is in March Star. If we go to other places, our disguise will be exposed. You and I should be careful. We should mobilize all forces and pay close attention to strangers entering the country. If we find any suspicious people, I will deal with them." Yang Bo and the fat boss looked at Zhou Rui suspiciously. Zhou Rui smiled slightly. "We have many experts in the Bounty Hunter Union." "Okay." The fat boss nodded after hearing this explanation. He was scared to death just now. He thought Zhou Rui had some super expert. This is actually what Yang Bo needs. Because Yang Bo knows that there is only one person who can solve this matter. And that is the famous third master. If the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire knew about this matter, the master set must be the strongest among the strong. "Thank you, Sister Rui. We will include the cost of cooperation at that time." Yang Bo looked grateful. "Speaking of which, we didn't think it through at that time. We shouldn't have pretended to be a troubled guy." Zhou Rui shook her head. "How have you been in the past month?" Zhou Rui asked about Yang Bo's life in the past month. "Life is a bit boring. Either I train mechas in the mecha warehouse, or I learn potion making at home. It seems that I don't have any talent for mecha driving. The feeling of driving the training mecha recklessly is a bit uncontrollable." Yang Bo shook his head with a depressed look. "There is no breakthrough in potion making. It seems that my own superpowers are not enough." Yang Bo spoke again. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and said comfortingly, "Your talent is good enough. Just develop it slowly in the future. You can now make D-level 5-star potions, which is already very strong. Take a good rest after training." "Thank you, Sister Rui." Yang Bo nodded. "I heard that the fat boss introduced his aunt to you." Zhou Rui asked Yang Bo another question with a smile. "Ahem. Zhou Rui. Let's just talk about work. For private matters, everyone depends on their own ability." The fat boss hurried out to say after hearing this. "Well, when I'm done with this period of work." "Yang Bo, did you promise me to go fishing at sea?" Zhou Rui smiled slightly and looked at Yang Bo and asked. "I'll make the arrangements when the time comes." Yang Bo nodded and didn't show any unhappiness. "Then I'll leave first." Yang Bo saw that the boss and Zhou Rui were a little bit unfriendly, so he quickly left after saying a word. "Humph. I'll leave first too." Zhou Rui still wanted to contact the third master to see where he was. The fat boss looked at Zhou Rui's back as she left, clenched his fists, and said to himself, "I'll talk to my aunt later, and then invite Yang Bo out for tea." Yang Bo went straight back to his big villa, and then went out invisibly. When he came to the suburban park, he found a hidden place at random, revealed his body, changed into the appearance of the third master, and took out the third master's smartwatch. Sure enough, there was a message from Zhou Rui on it. "Third master, how are you doing recently?" Yang Bo replied directly, "Who do you want to kill? I'm just feeling unhappy." Zhou Rui waited at home for more than 10 minutes, and then saw the message from the third master. Seeing this domineering answer, Zhou Rui was also convinced. There was no other way. The third master directly hit the fighter plane in person. So he sent a message, "Recently, there may be a super expert from the Blue Water Empire coming to March Star. Does Sandy know?" Yang Bo replied, "I know. One of Feng Dada's sons, and a butler of some bullshit prince, are said to be coming to March Star to find some life energy stone." Zhou Rui saw Sandy's answer, and immediately felt overwhelmed. She knew that her father's affairs might have been discovered. So he quickly replied, "What else?" Yang Bo replied again, "It is said that he was punished by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire in the end. It seems that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire does not like to do this. However, it seems that the shadow members are here. Are you talking about these bastards?" Zhou Rui was a little confused. She did not expect Sandy to be so well informed. So she quickly replied, "That's them." Yang Bo replied, "I also want to see how many tricks these bastards have. If you have any news, remember to send me a message. I'm back to March Star." Zhou Rui suddenly thought of a person who was the peach-white deer who was in charge of receiving the bounty hunters in the base. So she replied, "When the third master has time, come to the base and settle the account that should be divided for the third master." Yang Bo replied, "I will send you a message in advance." Then Yongbo put the smartwatch in the space box, and then took out Mr. Zhou's smartwatch. Young Master Zhang sent a bunch of thank you messages, and Yongbo contacted young Master Zhang for a while, saying that he was very satisfied with the harvest this time. Young Master Zhang was also very relieved about Mr. Zhou's work. Zhang Letian has been detained and is under investigation, and Zhang Letian will be sent back to the Alliance Ministry of Justice for a more in-depth investigation in the next step, because the level of this matter is too high. It mainly involves terrorists. Moreover, the losses suffered by the airport this time are still not small, which has a significant impact on the operation of all airports. After all, no one wants to face threats in the airport. The two made a friendly agreement to cooperate again next time. Then Yongbo went back to his villa invisibly. I hope Wilson and his team can do a good job of designing it. Yongbo returned to the villa, thinking that Wilson and his team could complete the design of the new generation of space mecha as soon as possible. Then Yongbo came to the basement of the villa, looking at the gerbils jumping around. Yongbo took out the strongest one alone. Power extraction. Yongbo directly used his new superpower on the gerbil. The next second, the gerbil that was still jumping around just now collapsed on the test bench in an instant. This guy's eyes were also full of confusion, as if he didn't know why he suddenly became limp. The next step is to see if it is a permanent power extraction. Yongbo didn't need to look carefully to know the current state of this guy. Now the main thing is to see what happens next. After waiting for more than an hour, Yongbo found that the gerbil had recovered a lot of strength and began to stand up and move around. But his little eyes still looked around vigilantly, obviously a little scared of the inexplicable encounter just now. I said that power seems to be impossible to measure. Yongbo also felt that power was a bit abstract. Power extraction. Power extraction. This time Yongbo released 2 more power extractions, and then watched the gerbil faint. So power extraction can still be fatal? But the power of this gerbil is too small, and I don't feel much. How about going to the ocean to find a giant beast to try? Yongbo could feel the power he extracted, but the individual gerbil was too small and didn't feel it too obviously. So he had to conduct the next experiment. But in the future real-life battles, this skill can be said to be very abnormal. Yongbo thought of another point. Chapter 493 Weird. Thinking of this, Yongbo decided to go to the sea to find a giant beast to experiment with, to find a way to figure out this skill, the proportion of power extracted each time, and the number of times it is extracted. As for the unconscious little thing, Yongbo directly put it in a breeding box alone. What category does power belong to? It should not be energy. If it is energy, it will be energy extraction. Power seems to be too abstract. Can only the power of living things be extracted? Or can the power of machines be extracted? Yongbo's mind was open, and he suddenly thought of this. Yongbo looked around, and it seemed that there was no pure power machine in his basement. So Yongbo went out again in stealth, and then headed straight for the sea. The storm season of March Star has passed, because there are 3 moons, so the power of the tide is still very strong. The tides on the earth are due to the moon, and it is still the same here. Yongbo walked directly into the deep sea in stealth, and then swam quickly in the water wearing armor. Maybe it's because the storm season has passed, and there are more creatures in the sea. In the past, there were few creatures in the sea when there were storms. These creatures should know that it is more dangerous in the storm season, so they all go to other places. There are all kinds of marine creatures here, including creatures similar to starfish on Earth, octopuses, and fish covered with thorns. Of course, there are big guys, but now there are not 2 big guys in the shallow sea. I wonder if this thing can be eaten. Yongbo looked at a guy who looked like a spider, but also like a crab. This guy has a body as big as a basin, 12 legs, and 2 large claws. Each leg is twice as big as the leg of the king crab on Earth. Then Yongbo saw another round guy. This guy has spikes all over his body. These spikes move very slowly, but it looks like this guy is not easy to mess with. There are also some colorful guys that can glow in nature, and the guys that can glow by themselves are more or less poisonous. Anyway, in nature, the more colorful the animal, the more dangerous it is. Of course, some are not, because from the perspective of hunting, the more beautiful the animal, the easier it is to be found by hunters. When Yongbo was looking for test subjects in the sea, the Blue Water Empire issued a bounty notice for members of the Ashes Organization because the Ashes Organization attacked the Imperial nobles. That is, Feng Liu's matter was eventually blamed by the Ashes organization. And the Blue Water Empire also released a surveillance video to wanted the people in the video. The Ashes organization sat at home. And the pot came from the sky. And they didn't even know what happened. But this did not prevent the Ashes organization from immediately releasing the news that Feng Liu and Whitebeard general manager wanted to buy intelligence. And March Star attracted another wave of traffic, because this intelligence was about life energy stones. However, the Blue Water Empire immediately denied this matter, because the royal family of the Blue Water Empire did not lack life energy stones. But other people were interested. Originally, Zhou Rui's father used life energy stones. And not many people knew about this matter. Those who knew about it would also keep this secret. Because everyone knew that the faster this matter spread, the smaller the chance of getting life energy stones. Young Master Zhang was a little speechless when he got the news. Life energy stones are actually not that rare for big families. For example, the Zhang family has this kind of energy stone in stock. It mainly depends on whether the people in the family are qualified to use it. Because some geniuses live 10 more years. The benefits they bring are far greater than the life energy stone itself. If Yang Bo knew, he would probably jump for joy. Because the more people come, the more opportunities he has to brush his skills. Yang Bo has reached a place more than 100 kilometers away from the coastline. The depth of the seawater here has reached a depth of more than 2,000 meters. And Yang Bo saw many huge animals here. A 20-meter-long conger eel is probably close to 1.5 meters in diameter, wandering domineeringly in the water. You can see the protruding teeth, giving people a chilling feeling. Failed? Yang Bo first used force to extract this skill from a distance. But there seemed to be no reaction. At this time, Yang Bo was more than 20 meters away from the conger eel. The conger eel also saw Yang Bo from a distance. And Yang Bo's body size was not very big in the eyes of the conger eel. Before Yang Bo approached the huge conger eel, the conger eel actually took the initiative to rush towards Yang Bo. Strength extraction. Strength extraction. Strength extraction. Yang Bo continuously released this skill, watching the moray eel getting closer and closer. Finally, when the moray eel was 5 meters away, it opened its huge mouth full of tiny sharp teeth and bit towards Yang Bo. Then the next second, Yang Bo suddenly felt that he was full of strength. And this strength came very suddenly, and was very strong. Yang Bo let the moray eel bite him. But Yang Bo felt that the guy's strength was a little weak. The moray eel itself was a little confused. Why did it feel so weak? Seeing this scene, Yang Bo continued to release the strength extraction skill again. After 2 more power extractions, the eel could no longer swim. It was like a fish that was lacking oxygen and began to turn over. Yang Bo felt that his power was bursting out. He didn't know how to describe the power that burst out from his bones. However, Yang Bo did not stop releasing skills, and released 2 more power extractions. Swimming +1. Then what Yang Bo expected happened. After releasing 2 more skills, the eel died. Yang Bo prepared to dissect the eel to see if there were any injuries in its body. Yang Bo cut open the eel's body, carefully examined it, and checked it again with his mental power. There was no external injury. It seemed to be a natural death. This is great for assassination. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. He originally thought it was an auxiliary skill, but he didn't expect it to be a main skill. My previous superpowers were easy to leave evidence when I wanted to defeat my opponents. But now this power extraction. No. I have to do experiments and comparative experiments. Yang Bo left the body of the sea eel and looked for experimental subjects. For another 2 hours, Yang Bo conducted several groups of experiments, using various types of marine organisms, such as crabs, shells, and mollusks. The skills he got were all rubbish, and some did not give any skills. The results made Yang Bo very excited. That is, the skill of power extraction was perfect for assassination. The creatures killed by power extraction did not show any abnormalities inside their bodies, from the brain to the blood to the internal organs, and then to other things. Great. This power extraction seems to be related to one's own physique. As long as one can bear it, one can extract it. If the opponent's power exceeds one's tolerance limit, one will not be able to kill the opponent with this skill. But for the time being, this conjecture cannot be confirmed. Yang Bo began to swim back, thinking about the experimental data of tonight. After returning home, Yang Bo was secretly happy that this skill could kill people invisibly. Of course, Whether there are any changes specifically for people is still an unknown. This skill may not be so simple. Yang Bo felt that this skill should have a deeper application. But he just didn't find it. By the way, let's test whether we can extract the power of the machine. Yang Bo suddenly thought of an idea that popped up in his mind when he went to the sea for experiments. Yang Bo quickly thought of a good way. That is, to go to the mecha warehouse for experiments. Don't you have 3 mechas? You can use these 3 mechas for experiments. Although this idea is a bit too far-fetched. Yang Bo always feels that this power attribute is completely abstract. The scope of power is too wide. And there is no problem in testing it once. So Yang Bo came to his mecha warehouse. Looking at the 3 mechas in the mecha warehouse, Yang Bo started the training mecha. Directly use intelligent voice to control the training mecha to act. Power extraction. Yang Bo performed power extraction inside the mecha. There was no effect. And the various data inside the mecha were also normal. It seems that I am a little bit crazy. Yang Bo laughed bitterly. Then, he couldn't help but try again and released a skill. Still no use. So Yang Bo controlled the training mecha to move around in the warehouse. Although the mecha warehouse was relatively small, Yang Bo controlled it very smoothly. Comfortable. After 10 minutes of high-intensity training, Yang Bo felt very comfortable. Reset the mecha's optical computer data. This is mainly to avoid someone finding out that he has used the mecha at a high intensity. Just as Yang Bo was about to park the mecha, his eyes suddenly lit up. I am now in the mechanic state. Can I extract the power of the machine? Yang Bo thought of it again. He did it right away. Yang Bo immediately transformed into the form of a mechanic and metallized his skin, while controlling the training mecha to move forward. Power extraction. After releasing a skill, Yang Bo felt full of power in the next second. At this time, the data inside the training mecha was actually abnormal. Yang Bo never thought that he could successfully feel his powerful strength. Then Yang Bo found that his mechanic form had reached 20%. How long has it been growing? Because the percentage of the mechanic state has never changed. Yang Bo rarely cares about this state. Although the mechanic can crack all intelligent programs and operate all intelligent devices and mechanical equipment. But it is not very useful. This is like you cracking someone else's mobile phone and using someone else's mobile phone. There are data records and security systems. Therefore, Yang Bo's mechanic state is rarely used. This is why Yang Bo has to learn the skill of unlocking, and use the skill of unlocking to cover up the superpower of the mechanic state. In this high-tech society, we must not underestimate technology. This is why Yang Bo has the photoelectric superpower to interfere with all intelligent devices, and even reconnaissance equipment. But why not interfere? This is like electronic interference. And it can also be discovered. Yang Bo felt the powerful force in his body. And his mind was like paste. This power comes from the mecha. So what did the mecha lose? Yang Bo forgot to look at the data just now. So he was a little puzzled about this matter. So Yang Bo controlled the mecha to move forward again. And then released the power extraction again. At the moment when the power extraction skill was released, Yang Bo felt the surging power in his body. At the same time, the cockpit of the training mecha began to show abnormal data. Energy. Yang Bo remembered the various data in front this time, and found that the energy data was a little abnormal. Is the mecha power I extracted energy? No. It should be the power converted by the mecha. So what exactly is power? Yang Bo felt that his CPU was about to burn out. Then if I keep extracting power, will it directly damage the machine? Yang Bo decided not to think about the scientific reasoning, because this power extraction itself is a bit unscientific. My mechanic form has not changed. It is still 20%. Yang Bo noticed another point. Of course, the reason why superpowers are called superpowers is because they are unscientific. But it's probably difficult to destroy this mecha. We need to find some small mechanical equipment to test it. Yang Bo looked at the training mecha and didn't say much about its power. Go back and buy a mechanical toy online. Yang Bo reset the computer data of the mecha, and then hurried back to buy a mechanical toy for testing. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo found that it was already midnight. Although there was no problem buying things now, it felt a little bad. First, he went to the basement and found that the gerbil that was knocked unconscious by the power extraction had woken up. But it looked very weak. Go to bed early, play the game tomorrow, and then slowly conduct experiments step by step. Yang Bo tried to calm himself down. The experimental data could not be completed in a short time. And he had to think about what kind of toys to use for the experiment. How to get the exact proportion of this skill. Mainly, he also made an appointment with Annie and Xia to brush this month's game bonus. And Yang Bo also felt that he had to think about it more. Although Yang Bo could not sleep, he always felt uncomfortable without sleep. He had not slept well for a month on a business trip. And he did not sleep well with Annie and Xia. After all, who could sleep so peacefully with two beauties? Yang Bo took a quick shower and threw himself on the bed. But he was thinking about his new skill. If I had this skill earlier, I could do a lot of things. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and went to the internet room first. He found that Annie had sent him a message, asking if he had rested well and would play games later. Yang Bo replied to Annie's message, then went to wash up, eat breakfast, and prepare to play games. Chapter 494 Suitable. Yang Bo still has to continue to maintain the game. On the one hand, he can master the most advanced technology. Through these bionic people, he can know the more cutting-edge technology and what level it has reached. The second is that he can learn more secrets of the world through the game. Just like the planets in the Apocalypse game, which have no news in the real world. Take the green demon star that he went to last time. If Yang Bo had not been familiar with the local environment in the game, it would have been impossible to brush so many skills and obtain the status of Lord. No one knows whether he will fall into an unfamiliar area one day when living in this world. The more you know, the easier it will be to deal with it in the future. The third and most important point is that you can increase your strength and have many abilities. This is also the basis for Yang Bo to become a super strongman today, which is obtained through the game. Yang Bo will never give up on this. As long as the military is still conducting these experiments, he will not give up. The fourth and most important point is that he can establish a relationship with some people in the military. Yang Bo does not know who is in charge of the game department, and it is estimated that he must have some relationship with the military. Yang Bo can be said to be straddling two boats. One foot on Wang Mushua's side, and the other foot on the game department's side. Of course, he can also make money. I wonder when the new game will be launched, and whether it will be a real war? Yang Bo took a walk around the official website. The last time the Mecha game updated new content, it was similar to the Mecha War. However, several months have passed, and there is still no news. This makes Yang Bo wonder if there is no real fight in reality. And this new content is just to prepare players. After Yang Bo washed up and ate, he hurried online. At this time, Xia and Annie were already online. This bastard is finally online. I thought this guy was dead. This guy must be rich in reality. You said he is a pharmacist. Will he be implicated in the affairs of the pharmacist union and called for tea? It's possible. This guy attacked two ordinary women. I guess those young and beautiful pharmacist sisters in the pharmacist union must have suffered. I didn't expect the pharmacist union to be so dirty. The men and women at the bottom have become their playthings. Now I don't know what other unions are like. Will they be the same? The pharmacist union used to say that it was a purely academic organization. I didn't expect it to be so well disguised. A group of people in some departments felt relieved when they saw Yang Bo online. The head of the game department, the colonel, said, "Hurry up and reorganize the tasks. This guy must be going online with two women to kill monsters. Give him the most difficult tasks with the most monsters to see how he reacts." Okay, boss. Others in some departments hurried to work. After Yang Bo went online, he didn't say much to Xia and Annie. The two also received Yang Bo's instructions and didn't talk about what happened in reality. I wonder if the game department can give me a difficult task with a lot of monsters? Yang Buxin was thinking about it when he suddenly got the news. Yang Bo opened it and saw a task email. Hey, you are so sensible. Yang Bo opened the task email and admired it in his heart. The email contained an exploration task. The task was as follows: Dear player, welcome back to the game. Here are the latest tasks. Task details: explore an underground biological research institute and find the real cause of the catastrophe. Note, this underground biological research institute is very large, and there are many mutant creatures inside. Then he set a few photos thoughtfully, and Yang Bo found that the appearance of this underground biological research institute looked like a tunnel. However, in this photo, you can see a lot of strange mutant creatures, including rabbits with horns and frog bodies, but a few legs like spider legs. And the evaluation of the degree of danger is extremely high. Of course, this time, the task reward was also given. which is the super backpack fragments and mysterious equipment. These guys seem to understand my taste. After completing this monster killing task, I guess I won't be online for a while. That's how to do it. So that these guys know how to serve me. And don't give some garbage tasks. Yang Bo was very happy. You two practice your skills here. I'm going to do a mission. Yang Bo will not take Annie and Shio with him. The two nodded and started practicing their professional skills in the game after hearing what Yang Bo said. Anyway, there are a lot of materials in Yang Bo's warehouse. And this time Yang Bo will see if there are any materials to collect in the mission. Yang Bo took the mission directly and found that the preparation time for the mission was actually 1.5 hours. And 1.5 hours does not count the game time. When will the military be able to make bionic people capable of space jump? The military is too stingy. They can prepare more bionic people like me to avoid wasting time here. Yang Bo was a little speechless. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to see the bionic people he controlled. Obviously, the game department had taken them away. Yang Bo bought 2 laser swords and a few batteries, and then bought the corresponding bullets and pistols for the rest. Then Yang Bo browsed the official website. Yang Bo found that the official website ranked several major guilds in the Apocalypse game. The first one was actually a guild called Hammer. Yang Bo took a closer look and found that the Hammer Guild was actually the people from the Forger Guild playing games in it. The second one was a guild called Green Tree. The main personnel of this guild were actually some racing drivers. They were the oldest kind of internal combustion engine racing drivers. This kind of oldest internal combustion engine racing car was very expensive because it was very polluting and very dangerous. Therefore, the related insurance and usage fees are very high. And the fuel is very expensive because it is very polluting. Moreover, these races are carried out in some professional closed venues to avoid pollution and environmental impact. It is a game that only rich people can play. Poor people can't afford the venue fee and fuel fee. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he saw this. But it is also in line with the progress of civilization. Just like on Earth. If you want to use an ancient ox cart as a means of transportation in first-tier and second-tier cities, it is definitely not possible and will be prohibited. But if you get a few purebred horses worth tens of millions and pull a carriage, no one will stop you. The third guild is the Justice Gang. After I get off the game, I'll go to the Mecha Dungeon to pit these guys. Yang Bo almost forgot about this matter. But the Justice Gang advertised that the first gang they defeated was the Bird Slayer Gang. And they also insulted Brother Bird Slayer, saying that he was the biggest garbage in civilized society and the source of pollution for the entire planet. Such people are only worthy of living in the sewer forever. Yang Bo was so angry that he couldn't do it. Then, there were several other guilds, all of which were big associations in reality, and they were grouped together in the game. Among them, the 9th ranked one was called Zayuman. This gang was said to be from Zayoi. There were not many people in this guild, but everyone in it was a master. All the people in this guild passed the S-level task assessment. It's probably an ancient martial arts sect. Yang Bo was wandering around the game's official website and game forums while waiting for the task time. On the other side, Lu Jijia called his aunt to the tea room for tea. "Aunt, how was your chat with Yang Bo?" Lu Jijia poured tea for his aunt and asked. Lu Jingxiang pouted when she heard this. "It's been a month since you replied to my message. I shamelessly sent more than a dozen messages." Lu Jijia was a little disappointed when he heard this, and then asked, "Really? You didn't reply to any message? If you don't believe me, take a look." Lu Jingxiang took out the chat records in the watch. Lu Jijia looked at the message sent by his aunt and was a little speechless. "Aunt, isn't this a topic that you girls should have? Look at the questions you asked. What bag goes with what clothes? What clothes go with what shoes? And whether it looks good or not. Don't say Yang Bo is a guy who knows nothing. Even someone like me doesn't understand your idea. We men basically dress casually." Lu Jijia was speechless. Only someone like Yang Bo knows what fashion is. What should we talk about? I don't know what he knows either. Lu Jingxiang was speechless. "Look, I asked him what kind of tea he likes." Lu Jijia covered his forehead with one hand. His aunt had no experience in dating, because the family was going to use him as an exchange of interests. Dating was not allowed, so even he didn't know how to answer these questions, let alone Yang Bo, who was a young man. Of course, in Lu Jijia's opinion, Yang Bo had no experience in chatting with girls, so he didn't know how to answer. Just like himself, Lu Jijia also had no experience in dating. Lu Jijia thought that it would be better to practice ancient martial arts instead of wasting time on dating. As long as his superpower level was raised, he would not worry about not having women. Besides, Lu Jijia's ancient martial arts could not be used to mess around with women for the time being. Wait a few days, and I'll ask him out. He just left the welfare system not long ago, and doesn't know much about this society. These clothes, pants, bags and shoes you mentioned. Not to mention him. Even I don't understand. Lu Jijia didn't know how to fall in love. Is it good looking or not? You can't answer this? Lu Jingxiang was a little puzzled. The match was so obvious. Can't you see it? If you don't work harder, maybe Yang Bo will be snatched away by someone else. Lu Jijia spoke again. Do you really want me to fall in love freely? Or do you want to win over Yang Bo? Lu Jingxiang was a little impatient. Okay. I won't interfere with you and Yang Bo. But I think he has unlimited future achievements. And I don't want you to miss this opportunity. Everything is up to you. Lu Jijia knew his aunt's attitude when he heard this, and said quickly, That's about right. You said this person is more annoying than others. Yang Bo used to be a resident enjoying welfare. But now, he has so much money. Lu Jingxiang felt much better after hearing this, because Lu Jijia's words made her a little impatient. This person is his luck. Lu Jijia didn't dwell on it. By the way, how do you solve your personal problems? Lu Jingxiang asked Lu Jijia again. I am practicing now. And it's not time for me to get married. Moreover, I am in the rising period of my career. It's a bit early to talk about marriage now. When my career reaches a bottleneck, I will find a woman who can help me improve my career. Lu Jijia has no idea of love at all. Everything is based on interests. Although it may not sound good to say this, we have basically broken with our family now. And we may have to face various attacks from our family. I am still a member of parliament after all. And I will talk about other things after I stabilize this identity. And, you know the way our family does things. So we can't get married as we please, because it may bring disaster to the other half. Lu Jijia felt that his words were a bit straightforward. So he explained it again. Is Yang Bo okay? Lu Jingxiang asked, a little puzzled after hearing this. Lu Jijia knew what his aunt meant. That Yang Bo was not afraid of his family. Our family may not dare to touch him. Lu Jijia thought of Yang Bo, and felt that he seemed to have many backers. But these backers seemed unstable, cooperating with himself, Zhou Rui, and Wang Muxue. Although it sounds like the Ninth Fleet is very large, only he knows that this fleet does not have much combat power at present. As for the other backer, Master Zhang, if Master Zhang fails in the subsequent competition with the Zhang family, then this backer will be useless. Maybe he will be implicated because these mutant animals and plants were discovered by Yang Bo. And then he made a deal with Master Zhang. And Master Zhang broke with the family because of this. Then will the Zhang family retaliate against Yang Bo after knowing the whole story? Of course, Lu Jijia couldn't tell Lu Jingxiang in detail. And Lu Jijia felt that if all of Yang Bo's backers fell, then he would probably be finished. It's really that powerful. Lu Jingxiang felt a little incredible when she heard this, because her family had a great influence in the gray industry. Yeah. Lu Jijia could only nod. Yang Bo in the game finally waited until the preparation time was up. When Yang Bo saw the countdown on the virtual screen, the entire virtual screen still showed that the mission scene was loading. Those who didn't know would think it was just a game. When the screen unfolded again, Yang Bo found himself standing on a mountain, with an abandoned reinforced concrete building on the mountain. It looks like this used to be a sentry post? The research institute here used to have such strict defense? Yang Bo looked down at the sentry post, and found that there were some concrete traces on both sides of the sentry post, which were obviously used to arrange barbed wire. Chapter 495 Fusion. Yang Bo looked at the sky carefully, and found that he couldn't see clearly. So he didn't know where this place was on the planet in the game. He could see an old road under the mountain, leading to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was a small basin, in which the remains of buildings could be seen. From a distance, Yang Bo saw that the underground entrance of the institute was a tunnel about 7 or 8 meters high. Yang Bo was also skilled and bold. He started to walk down from the mountain. The drop from the mountain to the foot of the mountain was about 200 meters. Yang Bo found that his radar had detected mutant animals around him. And Yang Bo himself used his photoelectric superpower to collect sound waves for passive detection. Puff! Yang Bo fired directly at the bushes on the side. Strange? Something strange happened to Yang Bo. This time the creature didn't give him any ability. Then Yang Bo came to the bushes and saw a rabbit with horns on its head. The two horns were like two goat horns. It shouldn't be. Yang Bo looked at the rabbit's body, which weighed at least 7 to 8 catties, and had 2 large teeth. Logically, it was an animal. In Yang Bo's impression, only reptiles didn't have skills. Even the fish in the river had to have skills. So why didn't this animal, which was so big, have skills? Something's wrong? But this place must be a little weird. Otherwise, they wouldn't let me explore it. Be careful. Yang Bo immediately became alert. Then Yang Bo continued to move forward, and then shot. In the bushes on the side, there was a strange-looking mouse. How should I put it? The head looked like a mouse, but the body was like a cat. It's not the chinchilla on Earth, which gives people a very discordant feeling. There's a problem. And this mutant animal didn't give any skills. Then Yang Bo continued to walk down, because the gunshot attracted a lot of mutant animals. But without exception, they didn't give any skills. A frog with a pair of transparent wings. But it can't fly. And these wings are like dragonfly wings. There are also toads with tails similar to geckos. There are also lizards with 2 heads. The creatures here seem a bit confusing to Yang Bo. Half an hour later, Yang Bo looked at the more than 400 monsters he killed. But they didn't give any skills. At this time, Yang Bo just arrived at the gate of the Institute. The entrance of the Institute is like a tunnel, and it's dark inside. Yang Bo took out the remaining bombs from the last mission and threw them into the tunnel far away. Boom! The huge sound made Yang Bo feel a little uncomfortable, and the echo was very long. When there was no sound at all, Yang Bo roughly knew the internal structure of the Institute. This research institute is a straight tunnel, about 3,000 meters long. There are no facilities in the 1,000 meters near the tunnel entrance, and there are a lot of spaces on both sides of the 2,000 meters behind, and the spaces beside are large and small. Yang Bo also found that the space inside the tunnel is connected to the mountain behind. At 2.1 kilometers away from the tunnel entrance, the echo inside is a bit strange. Of course, there are more mutant animals, and this research institute is full of plants, and these plants have faint energy. Yang Bo can now see that the dark place at the tunnel entrance has something like moss, and some have mushrooms. These mushrooms are big and small, and there are a lot of them, but there are none in the brightly lit area at the entrance of the cave. Too weird. Yang Bo kept firing with 2 pistols, because many mutant animals ran out of the tunnel. These mutant animals were not too big. The largest was only about 10 or 20 pounds, and the smallest was 3 or 4 pounds. Not too big. And Yang Bo found that when these animals ran out of the cave, they actually ran along the road, which means that they did not trample on the mushrooms and other things in the passage. It seems to be controlled by humans? Yang Bo had an illusion that these things were like intelligent life, running according to a specific program. Yang Bo kept retreating. There were too many monsters in the cave. That is, the monsters with frog bodies and crab legs. And the overall shape looked like a big flea. And they can jump like fleas. And each monster jumps in the same place. That is, the one in front jumped away, and the one behind immediately landed in the place where it just jumped. Yang Bo felt a little numb on his scalp. What on earth is this research institute studying? Has someone cracked the code of life? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. However, this did not prevent Yang Bo from firing his 2 pistols continuously and changing ammunition quickly. Yang Bo fought and retreated at the same time. There were too many mutant animals, and they were a black mass, just like poking an ant nest. However, these guys did not have any mutant animals that could fly, and their speed was still far behind that of the Bionic Man controlled by Yang Bo, especially since the permissions of the Bionic Man controlled by Yang Bo were almost all opened. If this goes on, I'm afraid there won't be enough bullets. Yang Bo looked at the mutant animals that were still pouring out of the tunnel. The energy of these mutant animals was very weak, and they had not reached a certain level, so they were not good enough. Yang Bo couldn't understand what was happening here for a while, but fortunately the bullets could still be used for a long time. Yang Bo shot while retreating, and Yang Bo found that these mutant animals were smarter than zombies. He used bombs to attract these mutant animals, and he couldn't rush to the place where there was sound like zombies without thinking. These mutant animals rushed towards him. It seems that this guy has no good solution? The people in the game department saw that Yang Bo's operation was exactly the same as those failed explorers. The previous explorations all failed because of the massive amount of mutant animals. The mutations of these mutant animals have been confirmed by scientists and are abnormal. And some creatures have crossed classifications, such as the frog with wings on its back. Its wing biological genes should be insects. But the frog itself is an amphibian and reptile. And the horns on the head of the rabbit belong to the Bovidae family. And rabbits belong to the Lagomorpha order. It is because of this strange mutation that there is no violent destruction here. But to find out the truth, there were 2 drones sent, and the communication was affected by some unknown object sprayed by mushrooms in the middle, resulting in the failure of drone communication. Later, a large drone with space quantum communication was used, but the sensor was covered by the dust sprayed by mushrooms, and no data was obtained. What do you think is in here? Everyone in the game department looked at Yang Bo nervously. Could it be that the code of life has been truly cracked, allowing various animals or plants to hybridize with each other? Someone answered. Impossible. The scientific development of the Alliance has not yet said that there are organisms that can be fused across categories. Even if they can be fused for a short period of time, various strange symptoms will appear, eventually leading to the death of the test subjects. Could it be that there is some radioactive material? Hasn't it been found that this institute used to study something? It hasn't been found yet. When we discovered this planet, the metal on it had already been corroded, and a lot of information was not preserved. The head of the game department shook his head. At this time, everyone found that Yang Bo was directly controlling the bionic man, ignoring the mutant animals, and rushed directly into the tunnel. It's over. That's right. If it was so easy to rush in, we would have used drones to explore long ago. Everyone was a little nervous when they saw this scene, and someone couldn't help but speak up. Boss, do you want to take over? Someone couldn't help but ask, meaning to take over Yang Bo's control of the bionic man. No. Let him go. The colonel thought for 3 seconds and shook his head directly. Others did not question their boss. Their boss could get some funds from his father to create a new bionic man for the experiment. Yang Bo, who was controlling the bionic man, was a little annoyed. He looked at these messy mutant animals without any skills. Moreover, Yang Bo found that the attack power of these mutant animals was not very strong. Yang Bo felt that these animals were controlled by something, and should not be born naturally because he did not get any skills. Yang Bo thought of a time when he killed the cultivated animals, and they seemed to have no skills. These animals may be the ones controlling them, used to interfere with their vision or defense. Yang Bo thought of something. Anyway, at the last moment, the game department may take over his bionic man. Besides, he has made so many contributions, so it is understandable that the game department will spend a lot of money. Yang Bo decided to take a gamble. The main reason is that Yang Bo did not find a way to abandon the task, and the interface for receiving the task was just like that. The bionic man's jumping ability is very good. Yang Bo used 2 pistols to clear the way and killed all the mutant animals at the landing place. And when Yang Bo did this, he found that the mutant animals swarming towards him suddenly became chaotic. Just like those orderly ants, if you use other methods to interfere with their actions, they will be in chaos for a while. When Yang Bo saw this scene, he was more certain that something was remotely controlling these mutant animals. Yang Bo's bionic man was very fast. He reached the entrance of the tunnel in less than half a minute and jumped directly into the tunnel. At that time, the mutant animals in the tunnel became rare. The mushrooms inside were big, more than 1 meter high, and half a meter in diameter, while the small ones were only the size of a fist. There were also some mosses and the like. Yang Bo looked carefully at the ground and found a thick layer of dead branches and rotten leaves. What is this operation? Yang Bo did not touch these mushrooms. Then Yang Bo found that there were scorpions as big as eggs under the mushrooms. And on the stems of the mushrooms, there was a leech-like insect attached to the stems of the mushrooms. These scorpions cut the leeches in half and transported them far away. It was discovered by Yang Bo's sound waves, because scorpions are ordinary animals. There is no energy fluctuation and radar can hardly detect them, because Yang Bo found that the powder sprayed by the mushrooms can interfere with energy detection. So Yang Bo took out the laser sword and cut off a mushroom with one sword. You can see that there are fist-sized scorpions under the mushrooms. Busy. And these scorpions seem to have no feeling about Yang Bo's appearance. What is this? The people in the game department widened their eyes. There is a problem. Yang Bo paid close attention to the radar data of the bionic man and found that the radar detection was getting more and more blurred. For example, The things displayed just now were now a little looming. So Yang Bo directly took 2 laser swords and ran away, waving them casually, and the mushrooms on the route of action were chopped off. Don't let Yang Bo think of when he was a child walking on the road, holding a stick and hitting here and there. And his favorite thing was cauliflower. And finally, he went back and was severely punished by his parents. Yang Bo found that his bionic man's lens was stained with more and more dust. The whole vision seemed a bit blurry. So Yang Bo put a laser sword close to his bionic man's eyes. Unexpectedly, this small action reduced the dust attached to the bionic man's lens a lot. I know. The dust sprayed by these mushrooms is afraid of light. Someone from the game department said. Did the searchlight turn on during the last drone detection? Someone pointed to the results of the last detection and said, the type of light is different. The drone detects cold light, and the light released by the laser sword carries heat, which is somewhat similar to sunlight. Look carefully at the entrance. There is a long section without mushrooms at the entrance of the tunnel, and the mushrooms near the entrance of the tunnel are shorter than those behind. Someone immediately called back the video footage of the tunnel entrance, and according to the test, the heat released by the laser sword at such a close distance is generally unbearable for plants. These mushrooms still belong to the category of plants. It should be that the dust has lost its activity, or the energy on it has been neutralized by the energy of the laser. After all, the laser is also a kind of energy. What is this? At this time, everyone saw Yang Bo controlling the bionic man to come to a stone chamber. There is a huge monster in this stone chamber. The head of this monster is an octopus head, but the back half of the body is like a duck's body. The whole length is about 5 meters, and the height is about 2 meters. But there are no feet. What surprised the people in the game department was that there were many eggs in this stone chamber, just like duck eggs. And on one side, there were duck eggs that were breaking out of their shells. You can see 2 creatures that have just hatched, which are completely different. Quick! Take over the bionic man. We have made a great contribution this time. The colonel of the game department was startled and shouted loudly. Did they crack the biological genetic code? The people in the game department were shocked. The eggs laid by the combination of an octopus and a duck or some bird actually hatched a frog with wings or a rabbit with a pair of horns. If the biological genetic code is really cracked, it can allow organisms to merge at will, which is simply unheard of. Yang Bo was also shocked, although he knew there was a problem. The result he saw made Yang Bo's head big. Suddenly, Yang Bo found that his long-range photoelectric superpower could not receive any signal. It's taken over again. Yang Bo was speechless. What was going on? He wanted to see what was going on. Chapter 496, Mutual Trap. Yang Bo was speechless about the military's actions. But now that it was like this, he could only accept it. Moreover, since there were no skills for killing these monsters, Yang Bo had no motivation to complete the task. The game department gave Yang Bo another set of real virtual games. That is, the monster seen in the picture suddenly rushed towards Yang Bo. It's an AI-generated intelligent picture. Of course Yang Bo knew what was going on, but he had to continue the performance. First, he took a pistol and attacked the monster, and then retreated. It was obvious that the pistol had a low damage to the monster. So Yang Bo picked up 2 laser swords. Now Yang Bo was really playing a virtual game. The game picture was intelligently generated, and the game character was also generated. This monster had no feet, and its whole body was like a spring, constantly hitting Yang Bo's character. Yang Bo kept dodging, and at the same time, the laser sword in his hand kept attacking. The whole alley was in a mess, and Yang Bo's character did not escape the impact of the monster, and was directly hit by the monster and flew out. Warning: the character is seriously hurt. Yang Bo originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, and he would just give himself a task to complete. These bastards dug a hole for themselves last time, and they got smarter this time? Seeing this scene, Yang Bo decisively ran towards the depths of the entire research institute. The huge monster behind him rumbled and chased him. And then Yang Bo threw the bombs left over from the last task behind him, and then pointed the pistol at this guy's eyes, and kept shooting. Yang Bo's operation made some staff members in the backstage of the game department sweat anxiously. Boss, this is not right. This guy's shooting accuracy is too high. It's unreasonable if we don't let this monster die. This scene is automatically generated by an intelligent program. This intelligent program will generate game characters with different difficulties. And now it is the highest difficulty. These AI energy generating programs have a template. That is, there is a calculation model between Yang Bo's character and the boss character. Even if the boss character difficulty is increased to the highest, Yang Bo's accurate shooting will still cause serious damage to the boss. If he wants to use this boss to kill Yang Bo's character, he has to make a separate data model. Is it the highest difficulty? The colonel of the game department was also a little confused. The game department learned from the experience of picking peaches last time. So this time, it was originally prepared to use monsters to force Yang Bo's character away. The boss in the game is already the most difficult. But this guy's control level is too high. The bullet hit the boss's eyes accurately. According to the template of the intelligent program, the boss will die in 2 minutes at most. Isn't this guy too abnormal? He can achieve 100% accurate hits while moving at such a high speed? You all know that this guy is the best in the game. Just look at him facing so many zombies in the city before. This guy's hands are too fast. And he plays in free mode. Only this free mode can reflect your level. And that game template mode can't show it. Others from the game department came over. And the data of both sides could be seen in the background. Don't change the data model. If this is changed, this guy might be able to sense it. The head of the game department, the colonel, was a little overwhelmed. I didn't expect that players could win the game against the AI intelligent main brain. Of course, any game has a rule and a data balance. If a game makes the boss too abnormal, it will be impossible to play. And the data model of this game is set according to the planet being explored. This will prevent players from feeling that the game has changed. And in this way, the various data of monsters on the planet being explored can be evaluated based on this data model. Once the data model is changed, it will be a catastrophic consequence. Not to mention that it is too late now. Asshole. You actually want to get free stuff from me. Yang Bo certainly knew that this was a real game. And the purpose of these people in the military was self-evident. That is, to make his mission fail. And then, they couldn't finish it later. And then let him do it. Who made me dig a hole for them last time? Hee hee. I still have the biggest hole waiting for you. Yang Bo decided to contact these guys as the third master. Of course, he would not let these guys know the truth at the beginning. I just don't know if the person in charge of the game department has a strong backer. Don't you want to meet offline in person? Then come on. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Let's pit each other and see who is more capable. Yang Bo smiled while controlling the game character. Now the game boss was obviously suppressed by him. In the public eye, it took less than 2 minutes. And Yang Bo challenged the most difficult game boss in just 1 minute and killed him directly. Alas, faced with this situation, some people in some departments had no choice. Let him complete the task. Faced with this situation, the colonel in charge of the game department had no choice but to let Yang Bo complete the task and receive the reward. I just don't know if the military will fail again. Some other people in some departments said worriedly. It's none of our business if they fail. We have found a solution. Boss, how did you say that monster just now was formed? One is an octopus and the other is a bird. Someone else asked more puzzledly. Not sure. The colonel in charge of the game department also felt that this matter was incredible. Boss, do you think it is related to interstellar creatures? Someone asked hesitantly. It's impossible. If there are interstellar creatures, this planet would have been destroyed long ago. The colonel in charge of the game department heard this and said it was impossible. Then this kind of creature should not belong to our carbon-based biological system. Right? I just don't know what the specific research data of the Military Research Institute on these mutant animals is. So far, we have not caught any living interstellar creatures. After these interstellar creatures die, they will explode because their own energy cannot be controlled. Others also spoke up. The colonel of the game department also felt a headache. It shouldn't be possible. Interstellar creatures are like locusts, absorbing all the energy they can absorb to reproduce and grow. Wherever they pass, the entire galaxy is dead silent. And their energy utilization rate is higher than ours. Even our top superpowers don't have a higher energy utilization rate than them. We ordinary people need to eat all kinds of food and use the energy of food to maintain our lives. The interior of the planet we are exploring is still full of energy. If it is an interstellar creature, it would have absorbed all the energy inside the planet long ago. Don't speculate. There should be other reasons. Maybe some unknown energy radiation. The head of the game department, the colonel, finally said that the main reason is that interstellar creatures are too scary. Once you encounter interstellar creatures, the loss will be great. as long as the planet is targeted by interstellar creatures. It basically cannot escape the fate of destruction. The planet where humans live needs to have an atmosphere, water, oxygen, and internal energy to provide temperature for the entire planet. Interstellar creatures are like locusts. They will attach to this kind of planet and continue to absorb the energy inside the planet until the planet becomes a cold planet. The others nodded, but they still had some doubts in their hearts. After all, this strange combination of creatures has never been seen before. Yang Bo was a little complacent when he looked at the boss that he had beaten. This game boss generated by this garbage game is worthless in front of my operation. Yang Bo smiled. The game prompted Yang Bo that he had completed the task today, and then asked Yang Bo to go back to receive the reward. This time Yang Bo was teleported back directly. Of course, it was still a virtual game. Then it prompted Yang Bo's character was seriously injured and needed treatment. Force me to log off. Yang Bo knew what the reason was. Then he said hello to Xia and Annie, and he had to log off the game first. After logging off the game, Yang Bo went on the mecha game again. The mecha game issued an announcement to hold a mecha competition. The main reason is that the mutants on the Green Devil Star have become a neutral race. So the playability of the game is not that high. And because many places on the planet are occupied by various tribes, the income from hunting mutant animals has gradually decreased. But it is obvious that the game officials do not want to miss the opportunity to test the mecha. So they held this competition. Yang Bo took a closer look and found that it was a very old-fashioned promotion competition, divided into individual competition and team competition. But this promotion competition was very popular because all the winners from the 1st to the 10th place were awarded real mechas. The top 3 in the team competition will be awarded mechas, and the 1st place in the individual competition will be awarded a mecha worth 80 million credit points. This mecha is much more expensive than before. Yang Bo knew that if you played the game and destroyed the mecha, you would have to pay money. At that time, because the mecha was not yet commercialized, the value was relatively low. Yang Bo saw those guys from the Justice Gang showing off in the game forum, saying that our gang must take the 1st place, and the others were so and so. Yang Bo controlled the 9th generation mecha and hurried to meet up with Tainyo. This time Yang Bo wanted to trick the other party. The trap prepared last time could not be used this time because it was broken. Tainyo was very happy to see Yang Bo again. But unfortunately Yang Bo was controlling the mecha and could not enter his territory because he would receive a warning message if he approached his territory. The Alliance actually had no choice because the lords on the Green Goblin Star were autonomous, and there was a Green Goblin Star Parliament. So they took such measures to avoid disputes. Of course, they were also afraid that the game players would leak secrets if they were in contact with the local mutants for too long. It's too late today. Yang Bo originally planned to set the trap today, but it seems too late. Yang Bo still plans to use the trap he used last time. That is, to find a place in the underground passage and use natural disasters to deal with these mechas. Although high-end mechas are powerful, their own power is only so great, and their own energy system can also withstand limited. In addition, due to the terrain of the entire underground passage, the water flow of an underground lake mixed with the impact of stones can make these mechas scrapped. It is impossible to say that a mecha of more than 100 tons can resist natural disasters. This is unrealistic. Even if it is a ship of hundreds of thousands of tons on Earth, it can only avoid huge natural disasters. The main advantage of mechas is agility and explosive power. But Yang Bo must choose a suitable place to limit it. Originally, Yang Bo had a simpler choice, which was to use the bombs he had stored. However, Yang Bo felt that once the bomb appeared in the field of vision of the mecha, the game department might let him play a real virtual game. As for letting Tainyo modify the bomb, this is not possible yet. Yang Bo wandered around the underground world for a long time and finally found a place. Then he continued to work, digging a hole for the Justice Gang, so that these bastards of the Justice Gang would tremble when they saw the underground world in the future. Tainyo has always been with Yang Bo and has been helping Yang Bo with his work. Not to mention that this unicorn is still very sharp. Tainyo doesn't look big on the mecha, but Yang Bo has seen it with his own eyes and knows that this thing is not small. I wonder what Tainyo will eventually evolve into. Yang Bo looked at Tainyo's small eyes. Soon the game time was up, and Yang Bo and Tainyo agreed to meet here again tomorrow. After Yang Bo finished the game, he soaked himself in the bathtub, thinking about what he saw in the game today. Today's game seems very strange. Octopuses can actually combine with birds. And the eggs they lay are also weird. But why don't you give yourself skills? Yang Bo was a little confused. If it was just a normal game, it would be fine. But this is a real thing. Will this research result be obtained by the military and then abused? Yang Bo felt that if the barriers between creatures were broken, the world might not be so beautiful. Mutants are another matter. I can't figure it out. Yang Bo thought about it for a while. But he didn't figure it out. After the bath, he cooked for himself. And after eating, he came to the internet room and chatted with Annie and Shia. Finally, he went out invisibly because Yang Bo still had to talk to people in the game department. So he had to use another social software to chat with the young lady. A few hours after Yang Bo downloaded the game, the head of the game department, the colonel, looked unhappy because the girlfriend of a subordinate who added Yang Bo's social account last time did not reply to his messages. Lazy little son was a little impatient when facing her boyfriend's questioning. I said he didn't reply. So I didn't reply. I should have used your account as planned. Lazy little son's boyfriend is on vacation recently, and his main task is to let his girlfriend get the identity information of the guy in the game as soon as possible. I'm just afraid of being exposed. Lazy little son's boyfriend smiled. He did plan to use his own account at the beginning, but he was afraid of being exposed. Here it comes. Look. At this time, Crazy Goat sent a message. Crazy Goat is Yang Bo's nickname on the social account. Because he couldn't find a good name, he let the software automatically generate it. Chapter 497 Bitch. Sister son. Do you miss me? You sent me so many messages? Xiao Yang's boyfriend looked at the message sent by Crazy Goat and felt that he had a green head. Reply to the message. Do you come or do I? Xiao Yang looked at her boyfriend and asked. You come. I'm afraid the tone is wrong. Although Xiao Yang's boyfriend was unwilling, he still let his girlfriend come for the sake of safety and promotion. Why do you want to find his message? Xiao Yang asked, while replying Yang Bo. Anyway, don't ask. As long as you get him, I will buy you the bags you like. Xiao Yang's boyfriend didn't know how to explain, so he didn't explain. You see, Xiao Yang answered confidently. Yang Bo found a place in the suburban park, sat down casually, and chatted with Xiao Yang. Brother, why don't you play the game? Yang Bo looked at the message sent by Xiao Yang and smiled. Yang Bo, I'm not a brother. I'm already an uncle. Little son, how can my brother curse? Yang Bo, I am old. I am already an old man. Little son, my brother is an expert in the game. Is he also an expert in real life? That game is very difficult to play. He must be an expert in real life to have such excellent game skills. Yang Bo, my sister guessed right. I am also a superpower person. I play games for leisure. Little son, when will my brother take my sister to play games? This game is so difficult. Yang Bo chatted with Xiao Yang in a casual way. Chatting in the game was something Yang Bo often did in his previous life, even though he knew that the other party might be a transvestite. But this did not prevent the chat. It was just a chat, not a real-life fight. Xiao Yang's boyfriend looked at the two chatting. His face turned green. But he kept making excuses for himself in his heart. Just a girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. After chatting for more than an hour, the chat ended. But Xiao Yang's boyfriend felt that he had gained nothing. Although they chatted a lot, they only knew that Yang Bo was old, played games for leisure, and was a wealthy man with a small amount of assets. There was nothing else. As for where he was and what his profession was, the other party did not say. Instead, he made his girlfriend giggle. How about it? I'm awesome. Right? Xiao Yang was still showing off, and he was complacent about having obtained some of Yang Bo's information. Awesome. Xiao Yang's boyfriend couldn't tell Xiao Yang about the information he had monitored in the game, for fear that his girlfriend would let it slip. After Yang Bo finished chatting, he found a place to hide and went home directly. After returning home, Yang Bo chatted with Annie and Xia before going to the basement. The samples that were tested for power extraction yesterday have recovered, which made Yang Bo feel relieved. Hee. Yang Bo felt that if he had more women in the future, he could use this trick to make the other party helpless. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, such a large marine creature was killed by his power extraction. Of course, this skill still needs to continue to determine the test data to ensure that it does not harm the human body. I checked the test subjects that were given energy before. The time was short, and the changes were not big. The test subject's physical data were very standard. Then Yang Bo went back to rest and continued to enter the game to kill monsters the next morning. Yang Bo received the reward of yesterday's game, which was a special pistol. This pistol had a large magazine and high durability. The attack power and other attributes were higher than all the previous ones. It was a small top-grade product. There were also super backpack fragments. Yang Bo saw that there were new tasks again, but he didn't take the task. It would be embarrassing if it was like yesterday. Yang Bo took Annie and Xia to kill monsters. After the three of them left the resurrection point for a certain distance, Yang Bo flew 80 kilometers in one direction. Today, he studied the map and found that there were several farms in this direction. Yang Bo cleaned up the farm, while Annie and Xia ran over. Because all the farms that were too close to the resurrection point were basically cleared by players. The game controls a simulated person, which is much better than ordinary people in various data. So there are still many cleared farms within a radius of 80 kilometers. It took 7 hours to clear 2 farms, mainly because the road to the farms was too difficult to walk. More than 12,000 monsters were scoured, and a pig farm and a chicken farm were scoured. The main thing is the collision skills and kicking. Xia also collected a lot of forging materials. Of course, these materials were taken away by the military after entering the warehouse. And then you were given a virtual data. After coming out of the Apocalypse game, Yang Bo went to the mecha game to continue to make traps. Then he went invisible to chat with Little Sun, and observed his own power to extract various test data of this skill, and then attacked the test object. Finally, on the 4th day, Yang Bo had set up a trap in the mecha game. Yang Bo saw that there was not much time left, because Wilson might take action at any time. So Yang Bo planned to deal with things for a stage before going to Wilson. Yang Bo's trap was very simple. Just find a high underground reservoir, polish some round stones, and put all these stones in the downward passage. The underground reservoir has been repaired and can be destroyed at any time. And then the water flow of the entire reservoir carries these 1 or 2 tons of stone balls along the downward passage. It was agreed with Tainyo that as long as he saw his figure somewhere, Tainyo would go to destroy the underground reservoir. In other words, as long as Yang Bo led the bastards of the Justice Gang to the trap, Tainyo would wait on the road and destroy the underground reservoir. The power of the underground reservoir is quite large. Yang Bo once worked in a tunnel on Earth. Anyway, an underground reservoir pushed all the heavy machinery in the tunnel out of the tunnel. No matter how big the machinery is, it has no effect under this impact. No matter how big the excavator is, it is like a child's toy. The next day, Yang Bo came to the mecha game after completing the monster spawning in the Doomsday Dungeon game. The 3rd generation mecha. Yang Bo still chose the 3rd generation mecha. After all, this is the signature of Brother Janyo. So when Yang Bo entered the game, he went straight to the place with traps. Alas, is there anyone in this game using this kind of the most rubbish mecha? Brother Janyo hasn't been online for a long time. So many people subconsciously forgot about it. The Mecha Academy is on holiday. I guess it's those rookies. That's not necessarily true. The rookies in the Mecha Academy like high-end mechas. Don't even mention it's a junk mecha. Even this 3rd generation mecha is sold for 20 million credits in reality. Forget about reality. With 20 million credits, can I buy a flying car? Why buy this kind of junk? No. This thing looks okay to control. But why is it jumping around? Many people found that after this 3rd generation mecha left the base and ran wildly on the grassland, it seemed to be smooth to operate. But why was it jumping around? Brother Janyo. Someone finally remembered and shouted loudly. A genius. That's right. This guy was the traffic leader on the forum a few months ago. And there are many people pretending to be him. Is this fake? It shouldn't be possible. Those people in the Justice Gang have dealt with those fakes? Go to the forum and post it. Let the people in the Justice Gang take a look. There's something exciting to watch again. When the information about Brother Janyo appeared on the forum, the number of online users of the entire mecha game reached a small peak, especially at the number 16 outpost base. As for more players, they asked people to live broadcast in the game forum, because someone pretended to be Brother Janyo before, and was severely punished by the people in the Justice Gang. Yang Bo was controlling the 3rd generation mecha, and found a drone above his head. So he arrogantly made an international friendly gesture to the drone with the mecha. Then he ran away. And while walking, he did not forget to use the mecha weapon in his hand to pick up a mouse that he had just stepped on and smash it directly at the drone. The drone clearly captured Yang Bo, using the cold weapon of the third-generation mecha to pick up a mouse and hit himself. This scene was broadcast on the forum and became a hot post in an instant. Arrogant! This guy's skills are really amazing. He used a mecha weapon several meters long to pick up a mouse of more than 10 or 20 centimeters and accurately attack the drone. I like this kind of arrogance. I will be punished by the Justice Gang later. It will be miserable. Now that the mecha is broken, there is a lot of money to pay. I dare not play this rubbish game now. I have to pay millions of game coins at any time. This player said this mainly based on the degree of damage to the mecha. This is a counterattack against the Justice Gang. The girls of the Justice Gang are out to receive customers. Justice Gang trash. Brother John Yu is back. I'm 100% sure this guy is not a fake. Someone actually started a bet. Brother John Yu's odds are 500. The third-generation mecha will never be able to compete with the advanced mecha. He ran away. This guy is going to run away to the underground world. The people of the Justice Gang just came online. All of them are 11th generation mechas. A total of 30 mechas. All flew over. After the Justice Gang learned that Brother Janya was online, they originally planned to send a few people to threaten him. However, Yang Bo not only crushed the rats in the game with mechas, but also used mecha weapons to pick up the rats' bodies and threw them at the drones. This is a naked provocation. Although in the game, you cannot attack players in the friendly camp, but you can cause accidental injuries, such as using bombs or other methods. Of course, it is not okay to open fire directly. Mecha games have been tepid recently, so the official held a competition. The head of the game department, the colonel, received a report from his subordinates. The game department is responsible for mecha games and doomsday games. However, the game department cannot see Yang Bo's login information, so they don't know that the bird-killing brother in the game is the top expert in another game. The player's login information is strictly confidential by the government, which means that the government is on guard, and the military has taken all the people who perform too well in the game to the military. Of course, the military will not share game data with the government unless it goes through a very complicated procedure. Otherwise, the military will provide talents to the government department for nothing. If the government can get the game data, it will definitely catch all the masters in the game. And the Justice Gang also opened a live broadcast, and tens of thousands of people quickly entered the live broadcast room. The main reason is that the name of the bird-killing brother is too loud. In fact, most of the reputation of the bird-killing brother was hyped up by the Justice Gang. Otherwise, who would mind killing small animals in the game? Only a sick brain would care about others. Moreover, in several battles, the Justice Gang suffered heavy losses. Anyway, the last time it was said that the Justice Gang lost hundreds of millions of game coins. 30 11th generation mechas, all of which were painted white and gold. And the mecha models were the same. This is what the Justice Gang called regularization. And there were 2 words of justice on the arms and chests of the mechas. 30 11th generation mechas were in the game in a mighty manner. And the drones flying across the sky had already been tracking Yang Bo. This guy is so mean. Everywhere this guy passes, small animals suffer. In the live broadcast, the drone broadcasted Yang Bo's inhumane killing of small animals. The mecha jumped in the underground world channel, and a small animal died every time it jumped. After the mecha left, a bloody mess could be seen on the ground. The mecha weapons in his hand can sometimes come in handy, such as some places with higher heights in the underground world. Yang Bo used the mecha weapons in his hand to directly kill these guys. The people of the Justice Gang were already cursing in the street, but in the live broadcast room, it was reflected by the sound of dripping, which was shielded. And Yang Bo arrogantly bent the body of the mecha in the channel and turned the mecha's butt backwards, then patted his butt with his hand, and gave the drone behind him a middle finger. Fuck. Awesome. Bitch. I like it. Haha. Those bitches of the Justice Gang must be furious. Players who saw this live broadcast expressed their opinions one after another. Why do I feel so relieved watching this? I think this guy is from the Mecha Academy. He usually goes to school in the academy, but now he can only go online after school. I think so too. After all, the pressure in the Mecha Academy is very high. It's a broken game, but those bitches in the Justice Gang have raised it to a moral level. Down with the Beast Brothers Onyo. I must make him lose everything. The colonel, the head of the game department, looked at today's game data and asked his subordinates, Do you think we should start the PK mode? Boss, I think we could open the PK mode. But we should make a data model and start the virtual game when one side's mecha is damaged to a certain extent. This can reduce the loss of the mecha and let the players pay less. I think a deposit should be paid in the PK mode, and the mecha compensation will be deducted from the deposit. In fact, I don't think it's necessary. As long as the PK mode is opened, we can launch various virtual props. It's profitable to make real games. Not to mention that ours is real. But we can make a data model so that the entire mecha will not be scrapped. And we can also limit the use of weapons. After all, Mecha PK emphasizes technology. And it's boring if weapons are used. Okay. You study it and make a plan. Then keep an eye on this guy. I like his unruly look. He can't be a mecha master without personality. The head of the game department, the colonel, nodded and pointed at the bird-killing brother in the game. Chapter 498. I don't understand. Yang Bo's behavior completely angered the people of the Justice Gang. Yang Bo's behavior was no longer a provocation, but a naked insult. The people of the Justice Gang occupy the moral high ground and have won over a large number of people in the online game. In the current harsh free environment of the Alliance, many people believe what these people say. Who is Yang Bo? He suffered a lot in his previous life, and often he looked for a sense of existence on the internet. That is, the keyboard warriors, trolls, and trolls on the internet on Earth. The angrier Yang Bo sees others, the happier he is. This is mainly because he suffered in reality. So he likes to look for a sense of existence on the internet. As for Yang Bo, who traveled through time, I don't know how he got to this point today. What he did was basically shady. Not to mention that Yang Bo used these body movements to insult others in the game now. Even in reality, if Yang Bo met these people from the Justice Gang, he would give them 2 big slaps. See who is stronger. Anyway, the worst thing is to run away. That is to say, Yang Bo is lawless in the real world of the Alliance. Not to mention it is just a game. Of course, Yang Bo is also very low-key on the internet. After all, who would want to run away unless it is absolutely necessary? Such a good foundation has been laid. Even when the Justice Gang faces various remarks from Brother Janyo on the internet, Yang Bo does not care, because he will not lose a piece of meat anyway. The purpose of Yang Bo doing this is actually to cultivate the Tainyo tribe. Although Tainyo is not very smart, he is not stupid either. At least, he has a good relationship with him. Those who have raised dogs in their previous lives know that dogs that are too smart should not be raised. Nor should dogs that are too stupid. A dog that is too smart will assess the situation and may not necessarily help its owner when encountering problems, while a stupid dog sometimes bites its owner himself. The kind that is neither smart nor stupid, and loyal to its owner, is the best. In his previous life, Yang Bo had heard that someone raised a border collie at home, and other dogs. But the border collie took the other dogs out and threw them away. Tainyo is the best. While controlling the character in the game to run away, Yang Bo can also take time to watch the live broadcast on the forum. A reward of 200 million. Who has the identity information of Brother Janyo? The live broadcast room of the Justice Gang on the forum directly hung up this. Yang Bo smiled and reported it back. Involving personal privacy in the Alliance is a very serious matter. Less than 3 seconds after Yang Bo reported it, the live broadcast room in the forum was blocked. The Justice Gang was so angry that they quickly changed their accounts and started live broadcasts in the forum again. But this time they dared not to issue a reward again. The Justice Gang has been banned again. Last time, they were banned on a large scale too. Didn't they want to sue the game's official account last time? Why is there no follow-up? This broken game has a deep background. When this game first came out, many gamers lost money. These gamers hired lawyers to sue the game's official account. But without exception, they all ended up in jail. Many of the first batch of people who played this mecha game did suffer. They went bankrupt playing the game. This is the first game. Of course, except for gambling games. The main feature of this game is reality. Although this game is one of the worst rated games, the people who make money in it do make money. That was in the past. Since the last update of this crappy game, many maps have become neutral areas. The game officials probably want to open a competitive game before restricting this PD mode. Brother Janyo is so fast, and his operations are smooth. These operations are all free operations. Not the game mode adopted. I use software to measure Brother Zhanya's operation data. This level is at least a high-level mecha master. You are talking nonsense. Look at the small environment of the underground world. And then look at his current speed. If it weren't for this game, I couldn't use plugins. I would suspect that he is an intelligent program. The brother above is right. Whether you are convinced or not, you have time to come and run to this section of the underground world to see Brother Zhanya. He can run at his speed. Then, after he made these reactions, you will know how difficult it is. According to my assessment, it should have reached the master level. I think it's about the same. After all, this is the lowest level mecha. Advanced mechas have many auxiliary modes and braking modes. And this lowest level mecha is all manual mode. Look at the Justice Gang. A bunch of trash. They use 11th generation mechas to chase other 3rd generation mechas. But the distance is getting farther and farther. The people of the Justice Gang can only talk nonsense. On the surface, they rely on the powerful performance of mechas to defeat others. Talk nonsense? How to play this? I'm going to report you to the upstairs. You are blind. This is the tactic adopted by our Justice Gang. That's right. Let's see how long he can run. Can he run to the underground world at the bottom? A bunch of inexperienced people. Even if we catch up? So what? We can't attack each other. That's right. Look at the bullshit you said. We are going to force him to the underground world and let the mutants kill him. We, the Justice Gang, have posted this as a testimony. And we must beat this bastard. Beast. Trash man. Brother Zhanya. Bankrupt and quit the internet. And also go to jail. How do you know Brother Zhanya is a man? Except for you men, who can do such disgusting things. The little animals are so cute. How can you hurt them? That's right. A bunch of low-level men. If you have the guts, show us your mechas. Our Justice Gang is the standard 11th generation mechas, and all of them have been modified in an advanced way. Oh, this is to create a male-female confrontation. Can you Justice Gang change your style? What else can these cerebellar atrophy things of the Justice Gang do except to create confrontation? 30 11th generation mechas can't catch up with a 3rd generation mecha? Yang Bo looked at these discussions on the internet and smiled in his heart. I'm afraid that the mechas of your Justice Gang are not good. If all 30 11th generation mechas are damaged, each mecha will cost at least 120 million. Yang Bo had already used the remote photoelectric superpower to see that the mechas were indeed 11th generation mechas. But they were not as uniform as those shown in the game. Nor were they white and gold, but various other colors. Obviously, the game officials only added a beauty effect to these mechas. And the Justice Gang had to pay for it. Which means that you spent a lot of money. But it was just a beauty effect. And there was no actual effect at all. Of course, this is similar to virtual games. The games you spend a lot of money to play are just a bunch of data. I just don't know if we can catch all these mechas this time. Yang Bo didn't know how many of the 30 mechas behind him would eventually escape. Yang Bo could clearly see on the mecha radar that there were drones following closely behind. Drones are indeed faster than mechas in this environment because they are smaller. This kind of technological means of the Alliance is really terrifying. Yang Bo has already experienced it in the last mission. It is on the planet with energy stones that there are all kinds of drones everywhere. Of course, drones also have the biggest shortcoming, which is electromagnetic interference. Electromagnetic interference also has protection measures, the most common of which is energy shield. However, energy shields consume a lot of energy. If you want to provide the energy required by energy shields, you need a large energy system. In other words, technological products with energy shields cannot be small. Moreover, energy shields can only defend against energy attacks, and are not very useful for physical attacks. As mentioned earlier, this is why people can still be used to control mechas in interstellar wars. Electromagnetic interference is not only electromagnetic bombs, but also various electromagnetic attacks. Earlier, mechas all used intelligent AI, but unfortunately, they were completely useless under various energy attacks. Because the intelligent judgment of mechas is still based on the sensors on the mechas to judge the current situation encountered by the mechas. Energy attacks can easily destroy these sensors. This is also why there are still things like transparent portholes in front of the mecha cockpits now, so that people can observe through them when the mechas are attacked by electromagnetic and energy. When electronic attacks occur, most of the mecha's various sensors are scrapped, including video systems, communication systems, radar systems, etc. Yongbo controlled the third-generation mecha and ran wildly in this underground world. At the beginning, Yongbo would control the mecha to kill all the small animals within his ability. Now Yongbo can no longer kill these small animals, because the people behind are getting closer and closer. After all, if the mecha has to do other actions, it will waste time. The Justice Gang chasing behind keenly discovered this, and announced in the live broadcast room that Brother Zhang Yao had been scared. Brother Zhang Yao, this beast, no longer kills small animals. This is the meaning of our existence. From the time we started chasing Brother Zhang Yao to now, this rubbish bastard subordinate has hunted 365 small animals, killing one small animal every 2 seconds on average. And before 1 minute and 30 seconds, Brother Zhang Yao was chased by us and could only flee in embarrassment. This is the meaning of our Justice Gang's existence. If anyone has news about Brother Zhang Yao, please contact us. Yongbo felt a little disgusted when he saw the self-promotion of these guys in the Justice Gang. But this is also a feature of the Alliance, and this cannot be changed. Then the people of the Justice Gang posted a lot of posts in the forum, taking screenshots of the small animals that Yongbo killed this time and putting them on the forum, as well as the bodies of the small animals that were killed, including a pool of meat mud on the ground. They used it to accuse Brother Zhang Yao and recruit people into the gang. While reading the forum, Yongbo was curious about why no one else commented. Later, he found out that the Justice Gang had closed the comments and only allowed himself to speak. Yongbo really didn't have more time to irritate the guys behind him, because it would be a waste of time for the mecha to kill small animals. And the guys of the Justice Gang behind him would not waste time at all and chased after him. After running for half an hour, Yongbo deliberately slowed down. Originally, Yongbo was about 2 kilometers away from the back, and now there was about 1.6 kilometers. However, 1.6 kilometers was still a long distance in the passage of this underground world, and they could only see each other on the radar. If they were on the ground, the guys from the Justice Gang behind would have dropped bombs long ago, and used bombs to accidentally injure each other. Yongbo closed the forum, and it was meaningless to not see other people's comments. After running for nearly 20 minutes, the distance between the two sides was only 1.5 kilometers. That is to say, it has been running for almost an hour from the beginning to now, and it is about 550 kilometers away from the outpost. Now it is the 3rd floor underground, and Yongbo quickly saw Tainyo on the radar. Then Yongbo flashed through a certain underground space, and Tainyo on the other side of the underground space was waiting here. When he saw Yongbo's mecha running over, he quickly turned into a golden light and disappeared. In fact, the game players who were watching also found something wrong, because the 3rd floor is relatively dangerous for many mechas, because there are many mutant creatures here. But this time, we didn't see it. Everyone thought it was a mutant creature, and ran away when they saw so many mechas. Yongbo's mecha quickly entered the 4th floor again. Now Yongbo officially entered the trap area, a very small and narrow underground passage with a large drop in height. This environment has great restrictions on mechas, and Yongbo's speed dropped suddenly. Sisters, prepare your bombs. The guys in front are no longer good. When the people of the Justice Gang saw Yongbo enter this environment, they also shouted like chicken blood, because in this environment, the power of the bomb will be maximized, and Yongbo's mecha can't run away even if he wants to. The tactics of the Justice Gang were very simple, which was to destroy Yongbo's mecha with bombs and make Yongbo pay. And because of the passage where Yongbo was, the speed of Yongbo's mecha was limited, so that the distance between Yongbo and the pursuers behind was only 1,000 meters, which was just a matter of seconds for the mecha. So these people from the Justice Gang didn't even look at the surrounding environment, and they chased after them one after another. After all, these 30 mechas were not afraid of any mutant creatures. Of course, in general, people would not use dozens of mechas to besiege mutant creatures, because people caught mutant creatures for money. If you use mechas to beat mutant creatures into a pile of mincemeat, then you will lose money. The mecha has different hourly usage fees depending on the generation. At this time, Tainyo had already reached an underground reservoir. Originally, this underground reservoir had other directions to flow water away, but it was blocked by Yongbo. Tainyo turned into a golden light and directly knocked a hole in the stone wall of the reservoir that had been repaired. Then it was repeated several times, and the entire underground reservoir was knocked out with a large hole more than 10 meters wide. Under this big hole, There are various stone balls of different sizes. The largest one is probably 5 or 6 tons, and most of them are 1 or 2 tons. These stone balls are shining with metallic luster, and some are shining with the luster of jade. They are made of the hardest stone used by Yongbo. The reason why they are not made bigger is that the underground passage is too narrow and may get stuck. Tainyo watched the huge water flow rumble down with many stone balls. Tainyo's little eyes were full of confusion. He didn't know why Yongbo asked him to do this. Looking at the huge underground reservoir, Tainyo jumped to the other side of the reservoir, and then suddenly exerted force towards this side. The underground reservoir seemed to be thrown by a bomb, surging with huge waves, and a huge water flow rushed out of the gap. Then Tainyo floated to the surface of the water dizzy. Tainyo didn't expect that he almost fainted when he exerted force in the water. His little head was full of confusion. This water is so soft. Why does it feel more uncomfortable than hitting a stone? Chapter 499 Continue digging pits. Tainyo shook his head and climbed out of the underground reservoir. He looked back at the underground reservoir and then left. The reason why Yongbo set up such a complicated trap was mainly because he was afraid that the military game department would take over the mechas of these players and run away when they saw danger. The road he chose could be said to have no way to escape. He could only face the surging water and stone balls. Of course, the speed of the mecha was fast enough, so Yongbo had to delay time. The underground passages here were not high. The highest was only about 12 or 13 meters, and most were only 8 or 9 meters high. In some places, the mecha had to bend down to pass. Yongbo finally stopped because there seemed to be no way ahead. The 30 mechas of the Justice Gang that were chasing Yongbo's mecha were all excited when they saw Yongbo running to a dead end in the drone's picture. 30 11th generation mechas were only a few dozen meters away from Yongbo in 5 seconds. You bastard. Run if you can. The mecha in charge of leading the team in the Justice Gang directly played the mecha's voice. You guys come to fight me? You guys come to fight me if you dare? Yongbo controlled the mecha and stood in front of the Justice Gang's mecha to block the way of these people. He also shouted arrogantly with the mecha's voice. The gamers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned, and then burst into laughter. Haha. I like to see these moral gentlemen of the Justice Gang get humiliated the most. What moral gentlemen? These guys have shit morals. They just want to create opposition for traffic. Fortunately, we can comment now. Fortunately, we all reported the live broadcast room just now and blocked it. Otherwise, he would not let us speak. Young lady. Come and hit me. I dare not say that, young lady. These are all tough old ladies. The people of the Justice Gang probably didn't expect that there is no way to attack friendly forces in the game. It's useless for them to chase so close. Brother Zhanyo needs to change his name to Brother Arrogant. Looking at his arrogant look, he is so likable. Yongbo controlled the mecha and hyped up the way the mecha walked very arrogantly. He walked in front of the 11th generation mechas of the Justice Gang. Of course, Yongbo's voice was converted from typing, and he didn't speak with voice. After all, Yongbo didn't want his real voice to be exposed. The pursuers of the Justice Gang were confused. These mechas wanted to use bombs, but the game prompted that the use of bombs was strictly prohibited in the current environment and would hurt friendly forces. A shameless, bastard, and lowly thing. 30 11th generation mechas lined up to confront Yongbo's mecha. They couldn't get past Yongbo because the terrain Yongbo chose could only accommodate one mecha. Hit me. You idiots. Come and hit me. You are just like that stupid dog. So what if you catch up with me? I just killed small animals. So what? The mecha controlled by Yongbo said, while spreading one of its hands to show the people of the Justice Gang. There was also a dead rock lizard in the mecha's hand. Then Yongbo threw the body directly to the mecha on the opposite side. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The mecha in front didn't expect Yongbo to do this. Seeing the dead rock lizard thrown at him, he subconsciously waved the mecha's hand to knock it away, and then screamed, Haha! You killed a small animal. It just fainted. If you don't believe me, look at the radar data record of the mecha. It just had life fluctuations. Yongbo laughed at the side. This arrogant brother is so bad. I like him. Arrogant brother is worthy of being arrogant brother. I didn't expect this kind of operation. Now all we can do is talk. Didn't someone say to talk nonsense before? Why don't you talk nonsense? Isn't it hard to talk nonsense? Oh, pervert. Get out of here. 30 11th generation mechas in the live broadcast all sounded out, cursing Yongbo. Shameless. You beast. Asshole. Don't be too arrogant. We will definitely find you in reality and send you to prison. 30 mechas. The sound of the loudspeakers plus the voices of women. For a while, everyone felt that the live broadcast room was simply noise pollution. Look here. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and stretched out his other hand. There was actually a rock lizard over 2 meters long. Donate 10 million to the charity right now, or I will kill this lizard right away. The people watching the live broadcast thought Yang Bo was going to throw the lizard over again. But what Yang Bo said shocked everyone. This is really shameless. Even the people watching the live broadcast nodded when they saw this comment. Why? The people in the Justice Gang were also confused. You are holding a lizard and asking us to donate. You are discriminating against lizards. You object to me killing mice and birds. But you don't object to me killing lizards? Yang Bo directly counterattacked. I'm speechless. I didn't guess every word this guy said. But I think this method is needed to deal with the guys from the Justice Gang. Why do I feel that this arrogant brother's way of doing things is a bit familiar? How could it be unfamiliar? Look at his style of doing things. Doesn't it look like the shameless politicians in the Alliance? Oh my god. It's true. The shamelessness of arrogant brother is simply the essence of politicians. The people from the Justice Gang in the game quickly denied Yang Bo's words. We don't discriminate against lizards. We protest against you killing any small animals. Then transfer the money. If you don't transfer the money, it proves that you discriminate against this lizard. If you transfer the money, I will release this lizard. Yang Bo's words were extremely shameless. Why? Why should we give money? The people from the Justice Gang immediately visited. That is to say, you see that the small animals are about to die, but you are unwilling to spend money to rescue them. In your hearts, small animals are always not as good as money. Yang Bo started to make trouble again. Your refusal to pay proves that your opposition to my killing of small animals is actually for fame, not for real opposition to my killing of small animals. You just want to find a traffic point. If it's not me, the bird slayer, then you will find another bird slayer. Yang Bo was making a fuss. The top leaders of the Justice Gang were watching the live broadcast, and they were a little confused when they saw this. The Justice Gang did use the bird slayer incident to build momentum. As for the gamers watching the live broadcast, they felt that Yang Bo's nonsense was obvious. He was making a fuss. But why did he seem to make sense? If you don't give it to me, I'll shoot him to death. This proves that you are not protecting small animals. You are not willing to spend 10 million to prove yourself. Yang Bo's mecha began to pinch the lizard. Give it. We will give it. The player leading the Justice Gang said with gritted teeth. Because the top management found that Yang Bo's nonsense was very disadvantageous to his gang. Because there were already many comments questioning the nature of his gang. And it was under the guise of protecting small animals to attract traffic. Half a minute later, Yang Bo saw a screenshot of the donation on the forum. Very good. You used 10 million to prove that you are stupid. This is just a game. Just a bunch of virtual numbers. Yang Bo let the lizard go, and then gave the mechas of the Justice Gang 2 middle fingers with his mecha. Brothers watching the live broadcast, the opportunity to make money has come. But I want to remind you that you should not collect the money yourself, but let them donate it to certain organizations directly. Because as long as you do not gain any benefits, then there is no legal extortion. And this is just a game. Game officials can refresh more small animals. Yang Bo shouted loudly after making a middle finger gesture. Players watching the live broadcast were already shocked by Yang Bo's bottom line. Using a virtual game animal to blackmail others to donate 10 million. And he also popularized how to do it. Do you think that people in the Justice Gang will see players holding mice or other things when they go out in the future? Asking people in the Justice Gang to donate money? Someone watching the live broadcast made such a comment. Brother, I'll catch mice and sell them to you. 50 game coins each. This is a new industry. I have a picture. Which associations do you all belong to? You can ask the people from the Justice Gang to donate to your own association. Yang Bo's operation made the people from the Justice Gang very angry. But there was no other way. The two sides were too close. And throwing bombs didn't work. I won't play with idiots like you anymore. Goodbye. Yang Bo smiled and turned around and ran away. The players from the Justice Gang wanted to use bombs. But unfortunately Yang Bo was too close. And the system kept prompting that it was not allowed to harm friendly forces. Just when Yang Bo was driving the mecha away, a player from the Justice Gang found that he could use bombs. So he shouted, "Throw bombs." The players from the Justice Gang were very angry and threw bombs one after another. Originally, Yang Bo looked like a dead end in front of him. But in fact, the back of the stone wall had been dug through by Yang Bo a long time ago, and the thickness of the mecha could break through. When Yang Bo was retreating, he didn't expect the players of the Justice Gang to throw bombs. Seeing these guys throwing dozens of bombs, Yang Bo pushed the joystick and activated the flight backpack behind the mecha at the same time. With an energy shield in front of the mecha, he rushed out instantly. With a bang, Yang Bo directly broke through the stone wall that seemed to be a dead end. Not good. This arrogant brother must have a plan. The game players who watched the live broadcast knew there was a problem when they saw the scene. After Yang Bo broke through the stone wall, he just came to the next door. Tainyo had been waiting next door. Seeing Yang Bo's mecha turn around and wave to him, Tainyo hit it hard and pushed a huge stone directly down, blocking the gap that Yang Bo had just hit. Then Tainyo ran away again, because Yang Bo said that they couldn't meet now. Then Yang Bo heard a violent explosion. It was the bombs thrown by the guys from the Justice Gang. The stones prepared by Yang Bo were very large, but the dust from the gap still hit him. The players of the Justice Gang were also a little confused after seeing Yang Bo crash through the stone wall, and then realized that it was not good. Then, there was a deafening sound, which was the sound of the bombs thrown by the mecha. In this small environment, the sound of the explosion was directly blocked. At this time, the mechas in the live broadcast screen sounded the alarm one after another. But unfortunately, because of the sound shielding of the shockwave bomb, the drone used for live broadcast started to alarm at this time. In the screen, you can see the drone prompting danger. Danger! Danger! Then the next second, the drone saw the turbulent water rushing directly, and there were stone balls with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters in the water. You can imagine that it was like those turbulent floods, carrying stone balls one by one. Ah! Brother Xiao Zhang and his helpers. Even the colonel who was watching the excitement in the game department was startled. Can you take over the mecha? The colonel asked hurriedly. These are 3011th generation mechas. Can you minimize the loss? Otherwise, if so many mechas are completely destroyed, how much compensation will be required? There is no other way, according to the data provided in the game. This passage is too long. It depends on how much wreckage can be picked up in the end. Brother Xiao Zhang. This old bastard. The water flow, carrying several tons of different stone balls, hit these mechas violently. On the other side of the stone wall, Yang Bo saw the gap that was blocked just now, and water gushed out violently, pushing away the stones blocking the hole several meters away. And Yang Bo saw a mecha that seemed to be rushing through this gap. So he quickly pushed down a big stone. This stone was made into an oblate shape with a diameter of 2 meters. Just now, a mecha was rushed to the entrance of the cave, and was directly pressed between the entrance and the stone blocking the entrance by the huge water flow. And then from a height of more than 20 meters, a 2-meter diameter oblate stone fell hard. This mecha was scrapped on the spot. Of course, Tainyo did not appear in the picture, because Yang Bo guessed that he would definitely be noticed by the game department if he did such a big thing. He had contact with Tainyo before because he did not do much. After Yang Bo did something, he turned around and ran. Yang Bo ran past another place. Tainyo saw Yang Bo running from a distance, so he returned to the place just now, looked at the blown-up mecha, and used his horn to push the mecha a few times. The main thing was that Yang Bo told Tainyo the most core part of the mecha, such as the location of the optical brain. This mecha had actually been destroyed long ago. And then Tainyo used his mouth to pick up a few mecha parts with more rare metals, and turned into a golden light and disappeared. About half an hour later, 2 golden lights flashed, and Tainyo and his 2 brothers, the rhinoceros, appeared here. At this time, of the 30 mechas, only 3 mechas directly escaped from this trap area by diving upstream. The other mechas were damaged by the impact of the stones, and were damaged by water. Tainyo's brothers smashed the original stone blocking the hole into pieces. Then the water rushed out all of a sudden, and even the mechas that were about to be damaged were damaged. However, even these undamaged mechas were turned into a golden light by Tainyo's brothers before they rushed out, and were smashed to pieces. The biggest tragedy in history. Of course, the players who watched the live broadcast of the game did not see the scene. The game backstage did not see the scene either, because in the water, the mecha's detector did not capture the specific images of Tainyo and others. It was only known that 30 11th generation mechas lost contact one after another. And there was no data. The head of the game department, the colonel, took a breath. At this time, Yongbo controlled the 3rd generation mecha to the ground. Brother Arrogant. Yongbo had just returned to the ground when he was discovered by other game players waiting here, and hurriedly greeted them from a distance. Hello everyone. Yongbo was also funny, raising one hand of the mecha. And then the mecha's voice shouted out loud. Is this a trap you set up this time? These game players also played the mecha's voice out loud. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. The underground world has frequent geological changes. Yongbo quickly denied it. Brother Xiaozhong. This is probably the biggest tragedy in the history of the game. One mecha costs 120 million game coins. And now it is confirmed that 15 mechas are missing. A game player shouted loudly. It's just a broken game. If I had 120 million, I would directly hire the most luxurious lawyers in the entire alliance to sue them. If they really have to compensate for 15 mechas, it would be better to buy them. Yongbo is digging a hole for the Justice Gang again, because the lawyer fees for this amount of compensation are sky high. When the time comes, the lawyers will be hired at a sky high price. And then the lawsuit will be defeated. Chapter 500 Mainly Shameless. The players who came to watch the fun nodded when they heard Yongbo's answer. I don't know how this crappy game got the license. It must be those consortiums. I think all of us who have been compensated can unite and sue the game officials. That's right. At most we can just pay for a lawyer. I think the guys from the Justice Gang deserve it. They have to make trouble in a game. Just like a bunch of psychopaths. What does Brother Arrogant do? A player asked Yongbo from a distance. Are you asking me? Yongbo was a little surprised. When did he change his nickname again? Are all the people online in the Alliance a little bored? He already has several nicknames. In fact, it is true. Today, because of the development of science and technology, the productivity of the Alliance has been fully released. Most people work very little, and many jobs are just moving their fingers. Brother Arrogant, you are worthy of the name. I am happy to see those bitches in the Justice Gang being humiliated. Someone laughed and answered loudly. Keep it a secret. I'm going to quit the game. This crappy game is not fun. I'm being chased as soon as I start. Yongbo said as he controlled the mecha to run away. Because Yongbo saw a mecha flying over from a distance. Maybe it was looking for trouble with him. More than a dozen mechas flew over quickly from a distance. You despicable bastard. Don't even think about running away today. As soon as everyone saw the mecha flying in the sky, they knew it was the guys from the Justice Gang. These guys are really rich. 12th generation mechas. And they are flying models. The game players who were watching the fun just had a lively chat with Yongbo. But now they ran away when they saw the Justice Gang coming. Yongbo simply stopped the mech. And then the mech raised its head. And then turned the mech's voice to the maximum. You hypocrites of the Justice Gang. You don't deserve to be called the Justice Gang. You should be called the Villain Gang. The players next to him widened their eyes when they saw Brother Xiaoong like this. And they guessed that Brother Xiaoong was going to do something tricky again. Everyone in the game background also saw someone asking, do you want to change some game data so that they can play in the virtual game? No. This guy is a troublemaker. He just instigated other game players to sue us and let the Justice Gang deal with him. It would be best if he went bankrupt. And then we can get his identity information. This guy has first-class skills in operating the mech. The colonel shook his head and said, this guy is in trouble. The 3rd generation mecha is nothing in front of so many 12th generation mecha. You can still run away in the underground world. Boss, should we increase the power of these guys' bombs? No need. I want to see how this arrogant brother can get rid of these people. This guy always causes trouble for us. Because the compensation money for the mecha in this game will not go into the colonel's pocket. It will be directly compensated to the military. But this game is managed by itself. And a lawsuit is inevitable. And I will be busy again. Son of a bitch. You can't run away no matter what you say today. We have 18 mechas carrying dozens of bombs. If you have the guts, run away. The 12th generation flying mecha rescuer was suspended in the air, looking down at the arrogant brother hundreds of meters below, gritting his teeth and shouting, Haha. Let me ask you a question. Was it because I killed small animals that you opposed me to establish the Justice Gang? Yongbo laughed and looked up and asked, You are a despicable, shameless, insidious, cunning and shameless bastard. How dare you say you hurt small animals? I don't know how people like you receive the education of the Alliance. That's right. This time we must make you pay the price. And in the future, as long as you play the game, we will make you bankrupt. We will make you go to jail for life. A group of guys from the Justice Gang were excited at a height of hundreds of meters. Everyone, come and have a look. The so-called Justice Gang is nothing but a group of villains who don't keep their promises. Other friends who play games, please turn on the life detection mode on the mecha radar. See, there are countless small animals under this grassland. And the Justice Gang villains are now going to drop bombs on this grassland. Do you think they are villains? It's this group of villains who shamelessly oppose me killing small animals. There is a nest of mice 2 meters next to my mecha. Yang Bo turned up the volume of the mecha to the maximum. The people watching the excitement around turned on the life detection mode of the mecha. And sure enough, it was densely packed with various small animals. Too arrogant. A group of people from the Justice Gang controlled the 12th generation mecha. And now they can only watch the other party leave. This slap in the face is so cool. Villain Gang. Hurry up and drop bombs. The Villain Gang will blow up that bastard below. The gamers who were watching the excitement around turned up the volume of the mecha to the maximum. The Colonel and other people in the background of the game were also shocked to see Yang Bo's operation. These people never thought that Yang Bo would be able to crack it so easily. Little people, watch carefully. Yang Bo started walking on the grassland while controlling the mecha. There are small animals 5 meters away from me. But they are frogs. Not the mice you protect. You can drop bombs. Yang Bo operated the mecha to open the rocket backpack. Jumped a few hundred meters, and then landed in one place. While Yang Bo was shouting, he twisted the mecha like a person twisting his butt. This is a naked provocation. This is a naked disregard. This is a naked harm. And it has caused critical damage to the players of the Justice Gang. It is okay to drop bombs now. But looking at the small animals on the mecha radar, and many players of the Justice Gang were fooled. Even if they were ordered to drop bombs, these players would definitely not drop bombs. If you don't drop bombs, I'll leave. Yang Bo stopped for 2 seconds, waved arrogantly to the 1812th generation mechas above, and said loudly, "Oops. Sorry. There is another small animal next to my mecha." Yang Bo controlled the rocket backpack and jumped again, and the mecha landed next to the small animal again. Ha ha ha. This guy did it on purpose. And the position of the small animal can be seen on the radar. Too arrogant. I feel that this arrogant brother is definitely a politician. Only politicians are so shameless. If the arrogant brother becomes a politician, I will vote for him. Look at the Villain Gang. They must be very frustrated now. Just as everyone was talking about it, Yang Bo was seen operating the mecha to grab a big python from the bushes. Is this considered a small animal? The big python was probably 6 or 7 meters long, and was directly held in the hand of Yang Bo's mecha. And the whole python was directly entangled in the hand of Yang Bo's mecha. Bye. I'm going to quit the game. Thank you for sending me. Yang Bo let go of the mecha and started running, while waving the python wrapped around the mecha. This scene made the Justice Gang members vomit blood in anger. Just after Yang Bo asked everyone to turn on the life detection mode of the radar, the Justice Gang members knew that this time they were embarrassed. So after Yang Bo used a python to wrap around the arm of the mecha, the Justice Gang members knew that there was no chance. So they left quietly one by one with a face full of dust. And this was also broadcast live by the Justice Gang themselves. More than a dozen flying mechas were originally coming to get back the place with great momentum. But they didn't expect that this would be the result. I think Brother Arrogant should be renamed Brother Shameless. This is using shamelessness to defeat shamelessness. Now in the game, whenever you see someone from the Justice Gang, there will be gamers who will go find small animals to blackmail them. I have downloaded the picture of the python wrapped around Brother Arrogant's mecha arm and look at it several times a day. And at the same time remind myself to learn from Brother Arrogant. Learn his shamelessness. After Yang Bo downloaded the game, he looked at the comments of these gamers on the forum and felt a little helpless. After all, it is impossible to reason with a group of lunatics. Brother Arrogant has become famous in the game. And there are also gamers who revealed that the Justice Gang shot small animals in the Doomsday Copy game. The Justice Gang was criticized by a group of players, and players from other gangs also joined in. The Justice Gang was called a Villain Gang and a Shameless Gang for a while. 27 units? Yang Bo finally saw the exact number. In this incident, The Justice Gang lost 27 mechas. There were also game players who took screenshots to show that they owed the game official more than 100 million game coins. For the official practice of the game, the players were divided into two groups. One group applauded and said that this was the fate of the Justice Gang, saying that the Justice Gang had money, so you buy, and continue to buy mechas. This part of the game players accounted for the majority. Although everyone did not agree with the official practice of the game, it was the Justice Gang that was unlucky, so everyone applauded on the side. Of course, some people also hoped that the Justice Gang would sue the official game. Some players calculated that the Justice Gang would have to pay at least nearly 3 billion game coins. Immediately afterwards, the Justice Gang posted a long article on the game forum, saying that they would invite the best lawyers in the alliance to sue the official game, and invite other victims to join. Not to mention, many people responded to this. Hee. Yang Bo watched the Justice Gang guys fall into the trap again. The top lawyers charge according to the amount involved. For 3 billion credit points, the fee is probably at least 5%. Now these game players, who are cheering for the loss of the lawsuit, will probably turn against the Justice Gang again after sharing the costs. Yang Bo originally wanted to open a small account to remind other victims, but then he thought it was unnecessary. It wasn't him who was fooled. Yang Bo felt very comfortable now. Not only did he fool the Justice Gang, but he also sent some rare metals to Tainyo. It may not be easy to cheat a second time. Yang Bo felt a little regretful. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that although he couldn't cheat, it was hard to say what Tainyo, who had witnessed the whole process, was thinking. Tainyo probably regarded Yang Bo's operation as a hunting method taught to him. And in Tainyo's opinion, this hunting was not complicated. It was just to find an underground reservoir to block the water first, then lead the prey into the trap, and finally release the water and wait for the feast. Of course, the Justice Gang had a hard time in the mecha game, because the game players often found some small animals to block the way of the Justice Gang players, and asked others to donate money. If they didn't donate, they would kill the small animals in their hands. And these shameless people were still broadcasting live on the forum. Now the game forum is more lively than the game. Even many people who don't play games, as long as they heard that there was such fun in the forum, they ran in to watch. If the players of the Justice Gang ignored this behavior, the game players would really kill the small animals. In theory, the game players who killed small animals should be condemned by most people. But more people condemned the Justice Gang, thinking that they did not follow their beliefs to save the animals. Even if they bargained with others, they could raise money. If they didn't have enough money, they could raise it through crowdfunding. Yang Bo was also shocked to see the comments of these people in the game forum. Instead of condemning those guys who blocked the road to ask for money, they condemned the victims. This is very alliance. Yang Bo finally understood why these people in the alliance now have so many degenerate performances. There is no correct sense of right and wrong. You know, everyone thought it was just a virtual game. For the small animals in the virtual game, they were so crazy. This made Yang Bo incomprehensible anyway. In addition, the players of the Justice Gang were also unsure about the official claims of the game. So the Justice Gang simply gave all members a holiday. After Yang Bo downloaded the game, he decided not to play the mecha game for a short time. Anyway, it would be fine to play it. I will go to the mecha game when the battle mode is updated next time. Yang Bo decided to wait and see the new mode of the mecha game. Then Yang Bo focused on monster hunting. It was just that the head of the game department, the colonel, was really in trouble. The Justice Gang really hired the top lawyers in the alliance to sue the game officials. This troublemaker. We must dig it out if we have a chance. And where is the wreckage of the mecha? The colonel of the game department finally sent drones and unmanned mechas to search for the wreckage of the mecha, but found nothing. Moreover, the scene was washed by the flood, and no useful traces could be found at all. The main reason was that the game officials did not save the records before Yang Bo's mecha. So I don't know what arrangements Yang Bo made before the mecha. The colonel thinks this matter is rather strange. That is, who is Yang Bo's helper? Brother Xiaozhong's reputation in the game world suddenly became loud, and many people carried forward Brother Xiaozhong's shameless spirit and made trouble in their own games. In fact, the current games are full of various freedoms in reality. Sometimes you can be sued for harassment by other gamers for just saying a word in the game, and it is the kind that one sues for one. So the game of the Alliance was extremely bad for a while, and many gamers didn't dare to talk to others in the game. because they would be bidden back and accused of harassment as soon as they spoke. Some may even be reported and banned. Which also makes the capitalists who make games feel a headache. Hee hee. The next day, Yang Bo played the Doomsday Dungeon game and saw an official mission in his mailbox. This mission was to explore a mine. It is probably the mission on the volcanic island last time. But my buddy won't accept it now. You are so anxious. You want to pick my peaches. And you even wanted to cheat me last time. Yang Bo smiled. And then took Annie and Xia to kill monsters, trying to get the bonus at the end of the month. And then see what game props the game officials give. If I do another mission, I can find an opportunity to destroy the bionic man I remotely control. And then force the military to create a new bionic man. Yang Bo also has his own plan. The most important of which is to go to Wilson to see their optimized space mecha. Chapter 501 Exchange. Although Yang Bo didn't know that the game department got promoted and made money because of him. But judging from the number of tasks assigned to him by the official on the forum, the game official hoped that he would continue to do the tasks. In the game, there are nearly 10 tasks in Yang Bo's mailbox. And they are all extremely difficult tasks. And many gamers on the game forum can't receive tasks at all, which shows his importance. So Yang Bo has to find an opportunity to destroy the controlled bionic man. Of course, before that, Yang Bo has to decide to complete another task, so as to add some weight to himself and prevent the official from being shameless and not giving him a new bionic man. In addition, Annie and Xia really need this bonus. So Yang Bo has no time recently. Yang Bo goes to the game to kill monsters every day, and the game department sees it and is anxious. After all, for these ordinary rankings, although the bonus is a lot, these people in the game department can't get any benefits. The people in the game department completely rely on Yang Bo to complete some exploration tasks and test data for the entire Bionic Man. Now, based on the data of Yang Bo using Bionic Man, the development prospects of Bionic Man are still considerable. Yang Bo played games and killed monsters every day and then began to test his power extraction skills. At the same time, he had to play several roles. On the one hand, he continued to maintain his relationship with Zhang Buishan. And on the other hand, he chatted with Xiao Yangyang. Anyway, Yang Bo couldn't go to the planet where Xiao Yangyang was now. So Yang Bo didn't reveal who he was or where he was. Yang Bo could easily lock Xiao Yangyang's location through the signal transmission of the smartwatch. After several days of hard work, Yang Bo's team finally won a huge bonus again. Just when the game department thought Yang Bo would accept the task. He didn't expect Yang Bo to not play the game again, because Yang Bo caused damage to the VIP castle of the airport after he returned from the space jump last time. Yang Bo decided to find a place in the mountain to accept the call of White and others in the Space Energy Laboratory this time. There are many underground caves in the mountain. Because Yang Bo has passive sound detection skills, he can easily detect the topography of the underground caves and whether there are other creatures. Finally, when the agreed 1 month came, Yang Bo felt that his space mecha was in the space, resonating with a strange energy. Yang Bo summoned the mecha and opened the hatch of the mecha. Not to mention, after the hatch of the mecha was opened, the strange energy resonance disappeared. It seems that what White and others said is true. Yang Bo didn't expect that such a simple method could refuse the other party's summoning of the mecha. So he was relieved. I'm really looking forward to my second mecha. This time, let's see how White and his team design it, and what materials they need. Then decide whether to go to Zhangbo town or go to other places to get materials. Yang Bo decided to build a second space mecha. The main reason is that Yang Bo doesn't dare to hand over the current space mecha to White and his team for improvement. What if it breaks down? He just happens to have a batch of energy metals in his hands. But how should White and his team be arranged? Yang Bo was a little confused again. Should we take it to Green Demon Star? But the Alliance is keeping a close eye on it now, so it's definitely not easy to get in and out. Yang Bo closed the hatch of the mecha and sat in. Yang Bo soon felt that the entire mecha seemed to melt into the space and slowly disappeared, as if it did not exist. Everything inside the mecha was normal, because the energy metal and energy outside the mecha formed an energy field, protecting Yang Bo inside the mecha and various equipment. The various equipment inside the space mecha are specially made to withstand the energy impact of this space jump. As for why Yang Bo himself was fine, Yang Bo thought it was related to the space button energy stone he absorbed. As for the specifics, Yang Bo did not study it, and could not say it. Anyway, Yang Bo felt that after the space jump, he seemed to have changed a little. Of course, the biggest change was that the quality of the armor on his body was better. Seeing the mecha jump smoothly in space, White and others were relieved. When the mecha was moved by the mechanical arm, and Yang Bo jumped out of it alive and well, White and others were even more delighted. At the same time, there were more speculations about Yang Bo's strength. After all, this kind of space jump caused great damage to the people in the mecha. Anyway, no creature has survived so far. Sir! White and the other two saw Yang Bo jumping out of the mecha. Although Yang Bo was still wearing a set of armor, the three of them greeted him warmly. Have you finished the design? Yang Bo asked directly. There is still some work to be done. The main reason is that this work is done by only the three of us and cannot be handed over to outsiders. In the past, when we designed and optimized mechas, we had some external teams to cooperate. We only did the most core things. Bald White explained quickly. Well, make a list of materials to build a new mecha, and I'll send it to you when the time comes. Yang Bo said lightly. This may require materials worth tens of billions or even more. White was a little surprised when he heard this. Just leave it to me. I dare not give this mecha to you to optimize. What if it fails? Yang Bo felt that he was floating. The number of tens of billions did not seem to be much. Well, sir, I'll give you 6 hours this time, and I can help you do the experiment. Yang Bo naturally knew what White was going to say, and interrupted directly. White and others almost jumped up. The last material test. The three of them had studied a lot of results, and prepared a lot of test projects. They were afraid that Yang Bo would not cooperate because the mecha had not been optimized and designed. But they did not expect him to be so easy to talk to. Next, Yang Bo showed his terrifying side. On the one hand, the temperature released by Yang Bo's fire superpower was very high, and he could control the temperature range at will. White, who was even more terrifying, was standing next to the flame controlled by Yang Bo, and could not feel the heat emitted by the flame at all. But the temperature inside the flame can be seen from the degree of melting of the material. Sir, your strength is probably the best in our alliance. We have never heard of such a terrifying energy reserve in your body. White chatted with Yang Bo while testing, because the atmosphere was too depressing. Ha ha. Yang Bo laughed, thinking that I can also recharge. Sir, if you were to take the 3-minute material test you just did with us to the ultra-high temperature laboratory, it would probably take a week to complete. Because the ultra-high temperature laboratory is not so casual in releasing and controlling the temperature. And before each test, the relevant equipment must be inspected and repaired. After all, such a high temperature for such a long time, and precise control, requires extremely high stability and accuracy of the equipment. White spoke again. Yang Bo understood this point. It is very simple to create a high temperature alone. For example, the temperature of a hydrogen bomb explosion can reach hundreds to tens of millions of degrees. But that is only a momentary temperature, let alone being able to control tens of millions of degrees to serve human society. It is a very terrifying thing to be able to control millions of degrees to serve humans, and to continuously, stably and accurately provide millions of degrees of temperature. The energy consumed behind it is very terrifying. The biggest problem with energy is attenuation. Even the lasers released by the most advanced warships in the Alliance have no power after a certain range. The same is true for electromagnetic, ion and other energies. Then let's cooperate well in the future. If you want to work alone, you can tell me in advance. Yang Bo really wanted to poach people. We are not going to leave for the time being, because the experimental equipment here is very advanced. White nodded. In fact, he was a little tempted, but now he didn't come up with anything useful. So the psychological value of this person in front of him would be greatly discounted. Of course, White never thought that the strong man in front of him was basically a commander without troops, because this was impossible. He didn't know how terrifying the power behind such a strong man was. After several hours of continuous testing, White and the other two almost jumped up with joy when they saw the various materials produced. Looking at Yang Bo again, he looked like nothing had happened. The three of them were even more awed by him. Sir, these are the materials needed to make a space mecha. White and the other two nervously took out a list of materials. I have a space quantum communication module of unknown origin. Can I install it? Yang Bo asked directly. What model is it? Or what is it used on? White and the others were not surprised at all. If the source is unknown, then it is unknown. What's the big deal? This model and this model. Yang Bo handed over the models of the two space quantum communication modules he made to the three. These two models are military models, which can be used on space mechas. Some wealthy people have customized this kind of communication module, which can communicate with the outside world without interference anytime and anywhere. White looked at it and was surprised, because these two were military models. Yang Bo didn't expect it to be a military model. So he nodded. When will we meet next time? How about a month later? The main thing is that our communications with the outside world will be monitored. Otherwise we can use other ways to contact each other. Wilson asked. Okay. I will bring the materials next time. I don't understand the specific design, but I know whether the things are easy to use or not. I hope that our cooperation is equal and mutually beneficial. Yang Bo's words are a bit of a warning. No. We dare not deceive you, sir. In addition, this is the space mecha order you asked for from our company last time. But we can't find out the owners of some of them for the time being. White took out another list. Yang Bo looked at the dozens of space mechas on it. There were not only video data, but also configurations and detailed information about everyone. Of course, this one mainly refers to what family or what person. And as for the personal privacy of this person, it will definitely not be reflected on it. Very good. This is the basis of our cooperation. Yang Bo saw this information. On the one hand, he could take precautions in advance when he met these people in the future. And on the other hand, he could pretend to be these people to do bad things. Then I'll go first. Yang Bo climbed onto the mecha without waiting for White's people to speak. White's people were also relieved. Yang Bo cooperated for a longer time this time. And the three of them did more experiments. In the future, in the field of materials, it will be difficult for others to surpass the three of them. Yang Bo's mecha slowly appeared from the space in the underground cave in March Star Mountain. This time, after Yang Bo jumped out of the mecha, he looked carefully and found nothing in the cave. Could it be that the destructive power of space jump on metal is very strong? Or the energy field of this planet itself is large enough, so the space jump does not have much impact on this planet? The energy field of the airport itself is very small, so when the space jump occurs, the buildings in the airport are damaged. Then if I encounter something in the future, can I use this to destroy it? What am I thinking? Thinking of something illegal again? Yang Bo suddenly felt that he had thought wrong again. This will be tested later. However, Yang Bo felt that he could use this ability to do some unexpected things, such as the main control room of the entire Alliance intelligence system, which is said to have the strongest defense. Yang Bo collected the space mecha, returned to his villa in stealth, and then took out the list of materials provided by White. It seems that I have to find Zhang Buizhen to exchange. Yang Bo compared the energy metal in his hand and found that there was still a lot missing. And Yang Bo had the message that Zhang Buizhen needed. Yang Bo went out in stealth again, and then found a place in the suburban park where no one was, and then found a stone to sit down. Yang Bo is now wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and then glasses and masks, because there are many people who enjoy welfare in this world. These people are otakus, and they basically dress like this when they go out. So Yang Bo's dress is not strange at all. Yang Bo is now a free mercenary. No one would have thought that the person sitting on the stone with a smart watch to send a message is the famous ace mercenary of the Free Mercenary Union. Is he also a bomb brother or a good brother? Yang Bo sent a message to Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen has been feeling more and more comfortable recently, especially when he saw his family members getting angry during video calls and video conferences. He felt more and more comfortable. Moreover, he didn't have to give face to those people in the family and directly rejected all their requests. This feeling was so good. Seeing those uncles who used to be high and mighty, looking frustrated and angry, without any gentlemanly manners. Zhang Buizhen felt so comfortable. Master. Niu Bo knocked on the door and hurried in without waiting for Zhang Buizhen to call him in. Niu Bo. What's the matter? Zhang Buizhen also knew that the housekeeper would not be so unreasonable if there was no urgent matter. So he stood up quickly. I received a message that the young master actually bought a space mecha. Niu Bo showed the message he received. After seeing the message, Zhang Buizhen gritted his teeth and said, These bastards. No wonder they said they would send my eldest brother over. If my guess is right, when I am alone with my eldest brother, he might take out the mecha to attack me. Is this the source of the message? Nyobo was so anxious because this matter was too serious. He knew the combat effectiveness of a mecha very well. Once the young master was careless, it would probably lead to terrible consequences. Mr. Gio will not make false news. Nyobo, you should send someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the young master immediately. He will definitely not let go of the space mecha after getting it. Zhang Buizhen immediately issued an order. What about Mr. Gio's request? Nyobo asked again. Chapter 502 Something is wrong. This is also a problem. Zhang Buizhen rubbed his forehead when he heard this. Of course, Nyobo understood why his young master had a headache. First of all, there is actually a lot of energy metal. Many large companies, governments, and the military have reserves of this energy metal. And the reserves are not small. But it is not appropriate to tell Mr. Gio now. For example, in some places, it takes 2 or 3 months for a spacecraft to reach the place. If Mr. Gio is told now, he will take his team to other places. If there is an emergency here, who will help him? The young master is at the most critical moment now. But if he does not meet Mr. Gio's conditions, what will the other party think? March Star was poor before, so there is not much energy metal reserves. Of course, what is more important is that March Star cannot have any more accidents, and its reputation cannot be ruined. If Mr. Gio is allowed to make trouble now, then it will take a long time to recover its reputation in the future. Young master, there is actually a good way in front of you. Nyobo saw his young master frowning. So he said. Zhang Buizhen heard the housekeeper say this and asked, Tell me what good ideas you have. The young master has a headache recently. Nyobo said. Zhang Buizhen heard this and asked, You mean those who want to come to our March Star to ask for money? After this period of research, the 2 mutant creatures produced on our planet have very high value. But the genetic medicine evolution experiment has not been carried out yet. Once the genetic medicine evolution experiment is successful, the value of our planet will greatly increase. Faced with such good news, the business overlords of the Alliance all want to share some of the profits with us. We might as well give some of them. Just like some companies want to build space elevators here. If they want to build, they will definitely need various materials. We can sign a contract with them. If they breach the contract for other reasons in the end, we can not only get some unfinished projects, but also claim a large sum of money. Nyobo's words have been quite euphemistic, meaning that Mr. Gio will do something when the time comes. Because in these constructions, a lot of energy metals are needed, and these big companies will reserve related materials. Of course, it's not just the space elevator. There are also some other ancillary facilities, including defense systems inside and outside the planet, warning systems, and other facilities. Your idea is really good. It depends on whether Mr. Gio is in a hurry to get what he wants. Zhang Buizhen thought about it, and soon realized that this was a good thing. It's still a bit difficult for a single planet to compete with the big families of the entire alliance. Those business families can isolate March Star directly, so they must take a part of it in exchange for benefits. In fact, the alliance is a large network of interests, with intertwined relationships and conflicts of interest. Now Zhang Buizhen is having a headache because of the pressure from these commercial organizations. No matter how good your product is, it must be accepted by others outside. If others outside do not accept it, it is nothing. I will ask Mr. Gio right away. Nyobo immediately sent a message. Soon Nyobo nodded. Mr. Gio promised to give us 1 month. No longer than 3 months. It's not a big problem. You should agree to it. Then we will select a group of people. I have already disliked some of them. We will reach cooperation with them as soon as possible and let them start the project as soon as possible. March Star is now in its rising period. So many large enterprises and consortiums are willing to build it with favorable conditions, such as in the form of loans or some other conditions. Of course, the main reason is that March Star is too poor now. It is not realistic to ask for a certain amount of money for construction. Of course, the research results of the 2 mutants will make these consortiums feel a lot more at ease. As long as the 2 mutants can be used as materials for genetic drugs after further research, then March Star will be developed. And this planet should have more than 2 mutants, and detailed surveys should be carried out. Besides, any business behavior is an investment with risks. Maybe these 2 mutants have no more value, which means the investment has failed. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that Zhang Buizhen was going to use himself against others. In fact, Yang Bo didn't want to go too far, mainly because it was inconvenient. This is how it is in the Interstellar era. It takes a long time to go to the next planet. Unlike on Earth. The reason why Yang Bo gave Zhang Boijun 1 to 3 months was because Yang Bo knew that White and the other two would not be able to complete the optimization in such a short time. He still had a batch of energy metals in his hands, so he could let them use them first. After communicating with Zhang Boijun, Yang Bo chatted with Xiao Yang again. Xiao Yang sent some photos to him for the first time, and the other party also asked Yang Bo to video chat. It's really a trap. While the other party was asking for a video chat, Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to look at the video equipment that the other party had opened, and found that the person chatting with him was indeed a beautiful woman. But there was a man next to the beautiful woman, and the man looked a little unhappy. But they were still chatting together. But Yang Bo felt more excited, flirting with someone else's girlfriend in front of his boyfriend. This idea is very dangerous. Yang Bo warned himself in his mind not to play with fire. Then he turned around and sent a message to Xiao Yang. Beauty. You are so beautiful. I will ask you out when I am done with my work. Xiao Yang was also forced by her boyfriend. She had no choice but to send photos to Yang Bo, trying to use photos to show Yang Bo's face. But she didn't expect the other party to refuse. Xiao Yang's boyfriend saw this answer next to him, and kept telling himself in his heart, just a girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. Where are you? I'm afraid we are a little far away. Xiao Yang looked at Yang Bo like this. So he sent another message. I'm on Tianyun Star. Where are you? Beauty? Yang Bo said the name of a planet, which is the planet where the little beauty is. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also on Tianyun Star. Which city are you in? Xiao Yang gave her boyfriend a proud look, which means that she has made significant progress. I'm not free yet. I have something to do recently. Pretty girl, please send me some nice photos. You are too conservatively dressed, unlike the new age women in our alliance. Yang Bo smiled and sent the message. I don't know what the boyfriend of the other party would think. This is my personal habit. Xiao Yang was slightly dissatisfied when he saw Yang Bo's answer and labeled him a pervert. I'm busy now. Let's talk next time. Yang Bo saw the other party like this and simply left a word, then put away the communicator. Then Yang Bo found a secluded place, put away all the smartwatches, and went home in stealth. The March star is still very beautiful even if there is no wind, especially at the seaside. Because of the 3 moons, sometimes the planet is very bright at night. But also because of the 3 moons, the tidal difference of the sea is still very large. I won't play the game for the time being. Yang Bo has no plans to play the game at this stage. For the Doomsday Dungeon game, Yang Bo plans to wait for 2 days to whet the appetite of the official. After all, if the official wants to use bionic people for experiments, they can't do without masters like himself who operate bionic people. As for the mecha game, Yang Bo is not going to play it either. And he must be the focus of official monitoring now. Because Yang Bo found out in the Alliance news that someone wanted to sue the game official. The title is also very eye-catching. That is, playing games until bankruptcy and being sued for 3 billion credit points. This news is very popular. And Yang Bo knows that all this is because of himself. The officials must be hating themselves now. Yang Bo saw a lawyer interpreting this matter. Even if there is a contract, the amount of compensation may be only 50% or 60%. Because the judicial system in the league is quite strange. That is, it is more inclined to the weak. There was even an incident in the league. That is, a certain school was playing a game. But there was a team of people of color on the court. This team came on the court and told the referee, I am a person of color. You must judge me as the winner. Otherwise you are discriminating. So in the preliminaries, even though the team of people of color performed very poorly, they were still judged as the winner by the referee. Because no referee dared not to judge them as the winner. And no referee would be accused of discrimination. So after the preliminaries, all teams with better results than this team withdrew from the competition. Because they knew that there was no chance of winning even if they continued to compete. And many judicial decisions tend to favor the weak. So the specific results are hard to say. And with the Justice Gang, which is in the name of protecting small animals, there are more bonus points. So Yang Bo probably thought that the game officials were also annoyed by the big trouble he caused. If he went online now, he might be targeted. I need to get a new identity to contact Tainyo. Yang Bo. I'm going to get a new identity. It seems that I have to use the identity of the third master to find Zhou Rui. Yang Bo touched his chin. I don't know if anyone has come to find Zhou Sr. I'll do some experiments tomorrow and plan my land. Yang Bo decided to take time to do 2 days of experiments. The next day, after Yang Bo got up, he chatted with Annie and Xia before doing the experiment. The main experiment was the power extraction experiment. The gerbils that had their power extracted last time had recovered alive and kicking. It's a pity that power can't be quantified. Yang Bo didn't know how to proceed with this experiment. He saw that any other energy could be detected by instruments. But power. Yang Bo looked at the other test subjects. The 2 test subjects that were given energy. These 2 test subjects seemed stable at this stage. But after they came back from being out for more than half a month, the energy of the 2 test subjects themselves was somewhat reduced. Yang Bo took out the test subject that was endowed with invisibility energy. Then he slapped it to death. Invisibility +2. Success? A message flashed through his mind. Yang Bo didn't expect it to be successful. But this test subject has not reached E level yet. Which means that as long as it has energy, it can be rated? Yang Bo's eyes lit up. And then, he took out another gerbil for experiment. Yang Bo had the experience of energy endowment last time. And this time, he slowly endowed this gerbil with energy. 2 hours later, the gerbil was endowed with invisibility energy. Yang Bo could see with his eyes that there was a faint energy on the gerbil being tested. But it was very faint. The gerbil was still alive and kicking. And Yang Bo directly attacked this gerbil. Digging +1. But this time, Yang Bo was given a digging skill. Is the time too short? Yang Bo instantly realized what was wrong. That is, the energy endowment time might be too short. So Yang Bo took out a few more gerbils for the experiment. Gave them all the invisible energy. And then killed one every once in a while to see at which time point he could get the invisible skill after killing it. When Yang Bo was conducting experiments in the basement, Zhou Rui received a message that someone came for her father just for the life energy stone. Zhou Rui quickly sent a message to Sanyi. But Sanyi did not reply for a long time. Zhou Rui sent a message to Yang Bo again, asking Yang Bo not to come out recently. Mainly because Yang Bo had a lot of trouble. The Ash organization came here one after another. And Yang Bo was unlucky several times. And the Fat Boss's dormitory building was repaired twice. After Yang Bo finished the experiment in the basement, he came up and saw the message sent by Zhou Rui and realized that the impact of the last incident was still expanded. The news of the Dark World is very well informed. Not to mention the good things like Life Energy Stone. It looks like there is a lot of trouble. I just need to find Zhou Rui to get a new identity information. Yang Bo also happened to find Zhou Rui. Of course, he used the identity of the third master. Yang Bo used his smart network meter to send a message to Zhou Rui, asking him what happened. Zhou Rui quickly replied that some unknown people had come to the planet recently, and might be related to the last attack. Yang Bo didn't know if what Zhou Rui said was true. So he sent a message to Zhou Rui to promise that he would not go out recently. Soon the Fat Boss sent another message, asking Yang Bo to go out as little as possible recently. After chatting with the Fat Boss again, Yang Bo went out of the door invisibly, and then directly changed to the identity of the third master, and went to the base of the Bounty Hunter Union. At the same time, Yang Bo was going to buy energy metals from the Bounty Hunter Union. Yang Bo was familiar with the place. When he arrived outside the base, he found the sentry guys. In the past, these sentry guys would hide themselves. But now they are open and above board. It seems that the Bounty Hunter Guild has become a semi-public organization on March Star. Yang Bo naturally knew why this change happened. Ah! The third master is here. The sentry felt a chill on his back, turned around and was startled, and quickly nodded and bowed to greet him. Yeah! Yang Bo nodded. Then Yang Bo came to the Bounty Hunter Guild base. Third master, you are here. Yang Bo heard this voice just after he came to the base. And then a peach-colored woman in a professional suit came over twisting and turning. This woman seems a little strange. Last time, Yang Bo found that this woman's every move seemed a little attractive. Chapter 503 Iron Sword Gate. Yeah! Yang Bo nodded and kept his distance from this woman. After all, he didn't know the details of this woman. In this life and in the last life, Yang Bo liked beautiful women. But he just liked them. He would not become a licker just because the other person was too beautiful. He would not use any means to force others. After all, in the last life, Yang Bo himself was forced to end up behind. So he would naturally not do things without any bottom line. And the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she will have. Because there are more people watching her. And Yang Bo felt that this feeling of this woman was a superpower. No one knew if this superpower had any other side effects. After all, the last Fonglio had to find some women to practice. So Yang Bo didn't plan to have much contact with this woman whose details he didn't know. Bald Zhou Rui appeared. Zhou Rui saw San Yi appear in the base, and felt that this person had too much power. You know, the whole alliance is looking for San Yi. But I didn't expect him to be here. Third Master. Bald Zhou Rui also greeted respectfully. I just happened to ask you something. Help me get 2 fake identities. Yang Bo spoke first. Zhou Rui was embarrassed to speak. After all, she was begging this man. But she was relieved when she heard Third Master say this. No problem. Bald Zhou Rui immediately nodded and agreed. And then let Bai Lu go out. Go ahead. I feel that I have been law-abiding for a long time. And I have issued a warning on this planet last time. And someone dares to come here to cause trouble? Yang Bo spoke again. Third Master. The people coming this time are not ordinary. And they are related to the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Zhou Rui hurriedly explained when she heard this. It's just 1 head and 2 hands. Yang Bo looked disdainful on the surface. But he was already looking forward to it in his heart. After all, the skills given by Fonglio last time were too good. I wonder what skills these people from the Ancient Martial Arts Association will reveal. Yang Bo had a guess. That is, the superpowers of the people in these sects must be different from those of the ordinary people. The fat boss may not be fat because of his physique or superpowers, but may be a kind of ancient martial arts. So Yang Bo couldn't wait to find someone from the Ancient Martial Arts Association to practice with. This is their identity information. But I can only find out one of them. And it is precisely because of this that I suspect these people. Zhou Rui immediately took out a tablet. This is not connected to the outside world, but is only used to store information. Iron Sword Sect? Yang Bo looked at the information Zhou Rui gave, and found this sect very interesting. According to the information on the data, this Iron Sword Sect is one of the ancient sects. But now this sect does not use iron swords, but high-tech equipment such as the Sky-Splitting Sect. It is said that everyone in this sect can use it, and they have a unique control technology. As for the unique control technology, no one knows. This is the biggest secret of the Iron Sword Sect. Leave it to me, and I'm on your side. You can help me get some energy metals for the money you should share. Some of the shares between San Yi and Zhou Rui have not been processed. San Yi has made a few actions, and Zhou Rui has made a lot of gains. After these things were converted into cash, San Yi has not taken the money he should share with him. No problem. Third Master. Please tell me. Zhou Rui nodded immediately after hearing this. Yang Bo then told her about the energy metals he needed. Mainly the ones he didn't have. I just checked. And it will arrive in 3 to 4 months. Zhou Rui checked the energy metals Yang Bo needed again. The Bounty Hunters Union has a platform where you can buy a lot of good things. And you can also redeem good things with points. Just keep an account. Yang Bo nodded. This is the identity information of 2 people. Then Zhou Rui got up, and went out again, and came back soon, taking out 2 bags, which contain the identity information of 2 people, including their smartwatches. Then I'll leave first. Yang Bo saw that the matter had been done, so he prepared to leave. Third Master. If possible, please don't kill these people. Just beat them up. Zhou Rui suddenly made her request. Yang Bo was a little surprised to hear this, and looked at Zhou Rui suspiciously. The officials of March Star don't want the reputation of March Star to be affected too much. We who do illegal business still have to give face to the official. And the better the planet develops, the better our union will develop. Zhou Rui explained. The Bounty Hunter Union is doing illegal things, and they still have to worry about their official face. Forget it. But let me say it in advance. If they threaten me, don't blame me for killing them. Yang Bo laughed. But he also thought that Master Zhang's approach was right. Of course, Zhou Rui didn't dare to say no. The pirate leader in front of her was extremely evil. He had a bad reputation when he was a pirate. Now maybe he suffered a blow. Or maybe he was lurking here, waiting for his brother to be released from prison. Anyway, Zhou Rui didn't dare to refute. Third Master. I have another question. Zhou Rui suddenly thought of Bai Lu. And when she saw that Third Master was about to leave, she hurriedly said, Speak. It's the employee who just received third master. Her name is Bai Lu. Her superpower is charm. Apart from that, she has no other abilities. So she can only work here at the base. If she works outside, she will have a lot of trouble. She wants to find a backer now. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo when she said this. Yang Bo was a little speechless and said unhappily, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who will sleep with any woman? Although I'm a bad person, I still have some bottom line. Forget it. If anyone bullies her in the future, tell me. It just so happens that I have nothing to do recently." Yang Bo left after saying this. Yang Bo only believed half of what Zhou Rui said. For someone like Zhou Rui to be the president of the Bounty Hunter Union, she must have some ability. Don't treat her as an ordinary woman. After leaving the base, Yang Bo came to a random place in the mountain and put the identity information of the two people and the smartwatch in the space box. Then he took off his clothes and pants and wore armor to become invisible. After leaving the mountain area, Yang Bo found another place and took out his clothes and pants and put them on. Yang Bo still wore a full set of sweatshirts, sneakers, hats, glasses, and masks. Then he wandered around in the suburban park. This kind of park is some mountains next to Oma City. There are only some key intersections with some monitoring equipment. And there are no other places. So there is a big loophole here. But there are still many people who come here to hike. And most of them are residents. For people with superpowers, walking in these places is not much different from walking in their living rooms. Because although the scenery here is good, it is not too steep, and the road is not too rugged. People with superpowers will challenge those places that are difficult to go, such as the big mountain next to Oma City facing the sea, which is blown bare. Because of the 6-month storm period, the upper half of the mountain next to Oma City is bare because everything has been blown away by the wind. The reason why the upper half is bare is that there is a city in the lower half, which blocks the wind below. Yang Bo did not go home invisibly, but went directly to the place where the suspects were. These suspects did not stay in any hotel, apartment or B&B. Instead, they bought some camping equipment directly in the supermarket and camped in a camping site next to Oma City. It has to be said that these guys are very cautious, because once they stay in a hotel, apartment, or even B&B, there are surveillance in the public areas. There is basically no surveillance in the camping site, which minimizes the possibility of exposing their identities. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in and out of the hotel, so it is easy for people to track down their whereabouts. Zhou Rui only got the identity information of one of them. This person is a male, who looks like a young man, with yellow skin, black hair, black eyes, and is very handsome. His hair is probably on his shoulders, and is slightly curly. His face gives people a tough guy feeling. But just this hair makes his temperament change dramatically. And he looks like a trendy guy. There were 3 people with the man, 2 women and 1 man. One of the 2 women looked young and the other looked old. The young woman had yellow skin, black hair, black eyes, and short hair that reached her ears, giving her a very capable look. The older woman had white skin, silver hair, black eyes, and her hair was tied up. From a distance, Yang Bo saw that the older woman had her hair tied up with a hairpin. Only a very short tail could be seen, which looked like a petal pattern. But the hairpin had a slight energy glow in Yang Bo's eyes. There was also an old man, who was bald, had white skin and eyes, and looked very kind, but had a cane in his hand. Yang Bo saw the people Zhou Rui provided information to from a distance. These people were sitting on the ground in this part of the campsite, and talking about something. Yang Bo looked carefully at the place where these people were camping. It was on a small hill. This kind of campsite was divided into locations. If someone occupied a location, the rest of the people could not go because it involved privacy. The place where these people are located is open, and you can see far away at a glance. Of course, the scenery here is also beautiful. You can see the sea in the distance on the hills. The grass in this campsite was obviously planted after the storm, because March Star used to rely on tourism income. After each storm, these places will be replanted with grass to allow tourists to experience camping. Yang Bo's appearance has long attracted the attention of these people, because most of the people who come here are campers, and they all carry large and small bags. People like Yang Bo who come here with empty hands rarely come here. Yang Bo went straight to these people. "Sir!" When Yang Bo stepped into the territory of these people, which was the designated camping area, the young woman stood up and shouted to Yang Bo. Yang Bo stopped and said, I heard that you came to this planet to cause trouble. Sir, please show your identity. We came to this camping area first. The young woman heard what Yang Bo said and said, You dare not admit it when you are from the Iron Sword sect? Yang Bo sneered and took off his mask. And then took off his glasses. The three people sitting opposite were watching the development of the situation. But after seeing Yang Bo take off his mask and glasses, the other three people immediately stood up. I once publicly called out. Don't you know? Yang Bo asked with a sneer as he walked towards the four people. Sir, you misunderstood. We are just here for tourism. The bald old man and his men quickly retreated. And their scalps tingled after seeing Yang Bo. No one in the alliance must have been unaware of what Yang Bo said, because the guy in front of him directly collided with the fighter with his armor. And then the fighter was destroyed. There is no need to popularize how strong the fighter is. This guy directly collided with the other party at high speed. Misunderstanding? So is it a misunderstanding that I want to kill you all here today? Yang Bo asked with a sneer. Sir, how can you believe us? The bald old man did not try to defend or explain at all, because it was useless to reason with this kind of person in front of him. Donate 10 million credit points to the welfare organization on this planet, and I can give you 1 day. Yang Bo didn't expect the other party to not explain or defend themselves, but directly asked how to trust them. Yang Bo almost lost his temper. The people of the Iron Sword sect were so scared. Of course, Yang Bo was still slowly walking towards the other party. Although Yang Bo knew that the other party had the sky split. But Yang Bo was wearing armor inside his sweater. And Yang Bo was deliberately approaching the other party's attack range to let the other party take action. If the other party took action first, and he killed the other party, it would be justified anywhere. Don't give people a feeling of killing innocent people. Although Yang Bo really wants to kill these people in front of him to see if there are any skills. But it is not clear whether these people have committed crimes. And they are not extremely evil. If it is possible to know for sure that several people have committed crimes, and they are extremely evil and deserve to die, then Yang Bo would not waste so much time and effort, and would just come up and kill them directly. We will turn around immediately. But it seems that there is no spaceship leaving tomorrow. The other party's reaction next was beyond Yang Bo's expectations. I don't care about this. Yang Bo began to be unreasonable. We will contact the private spacecraft immediately, and try to leave within 24 hours. If you can't leave us within 24 hours, please give us another day, and we will donate another 10 million credit points. The old man heard Yang Bo's unreasonable words, and didn't refute at all. If you wait 1 more day, you will have to double the amount by 20 million credit points. Yang Bo just wanted to irritate the other party. Then we will directly donate 30 million credit points first, and we will try to leave within 48 hours. The old man agreed again. Yang Bo was a little speechless in the face of this situation. Are you so cowardly? Don't you resist? Look, I'm alone? Sir, you are joking. We are really here for a trip. The old man cursed in his heart. You are a pervert who dares to collide with a fighter plane. You dare to come here alone to find trouble openly. You know that we are from the Iron Sword Gate. No one believes that you are not ready. Maybe someone is recording in the distance, and will clear yourself of all the blame. Chapter 504 Thomas. I always feel like I've made a wasted trip. How about you guys pretend to fight me? What is Yang Bo best at? Of course, he is the best at making trouble. Because in his previous life, he was used to seeing those hypocritical people who looked righteous but said nonsense. So he learned it in this life. Just like Yang Bo knew 2 things in his previous life. One thing was that a passenger broke a baffle at the gate when entering the station. And the station insisted on asking him to pay thousands of yuan. The other thing was that a passenger broke the baffle when entering and leaving the station and fell to the ground. In the end, the station rushed to send him to the hospital for examination and carried out a safety inspection. When you reason with them, you lose. In the future, when you encounter such a situation, the first thing you should do is, Sir, we are really here for tourism. The bald old man was sweating when he heard this. And he didn't reason with the other party. Anyway, he said that he was really here for tourism. At the same time, he cursed the rubbish of the Alliance Justice Department in his heart. The Alliance wanted criminal was swaggering around the city without any problem. Do you think I'm so easy to fool? I warned you last time not to come here to cause trouble. But you still came. Besides, if there really is a life energy stone, it will still be your turn. Yang Bo looked at the few people with a chuckle. The bald old man heard this, and his heart skipped a beat. Yes, if there really is a life energy stone, it will still be his turn. The Alliance wanted criminal in front of him will not let it go. I've been bored recently, and I really want to find someone to practice with. Do you know if there are other people who come here with other purposes? It's best to rely on their power or influence to escape legal sanctions. Yang Bo looked at the 4 people and said again. The bald old man certainly understood what Yang Bo meant. And he secretly cursed Yang Bo's abnormal mentality. And at the same time, he was mentally alert. Sir, we don't know. The bald old man shook his head quickly. Oh, then I wish you good luck. Yang Bo turned around and left after saying this. The bald old man's anus tightened when he heard Yang Bo's words. Who is this person in front of him? That TMD is a famous interstellar pirate. Who knows if this guy has other people in the universe? It's impossible. Otherwise, how could this guy escape the wanted list of the Alliance? Sir, please wait a moment. I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a group of people. The bald old man was not sure about Yang Bo's straightforward departure. This guy was so easy to talk to. This is one of the top 10 wanted criminals of the Alliance. So he quickly told a piece of news. Mainly afraid that this guy will use pirate methods to deal with them in the Interstellar later. That's right. If I had left just now, I would have felt unhappy and regretted it. You know, if people like us say we are trustworthy, I'm afraid not many people will believe us. You should leave as soon as possible. Yang Bo smiled and expressed his satisfaction with the cooperation of the bald old man, and even threatened others with his words. By the way, the hairpin on the young lady's head is nice. Yang Bo said another sentence before leaving. The old man looked at the cane in his hand when he watched Yang Bo leave, and felt bitter in his mouth. When he heard Yang Bo's words, he was also shocked. Master! After Yang Bo left, the other 3 people shouted hurriedly. Let's go quickly. We'll go to the airport and wait there. The bald old man took a deep breath and said. The older woman's face turned pale. Everyone in the Iron Sword sect would disguise their own Li Kong. This was everyone's secret. Even their fellow disciples, and the master didn't know. There is a saying in the Iron Sword sect that anyone who has seen their Li Kong is dead. Because in such a high-tech society, as long as they know your weaknesses, it is easy to deal with you. Master? Are we leaving like this? What will others think? The young man asked unconvinced. Why don't you catch up with him and fight him? The bald man asked unhappily. I'd better forget it. I've seen the video of that guy. And he collided directly with the fighter plane. The young man shrank his neck. We may have been fooled. There is such a ruthless person here. Even if there is a life energy stone. Can it be the turn of outsiders? The bald old man didn't care whether what the other party said was true or false. But if he wanted to leave now, he had to find an excuse. And this was a good excuse. If someone asks, we should just say this? Another young woman asked. Whatever you say. Listen to the perverted words this guy just said. We won't say anything. Those who want to die can come. This time we ran a day's shift. And someone saw through our details. And we had to pay tens of millions of credit points. The bald old man looked very unhappy. Master, do you think this news was released by this guy just now? Otherwise, he would come to our door in a few days? Asked the older woman. The bald old man was also stunned when he heard this. According to the way this guy just said, this possibility is not impossible. Don't want the things? Just ask the robot to collect them. Let's quickly book the fastest boat tickets. Master, you said we are all going to run away. Then what about others? Said the young man. What does it have to do with others? We will go our own way. How ugly is the word run away? The old man scolded unhappily. I mean we can book more seats. And when others want to leave, we will sell tickets at a high price? The young man laughed. Are you looking for death? Do you think that the money you earn will give the pirate another excuse? The old man glared. And we buy tickets first. Do you think others will suspect that we leaked the news? So several people left in a hurry. Less than a minute after leaving, a municipal cleaning robot came and transported all the things in the camp where several people camped, and restored the grass to its original state. Zhou Rui got the news very quickly. Of course, Zhou Rui didn't dare to send someone to follow the third master. But Zhou Rui still found out that the bald old man and his group came to the airport to buy tickets, and waited for the spaceship 38 hours later. Member of the Alliance Reserve Committee. Yang Bo looked at the information searched in the smart watch. This was the identity information of a damned person given by the bald old man. This Alliance Reserve Committee is not a reserve of various materials in the general sense, but a reserve of funds. In other words, it is a department that manages the fund reserves of the entire alliance, financial industry, and insurance industry. In name, this department is a government department of the alliance, but the people in it are all shareholders of financial institutions, banks, insurance companies, etc. Of course, the banking institutions of the alliance are nominally state-owned, but the number of credit points it issues needs to be approved by this reserve department. At the same time, this person has another identity, one of the board members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, and also a member of Zayuman. However, Yang Bo did not find out what kind of sect this Zayuman is. There are very few ancient martial arts sects in today's information-developed society. It is mainly the blockade of the upper class to the lower class. According to the bald old man, this guy is really here for vacation. Do you want to ask Master Zhang? Forget it. Go and see this guy first. But it is not ruled out that the bald old man is looking for trouble for himself. After all, this person has a space mecha. Yang Bo has a list of rich and powerful people with space mechas in his hand. Although it is not very complete, this guy happens to be on the list. Yang Bo is still dressed as before, thinking carefully about how to cause trouble for the other party. The other party lived in a villa near the sea, and the security force could be seen from a distance. Yang Bo was not sure whether the other party was at home. If he went to the sea, he would be disappointed if he went directly to someone else's house. In addition, Yang Bo had not figured out how to act. Should he knock on the door directly or approach in disguise? Yang Bo did not approach the private villa because there were many smart devices there. Of course, these smart devices cannot shoot public areas. This is the security system of the private villa. Yang Bo knew from a distance that the security system of this private villa was of a high level. Maybe there were laser cannons hidden somewhere, or it was linked to the alarm system of the entire city. Yang Bo didn't know what this guy had done specifically. Damn it. Anyway, the bald old man said that this guy often used his power to do illegal things and then took advantage of loopholes in the law. Just when Yang Bo was struggling with how to do it, he saw a super luxurious yacht slowly approaching the seaside port in the distance. This super luxurious yacht attracted many people's attention. These guys have a problem with their brains. Yang Bo also walked towards the super luxurious yacht. And while walking, he heard the excited discussions of the people next to him. It turned out that this was a yacht that was pure fossil fuel. This thing is expensive to use. First of all, each component of this yacht must be built separately, and it must also be designed to meet the current environmental protection emission standards. The key is that the price of fossil fuels is very high because there are no big companies to do this. From mining to smelting to sales, small companies have many review links, various environmental protection measures, various emission measures, etc. So the price of these fuels is very expensive. Very expensive. There is no place to sell this fossil fuel on March Star. If people on this planet want to buy it, they have to transport it from other planets by spaceship. And transporting this fossil fuel requires a special warehouse. The freight alone is a huge number. Mercury. Yang Bo finally knew the name of this super luxury yacht. And he also knew that this luxury yacht was transported from other planets by spaceship, and then transported to the sea by the aerospace transport ship of this planet, and then drove from the sea. TSK. Although Yang Bo didn't understand, he knew that there were some retro things on Earth, which were also valuable and could subvert people's imagination. For example, when on Earth, the value of a few horses and a carriage used by the royal family of a certain country was so high that 99% of the people in the world could not earn so much money in their lifetime. However, the yacht was parked at the VIP dock, and these ordinary people could not get close, and could only watch from a distance of hundreds of meters. Yang Bo had been paying attention to his mission target, and soon found that many flying skateboards flew out of the super luxurious private villa. It can be seen that there are bodyguards, and the other person in the middle is wearing sunglasses and a mask, with a flying skateboard with a colorful function under his feet. This is a white middle-aged man, and his specific face cannot be seen clearly. Wearing short-sleeved shorts, he also hugged a tall beauty in his arms. This beauty is tall and long-legged, and her figure is also very perfect, with golden curly hair, fair skin, and a sleeveless green long skirt. There is about 1.5 kilometers between the super luxury villa and the yacht, because there are 3 moons here. The tides and waves are very big. So the beach is very wide, with more than 1,000 meters of snow-white sand. Yang Bo's target is called Thomas, whose full name is Thomas Miller. This person is also called Little Thomas, because there is another person named Thomas in this committee. Protest. Protest. You damn capitalists. Get out of March Star. March Star is the March Star of our March Star citizens. At this time, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the crowd, shouting in unison and rushing towards the person standing on the flying skateboard. Yang Bo looked at the words on the backs of these people and knew who they were. They were the people in the maintenance channel of the airport last time. However, these people did not get close to Thomas, and were covered by something like a fishing net released by the police drone. The dozen people fell heavily on the beach, and then the police drone and Thomas's bodyguards rushed over. Yang Bo watched several people take out their press cards from their necks, and then they took pictures frantically, and then shouted for interviews. Facing these people wearing press cards, the police drone could not stop them, but the bodyguards formed a human wall to block several reporters. And then Thomas took the perfect woman and flew to the yacht in the distance, and soon landed on the yacht. Thomas hugged the woman in his arms and landed on the yacht, and the flying skateboard automatically flew back to the luxury villa. Thomas took off his mask and glasses proudly, and waved to the crowd on the beach. A bunch of untouchables, wanting to use this method to get traffic. Although it seemed from a distance that Thomas was greeting people affectionately, the words in his mouth were another story. Dear, don't be angry with these people. These inferior people are just jealous, the woman in Thomas's arm said in a coquettish voice. Then let's go! Thomas didn't come here just for vacation, because Thomas got information from the Alliance Laboratory. That is, the two mutant creatures on this planet are of very high value, and it is certain that they can be used as raw materials for the evolution of super gene drugs. Oh my god! Thomas just turned his head around his girlfriend and heard the screams of the staff. Thomas turned his head quickly and saw a figure on the beach in the distance, crashing into his yacht like lightning. Thomas only had time to mobilize the super energy in his body, and then, the next second Thomas felt that he was blown away by a huge force. When Thomas was flying in the air, he found that the super yacht below was directly smashed by the figure just now. Moreover, the yacht was already on fire, and a shrill alarm could be heard on the beach. Low-class people, looking for death, Thomas sneered, then mobilized the energy in his body, and the whole person flew away like a bird, and many drones could be seen flying in the distance. It only took a few breaths for these drones to protect their safety. Chapter 505 Giant. The sudden explosion also stunned the people watching the excitement on the beach. The few people who were standing next to Yang Bo just now were even more stunned. They didn't expect that there was such a person next to them just now. The violent energy fluctuations have triggered the warning system on the coastline. The police drones flew over at the first time, and the warning system on the beach also released drones one by one. These drones are called swarms because they are in boxes on the beach. The doors of these boxes are all opened, and drones are ejected and fly out instantly. Little Thomas, who was hit by the huge shock wave and flew into the sky, encouraged the energy in his body and flew towards the beach like a big bird. Little Thomas certainly has confidence in the warning system of the entire city, so he is very disdainful of those who raided him. Of course, Little Thomas looked at his yacht while flying, feeling sorry for his yacht. But looking down, Little Thomas was stunned. A person was flying up. You can see that this person is wearing armor, but this person has a black metal backpack behind him, and there is a black disc on the backpack. This is actually a trick used by Yang Bo. That is, using his own armor and metal control ability to shape a hollow metal structure. Because Yang Bo wanted to test his photoelectric interference ability to see how much interference it would have on these drones and the planetary warning system. But it was impossible to do this experiment with just one armor, so he made a fake thing to carry behind him. It was a long time, but it was no more than 2 seconds. After all, Thomas was thrown into the air by the impact of the collision. Thomas saw the wreckage of his yacht, and a man flew up over there. And this man was not attacked by the city's alarm system at all. Thomas felt bad, because in this case, the laser weapons deployed on the coast should be able to attack. Thomas quickly released the energy in his body to accelerate. Run! Just as Thomas was accelerating madly, he heard a voice behind him. Thomas turned his head and saw that the person who was just below was actually behind him. Then the next second Thomas saw the other party and slapped him directly. I'm going to kill you! Thomas was stunned by the beating. And then he roared and wanted to fight back with both hands. At this time, everyone on the beach was stunned. And the reporter, who was stopped, quickly used smart camera equipment to shoot. But the smart camera equipment was a little blurry. But it was clear to see with the eyes. Thomas was attacked and slapped in the face in the air. People on the beach took a breath when they saw this scene. Then everyone looked at Thomas's hands with light, as if he was going to fight back. Then the next second, the man in the armor moved to the other side in an instant and slapped him hard again. Maybe he used too much force this time. And Thomas's flying trajectory in the air seemed a little unstable. And the energy light on his body flickered. Ah! You idiots! Kill him! Thomas didn't expect the opponent to change his position in the air so quickly. And the other side of his face was also hit hard. And the force of this blow was too great. And Thomas felt like he was going to faint. And the energy gathered in his body was almost out of control. Thomas shouted frantically. The police drones on the beach, and various drones coming to support from afar actually flew directly over Yongbo and Thomas toward the sea. However, this flight went too far. After flying over 100 meters, perhaps it found something wrong and flew back. And then flew over again. There were at least more than 200 drones in the sky, flying around the two people like headless flies. Yongbo was very happy to see this scene. He didn't expect that his photoelectric superpower interference would be so useful. Of course, if the other party launched a powerful battery bomb range attack, it would definitely be able to deal with him. This is why Yongbo wanted to flatter. After all, Thomas is a person of Thomas's status. I'm afraid no one dares to issue an order to attack with an electromagnetic missile. Because once Thomas is injured by an electromagnetic missile or an electromagnetic bomb, the person who issued the order will definitely face the biggest lawsuit in his life. Being able to work in a government department. Of course, you know how powerful it is. If you don't issue an order now, it will be a dereliction of duty at most. But once you give an order that hurts these powerful people, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Anyway, everything is handled by the intelligence system. And in the end, the system will take the blame. Even though Wang Mushua saw this scene in the fleet at this time, she did not give any orders at all. However, the planetary warning system still controlled the aerospace fighter to fly downward. And the warning laser cannon in the distance kept swinging back and forth. But it did not release any laser. In this situation, it is obvious that the target cannot be locked. Yongbo did not use the interference range of the photoelectric superpower too large, as long as it could cover himself and Thomas. And Yongbo did not say which equipment to interfere with the photoelectric superpower, because that would be too conspicuous. Pa! Still running. Yongbo turned around and slapped Thomas on the face where he had just slapped him. Pa! Still running. Pa! I told you to run. Then the people on the beach were stunned and looked at Yongbo's body again. The first half second was on Thomas's right. The next half second was on Thomas's left. And then, there was a crisp slap. And this mysterious man did it on purpose. Every time he slapped Thomas, his movements were very slow. You can see Thomas's face gradually swelling up. At this time, Thomas's bodyguards finally rushed over. But if these bodyguards knew that the attacker would do this next, they would definitely not rush over so actively. Thomas's bodyguards rode on a flying skateboard and attacked Yongbo directly. Some of them were holding laser guns. But Yongbo changed positions very quickly. So the bodyguards did not dare to shoot rashly. The bodyguards tried to use the flying skateboard to directly hit Yongbo and then save the boss. Yongbo grabbed Thomas's legs and swung them. Thomas's dozen bodyguards watched the mysterious man swing their boss and hit them hard. Their brain short-circuited instantly. But they wanted to control the flying skateboard at this time. But they found it was too late. So they watched themselves and their boss come into close contact. Then in less than 2 seconds, Thomas's bodyguards were smashed on the beach by their boss. Of course, their boss was swung in the hands of the mysterious man. Ah! The people on the beach were also shocked by this scene and screamed. They didn't know why they screamed, but they felt that there was a breath of air to be released when they saw this scene. The police on the beach also took a breath and looked at each other. Because in this situation, if this rich man wants to sue you, you will definitely not be able to escape if you hurt him. Because ordinary people don't have enough money and time to sue these rich people. So although there were several policemen on the beach, the police looked at each other and shouted, but did not step forward. If I don't go up, it will be considered dereliction of duty at most. And I won't pay money. Now I'm going up. And the mysterious man will swing this little Thomas to hit me. What should I do? Resist or not? If I hurt little Thomas, will I face hundreds of millions of compensation? So these policemen chased with police drones, and then shouted to their superiors. Were you still arrogant just now? Yang Bo looked at the little Thomas, who was about to faint, and felt that this man gave him a very amazing feeling just now. After all, just in the air, this guy's flying posture was still very graceful. Then, there were 2 more slaps. As expected, all the bodyguards on the ground were motionless, as if they had fainted. Yang Bo threw the little Thomas in his hand hard onto the beach a few dozen meters below. The moment the little Thomas touched the beach, he jumped up and stood on the beach. Then he looked at Yang Bo in the air and said with a grin, "Thomas Mercury, come out." Then the next second, a blue mecha appeared in the space behind Thomas. This blue is a bit like the blue of lapis lazuli on Earth, and there is gold on the blue. The appearance of the whole mecha looks like a 13th generation mecha, and the color of the whole mecha is very charming. The crowd watching from a distance was also stunned. You know, the value of the space mecha is not cheap. Thomas is also a superpower. After summoning the mecha, he quickly climbed onto the mecha. The superpower reacts very quickly. However, when Thomas just climbed onto the mecha, he heard the huge alarm of the mecha. Then the mecha was knocked to the ground by a huge force. Thomas didn't know what happened at all, and directly pushed the rocket backpack on the mecha. Because no matter what the situation, the power of the mecha's rocket backpack is very strong. But at this time, everyone on the beach was stunned, because the man in the air just now has now turned into a 15-meter tall giant. This 15-meter tall giant is wearing a pair of silver shorts, and there is a black backpack on the right shorts. These shorts are very short. The blue mecha on the ground was kicked by the 15-meter tall giant, who rushed down from a height of dozens of meters, and the mecha was kicked away. The giant was very flexible. At the moment when the mecha was hit and flew away, the whole person rushed out with the mecha, and then stretched out a pair of huge hands to grab the mecha. At this time, the rocket backpack of the mecha was activated. The giant grabbed the mecha in his hand and rotated it, and then threw it out at once. Then everyone watched the blue mecha with the light of the rocket backpack directly hit the embankment on the beach. You must know that this embankment is to defend against superstorms, so it is very solid. This blue mech even made a sonic boom. Everyone was shuddering. Although the mech was powerful, it was no different from hitting a mountain directly when it hit the dam at such a high speed. But there was another sonic boom the next second. Everyone looked at the 15-meter tall giant with disbelief, and it actually made a sonic boom. Thomas was just inside the mech, looking at the world spinning outside. He couldn't react for a while, and pushed the rocket backpack controller hard. When he reacted, he saw the dam in front of him. But it was too late. The whole mech came into super close contact with the dam, and a crazy alarm sounded inside the mech. Thomas himself didn't have much problem, but some parts of the mech lost control after being hit by this. In this crazy alarm, Thomas saw a 15-meter tall giant suddenly appear in his field of vision. And then he saw the sky. And then the mecha started to frantically prompt collision. Where did this TMD come from? Thomas looked at the 15-meter tall giant that suddenly appeared. It was obvious that this thing was not ordinary stuff, and the mecha was only 14 meters high. The people on the beach watched and breathed in the cold air, because the 15-meter tall giant was swinging the blue mecha and repeatedly smashing it on the embankment. And it could be seen that some parts of the mecha had fallen off. It took a long time to say, but from Yang Bo hitting the opponent's yacht, then flying directly into the sky to slap Thomas, and then Thomas was smashed on the beach. The whole time was no more than 10 seconds. During this period, the surrounding drones surrounded Yang Bo like flies, but none of them opened fire. The warning laser cannons on the beach were also swinging up and down, left and right, and obviously could not lock on Yang Bo. Yang Bo found that his various senses were now maximized, and he could even hear the voices of the crowd watching the excitement on the beach more than 1,000 meters away. The space fighter is coming. I wonder if the space fighter can lock on this guy. The space fighter must carry unmanned mechas. Yang Bo looked up and saw a series of fiery red lights in the blue sky, which was the sign of the space fighter entering the atmosphere. So Yang Bo grabbed the space mecha in his hand and hit it hard on his huge knee. It is said that the space mecha worth more than 10 billion was instantly split in half. The body of Thomas inside the cockpit of the mecha also fell out softly. Then Yang Bo restored the appearance of the armor covering his body, grabbed Thomas, and rushed directly to the sea with a sonic boom. Terrible. Everyone at the scene looked at the space mecha that was split in half. And there was only one thought in their minds. After Yongbo came to the surface of the sea, he immediately plunged into the sea, and then used his armor and swimming ability to quickly reach the bottom of the sea hundreds of meters deep. He released an electric current in his hand to kill Thomas, and then threw Thomas's body into the space box. Energy repair plus 16. The information flashing in his mind made Yongbo stunned. However, Yongbo had no time to do anything else, so he directly used his armor and swimming ability to move at high speed underwater. Yongbo already had a better understanding of this sea area, and he went directly to the place where there was an underground river, which came out of the sea, and entered the underground river. At this time, countless fighters and drones threw various search robots into the sea. However, due to the resistance of water, the speed of these robots was not very high. While waiting for the spaceship in the airport, the bald old man who saw the live broadcast was very glad that they did not resist at the beginning. This guy actually tore the mecha with his bare hands. This pervert is not a human at all. As for why it was a live broadcast, there were several reporters at the scene. It was originally a live broadcast of the conflict between the protesters and Thomas, but it turned out to be a live broadcast. When the media saw this situation, of course they went crazy and broadcasted it live. Almost all channels were broadcasting this live broadcast, mainly because it was too incredible. It's just that I can't see what the giant looks like. It's a bit blurry, but I can still see clearly what the giant did. Master? The young man asked the bald old man in a low voice. Shut up. The other three people immediately glared at the young man. Stupid. We don't know anything. Go back and tell us if you have anything. The bald old man knew who Thomas was. If he talked about it here now, he might get into trouble. Master, what I want to ask is whether this giant also has superpowers. The young man looked at the two senior sisters and the master with some grievance. I think this seems to be related to a sect. But it seems that this sect has not cultivated such a strong person? The bald old man was a little puzzled. Huh? This guy is so strong. Is he invincible? The young man asked again. How can he be invincible? Look at the backpack with a disc antenna hanging on his waist. It must be a high-tech interference device. The live broadcast we watched was a little blurry because of this high-tech jamming device. Without this high-tech jamming device, the drones buzzing around him would have made him unable to resist. Master has long told you that in today's society, we must combine technology. The bald old man explained confidently. And this person's state should only last for a short time. We warriors are the same as superpowers. Our own energy determines our strength. I guess this person's state can only last for 30 seconds at most. Young Master Zhang also saw the live broadcast and was very depressed. It's over. The reputation of the planet is ruined. Chapter 506 Weird Skills. Zhang Buizhen was planning to attract investment and trick a group of people to come. Now it seems that things are going to be bad. And Thomas is a very important person. Although his fame is much lower than Jean Letian and the people in the Pharmacist Union. But in terms of real strength and status, Thomas can be ranked in the top 50 in the list of influential people in the entire Federation. Not everyone can be a member of the Union Reserve Committee. This guy is also the director of the largest consortium in the Union, the Henry Consortium, and the elder in the Xiaoyao Gate. He was beaten to death on March Star. Master, in my opinion, this is actually a good thing. Nyobo heard his master say this, so he spoke. Zhang Buizhen looked at Nyobo in surprise when he heard this. What do you mean? First of all, absolutely no one dares to come to March Star to investigate. Even if it is the Henry Consortium. They can only put pressure on us in the media. And then what? Nyobo asked with a shrug. Zhang Buizhen understood immediately after hearing this. With the current mess of March Star, not to mention the influence of the alliance government here, what can be done even if all the economic sanctions are taken out? The output value of March Star last year is not as good as that of some mineral stars. Let alone the influence. No matter how powerful the Henry Consortium is, it can only sanction me economically. But I have no economy at all. What can you use to sanction me? As for the Henry Consortium pushing the parliament or the military to interfere in this matter, it is useless. First of all, March Star belongs to the 9th Fleet. And this is at most a public security case. Even if the army is asked to take action, will the 9th Fleet take action? With the current shabby state of the 9th Fleet, it would be strange if it didn't take the opportunity to blackmail your Henry Group. Henry Group wants to support the 9th Fleet or give the Ninth Fleet a large sum of money. This is not enough. The other fleets don't deal with the Ninth Fleet at all, unless the Henry Group stands on the opposite side of the other fleets. Just ask the Henry Group if it still wants its various industries, logistics or other things under its name to run safely and smoothly in the alliance. If the Henry Group wants to support the Ninth Fleet, then in a few days, his various spacecraft will be attacked by pirates. Even the military sent out some false news, saying that there are pirates in a certain place, and guaranteed that the staff on the spacecraft would not let the spacecraft risk passing through these areas. As for the Henry Group sending people to March Star to solve it themselves, it is estimated that only those who have watched the live broadcast have the courage to come. It is said that the space mecha worth tens of billions was torn in half by this attacker. With the appearance of this giant, which superpower dares to say that he can greet the other party? The key is that the other party also used high-tech means to make the entire warning system unable to lock. This combination of ancient martial arts and technology is definitely not something that ordinary forces can do. So, it is also beneficial for me to control this planet? Zhang Buizhen thought about it, and thought of another point. Now that there is such a big trouble, the family may not dare to seize power blatantly. Young master is lucky. According to my judgment, this may be a vendetta between sections. I have never seen such a strong superpower. Judging from the superpower fluctuations of this person, it can only reach a level at most. But the combat power displayed is unheard of. From my personal point of view, this person should have used some ancient martial arts secret method to stimulate his own energy, which exploded to a peak in a short period of time. Before there is further news about this matter, the Henry Group will never dare to say anything in the media, and the young master's family will not dare to take over March Star openly. I even suspect that this person may be the product of the fusion of technology and ancient martial arts by some forces. Niu Bo expressed his own views. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. It is indeed difficult for superpowers to burst out such a powerful force. Has the Henry Group offended someone recently? Zhang Buizhen was also a little puzzled. Now the various forces of the alliance have reached the final stage. If any force does not develop, it will retreat. However, the alliance has developed to the point where all industries are saturated. If these large consortiums want to develop further, they can only swallow up other forces. Henry Group has swallowed up many companies in recent years. Who knows if there are people with strong revenge who take some extreme measures. However, Henry Consortium has indeed been a bit reckless in doing things in recent years. And the first thing Henry Group needs to ensure now is the impact of Thomas's death. If the position of member of the Alliance Reserve Committee is lost again, the loss will be even greater. Niu Bo analyzed one by one. Is there any news from the police? Zhang Buizhen asked again. There are many people wearing the same clothes as the attacker. According to the tracking, this person first appeared near the suburban park in the north, and then went to the camping site in the west. Finally, he appeared on the beach and stayed far away near the luxury villa where Thomas lived for half an hour. When the attack was launched, I followed the crowd to the beach. I didn't see anything valuable the whole time. I could only collect the person's behavior and actions for analysis. The police are now searching the seabed, because the video data shows that the person did not carry any jamming equipment before the attack. It was obtained from the sea after the attack, or from the yacht. As for the back, it is impossible to see the person's appearance. The only thing that is certain now is that he is a man. Niu Bo repeated the police's results. That's what the police said? Zhang Buizhen didn't expect that in today's high-tech world. He couldn't find the attacker. The police are also afraid. The high-tech equipment this guy carries is useless for any smart equipment. The 3 warning laser cannons on the coastline can't be locked with multifunction radars. The police have only one job. Usually, they use police drones and police robots to rush to the front to deal with things. During the live broadcast, the police shouted for support, but they didn't move. However, this is in line with the police's dispatch process. After all, who would go up to such a dangerous terrorist to seek death? Niu Bo nodded. Then let's just give up. Zhang Buizhen has no choice now. The impact of this matter is still unknown. There is no way not to give up. Even if someone knows about this person, they dare not make it public. No one knows how strong the background of this person is. And then, they have to face the Henry Consortium. Anyone with a little bit of brains would not dare to say anything even if they know something. Niu Bo said while looking at his young master. Then didn't Thomas die in vain? Master, remember that living people are valuable, and dead people have no value. When Thomas was alive, he was a member of the Union Reserve Committee. Now that he is dead, all his property will be immediately targeted, and even his inheritance will be targeted by his family. I believe that some of Thomas's family members are preparing for a lawsuit. As for how Thomas died and who killed him, the Union Justice Department may not dare to send someone to investigate. The attacker is definitely not that simple. Perhaps the Henry Consortium is dissatisfied with Thomas's unauthorized visit to March Star. For the Henry Consortium, they value the position of the Union Reserve Committee member more. After all, Thomas's body has not been found, so he can only be said to be missing. Nyobo said. Well, Zhang Buizhen certainly knew that the butler was right. Such an important person died, and the internal struggle for power and profit became more intense. As for the real cause of death, it may be investigated later, but definitely not now. After Yang Bo entered the underground river, he used his anti-gravity superpower to fly in the underground river. So he quickly came to the mountain, came out of an underground river entrance at random, and rushed home in stealth. More than 2 hours after the incident, Yang Bo returned to his villa. This dead body can be used to frame others. The reason why Yang Bo took Thomas's body away was not only to use the other party's body to frame others in the future. More importantly, Yang Bo was attracted by Thomas's smart device. Yang Bo could turn into Thomas to operate the device, and then he could get more secrets or funds. It's a pity that I don't have a way to cash out my funds now. However, I can find an excuse to travel. I heard that there are many casinos in the Crimson Federation. Yang Bo was very interested in the secrets in Thomas's smart device, especially the fund account. Let's take a look for now. But Yang Bo still has his own plans, and too much money has no value. It's very easy for him to have money. The main thing is that it's very troublesome to turn this money into his own. Energy repair. Yang Bo thought of the skills he had acquired this time. Could it be the secret method of Zayuman? Yang Bo didn't know how many ancient martial arts sects there were in the entire alliance, because the Ancient Martial Arts Association was only a part of it. The remaining many sects were relatively secretive, and each sect had different purposes. Some sects just practice with peace of mind. Is it similar to the self-repair of my space mecha with energy? Yang Bo felt that his energy repair was literal. In other words, it can heal injuries? Energy repair. Energy repair. Can I repair something with the same attributes as me? Or can this skill repair anything, or anything containing energy? Yang Bo hadn't finished testing the previous power extraction skill, but he didn't expect another skill to pop up. Yang Bo did not take out the box containing Thomas's body. There was no need. Yang Bo found a piece of energy metal, which was a fire-attributed energy metal. What should I do next? It's wrong. Even if I cut a piece of this energy metal, it's still energy metal? Yang Bo felt that his experiment seemed to be wrong from the beginning. However, Yang Bo didn't care whether it was right or wrong. The purpose of doing experiments was to eliminate wrong options. So he started the experiment directly, and used fire energy to perform energy repair. It really didn't work at all. The energy metal was still the same. Then Yang Bo aimed at the mutant creatures again. Yang Bo first took out a mutant leech, and then cut the mutant leech in half with a click. Looking at the red liquid flowing out of the two mutant leeches. This is the blood of the leech itself. These leeches not only suck blood, but also eat meat. Yang Bo directly fed them all kinds of purchased meat. Energy repair. Yang Bo performed energy repair on the half-mutant leech. Although Yang Bo's own energy properties are completely different from this mutant leech, it's just an experiment. Huh? After releasing the skill, Yang Bo was a little surprised. The mutant leech turned red, and its body slowly healed. 5 minutes later, it became a smaller individual than before it was cut, but it was a complete body. Yang Bo was surprised because his mental power sensed that the leech had turned into a mutant creature with fire energy attributes. Yang Bo tried to rub the leech that had been repaired by energy with his hands. Zzz. The water on the surface of the leech actually evaporated with a sizzling sound. Obviously, this guy has an extremely high temperature. Yang Bo also found that the leech's body showed a red energy light. This made Yang Bo unable to do it. If you let this leech grow back to a complete form, Yang Bo can understand this. After all, the skill has a repair function. But why did the leech change its attributes? Is it because the way I opened it is wrong? How did this guy's attributes change? Yang Pu had 1,000 question marks in his mind. Looking at the remaining leeches, Yang Bo used his light attribute superpowers to repair the energy of this half-leech. Good guy. The result was similar to the last one. That is, this smaller complete leech had a white stripe on its body. Then Yang Bo touched this guy, and the white stripe on his body suddenly lit up. Just like a firefly. Numb. Yang Bo was numb all over. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. This Xiaoyao sect looks very powerful? Will they come to seek revenge on me? I forgot to ask the guys from the Taijian sect for their contact information today. We don't know much about the people in their ancient martial arts association. Yang Bo regretted not asking the bald old man for his contact information. The bald old man was still shivering in the airport waiting for the spaceship, and suddenly felt like he had survived a disaster. This planet is weird. After watching the live broadcast today, the bald old man and several people tacitly forgot something. This time, the matter was too big. Both sides are not to be trifled with. And no one dares to go to the Henry Consortium to get the bonus. Because if it is not clear, the Henry Consortium will not be able to do anything to these attackers, and may accuse you of being an accomplice. For these big consortiums, if you want to take advantage of them, you must be careful not to be trapped. Because many people have been trapped in this way in history. And these big consortiums will even set traps actively. Chapter 507 Test Results. Just when Yang Bo thought that the skill of energy repair could give creatures new properties, the next test slapped him in the face. Yang Bo changed the experimental subject and directly replaced it with a gerbil. After Yang Bo used fire energy to perform energy repair, the gerbil directly turned into a ball of fire and burned. And the flames were so fierce that the gerbil did not have time to react before it became a burning corpse. Yang Bo looked at the experiment and was a little stunned. Is it related to the fact that this gerbil is an ordinary creature? Or did I release too much energy from the skill? Yang Bo decided to conduct a second test immediately. The second time, he still used fire energy. The energy contained in the skill released this time was very small. But the gerbil still fell down on the test bench immediately and died. Because Yang Bo was given a digging skill. That is, digging a hole. Then Yang Bo did not give up and used light superpowers, electrical superpowers, gravity superpowers, and sound wave superpowers in succession. Guess what? The last superpower of invisibility. This energy is used to perform energy repair. The gerbil did not die. And then the gerbil also has the ability to be invisible. It is related to individual talent. Through this series of experiments, Yang Bo understood that this energy repair is related to the talent of these individuals themselves. Does it feel that this kind of thing is not very meaningful to use on people? After all, everyone's individual talents are different. Once the energy conflict breaks out in the body, no one can be saved. Don't use mutant leeches as experimental subjects in the future. This guy can suck the blood of any mutant animal, and there is no energy rejection reaction at all. Yang Bo knew why the mutant leech was successful. Yang Bo gave the two test subjects his energy, one of which was the ability to be invisible. Compared to the beginning, the energy of this invisible gerbil was somewhat reduced. After Yang Bo used the invisible energy repair skill, the energy glow on this gerbil was stronger than before. I feel that this skill is a bit useless. Looking at the experimental results, Yang Bo didn't find the direction of using this skill, because he didn't dare to use it on people, unless people with the same attribute were hurt or something. And without the test, Yang Bo didn't dare to use it on people. Who knows whether the energy of the same attribute between people will be repelled? After all, the energy frequency is not 100% the same. It seems that I have to find a test subject next time. I don't know if there are any extremely evil people on March Star. It's best to use people with the same energy attribute as myself for the experiment. Yang Bo doesn't have any other extra test subjects now. The experiment can only be done here temporarily, and it is enough to have a rough data on this skill. Human experiments must be done. Otherwise, I dare not experiment on my own people casually. I gained a lot this time. My own photoelectric superpower interference is so powerful. Yang Bo returned upstairs and went to the internet room while thinking about his gains. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that this kind of photoelectric superpower interference could be solved by range attack. In general, he had a bottom line in his heart. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that the reason why this time was so successful was that the official was concerned about Thomas's identity. So the official did not use large-scale lethal weapons. Another point is that I run fast enough. Generally speaking, large-scale lethal weapons fly very slowly. And various energy weapons that need to be locked at a long distance have a fast reaction speed and a long attack range. But they cannot be locked at a long distance. For example, super strong electron beams, such as battery range coverage attacks, microwave attacks, and laser attacks are all very fast, but they need to be locked at a long distance. Just like microwave attacks. If you want to instantly heat a mountain to thousands of degrees with microwaves, how much energy is needed? But if you use some heavy missiles, you can directly use various solid fuels to directly cover a mountain for burning. So range attacks are generally carried out with missiles. Even electromagnetic bombs are physical. When I came to the internet room, I saw Annie and Xia sending me messages. Yang Bo comforted them, and then made a video call saying that he was doing an experiment just now. The two were relieved and chattered with Yang Bo about what had just happened, asking Yang Bo to be careful. Yang Bo felt warm in his heart that someone cared about him. Then he replied to the messages sent by the Fat Boss and Zhou Rui, as well as Lu Jingxiang, saying that he was busy just now, and would watch the news immediately. Yang Bo turned on the virtual imaging, and it turned out that he had done this. It just looked a little blurry, because Yang Bo had used his photoelectric superpowers to interfere with the camera. Then many people commented below and analyzed from a professional perspective. The black backpack this person is carrying is definitely top technology. And the circular antenna helps to quickly convert energy frequency. But I think the battery life of this black backpack should not be very long. After all, with current technology, it consumes a lot of energy to achieve such full frequency interference. Yang Bo looked at these guys, analyzing his own tricks from various professional perspectives, and also smiled secretly. It was fine as long as his goal was achieved, no matter if someone believed it or not. Then Yang Bo continued to watch, and found that the March Star Police implicitly stated that this was a vendetta, and the full-frequency jamming equipment carried by the other party should be placed on Thomas's yacht. And this jamming equipment does not belong to any existing products, because its energy jamming characteristics have not been recorded. There are not many jamming devices in the entire alliance that can produce such small size, high power and good effect. And some video images of Yang Bo were released, such as appearing in the country park, such as appearing in the camping camp. Of course, because there are not many public surveillance in these two places, it is impossible to judge Yang Bo's trajectory. Then Yang Bo stood not far from Thomas's luxury villa for half an hour. And finally Yang Bo flew to the yacht with superpowers. The police made a strong contrast, and the images were very clear when the attackers did not approach Thomas's yacht, and they did not carry any jamming equipment. It was only after the collision with the yacht that the jamming equipment appeared. And there was also a set of armor. Of course, the police did not directly say it was a revenge killing, but just said to guide the public's thoughts in this direction. Needless to say, those who saw the police report said it was definitely a revenge killing. And there are conspirators who said that Thomas's coming to March Star might be a conspiracy, because it is not convenient to do it on other planets. 90% of people on the internet don't care about Thomas's death, and think that this big capitalist has enjoyed enough and should die. Someone also found out that the woman that Thomas was holding was a first-class female star. It is said that the woman was also seriously injured and was being treated in a sanatorium. The staff on the yacht did not die, but some were seriously injured. What everyone is most interested in is Yang Bo's ability to turn into a giant and the super armor on Yang Bo. Of course, what everyone is most interested in is that Yang Bo actually tore the armor apart, and they all discussed what strength the attacker had reached. TSK. Yang Bo saw that someone had dug out many lawsuits involving Thomas, and finally relied on a strong team of lawyers to win the lawsuit, involving 12 missing cases, 15 rape cases, and more than 100 financial violations and financial frauds. But all of them were sued by lawyers, and the big things were reduced to small things or huge bail was paid. Then what Yang Bo couldn't understand was that more than 6 illegal organizations claimed to be responsible for this matter, including the Red Earl organization, then the anti-government armed organization, and the Interstellar Pirate Alliance, and some illegal organizations that he had never heard of. But the strange thing is that the Union Justice Department just asked March Star to find out the truth as soon as possible and give the public an explanation. And then nothing happened. No experts or special teams were sent to investigate the matter. Is it a bit too much? Yang Bo read the comments carefully and found that some people analyzed that the identity and background of the attacker this time were not simple, and the strength was so strong that if anyone came to investigate, they might not come back. Therefore, the Union Justice Department was criticized by some netizens as a chameleon when it encounters those who are not easy to bully. It will just play with mud and do whatever it wants. When it encounters those who are easy to bully, it will send a special team and do whatever it wants. The Union Justice Department issued a notice stating that this was not a terrorist attack because it did not have much impact on the personal safety of other people. And there is no evidence that Thomas Jr. is dead. So this is just a missing case. Shameless. Yang Bo looked at the explanation of the Union Justice Department. Not to mention, the explanation was very thorough. And the Union Justice Department also issued a notice that it had frozen all of Thomas Jr.'s accounts to prevent the loss of Thomas Jr.'s property. Isn't this to help the robbers? Yang Bo was a little speechless when he saw the operation of the Union Justice Department. If someone really kidnapped Thomas Jr., what kind of means would they use if they couldn't get any money? Of course, Yang Bo also knew that the Ministry of Justice wanted to make a profit. After all, anyone who wanted to unfreeze these funds had to make arrangements. These guys are faster than me. Now Yang Bo doesn't have to worry about transferring Thomas Jr.'s funds. And Yang Bo found that no one was targeting March Star in this matter. Of course, the stock price of Dimension Company began to fall again. And the negative impact this time was too great. Why has no one mentioned the ancient martial arts sects? Yang Bo discovered that there is little information about the ancient martial arts sects on the internet. For example, Thomas. The identity of Xiaoyao's sect was not revealed this time. Instead, Thomas's family has already entrusted a lawyer to prepare to fight for the inheritance. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. Yang Bo was not surprised to see this scene. I was able to destroy the space mecha this time. Not because I was very familiar with the structure of the space mecha and knew where its weaknesses were. Of course, it's also the fault of Dimension Company. Although these space mechas look like 13th, 12th, or even 14th generation mechas on the surface, their internal structures are similar. That is to say, it's just a different appearance. Just like some cars on Earth that change their shells. Just change the shell, change the color, and add some decorations to sell it to you at a very high price. What's more, these space mechas are originally customized by the rich. These rich people can't say that two mechas that use exactly the same need to be customized. Yang Bo clearly understood the reason why he could destroy the mecha. And he didn't feel complacent about it. Should I go to the bald old man to see if there are other damn guys on March Star? My energy repair skill. It seems that I haven't completed the experiment yet. Yang Bo did what he said and started to check the nearest flights. He found that the nearest flight would take off in more than 10 hours. And it was earlier than the scheduled time. Is someone trying to escape? It's just right for me to turn invisible and follow these people around. Yang Bo was a little tempted. Because he had been causing trouble on March Star. And there were other people in the Alliance Justice Department who were not fools. Through big data analysis, it was easy to know that he was hiding on March Star. Chapter 508 Opportunity. After this idea appeared in Yang Bo's mind, he wanted to go more and more uncontrollably. The main reason was that the abilities given by these ancient martial artists were completely beyond his expectations. Go and have a look first. Yang Bo planned to go and have a look first. So he took care of the things at home. And then set the watch to reply automatically. Of course, he had to video chat with Annie and Xia first, saying that he was going to do an experiment, asking them to work hard, and promising that he would lead them to get this month's bonus in the game this month. Yang Bo carefully studied the flight information and checked it online. Then he disappeared from his villa and went directly to the land airport. The bald old man and several others were still waiting here. Master, I didn't expect that the private rooms in the waiting hall were not enough. I saw several acquaintances. How long have these guys been here? How come we don't know? In the VIP room, the young man came in from outside and sat down and said. The bald old man heard this and said, "We are all here. These guys will definitely not miss this opportunity. Everyone knows what they are here for. How could they come here so blatantly?" The older woman had already put on a hat on her head to cover her hairpin, and said, "Master, I always feel that the person we are dealing with may not be the person we see." Because they were outside, everyone spoke more carefully. Of course, everyone knew that the person they were dealing with was the pirate leader. And the one they saw was the one who took little Thomas away. It's hard to say. The person we saw has been famous for many years, and we don't know much about these people. The old man shook his head. The young girl asked, "Why is the man we saw so powerful?" I read the report online. Someone calculated that the energy required to destroy the mecha into that state is too abnormal. Have you forgotten that when you were learning ancient martial arts? I told you that there is no limit to the growth of martial artists. Don't talk about these things. If there is anything, talk about it on the spaceship. The bald old man shook his head. The young man said, I went out and looked around just now. There are at least 6 sections. I know people from 3 sections. They also saw me. I have 3 sections. I recognize them through hidden marks. And this is the hall. I don't know how many are in the private rooms. The older woman nodded. What we are looking for this time is attractive to many people. Master, do you think the guy we met will not leave with us? Before the young man finished speaking, he was knocked on the head by the master. Shut up. The bald old man not only took action, but also shouted in a low voice. And the other 2 women also shouted in a bad mood. I'm telling the truth. That guy caused such a big trouble. Maybe he has to go out to avoid the storm. The young man was hit by his master, and felt a sharp pain from his forehead to the soles of his feet. But he still explained aggrievedly. But before he finished explaining, he was looked at by the 3 people, and dared not say anything. Yang Bo was hiding on the side, and heard the conversation between the bald man and the others. Thinking in his heart, it seems that I came here for the right reason this time. I didn't expect there are so many people from ancient martial arts sections. Yang Bo came here to get information, and see how many people took this opportunity to leave March Star. Yang Bo didn't know the others. He saw this young man not long after he came here, and then followed him in. If there was no useful information, Yang Bo would not make a wasted trip. But now that he heard that there were so many people from ancient martial arts sects, Yang Bo certainly wanted to join in the fun. The bald old man took out the communicator in his hand and saw, go open the door. Someone familiar is coming. Who is it? The young man who had just been beaten asked in confusion. It's because you, a bastard, wanted to go out and was recognized by others. So you asked if I was there. The bald old man glared and shouted unhappily. It's someone from the cross gate. The bald old man still spoke. The VIP room here is relatively large, with a separate living room, conference room, entertainment room, and a separate rest room. Of course, there are also luxurious bathrooms and a swimming pool of a suitable size. The young man left the living room and came to the hallway. After opening the door, he saw 3 people outside. All 3 of them were women. They looked like ordinary people, wearing simple shirts, casual pants, and sneakers. Please come in. Gentlemen, the young man said directly with a fist. The 3 women also clasped their fists. Sorry for bothering you. Then the young man led the way in front. And after the hallway was the living room. Iron bald head. As soon as the 3 women entered the living room, the bald old man stood up with the other 2 disciples. The leader of the 3 women took off her hat, glasses, and mask to greet them. Humph. Madame Hua, don't talk nonsense in front of the younger generation. The bald old man hurriedly clasped his fists and said, What's the big deal? We don't care about these things. Yang Bo looked at the tall woman who took off her hat, glasses and mask. Although she was wearing a loose shirt, the first impression she gave was that she had a big frame and a very strong feeling. The 2 women behind her looked similar. They gave people a heroic look between their eyebrows, and their facial lines were sharp. We have different methods of cultivation and different concepts of cultivation. We can't be confused. Speaking of you, the cross gate, don't you emphasize moving forward without hesitation? This time you just met an opponent. Why don't you polish your own skills? The bald old man had asked his 2 apprentices to bring bottled water, gave each of them a bottle, and then asked, This kind of pervert from the God's Gate is not a normal person. Our concept is to move forward without hesitation. But it doesn't mean we have no brains. The leading woman grabbed the bottle of water and squeezed it before opening it to drink. God's Descent sect? Has the news been confirmed to be reliable? The bald old man asked in surprise. It has been rumored for a long time. Don't you know? Besides, apart from the madman in this sect, which other sect has such powerful people? And this little Thomas has some grudges with the disciples of the God's Descent sect. Madame Hua took a sip of water before speaking. Is little Thomas crazy? Why would he provoke these madmen from the God's Descent sect? The iron bald man shook his head. Yang Bo is now in the hallway, not in the living room. Even if he was invisible and eavesdropping on other people's conversations, Yang Bo was cautiously standing in a place where these people couldn't see him, because Yang Bo felt that his superpowers could still be restrained by others. Standing farther away now is not only for caution, but also for reaction space even if other people's superpowers can restrain him. To put it bluntly, it means leaving a certain safe distance for himself. Yang Bo is not so arrogant that he can do whatever he wants by relying on his invisible superpowers. People should still have some awe. Don't be too arrogant, or you don't know when you will suffer. It seems that the family of the god's descent was cheated by a financial institution under the name of Thomas. The specific information is not complete. You also know that long-distance communication involves our ancient martial arts, so it is difficult to explain clearly. Huan Yangzi didn't say it very clearly. Tai Guangtou didn't intend to ask too clearly. The two parties just knew each other, and everyone had different information channels, so they got different information. It doesn't make sense. Those crazy people of the god's descent don't have such strong strength. Tai Guangtou still didn't believe it. Then tell me, looking at the whole world, which sect has such powerful abilities? Besides, the god's descent sect doesn't even know how many people there are. Have you forgotten that more than 200 years ago, someone found a person living in a glacier in the Blue Water Empire? He was a madman from the god's descent sect. He also said that he practiced in the glacier to control the blizzard. These madmen always imagine themselves as gods in ancient legends, wanting to have godlike powers. But most of them end up turning themselves into insane. Lady Hua shook her head. I think it might be Thomas who had to find a result. This time this person is not from the god's descent sect. After all, this person's series of actions are not as crazy as the god's descent sect. Iron Bald Head certainly couldn't say that he and his friends met first. That's right. This guy was very cautious this time, and knew to carry high-tech equipment. Lady Hua nodded again when she heard this. We're about to get on the spaceship. Iron Bald Head looked at his watch. We'll take advantage of this, and go through the VIP channel first. Didn't we meet your opponents? Ironkin asked with a smile when he heard this. I'm not afraid of them. But it's not convenient to take action in public. When we return to our planet, I'll take care of them. Lady Hua pouted. I didn't expect so many acquaintances to come this time. I don't know why the production of life energy stones has been so low in the past 100 years. Every sect lacks this kind of thing. Lady Hua shook her head. Tai Guangtou and others stood up and said at the same time, we have actually noticed this a long time ago. But we haven't found any clues yet. I think someone wants to deliberately suppress our ancient martial arts sect. Without the life energy stone, our predecessors in the sect cannot continue their lives, which will reduce the strength of our sect. Madame Hua also walked behind with two women. The two women only clasped their fists when greeting Tai Guangtou, and stood behind Huan Yang at other times. Is it an alliance? Tai Guangtou asked after hearing this. I don't know. It should be a big force. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Madame Hua shook her head. It seems that our ancient martial arts sects are going to unite again. Tai Guangtou said this meaningfully. Chapter 509 Doubts. The VIP room at the airport of March Star can board the spaceship first. But there is no space elevator here. So it is lonely. Because there is no space elevator on this planet. There must be a transport ship to space to transport personnel and materials. The so-called VIP room is just to be boarded by others first, and then wait on the transport ship for other people to board the spaceship. It just means that the passage of the VIP room is different. And you can board the spaceship first. And then when you arrive at the airport, you can also board the spaceship first. Humph! Yang Bo followed Tai Guangtou and saw Tai Guangtou, the other person, in the VIP passage, and snorted coldly. Yang Bo looked over and saw four men in suits and leather shoes. The four men wore black suits, black pants, and black leather shoes, wearing sunglasses, and all bald heads. It looks a bit like Earth, just like the underworld in the movie. In the Alliance, you can wear casual clothes and no one will look at you twice. But wearing such formal clothes, walking on the street will definitely make others look at you twice. Yang Bo didn't know who these people were, but judging from their temperament, they were obviously from the same sect. The disciple of the bald man said that he could tell whether they were from the same sect by the secret code. What was the secret code? Yang Bo carefully observed the bald man, Huan Yangzi, and the four people in suits to see what the difference was between them. Unfortunately, Yang Bo didn't see any obvious signs. After boarding the transport ship for ferrying, he waited for another half an hour, and the ship began to fly to the spacecraft at the spaceport. The transport ships responsible for space and ground are not very large, because such transport ships need a lot of energy to escape the gravity of the planet when they are running. It is not cost-effective to invest in a space elevator on a remote planet like March Star, because the maintenance cost and energy consumption of the space elevator are very high. In addition, March Star has 3 satellites, and there is a half-year storm season every year no matter where on the planet. So the design requirements for the space elevator are very high. This is also a passenger and cargo spacecraft, and the cost is relatively low when it comes, and the cost of the same trip when it goes back is twice as much, because the logistics volume on March Star is not very large. There are very few goods that can be taken away when returning. I didn't expect that the people from the Vajra Gate would come too. The bald man and his men ordered a large suite with 6 rooms. After entering the door, the bald man snorted coldly. "Master, will these guys from the Vajra Gate come to trouble us?" The young man asked a little worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of trouble? Just do what I usually teach you." The bald man answered unhappily when he heard this. Yang Bo was surprised to hear this. Could there be such a big conflict between these sects that they would fight on this spaceship? "Brother, don't be afraid. Just follow what Master taught you. The guys from the Vajra sect only have brute force," the older woman said comfortingly. Yang Bo was even more surprised. The Iron Sword sect had Li Kong. So why were they afraid of the Vajra sect? Could the Vajra sect have some secret tricks? Yang Bo found that he had made the right choice. According to the conversations of these people, he knew that there were people from nearly 10 sects on this spaceship. I don't know what sect that Huan Yangzi just now belongs to. Will people from other sects fight on this spaceship? Yang Bo hoped that these sects would fight so that he could see the excitement. At this time, the door indicated that there was a visitor. The bald old man came to the door and opened it. "Hey, Master Tai. I'm afraid we haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years. It's boring on this spaceship. Do you want our disciples to spar with each other?" Standing at the door was a bald man wearing a white shirt and black pants. It can be seen that the bald man's skin is bronze, just like those bodybuilders on Earth. "Masterly, I haven't seen you for a few years. I thought you were dead." Tai Guangtou clasped his fists and sneered. "Tai Guangtou, you are not dead yet. How can we bear to die? Just say whether you will come or not. I have to go to other sects soon," the bald man outside said with a chuckle, and then asked impatiently, "Are there other sects?" Tai Guangtou was a little puzzled. It's a good opportunity for the disciples to learn from each other and see the level of their peers. Masterly chuckled. "Okay." Iron Bald Man had no choice but to agree after hearing this. "Then we will be waiting for you," the bald man outside the door said and left. "Master, the Vajra sect is shameless. They clearly know that we Iron Sword sect practice weapons, but they rely on brute force when learning from each other. They have relied on this to get good rankings in several consecutive Ancient Martial Arts Association competitions." Yang Bo heard the younger woman of the bald man complaining. And then he understood the reason. There's nothing we can do about it. Ancient martial arts is people-oriented. Even if we have the same requirement, we should first improve personal ability, and then external factors. Tai Guangtou shook his head. "Master, I think some concepts should be changed," the young man also said quickly. "It's useless for you to tell me. It's up to you whether to fight or not. It's okay if you don't fight." Tai Guangtou's next words made Yang Bo a little confused. "But if you don't fight, you will lose face," the young woman said with a wry smile. "The Ancient Martial Arts Association is really something. When ranking, weapons and non-weapons should be divided into 2 parts." The young man said again, "The things you are talking about have been debated for hundreds of years. Ancient martial arts are divided into many schools. Even within our Iron Sword sect, there are 2 schools. One is people-oriented, and the other is weapons-centered. This is not just a problem for our sect. All ancient martial arts sects face this problem. And the large-scale use of mechas will give birth to another school. Some people in our sect are already preparing to equip mechas." Hearing his master say this, the young man immediately asked, "Does the sect provide mechas?" "That's for sure. Our warriors are only improving their personal strength now. It's unrealistic to say anything else. Our sky split is far inferior to the sky split of the Alliance Planet Guardian. Our sky split relies on its own mental power and secret control. Take me for example. The distance that can be controlled is very limited. And the Planet Guardian has satellites and high-tech means to attack any target on the planet." Tai Guangtou nodded. "But if you want to get the mecha, you must work hard and pass the internal assessment of the sect. If you rank last, you definitely can't think about it." The young man shook his head when he heard this. The Planet Guardian is not omnipotent. Just like when Thomas died this time. The planet Guardian didn't have time to take action. If we were closer, we could have taken action. In fact, the mainstream thinking of our ancient martial arts sects has been people-oriented in recent years. So the Ancient Martial Arts Association can't change it easily. Moreover, our sects that use weapons also use a variety of weapons. So some weapons have certain advantages. What should the Ancient Martial Arts Association do? Is there another ranking rule for weapons of the same type? And failure is not terrible. Failure can make you realize the gap between you and your peers. But the King Kong sect is not without weaknesses. Let me tell you about their weaknesses below. Tai Guangtou continued to say a lot. Yang Bo understood part of it after hearing this. Then Yang Bo heard Tai Guangtou talking about the weaknesses of the Vajra sect, such as the eyes, ears, nose, armpits, navel, soles of feet, triangles, and the back of the head. Yang Bo understood that the Vajra sect was similar to the ones on Earth, who specialized in training their bodies. The darker the skin color, the stronger the strength. In the ancient martial arts sects, sparring is only between peers, and it is mainly based on the concept of people-oriented. And the main reason is that weapons are used to prevent people from being killed. Tai Guangtou asked his disciples to play a delay, and then a fast one when fighting with the Vajra sect. The explosive power of the Vajra sect is very strong, so the duration is limited. The longer the duration, the weaker the strength of the Vajra sect. And Yang Bo also knew that both sides would wear protective gear when sparring, and it would not endanger their lives. Then the bald old man took out a tablet, and let several people watch the video materials of the Vajra sect sparring with other sects. Yang Bo found that the main attack of the Vajra sect was explosive, and it was a blast to the opponent. Moreover, the so-called protective gear during sparring only protected the head, and other parts did not need to be protected at all. When these guys from the Vajra sect used their energy, they looked like gorillas, with bulging muscles and slightly increased height. However, this kind of procrastination can only be applied to explosive kung fu such as the Vajra sect. If we meet Huan Yangzi and others, we must fight quickly. Huan Yangzi and others are mainly based on agility, and their own energy consumption is very small. Yang Bo listened to the introduction to the bald man next to him, and then saw the video about Huan Yangzi. Only then did he realize that Huan Yangzi used a set of palm techniques, and the whole person looked like a butterfly. It looks like Qigong? Yang Bo looked at Huan Yangzi, who was almost left with a shadow. Others looked like a butterfly at first glance, but Yang Bo could clearly see that Huan Yangzi was using palm techniques. If the senior sister took action, they would have died instantly. The young man curled his lips at Huan Yangzi's speed in the video. Your senior sister has achieved what she has today because of her hard work. If you can't get your Likong in 2 years, you should leave the sect early. Tai Guangtou looked at the young man who was talking and said unhappily, but I went to the sect's treasure house to test it, and none of them matched my energy frequency. The young man complained. That's because you are not strong enough. Your own energy strength and mental strength cannot activate those Likong in it. Tai Guangtou continued. Master, there are still 2 years. If it doesn't work, can I inject the gene drug? The young man was silent after hearing this, and then asked, Chapter 510 Competition. You have to think about this. Once you inject the gene drug, your growth limit will be limited. Iron Lighthead's own young disciple said. At least this way I can stay in the sect. The young man answered helplessly after hearing this. And after injecting the gene drug, it will have a great impact on your descendants. Don't trust the current high technology too much. Master, I know all this, but I have never been able to activate my own sky break. The young man certainly knows the adverse consequences of injecting gene drugs. Junior brother, I suggest you participate in a mysterious experience held by the Ancient Martial Arts Association every 5 years. Back then, your senior sister, I participated in a mysterious experience, and only then did I have the ability I have today. The older woman said. Senior sister, isn't the mortality rate of the mysterious experience 50%? The young man asked. Gene drugs also have a success rate. And even if the gene evolution is successful, it may not necessarily reach the height you imagine. As long as you pass the mysterious experience, it will be of great benefit to your future practice. The older woman continued. Yang Bo nodded as he listened. It was estimated that these sect disciples use special gene medicine. Gene medicine can make everyone a gene evolver. But even if the gene evolution is successful, a large part of them still cannot reach the lowest level E. Even if the gene evolution is successful, they are no different from ordinary people. As a sect disciple, the requirements must be higher. If after the gene evolution, they can barely reach the lowest level, it is not very useful for the entry threshold. Yang Bo was curious about what secret method their sect used to control the sky splitting. Because judging from the age of the senior sister in front of him, and the energy glow on her body, she was at most a sea level. It is probably related to the method of cultivation, and the sky splitting itself. Yang Bo certainly knew that there were many types of sky splitting. And now there were many high-tech sky splittings used as weapons for planet guardians. Yang Bo himself also had a sky splitting, which was given by young Master Zhang. This type of sky splitting did not have high-tech means. You could participate in the mysterious trial. In fact, when the Ancient Martial Arts Association conducts the mysterious trial, it will consider the strength of the participants themselves. As long as you are careful, there will be no danger to your life. Tai Guantou also spoke. I just don't know what kind of mysterious trial the Ancient Martial Arts Association will prepare next time. The young man was a little hesitant. The reason why it is called a mysterious trial is that you are not mentally prepared. To put it bluntly, it is to put you in a desperate situation. You use your own abilities to get out of the desperate situation. And then you will succeed. Now you know the place and method of the trial. After you are prepared, how can you stimulate your own potential? Tai Guantou shook his head and said, and the Ancient Martial Arts Association will limit the number of people every time. Even if you sign up, they may not choose you. Tai Guantou said again, I'd better think about it carefully. I will try to get my own sky split in the next 2 years. The young man didn't say anything else. Master, do you want to go out and say hello to your acquaintances? The older woman asked. Then let's go. Anyway, we are on the spaceship now, and we'll stay on it for a month. Tai Guantou nodded. Yang Bo followed the crowd from a distance to watch the fun. The Vidra sect had booked a large entertainment room. After Yang Bo came in, he found that the virtual images around the room simulated the appearance of a mountain top. And even the simulated items on the ground looked like rough stone slabs. Only the tables and chairs were antique style. But not this rough style. Strange. Why are the names of these sects so ordinary? Yang Bo listened to Tai Guantou whispering to his disciples about who they were. In addition to Yang Bo's Vidra sect and the Cross sect, the reason why the Cross sect is called this is that they use a cross sword, which looks a bit like the cross sword on Earth. But this sword weighs at least 100 kilograms, and the heaviest is said to be 1 ton, because there are many high-density materials in the interstellar era. These swords look similar in size, but the weight is completely different. Iron Fist sect, Chingy sect, Fast Knife sect, Swallow sect, etc. These are ordinary sect names. And the slightly better one is Xiaoyao sect. How long have the ancient martial arts sects existed? Yang Bo is not sure, because there is little information about this. However, according to Yang Bo's understanding, there were various sects on the planet long before the Interstellar Society. But at that time these sects were more like a hobby. Just like the various teams formed by fitness ants on Earth. Among them, except for the Cross sect and the Swallow sect, these 2 sects are all female. The Vidra sect is all male, and the rest are mixed with men and women. These ancient martial arts people bow when they meet, and the younger generation just bury their heads when meeting the elders. There were 50 or 60 people, from more than a dozen sects. But Tai Guantou only led his disciples to meet with the sects he knew or was familiar with, and did not meet the rest. Everyone, it's rare for us to get together here. I am the host of the Vidra sect. Let's learn from each other, and see the level of our new generation of young disciples. With the development of the economy and society, the development of our ancient martial arts can be said to be more and more difficult. We need the younger generation to inherit the spirit and skills of our ancient martial arts. For this reason, we Vidra have specially taken out 20 million credit points this time. The first place will be rewarded with 10 million credit points. The second place will be rewarded with 6 million credit points. And the third place will be rewarded with 4 million credit points. The guy from the Vidra sect said, how boring it is to learn from each other. Or let's have a life and death battle. Huan Yang, the leader of the Cross sect, only heard this and laughed. Huan Yangzi, you are joking. Everyone knows that Huan Yangzi is using a sword that weighs up to 500 kilograms. The man who led the Vidra sect clasped his fists and laughed. Of course, participation is important. If you don't like to participate, we won't force you. The man from the Vidra sect said this beautifully. Yang Bo listened to this from a distance and felt that this guy in the Vidra sect was also an old fox. although that's what he said. If you don't participate in the competition, it proves that you are timid and afraid of losing. Yang Bo thinks that these sects are probably in a competitive relationship. After the leader of the Vajra sect finished speaking, someone else agreed. The one who spoke was a person called the leader of the Red Flower Society. These sects are not only named as sects, but also as Red Flower Society, Dafentang and so on. Anyway, the names are quite ordinary, and there are no high-end sects. So everyone agreed to start sparring on the third day, with 2 rounds a day. Yang Bo didn't know why it took 3 days to start sparring. After 3 days, Yang Bo found out that it was a private room that was transformed into a ring. The diameter of the ring is 30 meters, and there are many seats around it. There is no obstruction to the ring. The most conspicuous thing is the medical cabin standing outside the ring. It looks really dangerous. Yang Bo saw that the medical cabin was ready. As long as there is this medical cabin, as long as the head is not blown up on the spot, there will be no problem. As for other parts of the body, they can be reconstructed with biotechnology. Welcome everyone. There are 14 sects present. Let's be fair and draw lots for the first round of duels. We will spar according to the sparring rules stipulated by the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I think everyone has no objection to this. Right? The strong man from the King Kong sect continued to say shamelessly. Although our Vajra sect has a little advantage in this rule, we still have to realize that the core idea of ancient martial arts is people-oriented. Only when people's strength reaches a certain level can they use the tools in their hands better. Yang Bo looked at the fat guy who was taking advantage of him, and was so cute that he wanted to beat him up. But now, he just watched the fun. Now please come up and draw lots. There are 28 people participating in the competition this time. 2 people from each sect. We will take points, and the top 21 will enter the next round of competition. The leader of the Vajra sect was still nagging, and Yang Bo was getting a little impatient. Yang Bo wanted to see what the energy use methods between these sects were. I declare that the first match will be between the Red Flower Society and the Iron Sword sect. After everyone finished drawing lots, the guy from the Vajra sect spoke. Please invite the 2 of you to come on stage. The young woman from the Iron Sword sect came on stage, wearing a black outfit similar to the loose training clothes on Earth, with a helmet-like protective gear on her head. She didn't bring anything else. The Red Flower Society was dressed similarly, but in white, with protective gear on her head. And it can be seen that she was also a woman. Do you both understand the rules of the competition? The man from the Vajra sect asked the 2 people standing on the stage. I understand. Well, both of you stand where you should stand. And I say 321 to start. 2 women in training clothes, 1 black and 1 white, walked to both sides of the stage. Then the state of the Iron Sword sect nodded to the 2 people, and the 2 nodded to show that they were ready. 3, 2, 1. Start. The strong man from the King Kong gate just shouted to start. A faint energy light appeared on the bodies of the 2 players at the same time, followed by a sound explosion. The speed of both players broke through the speed of sound. Then, there were continuous explosions. It turned out that the 2 people attacked each other, and the sound of fists and feet hitting each other. It can be seen that both of them fought fast, and their speed was also very fast. Both of their fists and feet were full of energy light. It turns out that they can distribute energy. When they jump, the energy on their feet is more concentrated. When they attack, the energy on their fists actually forms a layer of something like an energy shield. Yang Bo was also surprised to see the speed of the 2.